Chapter 1. Harry Potter. Harry, we have followed your instructions. You cannot harm Dudley any longer. A middle-aged man spoke with fervent intensity, a similarly rotund young boy cowering behind him. Rest assured, I am not unreasonable. Once I turn 10 and attend school, I shall completely depart from this household. The boy replied with an air of indifference, waving his hand to completely retract the magic that had permeated the room. He then glanced out of the window, confirming that the wizards arranged by Dumbledore nearby were no longer prying into his life. Seated upright in a chair, the boy was not yet 10 years old, his physique somewhat emaciated due to malnutrition, and the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead signified his identity as Harry Potter. The sole survivor, the savior of the magical world, these were the titles he bore. Harry harbored a secret unknown to others. He was a traveler from another world. Ding! Plotline modified. You have gained a card-drawing opportunity. Would you like to draw a card now? It seemed that the promise he had made was indeed coming to fruition. However, Harry truly wished to never return to this relative's home. He would rather live alone in the magical realm than return to this place rife with bullying. Clenching his frail fist, a result of his malnutrition, he felt a wave of irritation. Not for now, he commanded. The voice of the system dimmed, and Harry raised his gaze, casting a haunting look at his Uncle Vernon. Evidently, this gaze, which was unlike that of his peers, made Vernon quite anxious, prompting him to shield his son protectively. Furthermore, I do not wish to hear any further insults towards my parents, otherwise I shall make you end up like this chair. With a flick of his small hand, the magic light descended upon a nearby chair. Frost began to envelop it immediately, and with a surge of magic from his hand, it was utterly reduced to a pile of shards. I understand, Vernon nodded hastily. Having felt the power of magic up close, as muggles, they dared not overestimate their capabilities. After uttering these words, Harry turned and ascended to his room, leaving the Dursleys in a state of stunned silence. Once assured of his departure, Vernon muttered under his breath, "Freak! Woo, Daddy!" Dudley, having never witnessed such a scene, burst into tears, utterly terrified. He could not comprehend why his timid cousin had suddenly become so formidable and terrifying. Once back in his room, Harry settled into his chair and communicated with the system. Check my current attributes. Name, Harry James Potter. Gender, male. Race, human. Identity, savior of the magical world. Abilities, Parseltongue unsolidified, freezing spell blue. Evaluation, an orphan of the Potter family. Your limited talents squandered in a muggle household, any Auror could easily defeat you. Even the magical creatures of the wizarding world look down upon your pitiful strength. Your enemies are awakening, while you remain a pawn. Harry glanced at the evaluation and exclaimed, "Good grief. I'm not even 10, yet it's not the age for young wizards to enroll." He retorted. He felt a strong sense of injustice regarding the system's evaluation, but upon reflection, he found some solace in it. In the original storyline, Harry Potter was indeed the center of the magical world's whirlpool, often attempting to sway others with Dumbledore's ideals. Had he not been the protagonist, he would have met his demise countless times over. Why do others engage in discourse with Confucius? Because he stands at a height of nearly 2 meters, accompanied by 3,000 disciples. Moreover, others do not advocate for scholars to be utterly defenseless. The gentleman's 6 arts include martial skills. Possessing only Dumbledore's philosophy without the corresponding strength was the greatest tragedy of the original work. Britain has its own national circumstances. The old lady dreams of Easterners coming to build our base stations. Determined not to become a puppet savior, he resolved to grow stronger, to the point of being able to single-handedly defeat Voldemort. System, draw a card, Harry commanded. This system was his greatest support, though he constantly suspected that this system might have originated from some dubious factory, otherwise it would not be so unreliable. As he issued the command, countless cards flew out from the system's library, each one gliding past Harry's eyes. Gold, gold. Without a doubt, the highest tier of cards was gold. To his astonishment, 3 gold cards appeared in this card pool, significantly increasing the odds of winning. Gold, gold, Harry murmured. His eager gaze seemed to implore the card-drawing mechanism to halt. Immediately his heart raced with anticipation. The pointer gradually slowed, finally resting on the back of a gold card. Hooray! I won! It truly is gold! How wonderful! He exclaimed, elated. This signified that he would acquire an exceptionally powerful ability. Without hesitation, Harry clicked on the card. Golden patterns radiated from the edges towards the center of the card, revealing a pair of blazing golden eyes. The eternal flame of golden eyes. Ding! This card grants a lineage ability. Once used, it cannot be discarded. Please confirm if you wish to proceed. Use it immediately. In an instant, Harry felt a surge of light enter his body, as if his blood were about to ignite. A wave of pain emanated from the depths of his soul. It was swiftly followed by a torrent of power coursing through him. He was drenched in sweat, but gritted his teeth to endure. No, no, a wail echoed from his forehead. After an indeterminate amount of time, the transformation of his lineage finally ceased. Harry slowly opened his eyes and approached the mirror. His once emerald green eyes had transformed into dazzling gold, exuding an inexplicable aura of authority. System, check my attributes. Name, Harry James Potter. Gender, male. Race, dragonkin half-blood. Identity, savior of the magical world. Abilities, word spirit gold, parcel-tongue purple, freezing spell blue. Evaluation, a young dragon. The wizarding world will surely be astounded. You possess a modicum of strength now, yet your ignorance of elemental energies renders you incapable of unleashing the word spirit. The magical power flowing within you makes you a mere target. Must you be so acerbic? Harry lamented, exasperated. This system never failed to berate him with each evaluation, exhibiting a complete lack of empathy. Having gained a certain level of strength, Harry felt a flicker of security within himself as he gazed out the window. The era of the White Lord and the Dark Lord has long since passed, and I shall forge an era of my own. The immediate priority was to eliminate Voldemort, that cunning old fiend. Chapter 2, Diagon Alley. At Charing Cross Road in London, the Leaky Cauldron. Thanks to the enhancement of his lineage, Harry's physique was no longer emaciated. He had reverted to the normal stature of a 10-year-old child. Yet beneath that outer facade lay a terrifying dragon, capable of striking you down with a single punch. Tom, is it time for your daughter Hannah to attend Hogwarts this year? Indeed, Hannah Abbott. I reckon she will be among the first called by the Sorting Hat. The patrons of the pub chatted and jested, savoring their butterbeer with great delight. Harry concealed his scar, wishing to keep his identity a secret. Navigating around the bar, he arrived at a small courtyard surrounded by walls, which appeared to hold nothing but trash bins and weeds. In truth, this was the passageway to Diagon Alley. Counting 3 bricks on the trash bin and 2 horizontally, he could open the passage by tapping his wand 3 times. However, the problem was that Harry did not possess a wand. Just as he was at a loss, a voice emerged from behind him. "Oh, little wizard, I believe you've forgotten your wand?" A wizard stumbled in, clearly inebriated, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, and noticed Harry speaking to himself. "It seems you haven't graduated, yet remember what the professor said. Wizards must never forget their wands when venturing out." He then produced his wand and, following the instructions he had just given, tapped the door to Diagon Alley, which promptly opened. "Thank you for your assistance," Harry said, bowing slightly. "No need for thanks, what a polite young wizard you are." Watching Harry's retreating figure, the wizard nodded in satisfaction before joining the bustling throng of Diagon Alley's commercial street. This magical market, sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic, boasted a plethora of goods, with many merchants eager to conduct business here. Rich in history and value, Diagon Alley was synonymous with quality and affordability. Harry had come here to familiarize himself with the magical realm in advance, lest he be left utterly destitute by the machinations of the greatest white wizard of this century. However, he found himself without the currency of the magical world, prompting his visit to the grand white edifice of Gringotts, the wizarding bank operated by goblins. How ironic it is that financial sovereignty lies in the hands of another race, Harry remarked with a wry smile. He stepped into Gringotts and made his way down the hall to the counter, where a goblin was diligently scrutinizing a ledger. Only upon noticing Harry's presence did it lift its rather unattractive head. "May I inquire what business you wish to conduct?" "Harry Potter seeks access to his vault," he replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing that name, the goblin hurriedly assessed him from head to toe, locking eyes with Harry's authoritative gaze. Beads of cold sweat trickled down its rotund, pointed head were it not for its insatiable greed for gold and professional integrity. It might have fled in terror. "Does Mr. Harry Potter possess the key?" "Alas, I do not, however. I trust Gringotts is not so careless as to render a vault inaccessible simply due to a missing key." Such seemingly innocuous words pricked at the goblin's conscience. "Of course not. We merely need to verify your identity, and then we shall provide you with a brand new key to your family vault," it replied with a forced smile. "And what of the old one?" Harry pressed. "Oh, you must trust in the professionalism of Gringotts unless you allow it. A vault shall never possess 2 keys. In other words, Gringotts would ensure that the old key was rendered completely ineffective, leaving only Harry capable of accessing his vault henceforth." As the goblin produced the parchment left by the Potter family, it obsequiously added, "Might I trouble you, Mr. Potter, to let a drop of your blood fall upon this parchment? It will confirm your status as the heir." With some effort, He picked up the goblin's specially crafted silver knife and managed to slice open his finger, allowing a drop of golden blood to fall onto the parchment. Has the Potter family intermingled with dragons in this generation? The goblin muttered to itself. The weapons crafted by goblins are known for their sharpness, and it took several attempts to draw blood. What remarkable fortitude this individual possessed. After a thorough examination of the parchment's results, the goblin respectfully bowed to Harry. I confirm that you are indeed the heir to the Potter Vault. Please follow me. Harry trailed behind the goblin deeper into Gringotts, where a rather rudimentary mine cart awaited. Please step aboard. Once the cart started, it surged forward at an exhilarating speed of 80 miles per hour, racing deeper into the bowels of Gringotts. They soon arrived at the most heavily guarded vault in Gringotts. The goblin disembarked first and introduced, "Welcome to the Gringotts Vault. You are the most composed young wizard I have ever encountered. This vault is reserved for pure-blood aristocrats, and it is guarded by a dragon. How peculiar it is usually present here." With a slight sweep of his golden eyes, Harry could sense its location. The dragon, cowering in the magma, trembled at Harry's draconic aura, too intimidated to emerge. Within the dragon kin, hierarchies are strictly maintained, instilling in it a profound sense of fear. "This is your vault," the goblin announced, unlocking the door. It then presented the key with both hands, signifying that Harry would gain control over the Potter family vault. Harry stepped inside, and the first sight to greet him was the floor strewn with gleaming galleons and unimaginable wealth accumulated by the Potter family over generations. As they were merchants of potions, the vault also brimmed with a plethora of magical ingredients. Indeed, that old fool Dumbledore had ulterior motives, Harry mused, rubbing his face. In the original narrative, when Harry opened this vault, although it was filled with a deluge of coins, as an established family, those coins are the least valuable assets. Gazing at the magical materials, he realized these were the true treasures amassed by the Potter family over the ages. "What is this?" Harry inquired, lifting a pendant resting upon a pedestal. In an instant, a whirlwind enveloped him, and he found himself in an unfamiliar manner, the entrance appearing as though it had not been opened in decades. Could this be the key to the door? In shock, Harry approached to examine the door number, which boldly proclaimed, "Potter Ancestral Home." Upon pushing the door open, he truly entered the expansive estate, where a small figure instantly appeared before him. It was a house elf. "Master, it is Master. Master will surely be pleased a descendant of the Potter family has returned, and Gnarl shall no longer serve as a Hogwarts house elf." The elf, identifying itself as Gnarl, wept profusely, kneeling before Harry. Chapter 3. The Potter Manor. One cannot deny that house elves are indeed masters of domestic affairs. This was Harry's first experience of such a life, as Gnarl busied himself, serving tea and refreshments. "You just mentioned that you will no longer serve as a Hogwarts house elf?" Harry queried. "Indeed, Master your father established an unbreakable vow. If no member of the family returns within 10 years, all that belongs to the Potter family shall revert to Dumbledore, and I will become a house elf at Hogwarts." At this revelation, shock washed over Harry's face. While he understood that the greatest white wizard of this century could not be entirely virtuous, it was shocking to discover such sordid deeds. Upon reflection, his easily deceived father, James Potter, indeed seemed capable of such actions. It was no wonder that in the original tale, Sirius Black became wealthy almost immediately upon his release from prison. In contrast, the Potter family left Harry nothing but galleons, not even a single spellbook. It turned out these possessions had long been confiscated by Dumbledore, converted into assets for the Order of the Phoenix to resist Voldemort. All that was required was to leave a young, unsuspecting Harry a pile of galleons, enough to instill a sense of gratitude. Any additional assets were deemed unnecessary, as the child was too young to comprehend the situation. And the only one in the know, Gnarl, would likely meet a grim fate at Hogwarts the very next day, succumbing to a fatal curse. Even when questioned, Dumbledore would have a ready excuse, claiming it was all sanctioned by James. James' close companions would likely not question it. One was a werewolf under his patronage, and the other remained locked away. What a clever calculation. Albus Dumbledore. Harry uttered the name with composure. The elderly homosexual, indeed, is a man capable of associating with the previous generation's Dark Lord, Grindelwald. He deceived the Master into confronting the Dark Lord and even persuaded the mistress to leave as well. I urge the Master to keep you behind. For at least the Potter family could preserve its final seed. However, they claim that due to the prophecy, such a course of action is impossible. How can this be? Although we are not purebloods, as half-bloods, we should not be the targets of the Dark Lord's slaughter. Listening to Gnarl's lamentations, Harry understood that this house elf harbored many confusions. Indeed, it was understandable that James Potter took him away from the ancestral home due to the identity of the chosen one. A single house elf could not adequately protect him. Yet, the refusal to return Harry to the residence after Voldemort's demise remains perplexing. According to the original text, it is because the protective magic of his mother can only take effect in the presence of relatives. Yet, this magic is specifically aimed at Voldemort and does not extend to his Death Eaters. Nowhere is safer than the Potter ancestral home. Gnarl, cease your lamentations. These matters are now in the past. I stand as the sole heir of the Potter family, and no one can usurp what is rightfully mine. Harry's voice resonated throughout the living room, imbued with a surging magical force. A palpable aura suddenly filled the air, creating a formidable presence. Upon witnessing this, Gnarl was overjoyed. Young master, your talent is the finest I have ever witnessed. To obtain the Potter family legacy, you must meet the portraits of our ancestors. Portraits? Harry realized. Indeed. Even Hogwarts possesses portraits of its former headmasters. Would not these venerable families create similar ones? As Harry entered a room, he found it elegantly adorned, with a central seat surrounded by portraits, all of which were closed-eyed in slumber. They were the ancestors of the Potter family. Masters, the young master has returned. With Gnarl's exclamation, all the portraits opened their eyes, directing their gaze towards Potter, their expressions brimming with astonishment and curiosity. This is Harry Potter, son of James, Gnarl introduced. The nearest elder widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Harry. My grandson. He is the son of James. How splendid. The Potter family has a successor. Oh. That rebellious child of James has indeed done something worthwhile, Henry Potter remarked. With the revelation of his identity, the portraits began to murmur amongst themselves, their scrutinizing gazes appraising Harry with evident satisfaction. Child, where have you been all this time? Why have you only just arrived? Asked Flement Potter. Harry pressed his lips together, then proceeded to explain his past, beginning with Dumbledore's decision to place him with his aunt and uncle, recounting the bullying he endured. How outrageous! How outrageous! We are the Potter family, descendants of the Peverell who possess the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak. Upon hearing this, the ancestors in the portraits erupted in outrage. If they were alive, they would have rushed to confront Petunia with an Avada Kedavra. Due to the injustices he faced during his upbringing, these ancestors regarded Harry with compassionate eyes. Dear child, you need not worry about your safety. The invisibility cloak on the wall belongs to our family. Not even death can find you. And the killing curse cannot penetrate this garment. What Voldemort? I deem him merely a pretender, they exclaimed, eager to revive themselves and bestow upon Harry the family's traditional spells. Harry's grandfather, Flement Potter, was the inventor of the marvelous shampoo formula, a patent that continues to enrich the Potter family with endless funds. Child, remember to become a competent wizard, he said with concern. Moreover, your eyes are a brilliant gold, strikingly similar to your father's. For James Potter's eyes were hazel, evoking a sense of familiarity and delight in the old man. At this moment, Harry dared not speak, however. This signified that he had lost the green-eyed gaze that had once been a shield against Snape, leaving him enveloped in the essence of James Potter. It was likely that upon returning to Hogwarts, he would become the target of that old bat once more. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest, Harry nodded. After dismissing this assembly of ancestors, Gnarl led Harry back to the common room. Upon seeing Harry rise, Gnarl was momentarily flustered. Young master, where else do you intend to go? I must return to the Muggle household. Dumbledore is watching me, Harry explained to Gnarl. Curse it, Dumbledore again. Let me accompany you via apparition. It would be safer, Gnarl suggested. Harry nodded in agreement, and Gnarl grasped the hem of Harry's trousers. In an instant, space twisted, and they found themselves back on Privet Drive. Chapter 4. First encounter with Dumbledore. Harry Potter has vanished. Mrs. Perry could not comprehend why such a predicament had arisen. Nevertheless, she understood the urgency of notifying Dumbledore immediately. With swift strokes, her quill inscribed a letter, which an owl delivered urgently to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, unable to locate the Potter family vault, began to sense that something was amiss. What on earth has transpired? He gazed upwards at the sky. After reading the letter, Dumbledore promptly invoked his special authority as headmaster. He apparat from Hogwarts to Privet Drive, standing before Mrs. Perry. The Fenwick family claimed that Harry had not returned since he ventured out that morning. Mrs. Perry feared that Harry had been captured by Death Eaters. No, it cannot be the Death Eaters, Dumbledore asserted with conviction. Thus, there remained only one possibility. Harry had run away, eluding his control. This sensation was so unsettling that even Dumbledore found himself in discomfort, for he could not guarantee that the Savior would ultimately triumph over Voldemort. At this moment, A figure reappeared on Privet Drive, and it was none other than Harry. Sensing the magical aura surrounding Harry, Dumbledore instantly teleported to his side. He wore a warm, kindly expression and said, "Hello, Harry. I can't believe how much you've grown. May I ask who you are?" Harry displayed a look of confusion. Yet he had already recognized the identity of the elderly man before him, Albus Dumbledore. "I am the headmaster of a school of magic. And I presume you are now aware of what magic is, correct?" He winked and gazed at the pendant hanging in Harry Potter's embrace. While he could not discern its nature directly, the magical energy emanating from it clearly indicated it was an enchanted object. "Can I attend that school? My Uncle Vernon won't let me go." Harry feigned innocence. "Of course, every qualified young wizard should come to Hogwarts." "Hogwarts? Is that the best magic school in Britain?" "You will become an exceptional wizard," Dumbledore replied with a wink. Suddenly, a surge of magic radiated from his eyes, reaching out toward Harry. Legilimens! That old rogue was quite playful. Harry's heart raced, and his golden eyes flared up, incinerating the intrusive magic entirely. As a dragon, he would not allow anyone to control his thoughts. Simultaneously, he regarded Dumbledore with a hint of wariness. "Oh, child, do not be alarmed. I am merely concerned for you," Dumbledore said, stroking his beard. Behind his thick glasses, a flicker of confusion crossed his murky old eyes. He did not comprehend why his legitimacy had failed. Nevertheless, the usually composed Dumbledore refrained from attempting it again. Instead, he switched to his familiar conversational mode, sitting down and, as if by magic, producing several candies from his hand. Offering them to Harry. "Can you tell me where you went today?" "I went to a pub, and then a house elf named Gnarl found me." Harry fabricated a story on the spot. He recounted how he had inadvertently stumbled into the leaky cauldron, fortuitously encountered the Potter family as house elf, and subsequently retrieved the key to the Gringotts vault, returning to Potter Manor. Even Dumbledore could not verify the truth of this tale. "So, I wish to go back and pack my belongings, leaving this place for my new home." "Is that so? But don't you wish to live with your family?" "Not really. Uncle Vernon treats me poorly. I would prefer to stay at Potter Manor with Gnarl." Harry shook his head. Had Harry not inherited Potter Manor, Dumbledore would have had countless ways to prevent him from residing there. However, with Harry's inheritance of the Gringotts vault and a house elf, his residence at Potter Manor was entirely legitimate. Contemplating this, Dumbledore furrowed his brow. He needed to expedite Harry's arrival at Hogwarts. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. "Since you have decided to move, to avoid losing track of you in the future, I would like to invite you to attend Hogwarts now." "Why me?" Seeing Harry still cautious, Dumbledore felt a tinge of helplessness. If it were not for the urgency of the situation, he would not have hurriedly come to Privet Drive. "Because your parents were also students at Hogwarts. They were remarkable wizards," Dumbledore continued to entice. He produced a letter from within his robes, the seal adorned with and divided into 4 sections, each representing an animal: a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle. Harry thought to himself, "How dare you mention my parents, you cunning old fox?" "Really? Then I am honored to become a student of your esteemed school." Harry bowed slightly, not wanting to appear overly sentimental. Attending Hogwarts was undoubtedly essential. Even though Harry possessed the bloodline of a dragon, to unleash his innate power, he must thoroughly understand the elemental forces of this world. Clearly, the prevalent magic of this realm was the optimal choice. "Child, I wish you a joyful day," Dumbledore blessed him. Harry expressed his gratitude and continued toward the Dursleys' direction. Meanwhile, from the shadows, Mrs. Petunia reappeared beside Dumbledore, her face etched with worry and hope. "Professor Dumbledore, is this truly without issue?" "Of course, do not worry, Mrs. Petunia," he reassured her. Yet, in his heart, Dumbledore felt an unsettling anxiety. Although Harry Potter had agreed to attend Hogwarts, he sensed that the savior was slipping from his grasp. Under the current circumstances, he could only proceed as he had. Dumbledore did not want to confront the portraits of the Potter family at Potter Manor, especially considering he had no claim to the estate. As Harry made his way home, he communicated with Gnarl, who was concealed nearby. "Young master, do you still wish to return?" "Certainly not. Have you prepared the pounds I requested?" "They are ready." With that, Harry pushed open the door to the Dursleys' home and sat down amidst Uncle Vernon's bewildered gaze. "What do you want?" "We haven't done anything recently," Vernon stammered, somewhat frightened. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to bid you farewell." With that, Harry produced the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Aunt Petunia displayed an expression of envy and resentment, but she suppressed it due to Harry's previous actions. "Gnarl, bring out the items," Harry commanded. "As you wish, master." The appearance of a house elf startled them, but soon, from Gnarl's hands emerged a large bag filled with pounds. "This is 1,000,000 pounds. Farewell, my pathetic muggle relatives." With that, he tossed the money aside. And Gnarl took Harry's hand, operating directly to Potter Manor. From that moment forth, their ties would be severed. Chapter 5. A New Life Ding. Plot point altered. Granting one card draw opportunity. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? Draw. Harry responded with certainty. As expected, once he completely departed from the Dursleys. The system's notification chimed once more. Accompanied by the sound, this time, the cards were laid out, with only a single golden card among them, a rare occurrence indeed. Gradually, the pointer settled on a purple card. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the disarming charm, which has been automatically added to your abilities. Harry was somewhat taken aback. He had drawn a purple card. It appeared that his luck had improved upon leaving that home. The disarming charm was a top-tier spell capable of countering the killing curse in the original work, though largely relying on the Elder Wand and the protagonist's halo. It could not be dismissed as weak. Expelliarmus. With a swift gesture, a beam of crimson light shot forth, striking the wall and ricocheting slightly. A testament to the formidable power of the spell. Knowledge surged through Harry's mind about the magic he had just employed, non-verbal casting. By drawing the corresponding spell card, he could directly master the art of casting without a wand. Compared to the clumsy process of learning spells, drawing cards was undoubtedly the fastest method. However, the opportunities to draw cards were exceedingly limited, and in terms of cost-effectiveness, it paled in comparison to diligently studying a plethora of spells. The caveat being, he needed a wand. Harry remarked awkwardly. Reaching Diagon Alley from Potter Manor required merely a pinch of flue powder, as his fireplace was already connected to the wizarding network. Yet, no wand shop was permitted to sell wands to young witches and wizards until the eve of the school year. Thus, Harry's situation diverged from that of the original Harry Potter, granting him a significant enhancement in both strength and freedom. Bowing his head, he sipped his red tea. Dressed in a splendid suit tailored by Madame Malkin. Exhaling a warm breath, he mused how much more comfortable this life was compared to sleeping in a cupboard. Of course, during this time, Harry had not been idle. He had purchased numerous books from Flourish and Blotts, thereby deepening his understanding of the magical realm. Thus, he lingered at Potter Manor until the eve of the school year. One bright morning, he awoke as usual, washed up, and sat in the sitting room to enjoy breakfast. Oh, and he had also returned to Diagon Alley to retrieve his snowy owl. Opening the window, the beautiful white owl fluttered in, nuzzling against his clothes. Harry then took some breadcrumbs from the table, gently stroking this exquisite messenger. "Hedwig, take your time, there is no one to compete with you," he said, scratching her chin. Calculating the time, he pondered that today he would finally procure his first wand. "Gnarl," he called out. "Master, at your service," came the reply as Gnarl appeared before Harry in a flash of apparition. "It's time. Please take me to Diagon Alley," Harry instructed. The reason for not using flue powder was obvious. These 2 days before school would be extremely congested. Harry had no desire to jostle with a throng of people, only to emerge covered in soot. He still had not mastered the art of cleaning himself up. "As you wish," Gnarl replied, extending a hand. The familiar sensation enveloped him. And upon opening his eyes, Harry found himself in Diagon Alley. Due to the imminent arrival of young witches and wizards, the bustling shopping street was even more crowded than usual, with many Muggle families bringing their children to purchase supplies. They were all in a hurry, for numerous professors would be guiding the new students in these days. Otherwise, after this period, Muggles would be unable to see the leaky cauldron and could not procure the necessary items for their children's schooling. "Hermione, don't run so fast," Mr. Granger exclaimed. Visibly weary as he navigated through the throngs, burdened with several already purchased items, Hermione quickly halted, but due to her hasty stop, she collided with a figure before her. "I'm so sorry," she apologized. "No worries. I presume you must be a new student at Hogwarts as well," the figure replied, revealing himself to be Harry. Hermione looked up to see a smiling boy of her age. With no friends to speak of, Hermione nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, are you also a new student?" "Indeed. My name is Harry Potter. I'm on my way to buy a wand." "Harry Potter? You're the boy who lived," Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Harry quickly gestured for silence, aware that they were in a public place. If this young girl were to shout, he would be unable to leave Diagon Alley that day. This is also the reason he dislikes visiting Diagon Alley. He must conceal his distinctive scar all day long. "I am Hermione Granger, and I, too, am in search of a wand. Might we embark on this quest together?" "Certainly. I believe we shall become friends," Harry replied with a smile. Though it was merely a courteous response, it filled Hermione, who was initially unfamiliar with the magical realm, with excitement. Harry would also become her first friend in this enchanting world. Oh, Hermione, who is this? Mr. Granger finally caught up. The middle-aged man diligently toiled for his family, burdened with numerous bags while pursuing his daughter. I am Harry. Simply call me Harry. Harry winked at Hermione. Yes, Dad, he is joining us to purchase a wand. He is also a newcomer at Hogwarts. Hermione's explanation illuminated Mr. Granger's understanding, and he felt delighted that his daughter had made a friend from the magical realm. That's wonderful. Let us go together, he exclaimed, as they set off towards Ollivander's wand shop. This is the finest wand shop in all of Britain. Inscribed with Ollivander's wand shop since 382 B.C. It is also the officially designated place for young wizards to procure their first wand. Following the guidance of Hogwarts, many young sorcerers flock to this establishment to acquire their inaugural magical instrument. Malfoy, you are so slow, a girl remarked, her golden curls cascading elegantly over her shoulders. Clad in a deep green gown, her exquisite features were captivating, and the noble aura emanating from her, coupled with her inherent pride, was truly striking. Is he about to cast a spell? He looks rather foolish, Hermione whispered discreetly. Unbeknownst to her, Malfoy, already in a foul mood from testing wands, overheard her comment. He shot her a venomous glare, instantly recognizing Hermione and her companion, the heavily laden Granger, as belonging to a Muggle family. Most wizards would typically employ shrinking charms and undetectable extinction charms. No one asked for your opinion, Mubblood. He spat maliciously. Silence. Silence. Came the cries. One male and one female. The emerald and golden eyes locked in a fierce exchange, as Harry unleashed a formidable pressure directly aimed at Malfoy. Even the blonde girl with green eyes paled slightly, her astonishment evident as she glanced at Harry. Yet, her reflexes were swifter. As she forcefully shoved Draco Malfoy standing beside her. Draco, has no one taught you manners? How dare you speak that way? Dear cousin. But Draco wished to explain further. However, upon meeting Harry's piercing gaze, a surge of fear welled up within him. What a pair of eyes they are. Draco Malfoy, it seems you truly require some education. Harry's voice was low, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, Hermione was still bewildered, as the atmosphere in the shop plummeted to an icy silence. Draco, apologize. Hurry and apologize. I'm sorry. Draco lowered his head and expressed his remorse to Hermione. This also made Hermione acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. It was evident that the boy had uttered words that were ill-advised. It's all right. I have already forgiven you, she quickly stated. However, the girl behind Draco did not cast a glance at Hermione. Her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Harry. She understood that only when this man spoke would the matter be truly resolved. Since Hermione deemed it acceptable, perhaps they could let it go this time. Harry restored his usual gentleness. His mesmerizing golden eyes finally relinquished their imposing aura, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cassandra the golden-haired girl said. Harry Potter, he replied. Ah, he is indeed Harry Potter, Draco exclaimed in astonishment. He felt a twinge of relief that he had already apologized. Otherwise, he would have found himself facing a formidable adversary within the school. The individual before her had just demonstrated an extraordinary display of magical prowess. Undoubtedly, their strength post-enrollment would be formidable. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I never imagined I would encounter the illustrious Harry Potter, Cassandra complimented, her gaze appraising the boy named Harry Potter. For the first time, she felt an unsettling fear regarding the rumors surrounding Voldemort. The power exhibited by the person before her surpassed her expectations. And her instincts warned her that had Draco not been compelled to apologize moments ago, their circumstances would have been far less favorable. I believe these are merely empty titles. Since it was a misunderstanding, it is best to resolve it, Harry concurred, nodding. Having recently endured an unpleasant episode, he wished to avoid further entanglement with the two individuals. Cassandra, sensing the awkward atmosphere, opted to gracefully bow and take her leave. I have a feeling we shall cross paths again at Hogwarts, she mused, escorting the somewhat dazed Draco out of Ollivander's wand shop. As for the wand, it would be prudent to return with Draco at a later time, as he appeared somewhat disoriented from the recent encounter. Cassandra, or should I say, Sister Cass? She certainly is an intriguing Slytherin, Harry remarked with pride. Her swift reaction had been impressive. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to cast a spell at Draco. I do not find her intriguing at all. When she insisted that boy apologize, she didn't even spare me a glance. Hermione huffed, feeling as though Cassandra looked down upon her. That girl is nothing but an arrogant creature, devoid of any warmth. Indeed, whenever you hear anyone utter that term again, you must firmly retort, Harry instructed. It is a derogatory label that pure-blood wizards use to insult those of Muggle descent, and it is exceedingly impolite. This experience has undeniably broadened Hermione's understanding of the magical realm. After all, in a world filled with magic, one can expect not only virtuous individuals but also those of a more nefarious disposition. Personally, I would inform Uncle Malfoy that his performance leaves much to be desired. Cassandra remarked, arms crossed in criticism. Why? Are we not nobler and more powerful than Muggle wizards? Upon hearing such critique, Draco pondered in his usual manner, casting a perplexed glance at Cassandra. It is not we, but I. I see that you Malfoys, in your association with the Dark Lord, have allowed your intellect to falter. She unreservedly escalated her rebuke, subsequently tapping Draco's head with her newly acquired wand. Our nobility does not stem from bloodlines, but from our innate abilities. Your understanding of Slytherin is fundamentally flawed. With such misconceptions, how do you expect to enter Slytherin? Today serves as your first lesson. One must learn to respect the powerful. That Harry Potter, for instance, is indeed formidable. Cassandra's expression grew serious, as, to be honest, even adult wizards had never exerted such pressure on her. As the heiress of the Worrell family, she had practiced magic since her powers first erupted, and her exceptional talent had never allowed her to feel this overwhelming suppression. But cousin, did you not also start in your first year? Draco muttered, though he dared not voice this aloud. His cousin's prowess was no trifling matter. Despite being mere first-year students like him, she had already managed to cast spells with ease. He had no desire to provoke her with careless words and return home in tears after enduring a few jinxes. Having said all this, Cassandra led Draco to continue exploring the remaining shops, gathering the items needed for their schooling. I apologize, Mr. Ollivander, for the unpleasant incident that occurred in your store. Harry expressed contritely. Not at all, Mr. Potter. You did quite right, Ollivander replied, his silver eyes glimmering. He stood on a gliding staircase, scrutinizing the renowned savior of the wizarding world. Memories of Harry's parents' wands gradually resurfaced in his mind. I still recall when your parents came to purchase their first wands. James wielded a wand of rosewood, 11 inches long, perfect for transfiguration, while Lily possessed a willow wand measuring 10 1/4 inches, producing a delightful swish when waved, a splendid wand for spell casting. It feels as though it happened just yesterday, Ollivander murmured. He then tapped a measuring stick on the table with his wand, and magic compelled them to glide toward Harry, measuring each dimension. Mr. Potter, remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. You shall acquire a wand that brings you satisfaction. The venerable wand maker, relying on his lifetime of reputation, addressed Harry. Chapter 7. The wand no longer aligned in the bustling Diagon Alley. Curious onlookers cast strange glances at Ollivander's wand shop. The windows lay shattered, and the establishment had even experienced a minor explosion. Aurors had already rushed in to ascertain whether it had been robbed. Although it was well known that young wizards often made mistakes while trying out wands, today's incident seemed rather severe. For standing within the shop was none other than the savior of the wizarding world, Mr. Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, your magical prowess exudes an overwhelming destructive force. Ollivander had never encountered such a tempestuous young wizard. Every brilliant flash emitted by this individual was akin to a thunderous explosion. Had it not been for his swift reflexes and the prompt application of a repair spell, his establishment would have been utterly obliterated today. The explosive genius, Harry, had indeed proven his prowess. Mr. Ollivander, I believe these two wands are not quite suitable for me, Harry remarked as he returned them. He had already experimented with several wands, leaving the entire shop in a state of magical disarray. This revelation invigorated Ollivander, affirming that Harry's talent was indeed extraordinary. He required a wand that was perfectly suited to him. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped into the cabinet and retrieved a dust-covered box, murmuring, perhaps this one. Harry instantly recognized the wand within. This is the twin wand from the original text, crafted from the same phoenix feather as that used by Voldemort. Go ahead. Give it a try, Ollivander suggested. Upon taking the wand and giving it a casual wave, a tremendous force surged forth from its tip, shattering one of the tables within the shop. This predicament left Harry somewhat perplexed. How could this wand also be ineffective? Even Harry himself could not comprehend it. This wand was ostensibly tailored for him by the narrative, yet now it seemed ill-suited for his needs. This predicament left Ollivander in a quandary. Oh dear. What a fastidious patron, whose destructive potential even a phoenix could scarcely contain. Ding. A plot point has shifted, granting an opportunity for a card draw. Shall we proceed with the lottery immediately? No. Harry silently resolved. The wand, a phoenix tail feather bound to the protagonist, has inexplicably ceased to resonate with him. Ollivander, seated in his chair poring over tomes, endeavored to find an explanation. Suddenly, a typical case sprang to mind. Mr. Potter, have you awakened your magical creature ancestry? He inquired. for such incompatibility with any wand is exceedingly rare. Yet, the erudite Ollivander swiftly considered this possibility. For instance, the wand of Avila is best crafted from the magical essence of a relative. Harry pondered, recognizing that his lineage could indeed be the cause. As a half-blood dragon, he could not wield a wand crafted for ordinary humans, yet he had not inherited the alchemical knowledge of the dragon realm. Thus, there remained but one option, a custom wand. However, from which part should he extract material for its creation? Allow me to take some of your hair and blood. I may be able to unravel this mystery, Ollivander proposed, adding, I will compensate you. Very well, I trust you, Mr. Ollivander, Harry acquiesced. Thus, through their mutual efforts, Harry provided a dozen strands of hair and a small vial of golden dragon blood. Upon observing the uniqueness of Harry's blood, Ollivander was nearly certain that he had awakened his magical creature lineage. To preclude any notion of taking advantage, he clarified, it is essential to understand that the origin of wizards lies in the union of humans and magical creatures, a reason that purebloods fervently pursue lineage. Your ancestral awakening only underscores this point. Ollivander's explanation was incisive, shedding light on the prevalent disdain for Muggle-born wizards within the magical community, owing to their comparatively weaker abilities. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Harry did not awaken the bloodline of the Potter family, but rather hailed from a dragon lineage of another realm. Trust me, child. You will achieve remarkable feats, he continued, casting a curious gaze upon the materials extracted from Harry. Had it not been for the business at hand, he would have eagerly delved into the study of these extraordinary components. However, Harry was indifferent to such matters. He silently stepped aside. Drawing Hermione to the counter and addressing Ollivander, I believe it is time for you to select a wand for the next young wizard. At this, the elder could only nod, directing his attention to the somewhat timid Hermione. He scrutinized her for a moment, noting her beauty, and asked, Please, tell me your dominant hand. Right, Hermione replied. Immediately, the magic-infused tape measure began to flit about, measuring her dimensions with precision. The selection of Hermione's wand was, in fact, quite straightforward, vinewood with a core of dragon heartstring. Harry winced slightly at the mention of dragon heartstring, relieved that he had refrained from disclosing his true nature as a magical creature, lest he be subjected to dissection. The wand wielded by the young girl was indeed a surprising choice, an exceptionally remarkable wand, perfectly suited for an astute little witch. Let us be on our way. We have procured all the necessities for the new term. With Hermione in tow, Harry exited Ollivander's wand shop, bidding farewell to the purveyor of wands, who had been crafting them for over a century, and felt a sense of relief wash over him. How could such a diminutive sorceress possess such formidable power? Ollivander's gaze returned to the small vial of golden blood and strands of hair that Harry had presented to him, pondering that the secrets of it all lay within the very essence of lineage. It is a well-known fact in the wizarding world that the magic of magical creatures differs from that of wizards. For instance, while human wizards cannot perform apparition at Hogwarts, house elves traverse freely at will. This illustrates the inherent distinction of magic. Harry, however, you still lack a wand, which weighs heavily on Hermione's mind. Despite having come together to procure them, she alone returned with her wand, leaving the kind-hearted Hermione feeling a pang of guilt. Harry waved his hand dismissively and said, It's nothing. It's my own issue. As he spoke, he brushed his fingers against his forehead, where the iconic lightning-shaped scar remained etched. If all goes as anticipated, Voldemort's soul, having been obliterated during that bloodline enhancement, is now utterly incompatible with the Phoenix Feather Wand. Might my identity as the Savior be altered as well? A smile played at the corners of his mouth. He found this entire situation increasingly intriguing. It seems that arriving early in the magical realm has indeed proven beneficial, allowing him to alter the narrative considerably. Hermione, see you at school. After escorting Hermione back to Granger, Harry waved his farewell. Chapter 8. The Arrival of Hagrid. Stop. Ancestors. I am but 11 years old, Harry exclaimed, exuding a sense of exasperation. Within the Potter ancestral home, there was little conversation, save for a cadre of elderly men and portraits, including his grandfather, the renowned potions master, Fleamont Potter. Yet, these old fellows were busy assigning tasks to the soon-to-be student Harry. I don't care. You must produce 10 or 8 offspring to rejuvenate the family, regardless of the circumstances. The Weasleys, Parkinsons, Malfoys, and Blacks must leave their legacy. Your father could not achieve this, but you must shoulder the responsibility of the Potter family. Furthermore, you must confront the mysterious one. What shall become of the Potter lineage should anything unfortunate befall you? The scene resembled a family gathering during the new year, where the elders pressurized the younger generation into marriage. Harry found it difficult to restrain his criticism of these antiquated individuals, He was not yet 10 years old, and the very notion of contemplating marriage and parenthood seemed utterly absurd. Yet, deep within, he could empathize with their perspective. They regarded this child as the hope of the Potter lineage. Flemmont Potter imparted his lifelong knowledge of potion making, all the while jesting. That scoundrel James, always preoccupied with Quidditch, never bothered to master the family trade. Fortunately, your mother possessed exceptional talent in potions. It was Lily who managed the family business. Upon hearing this, Harry nodded fervently. He remained perplexed by the allure of Quidditch, a sport that seemed akin to a raucous pastime, while the true essence of a wizard's power lay in magic and knowledge. Having thoroughly perused the potion books purchased from the Leaky Cauldron, and with the guidance of his ancestor, he had already mastered the art of brewing standard potions in his cauldron. This surpasses other young wizards by a considerable margin. Certain specialized methods for handling materials were also imparted to him by Flemmont. Just as Harry had completed his potion, Narl appeared before him and respectfully announced, "Young master, there is a half-blood giant outside wishing to celebrate your birthday. He is a friend of the master, named Rubeus Hagrid." Rubeus Hagrid? Harry paused momentarily, surprised that he would encounter this amiable fellow even after having left the Dursleys. "He is my guest. Please allow him to enter." Harry granted permission. Before long, a towering figure stepped through the threshold of Harry's home. His parents had a rather favorable attitude towards Hagrid, and Narl had met him as well. "Harry, I am delighted to see you. The last time I held you, you were but a tiny infant," Hagrid exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In a sense, this was not his first visit to the Potter residence. "You are?" Harry feigned confusion. "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "This is a cake I made for you," Hagrid said, sheepishly scratching his head. His abundant hair made him appear somewhat aged, and he held a small pink umbrella in one hand. Upon receiving the cake he had personally crafted, Harry opened the exquisite little gift. Thick cream adorned the top, and the message "Happy Birthday" was misspelled. Truly, it bore Hagrid's signature charm. "Thank you. Would you like something to drink? I can have Narl prepare something for you." Harry smiled at Hagrid, feeling a warm fondness for this gentle giant. "How about some butterbeer?" Hagrid inquired. "Well, that would require a trip to the pub. I can prepare you a cup of weak tea instead." Harry winked. The Potter household was not particularly well stocked at the moment, and Harry rarely indulged in alcohol. "That's perfectly fine. I'm not particular," Hagrid replied, clearly accustomed to visiting the Potter home and gradually growing more familiar with Harry. Hogwarts is the finest school of magic in the world, and Dumbledore is the greatest wizard and headmaster. The White Wizard, upon closer inspection, reveals a dark essence. He muttered a few words of resentment towards Dumbledore, seeking revenge for the old man as perceived betrayal. "I had previously lived in a Muggle household, largely oblivious to such matters," Harry explained. He refrained from disclosing the truth to Hagrid. There was little merit in confiding such sentiments to a fervent admirer of Dumbledore. Moreover, it was undeniable that Dumbledore had indeed rescued Hagrid, safeguarding him during the Chamber of Secrets incident in his capacity as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. The imposing figure cast a glance at Harry and inquired, "Harry, have you yet procured your wand?" "Indeed. My wand is currently being crafted and will require 2 days for completion. A wizard cannot function without a wand in the realm of magic. A wandless sorcerer is utterly incapacitated," Hagrid admonished. Subsequently, Harry transitioned from the topic of wands to recounting his past life at the Dursleys. Upon hearing of Harry's plight, Hagrid appeared to be utterly incensed. "How could they treat you so? You are the son of James," he exclaimed, his indignation apparent as he puffed out his beard. "I too have just moved away from the Dursleys." Stirring his cup of tea and milk with a spoon to achieve a perfect blend, Harry squinted and posed his next question. "I am quite curious, Hagrid, who informed you of my current residence?" "Why, it was none other than Professor Dumbledore." The reticent Hagrid spoke fluently the name of the headmaster. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of realization flickered in Harry's eyes. Indeed, this old fellow was still intent on employing that nurturing strategy. It was likely that half the reason for Hagrid's visit was to engage in some mental persuasion. After conversing for some time, Hagrid glanced at his pocket watch and hastily rose to his feet. "Time's up. I must head to Gringotts to retrieve something for Dumbledore." "Retrieve something?" Harry squinted. "Yes, this is Hogwarts' utmost secret. I must take my leave." Hagrid departed from the Potter residence and mounted his beloved motorcycle at the door. Presumably, it was that enigmatic Philosopher's Stone. However, Harry was indeed quite curious about this stone, as it possessed the ability to grant immortality. The Philosopher's Stone could prolong life. Yet the cost was the gradual erosion of emotions and the loss of the senses. To be unable to experience the joy of living was a torment far worse than actual death. Nevertheless, the allure of immortality held little significance for me. The stone possessed some research value. A half-blood could indeed be an immortal being, allowing him to remain ageless for centuries. The magical essence coursing through his veins was no trifling matter. Moreover, every individual who lived for an extended period was a cunning old fox. Once Nicholas Flamel had prepared ample elixirs of immortality for himself, he entrusted the final philosopher's stone to Dumbledore for safekeeping. The alchemist had lived enough. Yet no one believed that he was devoid of any magical stones. It was nearly time for me to attend school. Harry gazed towards the horizon. Hogwarts, the enchanted institution, awaited him. Chapter 9, The Hogwarts Express. In recent days, Ollivander has dispatched the wand to Potter Manor via Owl Post. Upon unsealing the package, a slender wand, as pristine as jade, came into view, with faint, glimmering golden patterns subtly adorning its length, exuding an air of sophistication. Dear Mr. Potter, it is my honor to craft for you an extraordinary wand. The core comprises your own blood and hair, while the shaft is fashioned from exquisite jade sourced from an ancient eastern land. This wand is both powerful and regal. I implore you to treat it with the utmost care. Accompanying the wand was a letter. As Harry grasped the wand, an ethereal connection surged from it to the back of his head. It felt as though the wand nestled in his palm had become an extension of his very limbs. And with a sudden flourish, he declared, "Disarm." He unleashed a disarming charm. Unlike the usual pang associated with other wands, the magical energy flowed effortlessly from within him into the wand, as natural as the flow of water. The most remarkable virtue of this wand lies in its unwavering loyalty. Even if someone were to purloin Harry's wand, they would be incapable of wielding its power. He discreetly stowed the wand within his sleeve, ensuring it could be drawn forth at a moment's notice. At this juncture, Harry had donned his Hogwarts robe, though lacking a house emblem. His chest bore only a shield emblazoned with the letter H. "Shrink swiftly," he commanded, as the wand tapped lightly upon the luggage. These items had transformed from a large trunk to the size of a palm, easily stowable in Harry's pocket. The duration of the spell was prolonged, contingent upon his magical strength. Time was of the essence. He commanded Nalder to take him to the train station. With a familiar pop of apparition, Harry found himself at King's Cross Station in an instant. His golden eyes scanned the surroundings, detecting a distinct magical aura between platforms 9 and 10. It was evident that this was the elusive platform 9 3/4 of the Hogwarts Express. At that moment, the station was gradually filling with travelers, and Harry merely adjusted his attire before stepping inside. Crossing through the door, he entered a concealed train station nestled within the crevice. The crimson train, emblazoned with Hogwarts Express, billowed steam as numerous wizarding parents bid farewell to their children embarking on their educational journey. "You are a Longbottom. Always remember that," the grandmother admonished sternly, guiding a somewhat pudgy boy named Neville Longbottom with her wand. The renowned sword of Gryffindor. In a certain sense, the prophesied child did not solely refer to Harry. Neville too was born on that fateful day. However, Voldemort chose Harry, leading to the latter's miraculous survival when the killing curse rebounded. This left Harry momentarily perplexed. With even a single pistol in hand, a wizard would never dare to be so audacious. "Hello, Neville." Hermione greeted him. "Good afternoon, Hermione." The somewhat plump boy was rather shy, yet under the watchful gaze of his grandmother, he managed to greet Hermione. This caused Mrs. Longbottom to quietly sigh. The more Neville acted this way, the more the elder worried about his situation at school. "Aren't you getting on the train?" Harry inquired. Upon seeing Harry, Hermione eagerly greeted him. "It's you, Harry. I still have some luggage I haven't brought up." Beside her were numerous bags and suitcases. "Shrink quickly," Harry exclaimed, tapping his wand. Instantly, all the luggage transformed into a size that fit comfortably in Hermione's palm. "What a splendid shrinking charm." "And you are?" Mrs. Longbottom asked. "Harry Potter." "My goodness. You are the boy who lived. No wonder you could defeat him. You are the hope of many," Mrs. Longbottom exclaimed, filled with excitement. She pulled Neville closer and pointed at Harry, presenting him as if he were a model child. "This is Harry Potter. You should learn more from others." "Hello. I am Harry Potter." Neville Longbottom. Under the pressure of his grandmother, Neville reluctantly introduced himself. Glancing at the time, Harry noted they had only 10 minutes before departure. "It's getting late. We should board the train." With that, he entered the Hogwarts Express and guided Neville and Hermione to a compartment. He thought to himself that this time he wouldn't be alone in a compartment. Surely, Ron Weasley, one of the main characters, wouldn't come looking for him. However, Harry soon discovered a rather unsettling fact. Sitting in the adjacent compartment were none other than Malfoy and Cassandra. "It's Harry Potter," Malfoy whispered. "I know," Cassandra rolled her eyes. as if it were impossible not to recognize him. The golden-haired girl cast a glance at Harry, who was accompanied by Hermione, feeling a twinge of discontent within her. Neville was busily organizing his belongings, while both Hermione and Harry had taken out the books they had purchased from Flourish and Blots. There is nothing more delightful than reading on a train. By the way, system, did I not have one card draw opportunity left from last time? Indeed. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? Yes, let us begin. Some individuals appeared to be engrossed in their reading, while in reality, they were engaged in drawing cards. This time, the luck with the cards was rather poor. The highest rarity was even a mere blue card. With the pointer spinning and finally resting on its back. Just use the spell, he thought, feeling there was little left to say. It was impossible for every card draw to be successful, a truth he understood well. However, Harry felt a twinge of curiosity. The train should have departed by now. Shouldn't Ron, the member of the trio, have received a card draw opportunity as a reward from the system? Just as Harry pondered this, a figure pulled open the door to their compartment, revealing the signature red hair that unmistakably identified him. Ron Weasley. Harry slapped his forehead. The plot indeed possessed a certain magic, allowing Ron to find this carriage. All the other compartments are full. May I join you? The boy appeared somewhat awkward. Please, come in, Harry replied nonchalantly. Ronald Weasley, you are ruining my good fortune. Poor Ron had just met Harry for the first time and already sensed the hero's disdain. Now seated, he felt somewhat out of place. I'm Ron Weasley. What are your names? After a round of introductions, they gradually became acquainted. Neville remained his reticent self, reluctant to speak much. Having lived in the magical world, Hermione often engaged in conversation with Ron. Harry, however, did not lift his eyelids, disinterested in conversation. He hoped to remain undisturbed until they reached Hogwarts. My toad, Trevor is missing, Neville exclaimed in a panic. Ah, how could I have forgotten? Harry thought, wishing he could vanish. This was the first encounter of the trio from Gryffindor, and Hermione's presence in the compartment was due to Neville losing his pet. Yet, despite his appearance, the toad was still lost, a testament to the fact that Neville's invisible frog had a penchant for escapism. Neville, when was the last time you saw it? Harry inquired. Before I said hello to Hermione, I checked on it. If my grandmother finds out, I will surely be scolded. Neville was on the verge of tears. The once timid and reckless boy was now in a state of panic. The future sword master of Gryffindor was merely a frightened little wizard, yet to be sorted into a house. Hermione, feeling a surge of compassion, rose and volunteered. As a friend, I shall help you find Trevor. I believe Harry and Ron will assist too, won't you? At her imploring gaze, both Harry and Ron could only nod in agreement. The group searched the compartment thoroughly, yet found no trace of the missing creature. Let us split up and inquire in each carriage, Hermione suggested as she stepped out of the compartment. Ron, seeing her determination, had no choice but to follow suit, showcasing the characteristic warmth of Gryffindor. Although Harry possessed the ability to conjure objects with the summoning charm, it was not simply a matter of calling out a name for items to come flying to him. This matter must be connected to you. Prolonged association has likely imbued you with a hint of its magical essence. You probably have an inkling of the areas where remote summoning spells may be invoked. Otherwise, Voldemort could easily launch a meteorite and lay siege to Hogwarts. The elusive invisibility unique to magical creatures poses quite a dilemma. Harry furrowed his brow. The Longbottom family had specifically chosen a pet for Neville, partly due to the boy's reckless nature, and also because this particular toad could, from time to time, vanish from sight. He decided to adopt the same rather simplistic approach as Hermione and search elsewhere. Just as he stepped out, a commotion caught his attention. Not far from the compartment, Ron and Hermione had opened a door, each inquiring in turn. With his fiery hair and the family's worn robes, how could the Weasley family afford an invisible frog? Ron, confronted by the open door, was met with a scornful remark. The individual standing there, with impeccably slick platinum blonde hair, exuded an air of entitlement. He was none other than Draco Malfoy. Malfoy, what did you say? Ron's expression darkened. With such distinct features, it was impossible for Ron not to recognize him. I'm referring to you. I can tell you belong to the Weasley clan, a family devoid of any honor. Malfoy's eyes brimmed with disdain, as he had never regarded the Weasley family as anything of worth. Upon encountering a member of the Malfoy family, Ron's demeanor soured. Given the historically fraught relations between the two families, particularly the animosity between his father and the current head of the Malfoy family, Lucius, to liken the relationship between the Weasleys and the Malfoys to fire and water would be a rather conservative assessment. Our friend has lost a pet. I came to inquire if you have seen it, Hermione interjected, swiftly pulling Ron back to defuse the escalating tension. Upon recognizing her, Draco swallowed nervously. The psychological shadows from their previous encounter at Ollivander's wand shop lingering in his mind. He deliberately peered outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of Harry. This statement elicited a frown from Cassandra, who stood beside Malfoy. She lifted her head and remarked, "My dear young lady, no one here would abandon their pet." The somewhat tall girl among the young wizards fixed her gaze upon Hermione's eyes with an air of superiority. "If you are so compassionate, I would suggest you offer your prayers for the creatures that have been transformed into potions." This time, she is indeed the aggrieved party. Even Harry, in this place, cannot reprimand her. Hermione gazed at the young woman with golden curls, whose deep green eyes sparkled with intensity, adorned in a tasteful deep green ensemble. She wore delicate white silk gloves that complemented her attire. This distinctive shade of green, if viewed through the lens of a second grader, unmistakably signifies Slytherin. "Let us refrain from further discussions with them and seek answers elsewhere," Ron interjected. Cassandra's family, the Whirls, did not subscribe to the ideology of blood purity, nor did he wish to cultivate enmity. "Such an attitude is utterly appalling," Hermione muttered. "You meddle in others' affairs yet dare to criticize our demeanor." At her words, Miss Whirl struggled to maintain her composure, casting a fleeting glance at Ron beside her. "Mr. Weasley, though I am reluctant to utter this, I sincerely hope you and this meddlesome young lady are sorted into Gryffindor, lest we cross paths in the future." With that, Cassandra retorted and slammed the door shut. Faced with the closed door, Ron could only shrug, his expression one of resignation as he looked at Hermione. The young girl's face was a portrait of indignation, resembling a feisty little lion, yet she was unable to unleash her fury. Draco, visibly excited, regarded Cassandra with an expression rife with admiration. "At last, they have reclaimed the dignity lost at the wand shop. Do not misunderstand me, Draco, it was merely the incessant annoyance of that Gryffindor lion. However, we have yet to be sorted," Draco muttered. Witnessing Draco's demeanor, Cassandra felt a surge of frustration. She truly wondered what Uncle Lucius had imparted to this cousin of hers. Such a disposition unmistakably belonged to a reckless Gryffindor. No other house would welcome such foolishness. "Oh, I had forgotten. They refer to such foolishness as courage. The first-year wizard sought to trace the whereabouts of the invisible toad." "Ha!" Cassandra scoffed. If Neville's pet harbored affection for its master, it would return to him no matter where it wandered. The ability of an invisible toad surpasses even that of the disillusionment charm. How could they possibly locate it? After searching outside for a considerable time, Hermione and Ron could only return to the compartment, utterly dejected. "I'm sorry, Neville. We couldn't find your toad," Hermione apologized. "It's all right. We'll be changing into our robes soon. It will be quite cold upon our arrival at Hogwarts." Since his friends had exerted such effort, Neville could only acquiesce. Soon, the atmosphere within the compartment lightened once more as the young wizards engaged in casual conversation about their daily lives. The train continued its journey forward. Approaching the realm of magic, golden reflections danced upon the window as Harry fixated on the scenery outside. "Voldemort, let me witness your power," Harry thought. The savior of the magical world, the boy who lived, had finally arrived at Hogwarts. Chapter 11. Arrival at school. The English night was somewhat chilly as the train gradually came to a stop at the platform. The platform appeared aged, as if it had not been renovated in decades. A tall figure holding a lantern waved to greet the new students. "Students, we have arrived. Remember to disembark." His voice boomed. The spotlight in his hand illuminated the dimly lit platform, casting a bright glow. He then turned towards the students adorned with the H-shield emblem, calling out, "First-year newcomers, follow me. The rest may proceed to the school on their own. Come on, don't be shy, children. This is all due to the entrance ceremony for the first-year students at Hogwarts. They must journey to the shores of the Black Lake and traverse its waters by boat to reach Hogwarts, experiencing the historical foundation upon which the school was established. Upon gliding across the lake, the students gaze up to behold the magnificent castle, its stone facade aglow under the moonlight, radiating grandeur and majesty. The occasional calls from the surrounding woods serve as a reminder that this is a perilous location. This is attributed to the four founders, who, after enduring the witch hunts, chose this site as a sanctuary for a magical institution, nurturing the next generation of wizards. It was precisely from the shores of the Black Lake that they embarked on their journey to Hogwarts, a fact chronicled in the annals of the school's history. Hermione persistently elucidates to her classmates the reasons behind these traditions. It comes as no surprise that the young witch, eager to avoid appearing too far behind, purchased a plethora of magical tomes from the Leaky Cauldron, ostensibly to enhance her knowledge beyond the curriculum. Regrettably, most of those volumes proved to be of little utility. Harry mused, recalling his own misguided experiences with such literature. The majority of the texts resembled whimsical collections of fantasy tales, offering no guidance on how to wield magic. The officially sanctioned magical curriculum, in its descriptions, was even more esoteric, resembling instructions that suggested one simply needed to feel it and then, with a spirited hey-ho, would unleash magic, leaving one utterly perplexed. "All right, young wizards, we have arrived," Hagrid bellowed, swinging open the grand entrance of Hogwarts and ushering a throng of first years through the back door. Ascending the internal staircase of the castle, a figure awaited the newcomer's arrival. She was none other than Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House. Behind the professor stood a grand hall filled with students, ranging from the 2nd to the 6th grade, with only the first-year students yet to arrive. These newcomers were about to officially enter Hogwarts, but first, they were to partake in the ceremonial sorting. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Soon, you shall pass through this door to join your fellow classmates. But before you take your seats, the school must assign you to your respective houses. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin," Professor McGonagall introduced. Harry raised an eyebrow, indifferent towards the concept of houses. According to Dumbledore's usual practices, he would undoubtedly be placed in Gryffindor. During their time at school, the house would essentially become their home. Good behavior would earn points for the house, while rule violations would result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score would win the House Cup, a simple rule indeed. Notably, Slytherin had won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. Following the narrative, the cunning Dumbledore would surely create an opportunity for his chosen savior, ensuring Gryffindor's victory and thwarting Slytherin's ambition for a 7th win. However, for Harry, such matters were inconsequential. He was genuinely there to learn magic. "Cassandra, what house do you think you will be sorted into?" she asked with a hint of playful intrigue. "I'm uncertain. Isn't it all up to the sorting hat?" Harry replied. Cassandra's presence always instilled an inexplicable pressure within him. Though undeniably beautiful, her aura was overwhelmingly commanding. The girls surrounding her appeared to shrink back, feeling inadequate in her presence. "Shall we place a wager? I believe you will end up in Slytherin," she suggested. "No. Harry would never be sorted into Slytherin. After all, Voldemort hailed from there," Ron interjected. His remark unmistakably implied that all Slytherins were merely aspiring Death Eaters, inciting discontent among the pureblood families, considering that true pureblood wizards constituted a mere fraction of the wizarding population. The majority were either half-blood or pureblood, meaning at least one parent was a wizard. Intrigued, Harry asked, "How much shall we wager?" 5 galleons, she declared. Agreed. He retrieved 5 gleaming galleons from his pocket, placing them into Cassandra's hand. Their eyes met briefly, and Harry smiled. "If I do not end up in Slytherin, you owe me 10 galleons. Fear not. I can afford it. Will you be placing a bet as well, Mr. Weasley?" she added, casting a glance at Ron. His face flushed crimson. But he knew he could not produce 5 galleons, thus refraining from further conversation. Moments later, Professor McGonagall ushered the first-year students inside, where they formed a long line before the sorting hat. Harry squinted at the individuals seated at the front, with the headmaster, Dumbledore, in the center. And to his right sat the Slytherin head of house, Potions Master Severus Snape. Snape appeared rather brooding, his hawk-like nose and deep-set eyes surveying the students below, though his gaze flickered toward Harry. Yet, what captured Harry's attention more was the presence of Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, whose head was swathed in numerous layers of cloth, emanating a distinct odor of garlic. Quirrell, Voldemort, Harry mused. In his mind's eye, the man exuded an aura of foreboding, his disguise utterly unconvincing. Surely, Dumbledore could not be oblivious to such poor pretense. "What a peculiar penchant for fostering courage you possess, Dumbledore," he continued to ruminate, turning his gaze toward Professor Snape, whose hair, as described in the original text, appeared exceedingly greasy. "The reason this fellow neglects to wash his hair, is it truly due to the Porter family's sale of shampoo? If it weren't for the potential awkwardness of the inquiry, he would have considered asking Snape directly." Professor McGonagall picked up the list in her hand and addressed all the students. "Next, when I call your name, please come forward and take a seat. The sorting hat will determine your house." Hannah Abbott, a plump girl, made her way to the seat, and the sorting hat was placed upon her head. The somewhat weathered hat suddenly seemed to come alive, emitting a voice tinged with age. "Oh, my dear girl, I believe you belong in Hufflepuff." Chapter 12, The Sorting Ceremony. Hannah Abbott, with her surname beginning with A, was undeniably the first to be called. Harry, with a surname starting with P, naturally found himself further down the line. Hermione Granger, Professor McGonagall announced. Upon hearing her name, Hermione felt a surge of anxiety as she slowly made her way to the seat, murmuring to herself, "Just relax, it's merely a hat." It was rather charming, causing Harry to stifle a chuckle. Noticing his gaze fixed on Hermione, Cassandra felt an unbidden anger rise within her. With a sharp huff, she startled Draco, who briefly feared he had provoked his cousin. At that moment, Malfoy felt a wave of apprehension. If he were not sorted into Slytherin, would he have to leave the school? Ah, splendid. Gryffindor. Unsurprisingly, the sorting hat placed Hermione into Gryffindor House. The cheerful little witch bounded to the Gryffindor table, warmly welcomed by the Academy. Draco cast a glance at Cassandra and muttered, "How precise." Cassandra Ray, the poised young lady, captivated the attention of all as she entered, exuding the grace of nobility with every step, seated as if she were a queen unable to refuse warm hospitality. Slytherin. The sorting hat offered this judgment almost instantly. She tilted her chin and patted her white silk gloves, slightly disdainful of the hat's dirtiness. Cassandra gracefully made her way to Slytherin, where she was welcomed by the esteemed Ray family. Ron Weasley took his seat with a look of hope. If he were sorted into Slytherin, he would undoubtedly be cast out by his family. Arthur and Molly Weasley were not known for their leniency. Another Weasley. I knew where you belonged, Gryffindor. Upon hearing this verdict, Ron was overjoyed, removing the sorting hat and making his way to the Gryffindor table. His brothers, Fred and George, had been waiting for him, and no one was surprised by Ron's placement in Gryffindor. Instead, it was his elder brother Percy Weasley's reaction that seemed rather subdued. Draco Malfoy, the platinum-haired young aristocrat, took his turn, and the sorting hat proclaimed his house without even touching his head. Slytherin. He happily dashed to the Slytherin table, while Ron lowered his voice to whisper to Neville beside him, "All those Death Eaters came from Slytherin. That house is full of dark wizards." In his words, he glanced at Harry, hoping the savior would not be sorted into Slytherin. "Harry Potter," Professor McGonagall announced. Merely uttering this name quieted the bustling hall, as all eyes turned curiously to the newcomer, eager to witness the legendary savior. Dumbledore leaned forward, the glimmer of magic shimmering behind his thick glasses. He adjusted his wizarding robes, and Harry casually walked to the front. The lightning-shaped scar on his forehead was somewhat obscured by his hair, and his golden eyes scanned the hall. "I wager he is the most handsome first year I have ever seen," a girl remarked. Professor McGonagall gently placed the sorting hat on his head for the sorting ceremony. After a pause, Harry heard nothing. "Damn it, is this a mental block? I can't read anything," a voice exclaimed. However, Harry had not actively defended against the sorting hat at all. Ding. Automatically shielding the host from all mental attacks to prevent the acquisition of system information. "But how can I be sorted like this?" Harry asked the system helplessly. The system detected the host's request and began to obscure its existence, outputting a simulation. "The process was complete. You may release the defense now." The system was quite considerate, providing the sorting hat with a fabricated yet not entirely false message. Such talent, such lineage. The sorting hat was momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, it still wished to respect Harry's personal choice. "Child, where do you wish to go? Isn't it already decided for me?" he retorted to the sorting hat. From the very beginning, Dumbledore had not ceased his magical output. No, you must understand. Although he is the headmaster, the rules of sorting were established by the 4 founders, and no one can break them." Upon finishing this statement, the sorting had opened its mouth wide and announced Harry Potter's sorting result. "Slytherin." Before Harry could recover from the shock, it added languidly, "I was once the headmaster. I believe Salazar would welcome you. So, you are Godric Gryffindor." As Professor McGonagall removed the sorting hat from Harry's head, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. A piece of candy slipped from Dumbledore's hand, confusion filling the eyes of the greatest wizard of the century, for the sorting hat had disregarded his command. Meanwhile, the liquid in Snape's goblet spilled onto his trousers. Yet, they remained still, profoundly stunned, for the revelation was simply too astonishing. Harry Potter and Slytherin. What a sensational piece of news this is. Even the Oracle Daily would hastily pin 3 extensive articles upon its arrival, and the wizarding community would be informed of this news by the following day, gracing the headlines of various publications and allowing the subject to relish in a moment of fame once more. How could this be possible? The sorting hat must surely be malfunctioning. Ron found this reality utterly unacceptable. Not only Ron, But even Draco, dining at the Slytherin table, struggled to comprehend the situation. Who would dare join Slytherin? Malfoy felt as though his life had plunged into darkness. Would his standing within Slytherin not become exceedingly awkward? Even as Harry took a seat at the Slytherin table, many remained in a state of disbelief. I knew you would eventually join Slytherin. We are of the same ilk, Cassandra remarked. It seems I have lost 5 galleons. Harry conceded. Who could have anticipated that the Sorting Hat held the essence of Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders? It was only logical that Dumbledore could not force the sorting, given the legendary stature of the wizard. No wonder in the original text, Gryffindor's sword could be drawn. It was indeed held by the man himself. It remains to be seen whether you will lose the position of head, Cassandra provocatively stated. I do not believe I will falter, Harry retorted, casting a glance at her. Neither do I. Chapter 13. Another golden card ding. A plot point has been altered, granting you a card draw opportunity. Do you wish to proceed with the draw? The familiar voice of the system echoed, as Harry had anticipated. Having been sorted into Slytherin, the narrative had undergone a significant transformation. It was only fitting that the system would play a role. Let us draw now, Harry silently resolved. Given the probabilities of the draw, he had not harbored grand expectations. Suddenly, 6 shimmering golden cards floated out from the deck, invigorating Harry with excitement. Could he be drawing a golden card once again? As expected, the pointer halted on the back of a golden card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the spell card, Fire Shield, now integrated into your abilities. The front of the card gradually revealed itself, depicting Grindelwald at the center, encircled by surging blue flames. His loyal followers would remain unscathed, while betrayers would be reduced to ashes. This card embodies the prowess of the original Dark Lord. Should I unleash this ability, Dumbledore would react as if he were encountering an old flame, Harry mused. Name: Harry James Potter. Gender: male. Race: Dragonkin, half-blood. Status: savior of the wizarding world. Abilities: Word Spirit, golden. Fire Shield, golden. Disarmament spell, purple. Parseltongue, purple. Freezing spell, blue. Evaluation: one must concede that your current strength has begun to garner the attention of elite aurors. Had Grindelwald been alive, he would have eagerly welcomed you as a follower, recognizing your innate talent. Yet, if you aspire to stand alongside them, harnessing the advantages of your lineage would be prudent first. Slytherin, the legacy of the original Dark Lord. Does he aspire to be the 3rd Dark Lord? Confronted with his attribute panel, Harry felt an odd sensation. The sorting ceremony, presided over by Professor McGonagall, concluded swiftly, and each young wizard was assigned to their respective houses. It wasn't until the ceremony's end that Snape and Dumbledore processed the shocking reality of Harry being sorted into Slytherin. After confirming that Harry was seated at the Slytherin table rather than Gryffindor's, they reluctantly accepted this new truth. You had better explain to me what it means to grow up in a Muggle family, the old bat seethed. Severus, I believe there must be some sort of mistake. Dumbledore replied. An error? Snape thought of tipping the cup directly over the old bee's head. The very notion of a Potter in Slytherin was utterly revolting. Even if he were Lily's son. Dumbledore rapped the silver goblet on the table, producing a clear, ringing sound. All students turned their attention to the headmaster, eager to hear his address. This term, there are several new points of note, particularly for our first-year students. It is strictly prohibited for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. That is a perilous place. Additionally, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind everyone that the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor is also off-limits. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, do not venture into these areas. The students nodded in agreement. The 3rd floor restriction was a fresh decree, even for upperclassmen. After announcing these points, he tapped his cup once more, gestured welcomingly, and proclaimed, I hereby declare the feast to commence. Through the magic of house elves, the previously barren tables were suddenly laden with an abundance of food. The famished children immediately began to feast heartily. The number of house elves at Hogwarts is truly remarkable, Harry reflected. This is a legacy of the First Wizarding War, when the dominant faction was the Black family. The First Wizarding War? For Harry, this was an unfamiliar term, rarely mentioned by wizards in their tales, as its mention inevitably intersected with Voldemort. Few dared to bring it up. After all, Dumbledore had never shown compassion towards other magical beings. He did nothing to alter the status quo of house elf enslavement. For even the greatest white wizard of the century was bound to serve the interests of human wizards. Dumbledore's struggle against the Dark Lord coincided with a time when the Ministry of Magic, under Voldemort's regime, was purging bloodlines internally while expanding its reach externally. incorporating numerous dark creatures. Most of these house elves arrived at Hogwarts during that period, as explained by a girl named Pansy. Pansy Parkinson hailed from a traditional pureblood family. The foundations of blood purity were tenuous. Magical beings were not the sole source of wizards, as even muggles could experience ancestral awakenings, with some individuals discovering their magical abilities. Despite the consensus within the magical community that Voldemort was malevolent and grotesque, a segment still found some alignment with him, for during his reign, the interests of the wizarding population were indeed safeguarded. Tom, who did not seek immortality, could still be considered a competent ruler, but in later years, he devolved into sheer madness. As for the Black family, it reminded Harry of his nominal godfather, Sirius Black, who was still enduring the torment of Dementors in Azkaban. Evoking sympathy, did this mean that the Black family had no heirs left? Harry pondered. Indeed, theoretically, the Black family had only one heir, but Regulus Black had no descendants. And with Sirius in Azkaban, there was no longer a Black from Slytherin. They had once held the position of Hogwarts headmaster. Pansy remarked. Alas, such a once mighty lineage had now declined, with Sirius even being disowned by the family. The Sacred 28, a title once brimming with honor, had become a relic of the past, thoroughly suppressed by Dumbledore's iron-fisted methods. Harry took a sip of his lukewarm tea, a glint of cunning appearing in his eyes. Perhaps these pureblood families could be of use to me, he mused. However, this was contingent upon these foolish individuals relinquishing their pureblood ideology. Targeting this generation of Slytherins would undoubtedly be the most prudent starting point, and with that thought, Harry directed his gaze towards the Slytherins at the table. Upon noticing the Savior's gaze upon them, many from Death Eater households instinctively averted their eyes, for their families had once been adversaries of the Potter family, and now they were forced to coexist within the same house. Particularly Draco, who had directly felt Harry's oppressive presence, dared not meet his gaze. "Freshmen, follow me. I shall escort you back to the dormitories," declared a senior. He was the head of Slytherin House, and also the current student president of Hogwarts, though this title was more honorary than authoritative. Chapter 14. Head boy selection. The head of the house led a group of freshmen to their dormitory assignments. A long-standing tradition at Hogwarts. Unlike the student president, who represented the whole school, the head of each house was chosen independently by the house members without the need for the headmaster's appointment, enjoying significant prestige among students. Voldemort himself had once been the head of Slytherin, renowned and illustrious. The Slytherin dormitories were situated beneath the Black Lake, within Hogwarts dungeons, dark and damp. The common room, separated by glass, offered glimpses of the creatures that leisurely swam in the lake, providing a unique ambience. "All right, gather here," he called out. "First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Reston Selwyn, the head of Slytherin. Many harbor prejudices against us. Remember, we emerge from the mire. We crave power. We are filled with ambition. We are formidable and composed. We maintain our elegance and poise. We never regret. We are Slytherin." Harry regarded the speaker with a cold gaze, observing as he indoctrinated the students with the tenets of Slytherin. This is not merely the ideology of Voldemort, but rather the philosophy of Slytherin himself. Were he to rally these Slytherins against Voldemort, it would indeed be the most marvelous occurrence in the world. The young serpents gazed with eyes full of admiration, their beliefs deeply ingrained from an early age, and Cassandra puffed out her chest in agreement with such sentiments. They are the proud Slytherins, champions of the strong, the radiant morning stars. After introducing the house, one would typically proceed to assign dormitories to the new students, as is customary in other houses. However, Reston did not follow this tradition. Perhaps you are already aware, even before the commencement of the term, that we uphold a tradition distinctly different from that of other houses. In Slytherin, each year requires a leader, yet Professor Snape would never appoint one who is weak. Thus, you first years must select your own year leader. With that, he flicked his wand, and under the enchantment of transfiguration, a high platform began to rise. This is their arena for dueling, where wizards engage in combat until only one remains, who will then ascend to the position of Slytherin's first-year prefect. Each year at the commencement of the term, this ritual becomes the most exhilarating event within their college. Only those who attain the rank of prefect are permitted to contest for the title of chief. Yet you are still far from being worthy of such an honor. Reston smiled faintly, gesturing for the newcomers to commence. A group of upperclassmen encircled them, their wands poised and ready for action. The task of these individuals is to ensure that no lives are lost during the duel. However, What sort of spectacle can a group of fledgling combatants create? Those who are fortunate enough to join Slytherin undoubtedly harbor ambitions. They are all eager to step onto the stage and confront the harsh realities that await them. With fervor, they prepare to engage in battle. Their movements are clumsy. Their legs falter, and the young serpents begin to duel with the limited spells at their disposal. These incantations possess a mischievous nature, resembling the brawls of children. Some Muggle-born Slytherins hastily retreat, having yet to master the art of spell-casting and wand-waving. Stepping onto the dueling platform, a humiliating defeat, would be quite undesirable. However, such individuals are merely a minority. The vast majority of half-bloods or purebloods possess at least a couple of minor spells. Disarm. A red beam sliced through the air. One student was struck by the spell, causing their wand to slip from their grasp, and their body was sent flying backward. Landing below the platform meant the loss of their qualification, and the students below would assist in catching the fallen. Engaging in a duel with you hardly qualifies as a warm-up. Cassandra scoffed. She waved her wand, the magical aura shimmering along its length. The previous spell had indeed emanated from her hand. As a prodigious talent capable of mastering disarming spells, she found it effortless to best her peers. With spell after spell, the adversaries on the platform had been nearly vanquished. Harry remained at the edge, seemingly uninterested in stepping onto the stage. To be frank, he did not comprehend the purpose of such prankish combat. Before long, only two individuals remained on the platform. Draco, I advise you to step down, Cassandra urged. Opposite her stood her cousin, the platinum heir Draco Malfoy. Gripping his wand tightly, the pressure caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. He felt intimidated in the presence of his genius cousin. Gritting his teeth, he defiantly replied, I will not. He then waved his wand, aiming at Cassandra. Expelliarmus. Disarm. The prank-like incantation was no match for the power of the disarming charm. In the moment their magic clashed in the air, Draco's spell was utterly deflected. Struck by the disarming spell, his wand slipped from his grasp, and he fell from the platform, clearly losing the duel. Harry observed closely, noting that Cassandra's prowess was undoubtedly formidable, at least on par with a third or fourth-year student. It seems the Worrell family's foundation runs deep. He mused. I never expected a first-year prefect to be a girl with such remarkable strength, Reston remarked. Cassandra's spell strength was certainly at a level surpassing that of third-year students. He assessed that within 3 years, this girl would qualify to challenge for the position of head, yet Reston himself was already in 7th year. Ultimately, it would be the future head's misfortune, not his. The dueling platform now featured only Cassandra, prompting Reston to step forward. Then I declare, wait. Cassandra interrupted his announcement. The proud young girl regarded the head of her class with utter disdain, firmly believing that her innate talent would soon surpass his. She gently brushed her golden curls aside and cast her emerald gaze upon Harry, her eyes brimming with an indomitable spirit. You will duel me, or I shall forfeit the position of prefect, she declared. Why? Harry arched an eyebrow. Although he was prepared to lead Slytherin, he had no intention of accepting just anyone. Becoming a prefect would attract unwarranted adoration. Are you, who has triumphed over the Dark Lord, truly afraid to accept? She taunted. At this moment, all eyes of Slytherin were fixed upon the confrontation between Harry Potter and Cassandra. Even the usually indifferent headmaster Reston found himself astonished, as the most formidable first year had turned his attention to the savior. Aware of the scrutiny from the entire house, Harry realized that this battle was inescapable. Well then, the loser mustn't shed any tears, Harry jested. Who knows who will be crying? He added, just make sure you don't inform the professors. The brilliance of his golden eyes intensified, emanating a formidable aura from Harry's very being. The white wand was firmly grasped in his hand, as the golden and green irises locked in a gaze, seemingly capable of igniting a fierce spark. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 15, The Conclusion of the Battle. Disarm your weapon. Harry unleashed a spell. This is indeed his signature skill, the very technique employed in the original tale to vanquish Voldemort. Cassandra slightly inclined her body, evading the attack with grace. The spell ricocheted off the wall, striking an unfortunate soul below. Armored protection. The young girl, with remarkable swiftness, cast a shielding charm upon herself, a spell of considerable complexity. This left the group of seniors in awe, as Cassandra's talent evidently surpassed their expectations. Disarm. The crimson disarming spell was unleashed by Cassandra, while the azure freezing charm was cast by Harry. The two spells intertwined in the air, momentarily suspended in a fierce struggle. Soon, Beads of sweat began to form on Cassandra's brow, as Harry's immense magical power exerted unprecedented pressure upon her. Before long, she conceded, diverting her energy to evade. Whoosh! The freezing charm struck the flames, encasing that area in ice, further chilling the already damp and dreary common room, causing the young wizards to shiver involuntarily. Your dueling experience is quite impressive, Harry complimented. Even though her magical strength was inferior, she held her ground in battle, seizing opportunities to counterattack. Maintaining grace was a fundamental principle of Cassandra's dueling philosophy. Yet, confronted with a formidable opponent, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Disarm, disarm. They both simultaneously cast their spells, their incantations colliding. She skillfully utilized the clash of magic to deflect the attack, ensuring Harry's spell did not harm her. However, such maneuvers were not without their toll. Her stamina struggled to keep pace with the demands of the duel. The power of this fellow's spell is truly formidable. Is he really only 11 years old? In contrast, Harry seems hardly defensive. The spells strike him as if he were untouched. His formidable magical resistance, stemming from his lineage, instills him with a sense of invulnerability. In an effort to breach this shell-like defense, Cassandra is gathering her magical energy, preparing to unleash a more potent incantation. With a swift flick of her wand, a thunderous explosion erupts. A fiery shield envelopes her. Harry conjures a blazing inferno. The intense flames instantly elevate the temperature of the entire common room. And the older students immediately recognize this spell. How dare he? This is dark magic. The savior wields dark magic. This is undoubtedly an international jest. A group of senior Slytherin students, unable to restrain themselves, sought to intervene in the duel. Reston and his companions swiftly brandished their wands. No, Potter, that is fiendfire. They did not believe Harry would be able to control such a perilous flame. The blasting curse surged forth. Yet a fire shield preemptively interposed itself in the path of the spell. Fiendfire is not so easily tamed. The flames surged forward, poised to incinerate Cassandra entirely. This is the reason it is referred to as dark magic. It is incredibly difficult to extinguish a blaze of power. The essence of this magic is terrifying. It is Grindelwald's ability to deftly wield the fierce flames that instills such dread. This spell card grants Harry a similar prowess. Collect. With a swift motion of his wand, Harry drew the flames directly into it, standing tall and regal, akin to a sovereign amidst the inferno. His gaze fell upon his adversary, Cassandra Vole. Wow. Cassandra spat out a mouthful of blood. This is an excessive use of magic. Her golden hair cascaded down, rendering her unable to maintain grace in the dueling arena. Her exquisite cheeks lifted, appearing hauntingly beautiful even in injury. She struggled to support herself and gazed at Harry. I concede, you are indeed the stronger one now. With that, she tilted forward, collapsing. Harry dashed forward, cradling her form and handing her over to Pansy, imploring her to take good care of her. Reston, relieved that no grave incident had occurred, breathed a sigh of relief. Had anything gone awry under his watch, Professor Snape would surely have devoured him alive, even if this was a Slytherin tradition. But which first-year duel had ever reached such magnitude? Is there anyone else willing to challenge? Reston inquired loudly. No one answered him. The little snakes in the audience lowered their heads in unison. Each of them was acutely aware of Cassandra's formidable power, with many having been struck down by her spells. Yet, this powerful woman had succumbed to Harry. In light of the fact that this savior had vanquished Voldemort, who would dare challenge Harry any further? They all averted their gazes. Even Draco wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. Then I declare the head boy of the first years, Harry Potter. In this context, no Slytherin would be dissatisfied. Harry demonstrated sufficient strength, a power potent enough to lead the entire year. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the Prefect Club, said Reston. If possible, I actually would prefer not to. This will undoubtedly attract Dumbledore's scrutiny. However, you have succeeded. Initially, I believed it might have been a mistake by the Sorting Hat. Yet you are indeed a true Slytherin. As the head of Slytherin, he acknowledged Harry's standing. The Selwyn family, to which Reston belongs, is also a follower of Voldemort, yet he perceives in Harry the essence of the next generation Dark Lord. Such individuals are not content with mediocrity, of that one can be certain. If one wishes to aspire to the position of chief, it is advisable to express such intentions in the coming year. Thereafter, one must contend with the mundane affairs of the academy. In Reston's perspective, ascending to the role of chief is nearly a foregone conclusion. A wizard capable of wielding fierce flames would remain invincible in any duel. for even Aurors struggle to manage such fire effectively. I shall be prepared by then. Naturally, the respective prefects are granted certain privileges, such as the ability to select their own single dormitory, Reston remarked with a smile. Harry chuckled, for this was a benefit he had never experienced. Reflecting on the original Harry, who lived in Gryffindor yet faced constant misunderstanding, a savior without followers. Outside of the trio, there was not a single reliable ally. Gryffindor. To say it was a disbanded group would be an understatement. If one were to strip away the protagonist's aura, perhaps they would not even amount to a match for a Death Eater, rendering them a burden to Harry. After Voldemort's resurrection, they could only hide in fear. He was determined not to suffer the same fate as in the original tale. Pansy, once Cassandra awakens, do inform me. As you wish. Slytherin will always obey the strongest. Regardless of Harry's ambitions, they would support him unconditionally. This is the essence of Slytherin's strength. The Sorting Hat's assertion holds true. Slytherin will enable you to achieve greatness and reach the highest pinnacle. Draco, stop dawdling and come help. Chapter 16. Transfiguration is nothing short of absurd. Snape exclaimed in anger. In the headmaster's office, the old bat vented his frustrations while Dumbledore amused himself with the phoenix, Fawkes. Did you know? He has become the head of Slytherin's first year. A Potter. It's as if he has never been in the limelight in his life. There is no difference from his father. Professor Snape's tone slowed, each word dripping with irritation. As the son of Lily and the mortal enemy of Voldemort, such prominence was perilous, especially in Slytherin, a stronghold of Death Eater families. Severus, I need you to observe him. Harry is not as we imagine, Dumbledore explained. At this point, he could only rely on Snape, the head of Slytherin. I trust the esteemed headmaster must be aware that I harbor no fondness for Potter. He nearly spat, the thought of confronting a face so reminiscent of James Potter making him feel nauseous. Had Harry not been Lily's son, he would have ensured the boy experienced the harsh realities of life. I believe in you, Severus, Dumbledore said earnestly. Snape scoffed, his black robes billowing as he stormed from the office, students parting in fear along his path. No one wished to provoke an irate old bat. We must save Harry. How can he remain in Slytherin? Ron exclaimed to Hermione, particularly distressed to see Harry eating breakfast alone, with no one acknowledging him. He believed Harry must be isolated by Slytherin. But such was the Sorting Hat's decree, they could not alter it. If the little snakes heard this, they would surely protest. Who would dare isolate the leader of the first years? Moments later, Draco sat beside Harry and initiated conversation. What's wrong? Harry inquired, surprised. The platinum aristocrat, as long as he remained sane, exhibited relatively normal behavior. I just wanted to ask if you'll be joining us for the next Transfiguration class. After all, everyone needs you to lead. Oh, is that so? Harry paused, recalling that he had indeed entrusted Draco with these trivial matters the previous night. Transfiguration class, if memory served him right, was taught by Professor McGonagall, that aging cat lady. Missing her class would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, especially since the old professor clearly recognized him. Skipping class was out of the question. All right, let us go together then, Harry nodded. Before long, the entire Slytherin house gathered, rallying around Harry as they made their way to the classroom. This rendered the situation of the Serpent House transparent to the other colleges, clarifying the identity of the selected prefect. Ron and Hermione's expressions turned rather peculiar. Harry? Ron exclaimed in disbelief. I should have seen this coming, Hermione remarked, covering her face. The trio of Gryffindor, once formidable, now consisted solely of Ron and Hermione, bereft of their most pivotal member. Upon entering the classroom, a tabby British short-haired cat stood upright, its eyes resembling the patterned glasses of Professor McGonagall. Harry recognized her instantly. She was an animagus capable of transforming into a cat. Boss, how proficient are you in transfiguration? Draco inquired softly. Not particularly well. I do not excel in this subject, came the reply. This is indeed a profound truth. Transfiguration is an intricate discipline. On the surface, it appears to be the temporary alteration of matter through magical means, reshaping an object for a fleeting moment. However, on a deeper level, it involves the manipulation of physical laws through magic, reconstructing matter into new forms. The more advanced animagus transformation encompasses the very essence of life itself. Without a certain degree of insight, mastering this art proves to be quite challenging. It is splendid to see that you are all punctual on your first day at school. The cat at the podium leaped down, instantly reverting to human form. This is astonishing, Ron exclaimed. The debut of the head of Gryffindor House was nothing short of captivating. It is worth noting that Professor McGonagall is a master of transfiguration, officially registered as an animagus with the Ministry of Magic. Today, within the realm of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall is a renowned authority. Transfiguration is rooted in the wonders of magic and will soon become a significant component of your OWLS examinations, which will determine your eligibility for graduation, Professor McGonagall explained. She then waved her wand and gently tapped a matchstick on the table. Under the influence of her magic, the match slowly transformed into a silver needle adorned with intricate patterns. Your task for this lesson is to transform the matchstick into a silver needle. The marvel of transfiguration left many students awestruck. Even those born into pureblood families had rarely witnessed their parents performing transfiguration. In the magical world, the pinnacle masters of this art are none other than Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore's prowess in transfiguration is extraordinary, allowing him to transmute elements into living beings and command a fiery phoenix in combat. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that transfiguration is a fundamental skill for wizards. Vera Verdo, Harry murmured as he lightly touched the matchstick. Unfortunately, despite channeling a significant amount of magical energy, the match merely underwent a change in substance, transforming from an ordinary match into a silver one without achieving a true alteration in shape. Very well, Harry's match was the first to change. Slytherin gains 5 points. McGonagall declared proudly. When casting the spell, one must harness mental focus to shape the transformation, contemplating the composition of the match and altering it gradually. Do not release your magical energy too hastily. It must be said that Professor McGonagall is indeed a competent instructor. Under her guidance, Harry ultimately succeeded in his 4th attempt to transform the matchstick into a silver needle. Although it was somewhat crude, he nonetheless managed to achieve the transformation. Simultaneously, several classmates also succeeded in transforming their matchsticks into silver needles. While they may not possess Harry's formidable magical strength, their comparatively lesser magic allowed for greater control. Ironically, Harry, whose veins flowed with the magical essence of dragons, found it more challenging to regulate this power. This formidable force inherently possesses immense destructive power. Even the slightest mismanagement could lead to the annihilation of the very matter itself. It appears that I must delve deeply into the intricacies of transfiguration. Harry's forehead was already glistening with sweat. This is 1,000 times more unbearable than forcing him to duel. James, Sirius, and Lupin are all animagi. Logically, his talent for transfiguration should not be lacking. What is the next class? Harry inquired. Draco glanced at the schedule and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. It is Professor Snape's potions class, my godfather's course, Draco stated. Harry raised an eyebrow. According to the narrative, this old bat would likely begin to torment him in the upcoming lesson. However, he is now a Slytherin. Could Snape still deduct points from his own house? Chapter 17, The Repugnant Old Bat. The potions classroom is located in the basement, exuding a certain chill and dampness. The lesson was attended by both Gryffindor and Slytherin, with Harry fortuitously seated in the middle. To his left were Hermione and Ron, while Draco occupied the seat to his right. Harry, how have you been lately? Hermione inquired with concern. Not too bad. Slytherin isn't as terrifying as you might think, Harry explained. However, Ron leaned forward and whispered, perhaps it's merely due to your reputation. It may cause you trouble in the future. I believe that is not your concern, Mr. Weasley, Harry retorted, frowning. He was surprised at the depth of Ron's prejudice against Slytherin. After all, he was now a member of that very house. It seemed rather inappropriate for Ron to express such sentiments in his presence. Very well, Ron mumbled, retreating slightly. He scrutinized Harry, sulking with his head cradled in his arms as the atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, the grand door was flung open with a resounding bang, and Professor Snape, clad in flowing black robes, strode into the potions classroom with great fervor. This class does not require you to foolishly wave your wands or recite spells aimlessly, he announced. Standing tall at the lectern, he resembled a bat, Harry mused quietly. Thus, I do not expect many of you to appreciate the intricate craftsmanship involved in potion making. His words dripped with sarcasm, leaving the young wizards feeling rather disheartened. Yet, for the few who were genuinely interested, Snape's gaze shifted to Draco before honing in on Harry's eyes. Here it comes, the moment of the old batch trials. Harry had anticipated this spectacle and had already reviewed the pertinent questions. I can teach you how to muddle minds and confound senses. I shall instruct you on how to attain fame, brew brilliance, and even divulge the secrets to immortality. What nonsense are you spouting? Harry thought. Nicholas Flamel utilized the Philosopher's Stone to create his elixir of life. Though you are a renowned potions master, it is rather unbecoming to boast in front of children. A hint of skepticism crept across Harry's face as he regarded Snape. The old bat, however, turned his gaze toward him, his penetrating eyes fixated on Harry. Poised to call his name. Cassandra Worrell? Harry questioned, bewildered. Professor, she is still recuperating in the dormitory, a Slytherin student replied. The young serpents exchanged puzzled glances. Snape was well aware of Cassandra's injury, so why invoke her name during potions class? A smirk grazed his lips beneath his hawkish nose as he continued to stare at Harry. Our new celebrity injures a fellow housemate on the very first day of school. Does he not? Harry Potter. Yet, it was during Slytherin's prefect selection. Thank you, Draco, Snape interjected sternly, cutting off Harry. He then sat down before Harry, scrutinizing the face that was so universally despised, particularly those golden eyes that gleamed with a striking resemblance to his foolish father. Why did he not inherit any of his mother's virtues? Since our Mr. Potter is held in such esteem within Slytherin. I trust answering the headmaster's questions will pose no challenge, Snape said, his tone deliberately slow. Hermione's face was etched with worry. She feared he would not escape severe punishment from the professor. Tell me, what happens if I add powdered daffodil root to mugwort infusion? Upon hearing this inquiry, the clever Miss Granger immediately raised her hand. However, Professor Snape did not even glance in her direction. All his attention remained fixed on Harry. A potent hypnotic potion, which we refer to as the Draught of Living Death, Harry responded. Such fundamental knowledge certainly poses no challenge for him, as he has studied the art of potion making at Potter Manor for a year. When it comes to the realm of potions, Fleamont Potter holds considerable authority. So, if I require a piece of Dunkstone, do you know where I might procure it? It resides within the stomach of a goat, serving as a potent antidote. Snape furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by Harry's ability to respond to the inquiry. What distinguishes Wolf's Bane from the more commonly known aconite? There is no distinction. They are both types of aconite, Harry replied to the final question. He then rose and, with a flick of his wand, arranged the potion ingredients before him, enumerating dried nettles, snake fangs, slugs, and porcupine quills. The task for this lesson is the preparation of a scabious potion. Am I correct? Upon finishing his statement, Harry cast a sidelong glance at Snape, a peculiar smile dancing on his lips. In that fleeting moment, the old bat found himself unexpectedly taken aback. Had he perhaps inherited Lily's aptitude for potions? Yet, the subsequent remark from Harry shattered his defenses completely. Professor Snape, I must remind you that my grandfather, Fleamont Potter, was also a master of potions. You might find our family shampoo quite useful, Harry stated matter-of-factly, were it not for the matter of face. He would have dared to ask if Snape had resolved never to wash his hair again due to his inability to win over Harry's mother. Was it solely because the Potter family sold shampoo? Snape paused momentarily, then strode to the podium and emphatically marked a line with his quill. Slytherin, due to Mr. Potter's insolence, you shall lose 5 points. Good heavens. Snape had actually deducted points from Slytherin. Frankly, what revolted him the most was the fact that Harry was still a student of his own house, and he was reluctant to impose a harsher penalty, settling for a mere 5 points. In a sense, he had effectively nullified Harry's score for answering the question. The praise he had intended for Harry was abruptly stifled by this comment. The old bat longed to draw his wand and teach the boy a lesson. Since you are all aware, why aren't you taking notes? Prepare for your task today. His sinister gaze swept across the young witches and wizards in the classroom. Everyone could only lower their heads to scribble notes, while Draco discreetly gave Harry a thumbs up from beneath the table, signaling that he was indeed impressive. Those familiar with their own affairs knew better than to provoke the Godfather. Today, however, Harry managed to infuriate him at every turn. It truly felt like a waste for him to be in Slytherin. After a while, everyone set up their cauldrons to commence the practical operation of brewing a potion. What are you doing, Longbottom? Who's your partner? Snape stormed over. Did you just throw in porcupine quills without turning off the fire? How foolish. He chastised. His gaze then fell upon a stunned Ron, and without hesitation, he declared, why didn't you remind him in time, Ron Weasley? Due to your and Mr. Longbottom's oversight. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Throughout the lesson, he remained in a foul temper. Chapter 18, Charms Class. Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, also taught the students the art of charms. Although he was somewhat diminutive in stature, he was renowned in his youth as a dueling master, possessing formidable combat skills. As wizards, you must master a fundamental skill, levitation. The principle involves channeling your magical power through incantations to achieve buoyancy, which is related to the element of air. The 5 primordial elements, earth, fire, wind, water, and spirit, can intertwine and evolve through diverse cultures, giving rise to the plethora of spells in the magical realm. Indeed, the levitation charm is a very basic incantation. However, achieving flight is not so simple. Otherwise, many wizards would not be seated uncomfortably upon broomsticks. Now that you all have your feathers, let me reiterate the key points. Do not forget the wrist motion we have been practicing, a swift flick followed by a shake. Then clearly enunciate the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. One must commend the professor's teaching ability, as he enabled the young witches and wizards to grasp these fundamental skills. However, Harry felt no need to linger on such basics. He sought a deeper understanding of the principles and rules governing this charm. Thus, he resorted to perusing his comprehensive spellbook. Engrossed in study, upon comprehending the principles, he bypassed the prescribed procedure and casually pointed his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. As his wand emitted magical energy, a feather gently floated upward. He could now guide the feather in various directions with his wand, though it lacked the capacity for propulsion, merely levitating. Excellent, Harry. Slytherin gains 5 points. Your charm execution was flawless, Professor Flitwick praised. As the head of Ravenclaw, his regard for Harry grew increasingly favorable. Why is such an exceptionally talented child not in their esteemed Eagle House? Thank you, Professor, but I sense that magical power seems to form a cycle. What could this mean? In response to Harry's inquiry, Flitwick was somewhat taken aback, and he proceeded to elucidate. Harry, your talent is truly remarkable. Although the casting cycle of the levitation charm is rather straightforward, comprehending this cycle is a prerequisite for wandless magic. Once your magical capacity is sufficient, you may contemplate constructing a casting cycle without a wand to unleash simple spells. What about nonverbal spells? Harry pressed. Flitwick, recognizing the curiosity of his student, provided a thorough explanation. That will require you to wait until graduation. You will encounter it in your OWL's examinations. If you wish to cast without incantation, you must possess an exceptionally strong will and emotions to aid in the release, which can be quite challenging even for aurors. This method of casting often takes one by surprise, and many powerful spells cannot be executed non-verbally or without a wand. Regarding practicality, Flitwick critiqued. The significance of the wand to a wizard is indisputable. Will and emotion serve as the language, while the nuanced control and output of magical energy depend on the wand. The wand determines the speed of casting, while will and emotion dictate the potency of the spell. Harry appeared contemplative, as if he sensed something profound within the rules of casting he had just learned. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, his golden eyes sparkling with brilliance. Word of power, wind dance. The students turned their gaze toward Harry, for this language was entirely unfamiliar to them. It was neither Latin nor English. Resembling the whispers of some ancient creature, Harry's body began to levitate gently, gliding through every corner of the classroom, feeling extraordinarily light. This is the flying charm. Professor Flitwick was astounded. While the flying charm was not unheard of in the wizarding world, it was seldom used, and its initial promotion had been spearheaded by Voldemort's Death Eaters. As Harry descended slowly, even Flitwick, an expert in charms, felt compelled to inquire further. Apologies, Professor Flitwick, but this is due to my awakening of magical creature lineage. Harry continued to weave his tale. I see, Flitwick mused, finding some psychological solace. The magic of magical creatures differs from that of ordinary wizards. He himself possessed a bit of fairy blood, thus he could understand. The notion that an 11-year-old wizard had developed a flying charm was indeed astonishing. Children, do not envy. With practice, you too can master profound magic. Flitwick comforted the envious students. You're astonishing, truly impressive, exclaimed the platinum noble with a sigh. Draco continued to wave his wand, feeling somewhat inferior in talent compared to Harry. However, there was one companion in misfortune, seated opposite him, Ron Weasley. Ron burst into laughter at Draco's misfortune. What are you laughing at, Weasley? Can you perform it? Draco glared. Of course I can. Who's afraid? The defiant Ron raised his wand, cleared his throat, and prepared to utter the incantation for the levitation charm. Suddenly, a flash of light surged beside him. Bang! Seamus Finnegan, how did you manage to blow something up again? The professor exclaimed. We'll need a new feather here. All eyes turned to another table, where a boy, bewildered by the unexplained explosion resulting from a miscast spell, appeared utterly flustered. Undoubtedly a master of chaos. Harry could only shake his head in exasperation. The talents of this individual, instead of engaging in demolition, have indeed been somewhat squandered by arriving at Hogwarts. Wingardium Leviosa. Draco waved his wand skeptically. Remarkably, this time the feather before him floated gracefully into the air. He had succeeded. Flipping his golden locks, Malfoy tilted his face towards Ron, exuding an air of triumph, his eyes laced with disdain for his rival. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Moreover, your wand movements are all wrong, Hermione admonished. Faced with Malfoy's mockery, compounded by the laughter of his own peers, Ron's spirits plummeted to the depths. He sulked at his desk, choosing not to walk alongside Hermione after class, instead opting to join others in an attempt to distance himself from her. Incorrect pronunciation, erroneous incantation. And even backing Slytherin, does she truly know which house she belongs to? Honestly, she is the most infuriating person I have ever encountered, bar none, Ron retorted vehemently. Just then, Hermione rushed past, clutching her books, her eyes reddened and glistening with tears. It was evident that the young girl had overheard her friend's assessment. She felt nothing but sorrow and despair within her heart. Chapter 19. Gradual Divergence. Hermione, what brings you here? Harry exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. This place is indeed the common room of Slytherin. A girl clad entirely in the signature colors of Gryffindor arrived in Slytherin, instantly capturing the attention of the entire house. Harry, I wish to speak with you. I no longer wish to deal with Ron, she expressed with evident distress. Very well, Draco, the rest is up to you. Observing Hermione in such a state, he felt a twinge of sympathy. However, Harry also harbored a foreboding intuition that the scene from the original narrative, where Hermione is attacked by a troll, was about to unfold. While he truly desired to alter the course of events by vanquishing the troll for a chance at a card draw, he did not wish for Hermione to face such peril. In the original story, it was the protagonist's extraordinary luck that enabled the two first-year wizards to triumph over the troll. In recent days, he has perused numerous introductions concerning trolls. These creatures are rugged and resilient, possessing innate magical resistance, far beyond the capabilities of a mere young wizard. Unless Dumbledore has devised some hidden strategy, it would be prudent to avoid such risks, Harry mused. Should a misstep occur, Hermione, the young lady, would undoubtedly struggle to withstand a troll's assault. As Harry and Hermione strolled through the castle, they engaged in a heartfelt conversation. As friends who first met in the magical realm, Hermione had little choice but to place her trust in him. Is it truly the case that Slytherin and Gryffindor are irreconcilable foes? Hermione inquired. How could that be? Harry replied. The houses are merely institutions, while we are individuals. We are all wizards. Do not allow prejudice to cloud your vision. Gryffindor harbors both virtuous and nefarious characters, and the same applies to Slytherin. A house cannot determine the worth of a person. It should not serve as the standard for judgment. This is a blatant display of prejudice. While I can continue to befriend you, it seems that Cassandra and Malfoy harbor some disdain towards me. The seemingly arrogant Hermione is, in truth, quite insecure. As a witch born of Muggle heritage, she has been relentlessly acquiring knowledge since her entry into the magical realm. Her diligence surpasses that of her peers, as she has meticulously perused nearly every potion tome and spell book, establishing herself as the unrivaled standout among first-year wizards. It is impossible to be liked by everyone. Such an endeavor is nearly futile. Yet, in this world, there will undoubtedly be individuals you wish to cherish, and they shall emerge in due time, Harry reassured. Cassandra's aversion to Hermione stems purely from the moral coercion exhibited by the young girl on the train. As for Draco, his disdain is merely a reflection of his pure-blood lineage. These two cannot even be compared. Thus, Harry refrained from offering further explanations, deciding it would be best to wait until Hermione matures a bit more. Thank you. I feel much better, Hermione nodded. So, have you truly decided to sever ties with Ron? Harry inquired. Yes, I do not wish to associate with someone who holds such prejudices, especially after the way he has treated me. Harry could only express his profound surprise at her decision. Ding. Plot point altered. A card draw opportunity has been awarded. Shall we proceed with the draw immediately? At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed in, leaving Harry in a state of amused bewilderment. For it signified the complete disbandment of the original trio. Was it truly the case that the esteemed trio of Gryffindor had dissolved? He decided to refrain from drawing cards for the time being and would wait until Hermione returned. Harry thoughtfully escorted Hermione back to the Gryffindor common room. However, clad in Slytherin attire, he was met with deathly glares from his fellow Gryffindors along the way. They were indifferent to his status as the chosen one. All they recognized was that he was currently affiliated with Slytherin. How peculiar, Harry mused. The narrative had diverged so significantly from the original plot. Hermione was no longer teaming up with Ron, and he had been sorted into Slytherin. What would become of Dumbledore's hero development plan and Voldemort's resurrection scheme? From this point onward, he would have to rely solely on himself. System, it is time to prepare for card selection. In his mind, the familiar frenzy of card shuffling commenced, but this time, much to his disappointment, only a single gold card appeared. Harry casually selected one with his consciousness and flipped it over. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a spell card, Apparition. It has been incorporated into your abilities. Upon revealing the front of the card, he saw a figure spatially shift, instantly transported to another location. Apparition. This ability cannot be deemed without its flaws. As long as one possesses precise coordinates and sufficient magical energy, even a place that exists solely within memory can be traversed instantaneously using this spell. Even a 6th-year graduate requires specialized guidance to employ this enchantment effectively. However, he now finds himself able to conjure the specific application of magic directly through card drawing. Apparition. Harry executed the spell, and with a twist of space, he suddenly appeared in a different location, having shifted from the Slytherin dungeon to the Ravenclaw Tower, albeit with a slight dizziness. The experience of apparition for wizards is not particularly pleasant, certainly not as comfortable as that of house elves. Am I truly operating within Hogwarts? He exclaimed incredulously. It is worth noting that at the inception of Hogwarts, the 4 founders united to impose restrictions against spatial spells throughout the school to prevent infiltration by traitors and hostile forces, thus ensuring a measure of security. Apart from the headmaster, no one else possesses such privileges. Magical beings like house elves are not enemies of wizards, and therefore their magic falls outside the scope of these prohibitions. In other words, my current apparition is akin to that of a magical being. However, this also implies that he should conceal this ability. For now, Harry stands as the second wizard, after the headmaster, to possess the capacity for apparition within Hogwarts, a fact that could potentially upend the entire wizarding world. Even Voldemort, with all his might, could not directly apparate into Hogwarts. Otherwise, the original narrative would not have depicted a gradual siege from the outside. He could have simply led his Death Eaters in an apparition to wreak havoc. Examining my attributes: name, Harry James Potter, gender, male, race, Dragonkin, half-blood, identity, savior of the magical world abilities, word spirit, gold, fire shield, gold, apparition, purple, disarming charm, purple, parcel tongue, purple, freezing charm, blue, evaluation. As a Dragonkin, you have finally grasped that control over the elements is an innate instinct of your lineage. The word Spirit of Dragons is a more advanced mystery than magic. Your bloodline holds many secrets yet to be discovered. At present, you can barely match an elite aura in strength, yet your meager offensive capabilities are insufficient to even capture an opponent. After reading this familiar evaluation, Harry felt thoroughly accustomed to it. He pondered briefly. The forthcoming plot likely involves a troll. Since he possesses the strength of an elite aura, theoretically, confronting a troll should pose no significant challenge. Chapter 20. A flying incident. Periodically, the sky would deliver numerous letters, all conveyed by owls from various locales. Many shops and newspapers offered these services to facilitate remote ordering for young witches and wizards. Naturally, the Malfoy family also sent a plethora of items to their young son. Draco, may I borrow your newspaper for a moment? He asserted, taking a copy without waiting for permission. Upon unfolding it, he encountered the front-page headline of the Daily Prophet: Gringotts Vault 731 burgled. The goblins acknowledged the breach but asserted that nothing was stolen. The vault had been completely emptied on that day. After scanning the article, Harry narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the surroundings. Aside from the opening feast, they seldom encountered the professor of defense against the dark arts in public. Yet, in Harry's perception, an aura of darkness emanated from the man. And yet Dumbledore still chose to employ him as a professor, all due to that figure lurking in the shadows, Voldemort. The Nimbus 2000 had sold out, and the Nimbus Company announced that there would be no further reproductions. Speaking of flying broomsticks, Draco had much to discuss. Mate, Quidditch is truly exhilarating, Draco enthusiastically advocated. Since learning of an additional flying class next week, the Platinum Aristocrat had become exceedingly animated. If it weren't for the school rule prohibiting first years from bringing brooms, I would have already brought my Nimbus 2000 from home. Born into the magical world, Draco recounted his experiences of flying on a broom, until an imposing figure appeared behind him, Professor Snape, clutching a parchment, unceremoniously placed his paper directly upon Draco's head. Malfoy, your potion essay is utter nonsense. Report to my office for detention tonight. His tone remained unhurried, yet the mere sound of it felt overwhelmingly daunting. Draco displayed a face akin to that of a bitter melon. This is not the first time he has faced punishment from Snape. As the apprentice of the potions master, he has grown up within the magical realm, yet his academic prowess remains remarkably lacking. In contrast, Potter manages to compose a paper from which he cannot even discern his own errors. After perusing it repeatedly, he begrudgingly inscribes an E, denoting excellence. The force with which he grips the quill is so intense that it nearly pierces the parchment, revealing Snape's profound resentment towards Harry. He chastised Draco briefly before turning away from the two mischievous boys, primarily to avoid the sight of Potter. Quidditch, how absurd. Snape spat out the term, believing that only those with minds akin to trolls would harbor an affinity for such frivolity. Snape now suspects that Harry is destined to follow in his father's footsteps, likely to seek a position as a seeker for Slytherin next year. Draco, I truly have no interest in Quidditch, Harry replied. Have you forgotten? I can fly already. Upon hearing this, Snape turned back, a flicker of unexpected admiration gleaming in his eyes. It was not due to a desire to please the professor that Harry felt disinterested in this particular sport. Firstly, the broomstick's ascent lacked the swiftness of true magic. Even the dark magic conjured by Voldemort could effortlessly keep pace with their brooms, culminating in the tragic demise of Hedwig during a harrowing pursuit. As the inaugural flying lesson commenced, what was everyone waiting for? All should gather to the left of their broomsticks. Extend your left hand and command the broom with the word, up. The woman possessed eyes as sharp as an eagle's, exuding an air of decisiveness and authority. Madame Hooch was the instructor responsible for teaching first-year students the art of flying, though technically, she was not a formal professor at Hogwarts. This subject, not particularly complex, was exclusively offered to first-year students. In addition to her role in teaching flying, Madame Hooch also oversaw the school's Quidditch matches and team selections. Hogwarts Quidditch teams could be likened to the football teams of ancient Eastern nations. Harry, why aren't you attending flying lessons? Hermione protested. Because I can already fly. I applied for an exemption, Harry replied. Upon hearing about Harry's unique ability, Hermione's expression shifted to one of dismay. But I can't even get my broomstick to budge. Is my talent really that poor? To summon a broomstick, you must channel your inner magic appropriately and command it with intent, Harry explained. From Madame Hooch's recent teachings, he had gleaned the fundamental principle behind it. Essentially, it required a certain level of magical output from the wizard, particularly since these objects were somewhat prone to respond to strength. After hearing Harry's guidance, Hermione felt a surge of determination. Up, she exclaimed, resembling a lion with its fur bristled. The broomstick promptly soared into her small hand. Not daring to slack off, she feared that if Hermione was displeased, she might unleash her wrath upon it. It soon became evident that a fierce woman was indeed a formidable force. Longbottom, come down. What are you doing? Madame Hooch exclaimed in a panic, for Neville had already mounted his broom, his feet gradually lifting off the ground, poised to take flight. Get down, Longbottom, she commanded anxiously. I can't. Neville cried out in terror. An inexplicable fear of ascending overwhelmed him, and he could only grip the broom with all his might. A reflex that only increased its speed. Whoosh. Like a rocket, he shot forward, gaining velocity with each passing moment. Word of power. Wind dance, Harry invoked the elements. The reason for his exemption from this course was precisely to prevent such unexpected incidents. However, Neville's speed continued to escalate, and attempting to halt him now could lead to dire consequences. With his classmates looking on in astonishment, Harry swiftly matched Neville's pace. Neville, calm down and listen to me, he urged. In the midst of high-speed flight, Neville managed to crack open his eyes and glanced at Harry, who was flying parallel to him. Timidly, he nodded. Lower your body, shift your weight back gradually, and relax your grip, Harry instructed firmly. Neville complied, battling the sensation of weightlessness, and gradually loosened his grip on the broom. As his body tilted backward, the broom began to decelerate in the air, eventually coming to a gentle stop above the heads of the young wizards. Now, stabilize your center of gravity and gently press the broom downwards. Avoid unnecessary movements. With Harry's careful guidance, Neville successfully landed on the ground. Standing on the grass, he appeared pale and still shaken. Excellent. Slytherin earns 10 points for Mr. Potter's courageous rescue of a fellow student, Madame Hooch praised. As the students cheered, Neville gradually regained his composure. Thank you, Harry, he said. Not at all. You were very brave. Neville, Harry generously praised him. Chapter 21. The troll. Is Cassandra still not awake? Pansy inquired, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she clarified, not exactly. Her injuries are rather unusual. Professor Pomfrey wishes to observe her for a while. This statement raised an eyebrow for Harry, for it meant she would miss quite a few classes. However, Cassandra herself was quite formidable, and the first-year courses posed little challenge. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Quirrell was likely to make his move tonight. Harry mused as he observed Quirrell languidly. The professor, adorned in traditional Indian attire and a turban, was indeed the one instructing them in the art of defense against the dark arts. A feeble spirit clung to the back of his head. Could Dumbledore truly be so naive, or was he merely feigning ignorance? Under the piercing gaze of the golden eyes, the malevolence surrounding Quirrell was almost palpable. Furthermore, his daily attempts to mask his scent with pungent substances like garlic rendered him exceedingly suspicious. Yet, the headmaster still resolved to appoint him as the professor of defense against the dark arts. It was utterly irresponsible. The origin of all this, of course, lies in the frail soul of Voldemort lurking at the back of Quirrell's head. Voldemort's intrusion into Hogwarts was not driven by a desire to eliminate Harry, but rather by a certain object concealed within the forbidden third-floor corridor, the Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Sorcerer's Stone. This supreme creation, crafted by the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel, is the essential ingredient for the elixir of life. Immortality, indeed, is an incredibly alluring prospect. Voldemort's intention was to use the stone to resurrect himself and reclaim his dominion over the wizarding world. How pitiable it is that the Dark Lord, once feared, has dwindled to such a level of intellect, Harry mused. Little did he know, Voldemort had unwittingly stepped into the trap meticulously laid by Dumbledore, ultimately leading to his defeat at the hands of a boy far inferior in strength. While reflecting on this, Harry remained resolute in considering Voldemort his foe, for this wretched being had taken the lives of his parents, a grudge that could not be forgiven. Tonight was the night Quirrell had unleashed the troll. How could a creature of such size breach the heavily fortified walls of Hogwarts? Harry scoffed, suspecting this was yet another of Dumbledore's cunning ploys. Regardless, he was determined to confront the troll himself, intending to reduce it to ashes with his fierce flames. Aren't you fond of playing the hero? Today, I shall be courageous, he declared. Meanwhile, all the houses were gathered at their respective tables for the evening feast, but Harry was conspicuously absent. Where has Harry gone? Hermione wondered, feeling a twinge of curiosity. At this moment, the long table of Slytherin was devoid of any presence. Draco was indulging in copious amounts of food, attempting to transform his anguish into appetite, having just endured a punishment from Snape. The unfortunate child became the outlet for the director's frustrations. Whenever Snape was infuriated by Harry, Draco would conveniently approach, only to receive a severe reprimand. Suddenly, the doors of the dining hall were thrust open, and Quirrell rushed in, his face a mask of panic and terror, exclaiming, "A troll is in the dungeons! A troll is in the dungeons!" It seemed as though the very act of reaching the dining hall had drained him of considerable energy. I had thought you ought to be aware of this. As Quirrell collapsed, the situation had escalated, sending the young wizards into a state of sheer panic. Draco, in his fright, discarded the chicken leg he was holding and hastily brushed off his robes. Pansy merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction, choosing to distance herself silently. Silence. A voice resonated throughout the hall, the tip of a wand pressed against his throat. Dumbledore's calm demeanor captivated everyone, his tranquility infectious. Now, the heads of houses shall escort their students back to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the underground classroom. Under the authority of the headmaster's command, the students complied without hesitation. Each head of house began to usher their respective students away in groups. No, Harry is missing. He must not be aware of what has transpired, Hermione exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Her Gryffindor spirit ignited. She broke away from the line, led by the head. The Slytherin dormitory lay underground, and with the troll lurking in the basement, Harry was likely in peril. With this concern weighing on her, Hermione took a shortcut, racing toward the Slytherin dungeon. Slytherins, remain here and wait for your head of house to return before making any moves, Dumbledore instructed, halting the small serpents from returning to their dormitories. He had noticed that Severus Snape was no longer among the faculty. Moreover, Harry Potter was absent from the Slytherin group, which instilled a sense of foreboding within him. All teachers, follow me to the third floor. Students are not permitted to act recklessly, Dumbledore commanded. He then led the faculty upstairs to inspect the protective enchantments surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore held no fear that Voldemort would breach his defenses. Rather, he was apprehensive that, without his vigilant oversight, Harry Potter might come to harm. The enchantments had been fully operational prior to Harry's arrival. Alas, their savior sat idly by the entrance, doodling circles. Where's the troll? Harry wondered, having waited for what felt like an eternity. He casually consumed a couple of bread rolls, squatting by the entrance to the girls' lavatory, awaiting the troll's emergence. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a group of Ravenclaws returning to their tower, evidence that Quirrell had indeed acted. I'll search again. This floor has only one girls' lavatory. Harry was certain he remembered correctly. Hermione had been attacked by the troll in the lavatory in the original story. Now that Hermione was absent, having gone to the hall for dinner, even the troll had vanished. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, another individual lingered. It was Cassandra, who had just returned from Madame Pomfrey after recovering from her injuries. The proud young witch had come to respect Harry's abilities. She had never before suffered such a setback among her peers. With her magic now flowing freely, Cassandra flicked her wand. The slender wand, with a core of Vila hair, was the epitome of a beautiful witch's equipment, and the Hollywood endowed her spells with remarkable strength. Gurgle. Cassandra, who had barely eaten, felt a pang of hunger. Thus, she opened the door to the Slytherin common room and stepped outside, only to be confronted by a massive shadow around the corner. A troll. How could there be a troll at Hogwarts? She exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, the decorum of a wizarding family instinctively prompted her to draw her wand. The hefty creature, cloaked in a vibrant green hue, clutched a wooden club in its hand, emanating an unpleasant odor that permeated the air. With each step it took, filthy dust cascaded from its form. Perched atop its rotund head were several question marks, as it curiously navigated this unfamiliar territory. Disarm your weapon, Cassandra commanded, taking action. Chapter 22. Slaying the giant. A vivid red beam erupted from the tip of her wand, colliding forcefully against the creature's tough hide. The giant let out a thunderous roar. Its hardened skin was formidable enough to withstand one or two spells, especially considering that Cassandra was merely a novice sorceress. Such an assault would only serve to invigorate the ogre further. Cassandra tightened her grip on her wand, her palms slick with perspiration. Obstacles loomed large. She brandished her wand, invoking a spell in an attempt to hinder the ogre's heavy footsteps, yet the creature merely swung its massive club, shattering the barriers in its path. Witnessing this, Cassandra spat in frustration. Damn, its strength is overwhelming. She swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between herself and the ogre. Surely, one could not rely on wizards to engage in hand-to-hand combat with an ogre. She was no dragon. Without hesitation, Cassandra summoned all the magical energy within her and unleashed a powerful explosion spell. Thunderous detonation. The radiant force surged towards the ogre, the potency of the explosion spell rivaling that of even the most formidable incantations. Even the ogre could not evade injury. Boom. The terrifying blast severed the ogre's arm. Green blood gushing forth as the dismembered limb fell to the ground, the right side of its body charred and blackened. Roar. The ogre bellowed in fury. The vitality is utterly tenacious. Yet, this has completely enraged it, compelling it to muster its remaining strength and reach out with its one remaining hand towards Cassandra. At that moment, a tender female voice resonated. Flames raged fiercely. Behind the giant, a surge of fire erupted upon its back, with the filthy grime serving as the finest fuel. The inferno swiftly transformed the giant into a blazing figure. The flames ignited the grease upon the giant's body, causing it immense suffering. Are you the Gryffindor in the vehicle? Cassandra exclaimed, her surprise palpable, for she had not anticipated Hermione's presence in the cellar. Hermione, upon hearing her words, felt a twinge of discontent. Hermione Granger, that is my name, she declared, her wand raised aloft. The very flames that had just engulfed the creature emanating from her own hand, a testament to her formidable prowess. Uncharacteristically, Cassandra refrained from mockery and instead spoke with utmost seriousness. Hermione, I shall remember you. This signifies her acknowledgement. In truth, Cassandra harbors no prejudice against wizards of Muggle descent. One of her uncles is a Muggle. The wizarding world possesses only a handful of pathological families. The reputation that lingers for posterity stems from those who once followed Voldemort and seized power within their clans. Have you seen Harry? He didn't attend the banquet tonight. Hermione inquired anxiously of Cassandra. If Harry is not in the hall, he is likely in the Slytherin common room. These are the two most probable scenarios. Thus, she rushed to the cellar, fearing for Harry's safety. Indeed, someone was in peril, but it was not Harry, it was Cassandra herself. Harry? A troll cannot harm him. Cassandra chuckled. This young girl evidently lacks a comprehensive understanding of Harry. Why? He is undoubtedly the leader of our current Slytherin cohort, and one cannot attain such a position without considerable prowess. This is something that Gryffindor finds utterly incomprehensible. However, before Hermione could gather her thoughts, she beheld a sight that sent a wave of tension through both of them. Roar. The giant troll was not yet defeated. Its body, charred and blackened, still exhibited a remarkable vitality, healing itself from within. This magical creature was far from ordinary. The arm that had been blown off was now sprouting new flesh. It glared furiously at the two young wizards with its pea-sized eyes, as if intent on devouring them whole. "I have no magic left," Cassandra said with a bitter smile. Hermione opened her mouth in response. How could these two young wizards possibly unleash so many spells? The recent battle had already pushed them to their limits. Confronted by the wrathful giant, their diminutive frames would likely be crushed with a mere squeeze. At last, they were found. It was indeed the two of you. A familiar voice resonated in their ears. Cassandra looked up to see none other than Harry Potter approaching. He had been searching throughout Hogwarts, activating his golden eyes to meticulously trace the giant's magical aura. Clad in a flowing Slytherin robe, with a striking green scarf around his neck, he appeared quite dashing, the fabric billowing as he harnessed his internal magic. Roar. The giant fixated its gaze upon Harry, the weight of its stare imbued with immense pressure. Yet, the prior attack from Hermione ignited a desire for vengeance within the giant, overshadowing its fear as it charged towards the trio. Harry brandished his wand and calmly declared, "Presumptuous. A mere crippled giant dares to swagger. Fire shield." As the incantation escaped his lips, a swirling blue flame enveloped the three of them. Cassandra and Hermione only felt a gentle warmth, untouched by harm. This is Grindelwald's signature technique. Only his enemies suffer harm, while those who obey and remain loyal to him remain unscathed. "Go," Harry commanded, pointing at the troll. Countless flames transformed into a dragon of fire, surging towards the troll to devour it. The reason why fiend fire is classified as dark magic is not without cause. Hermione's fire spell, under conditions with fuel, could merely inflict burns upon the troll. However, fiend fire enveloping a being truly scorches the soul. The flames clung like a malignant growth, creeping up from its feet, gradually extending across its body until nothing remained but ash. With another wave, Harry conjured the fiend fire into a dragon shape, which slowly dissipated into the air. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Numerous professors hurried to the scene, witnessing Harry shielding Cassandra and Hermione, using flames to incinerate the troll. "It's fiend fire," Snape deduced. When the headmaster initially reported to him, he thought the boy was simply inexperienced. How could it possibly be fiend fire? Now, witnessing it firsthand, Snape realized it was indeed fiend fire. That brat Potter can control fiend fire. "I demand an explanation." Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback. They had come to deal with the troll, yet 3 students were present. How could she not feel perplexed? "Professor, how could a troll possibly infiltrate our school? If I had arrived a moment later, Cassandra and Hermione would have been in danger." Harry preemptively interrogated the professors. It was inconceivable that such a large creature could breach the heavily fortified Hogwarts castle. And what of Miss Waverly and Miss Granger? Cassandra had just returned from Madame Pomfrey's and was unaware of the troll's presence. Each had their own reasons, and for the moment, McGonagall had no recourse, especially since Harry had already vanquished the troll. "Slytherin earns 20 points for your formidable prowess, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall announced. She cast a glance at the spot where fiend fire had burned, feeling that this matter warranted reporting to Dumbledore. Chapter 23, Christmas. "This child is quite dangerous, if not properly disciplined. Minerva, we must place our trust in him, and even more so in Trelawney's prophecy," Dumbledore replied solemnly. He reached out to play with his phoenix, displaying a demeanor of serene indifference. Under Dumbledore's influence over the years, McGonagall regained her composure, though a lingering sense of unease remained in her heart. Can he truly defeat Voldemort? Yes, he certainly can. He is entirely different from Tom. It is not that he truly comprehended, but rather that he perceived the relationship between Harry, Cassandra, and Hermione. A Harry who would wield his power to save others could never become the cold-blooded and ruthless Voldemort. "Very well, I merely wish for the children to thrive," Professor McGonagall remarked. Subsequently, the elderly woman exited the headmaster's office. As he watched Professor McGonagall depart, Dumbledore's gaze darkened, and he began to contemplate. "I must ensure he can reach the final challenge," he mused, attempting to intertwine all the variables into a cohesive thread, enabling Harry to successfully realign himself, grow step by step, and ultimately vanquish the malevolent Dark Lord, Voldemort. However, before that, Dumbledore desired to discern the true essence of the boy, the mirror of Erist. The Philosopher's Stone, I owe you, my dear friend, he whispered. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore shifted the grand mirror to an unoccupied classroom, awaiting Harry's arrival. Time passed, and Harry encountered his first Christmas at Hogwarts. To be candid, he was uncertain why wizards celebrated Christmas. Hey, you have so many gifts. Draco knocked on his door. At that moment, Harry beheld a mountain of gift boxes, the majority of which were sent by the Slytherins. To curry favor with this rising star, the little snakes spared no effort. Yet, he did not cast a glance at these presents. His gaze fixated on a singular black parcel, emblazoned with the emblem of the Potter family. Upon unwrapping it, a letter came into view, boldly stating, "It has been 3 months since you began school, and I trust you have fully adapted to your new life. However, I must remind you that safety is paramount in the wizarding world. Therefore, I am sending you our family's most cherished treasure, the invisibility cloak, passed down from our ancestor, Peveril. This cloak possesses immense power." The letter was signed by the house elf, Gnarl. According to his account, the capabilities of the invisibility cloak were grossly underestimated in the original text. In the magical realm, wizards who could cast a permanent disillusionment charm upon the cloak were exceedingly rare. Yet this did not imply that the cloak would not be referred to as one of the Deathly Hallows. According to Peveril's legend, the third brother, clad in this cloak, could not even be found by Death himself. This is the renowned anthology of tales concerning the illustrious bard, Pidu, within the realm of wizards. In essence, this cloak bestows upon its wearer the attribute of immortality. Harry caressed the fabric of this garment, and a daring thought ignited in his mind. He drew his wand and directed it at the cloak. "Fiendfire," he pronounced, invoking the formidable curse. Blue flames began to engulf the cloak, elevating the temperature of the entire common room significantly. Yet, even this searing inferno could not harm the cloak in the slightest. Indeed, the defensive capabilities of this garment were extraordinarily formidable. Harry felt a twinge of astonishment. He pondered how had his father donned this cloak. The killing curse cast by Voldemort would have been utterly ineffectual. All he would have needed to do was retaliate. However, in reality, this cloak had been returned by James to Potter Manor and had never been utilized. It left one to wonder what he had been thinking. This deathly artifact, rather than serving to safeguard his family, could have been used to assist Lily in fleeing with her child. With this thought, Harry donned the cloak. In an instant, he vanished from the common room, leaving Draco astounded by his sudden disappearance. "Is this an invisibility cloak?" he stammered, his astonishment evident. "This is a secret. It is best if you do not speak of it to anyone," Harry whispered. Draco nodded, realizing the significance of the invisibility cloak. In the wizarding world, even the Malfoy family would have to part with a substantial sum to procure such an item. His father would never be so generous as to gift an invisibility cloak. Coupled with the Potter family insignia on the wrapping, Draco was certain this was a parcel sent from Harry's home. He then resumed his search among the pile of gifts for something familiar. "Is this a gift from Hermione?" Harry mused, lifting another item. The young witch from Gryffindor presented several volumes concerning potion making. At the onset of the school year, she discerned Harry's keen interest in this subject and thus curated a selection of books, albeit rather commonplace ones. However, Harry was not perturbed. He appreciated the thoughtful gesture of the young lady. He, in turn, generously gifted Hermione his meticulously kept notes from his prior tutoring at home. For a scholar, nothing is more invaluable than a potions notebook that can significantly streamline the learning process. "Draco, this is your Christmas gift," Harry declared with a flick of his wand, sending a parcel from the Nimbus Company hurtling towards him. "It's the Nimbus 2000. How splendid. I finally possess my very own broomstick," Draco exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Just be sure not to flaunt it too much, lest anyone discovers that I purchased it for you. By the way, I am quite curious as to why you are not returning home for Christmas?" Harry inquired. Upon hearing this, Draco waved his hand dismissively, a look of resignation crossing his features. "The Wisengamot summoned both my parents for a meeting." "Your parents are attending?" Harry was taken aback. It is well known that the Wisengamot serves as the authoritative body within the magical realm, possessing the power to appoint the Minister of Magic, with none other than Albus Dumbledore at its helm. "Indeed, due to the lack of heirs in pureblood families, my mother is attending in place of the Black family seat. Thus, my home is devoid of any family members," Draco lamented, marking his first Christmas away from home. "Speaking of which, my parents mentioned that the Potter family seat is also vacant. Dumbledore intends to select a few Muggle-born wizards to fill these positions, which is why my parents hastily went to the meeting." Upon hearing this, Harry pursed his lips, Such maneuvering was unmistakably the work of the cunning old fox. Taking advantage of the fact that the majority of the pure-blood families loyal to Voldemort are now imprisoned in Azkaban, he sought to gain control over the council and, consequently, the entire magical community. Truly, Dumbledore was a master strategist. The Wisengamot, indeed, he murmured. Chapter 24. Library Resources Today. As per his usual routine, Harry entrusted matters concerning Slytherin to Draco while he dashed out of the common room, navigating the intricate staircases straight to the library. Hermione, lacking companions in Gryffindor, had taken to studying diligently within the library, particularly with the end of term approaching as students crowded the space. As he approached the library entrance, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure emerging, laden with a considerable number of borrowed books. "Hagrid, what brings you here?" Harry asked, somewhat surprised. "Oh, I came to find a few books," Hagrid replied, his gaze flickering uneasily. He nonchalantly shifted the pile of books behind him. Yet his towering stature rendered this action conspicuously suspicious, prompting a sense of oddity in Harry. Subsequently, Harry maneuvered around to catch a glimpse of the titles Hagrid had borrowed. The 12 Uses of Dragon's Blood, How to Train Your Dragon, A Guide to Dragon Diets. Goodness, they were all about dragons. "You, with your bushy eyebrows and large eyes, are utterly lacking in subtlety," Harry teased. Hagrid had already acquired the dragon egg from Quirrell, and Voldemort had gleaned the method of navigating past the three-headed dog from him. Harry's penetrating gaze made Hagrid feel uneasy until he finally spoke. "You're raising a dragon?" This direct inquiry caused Hagrid's expression to shift dramatically. "Shoo, how did you find out?" he hastily whispered, pulling Harry aside and gesturing for him to keep this matter private. For in the wizarding world, raising a dragon is a criminal offense. Without proper authorization, one could find themselves in the custody of the Aurors. Your choice of reading material is rather conspicuous. "I'm not a fool," Harry rolled his eyes. "But why are you so fixated on raising dragons?" During their time at Potter Manor, Hagrid had previously spoken of his affection for dragons. Dragons are truly magnificent creatures. Though they may appear fierce, they possess a gentle spirit within. Moreover, they are among the most formidable magical beings, and nurturing a dragon has always been my dream, Hagrid replied, his expression one of ardent admiration. The sight before Harry inexplicably filled him with a wave of nausea. He found himself reluctant to even gaze upon Hagrid, as he had not forgotten the ominous mention of his own lineage, blatantly inscribed as dragonkind. Although not the bipedal dragons of this realm, a dragon was still a dragon. "What are you all doing?" Hermione inquired, peeking her head in. Goodness, yet another new member was about to uncover this secret. This was Hermione Granger, a first-year wizard like myself. "Oh, I recognize you. I even guided you during your enrollment," Hagrid mumbled. He felt a twinge of anxiety over the revelation of his dragon rearing. For it was indeed a violation of regulations. If the Ministry of Magic were to find out, the repercussions would be dire. "Are you all coming to see Norbert tonight? I sense he is about to be born." "Norbert?" Hermione echoed. "He's the dragon I am raising. The birth of a dragon is an extraordinary event, and you must promise not to disclose this." Both Harry and Hermione nodded, signaling their commitment to secrecy. With that assurance, Hagrid felt a sense of relief. He trusted Harry. And he believed Hermione, the young witch, harbored no ill intentions. Shortly thereafter, the giant exited the library. To be honest, the good-natured Hagrid was quite endearing, and his passion for magical creatures was truly commendable. "So, Harry, what brings you here lately?" Hermione asked. "I'm in search of a potion that can suppress magical surges. I believe it is called a calming draught." Indeed, this was the reason for Harry's recent frequent visits to the library. After several transfiguration classes, he discovered that his magical essence was far more volatile and aggressive compared to others, making the delicate art of transfiguration particularly challenging to master. In an effort to temper the ferocity of his magic, he recalled the common phenomenon of magical surges within the wizarding community. The unstable emotions of young wizards often compromise their control over magic, leading to such surges. A calming potion, perhaps? Hermione pondered, recalling that it was specifically designed for wizards under the age of 11. She retrieved a book on potions from the shelf and handed it to Harry. "This may contain the information you seek," she stated with conviction. Lacking close friends in Gryffindor, Hermione spent nearly every waking moment immersed in the library, practically scouring every section of the Hogwarts library, save for the restricted area. As Harry quietly perused the book, he turned to the section on calming potions and noted that the ingredients required were rather commonplace, as they were intended for young wizards prone to magical outbursts. After surveying the contents, he concluded that this potion would not resolve his magical dilemmas. The calming potion's principle lay in soothing the wizard's emotions, which did not extend to enhancing control over magic. Wait, magical surges? A sudden epiphany struck Harry. He thought of a rather unique group, the squibs. The phenomenon of magical surges among young wizards was considered a necessary rite of passage into the wizarding world. It is worth noting that those born into magical families typically displayed no signs of magical outbursts before the age of 11, rendering them essentially squibs. Such individuals will never receive an acceptance letter from the esteemed Academy of Magic, nor will they ever have the opportunity to become wizards. However, squibs are not devoid of magic. They possess the ability to see through the muggle-repelling charm and, in theory, remain a part of the magical realm. Indeed, these individuals can utilize certain magical artifacts, yet they are incapable of casting spells themselves. What if I could cure those squibs? Harry pondered thoughtfully. These firecrackers may very well serve as a breakthrough in his studies of magic. It appears that I require a subject for my research to resolve this matter. Harry squinted his eyes. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Mr. Filch was diligently cleaning the library while cradling his cat. The rather enigmatic old man was accompanied by a cat. Gaunt and emaciated, the feline, known as Lady Loris, had been a steadfast companion to Filch for many years. The loathsome individual, Filch, is undoubtedly the most unpopular person among the students, without exception. The reason Harry gazes at him in such a manner is that, in the original narrative, this character, who delights in tormenting young wizards and possesses a rather eccentric disposition, is indeed a mute. It seems necessary to find an opportunity to converse with him, Harry contemplated. However, not at this moment. After all, exposing Filch in front of everyone would certainly wound his pride. After reflecting on this, Harry set down his book and exhaled deeply. "Have you found what you were looking for?" Hermione inquired. "Barely, but it is close enough," he replied. Chapter 25, Norbert. Hagrid's hut is situated at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, guarding the entrance to Hogwarts' enigmatic woods. The abode, referred to as the hut, is far from diminutive, for its proprietor is a half-giant. Moreover, he has been appointed as the keeper of keys, undeniably a trusted confidant of Dumbledore. "Knock, knock, knock. Here they come," Hagrid exclaimed. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of three figures, Harry, Cassandra, and Hermione. "Oh, well, since you have arrived," Hagrid remarked with a hint of resignation. The reason Cassandra accompanied Harry was that she had discovered his whereabouts during the night. This Slytherin nominal leader had taken to wandering under the stars. Driven by a sense of curiosity, she decided to follow him. Thus, the trio convened on the outskirts of Hogwarts, making Cassandra the third individual privy to this secret, alongside Harry and Hermione. "Hagrid, where did you acquire this dragon?" Cassandra inquired. Being the daughter of a Ministry of Magic official, she was acutely aware that the trafficking of dragon eggs is a grave offense. Should an Auror catch wind of it, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Hagrid had managed to procure such an egg. "I won it in a wager from a mysterious individual at the pub," Hagrid boasted. "A wager?" Hermione questioned. "Indeed. He claimed I could never tame a three-headed dog, nor would I know how to soothe it. However, I prevailed, for my Fluffy has been lent to Dumbledore for guarding No, I mustn't disclose any more." Hagrid promptly covered his mouth. "You truly are tight-lipped," Harry thought to himself. That very statement had already divulged a significant portion of the information, had he not been fully aware of Hagrid's nature. Harry might have genuinely suspected Dumbledore's involvement in the matter. Is this all meant to lead him towards the Philosopher's Stone? Moreover, there is a mysterious figure who suddenly appears at your bar, bearing your cherished dragon egg, which is quite suspicious indeed. The bait is enticing. You are truly an easy catch. However, Hagrid, putting aside the possibility of you being reported, this dragon will soon grow to the size of your house. And you cannot conceal it," Cassandra cautioned. "This is also the fundamental reason why dragons are seldom privately reared in the magical realm. The sheer size of these magnificent creatures makes them conspicuously noticeable, and the material conditions required to domesticate a dragon are quite daunting. Apart from specialized dragon sanctuaries, no place would willingly accommodate these beings. However, I truly adore them." Hagrid's voice lowered, and immediately, the iron bucket hanging by the bonfire clanged, capturing everyone's attention. Hagrid, filled with joy, eagerly retrieved his insulated gloves from the sofa and dashed to the bonfire. He carefully reached in, gingerly cradling a round, glistening egg. Steam wafted from it, and despite the searing heat, the exterior of the dragon egg remained unchanged. "Oh, what a mischievous little fellow," Hagrid exclaimed, blowing gently on it. He placed the dragon egg on the table, the warmth enveloping them, yet all four remained entranced by the egg. The dragon egg swayed slightly before beginning to fracture. A pair of delicate wings emerged, gray claws extending from the wings. This was a Norwegian ridgeback. "Nobber, Mommy S here," Hagrid beamed with delight. As a proud male guardian, he had prepared everything necessary for the newborn dragon. The ridgeback, named Nobber, immediately began to devour its shell upon hatching, its sharp milk teeth effortlessly shattering the hard shell. Even more resilient than stone. Burp. The little creature let out a satisfied belch and released a small flame that singed Hagrid's beard. "Oh, how vibrantly alive you are," Hagrid praised. Harry watched the newly hatched dragon with curiosity. To him, this little creature seemed devoid of sentience, moving like a mindless beast. Such an inferior breed of dragon could easily be regarded as a draconic lesser. Contemplating this, he decided to activate his golden eye for a closer observation. As his eyes gradually illuminated, the previously languid ridgeback, Nobber, suddenly shivered. The little one crawled on the ground, adopting a humble posture to display its submission and loyalty to Harry. This represents the highest etiquette among dragons, and even the newly hatched dragonlings are no exception. Nobu's instincts informed him that failure to adhere to this would result in his demise. Observing Nobu's demeanor, Harry lost all desire to continue his scrutiny. He retracted his golden gaze, and Nobu gradually emerged from his state of tension. However, the look in the little creature's eyes had fundamentally altered. The hierarchy of power had been firmly established in his mind. The entirety of a dragon is a treasure trove, be it dragon blood, sinew, or heart. Each constitutes premium materials for concocting potions and crafting artifacts. Cassandra's eyes gleamed with excitement, for even within their family, the Whirls, they possessed scant complete sets of dragon materials. Before her stood Nobu, resembling a vast treasury. "Oh, you mustn't do this. He is but a child," Hagrid protested, a fervent lover of animals. Hagrid would never permit anyone to inflict harm upon his young. Yet, Cassandra's statement jolted Harry into realization. Dragon blood harbors numerous latent potentials. Contemplating this, Harry extended his finger, summoning forth a droplet of blood through sheer will. The golden-hued blood, pulsating with enigmatic energy, captivated Nobu's attention the instant it materialized. "Woo, woo." Little Nobu pleaded, beseeching his superior to grant him this precious blood to aid his growth. "Very well, I permit you to consume it," Harry decreed, allowing the blood to fall. As the droplet of golden blood was ingested by Nobu, the skin of the Norwegian ridgeback began to fissure, revealing crimson streaks across its body. A layer of gray skin retreated, akin to a serpent shedding its skin, and the creature expanded slightly in size. Its wings grew in proportion to its body, yet overall, they maintained the configuration of claws and wings, not fully separating. Harry surmised that with further consumption of blood, Nobu's claws would entirely evolve into wings, and 2 pairs of claws would sprout from his abdomen, transforming him into a quintessential dragon. However, the essence of a dragon is not merely defined by appearance, but by the wisdom capable of manipulating the elements of the world. This matter cannot be resolved solely through blood. "Norbert, from this moment forth, I shall be your master." Harry gently caressed Norbert's head. "This is unjust. I am Norbert's mother," Hagrid muttered. Chapter 26. Shadows in the Forbidden Forest. As for legal matters, I believe there will certainly be a way to address them in the future. Harry playfully teased Norbert, offering words of comfort to the despondent Hagrid. In the wizarding world, there exists a considerable number of wizards engaging in unlawful activities, and the Ministry of Magic often fails to apprehend them. However, these bureaucrats, who tend to prey on the weak, may very well set their sights on the unfortunate little keeper at Hogwarts, especially since Hagrid is a half-blood without power or influence. If, by next year, he grows to a size that you can no longer care for him, you must promise to entrust him to me, Harry stated. Sensing the resolve in his gaze, Hagrid could only nod gently in agreement. Tears shimmered in the eyes of the giant, compelling Hagrid, who had always cherished dragons, to distance himself from Norbert, which was undoubtedly cruel. The primary factor here is Harry's desire to observe the growth of the Norwegian ridgeback. What transformations might occur in a ridgeback that has ingested its own blood? Under Harry's watchful gaze, the young dragon merely flutters its wings, casting curious glances at the humans towering over it. Yet, as a member of the dragon lineage, it is destined to grow far more colossal than these individuals. Their might is synonymous with their existence. "Little darling, let me hold you." Hagrid extended his hand. In response, the dragon exhaled a small burst of fire, igniting Hagrid's beard in a crackling blaze. "Whoa," he exclaimed, hurriedly swatting at the flames. The dragon, still unable to control its fiery breath, could only instinctively release it. After all, this newly hatched creature has no notion of friend or foe, yet it refrains from directing its fire towards Harry. In that case, we should return. Lingering here for too long is not advisable, Harry declared, rising to his feet. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, they exited the small cabin at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Soon after, Harry noticed a figure slowly making its way into the depths of the forest. The figure, cloaked in a dark mantle, glided with an ethereal grace, appearing emaciated from a distance as if grievously wounded. In an instant, Harry recognized the identity of this apparition. It was Voldemort. Or rather, Quirrell possessed by Voldemort. Cassandra, Hermione, you two should return at once, he asserted with unwavering conviction. What are you planning to do? Cassandra queried, her brow furrowed in concern. The silhouette that had just entered the Forbidden Forest instilled a profound sense of foreboding within her. Harry's reckless venture into the Forbidden Forest boded ill. The very reason Hogwarts designated this area as forbidden was due to the myriad of magical creatures residing within: centaurs, werewolves, spiders, and other beasts, all of which were merciless predators. Within the magical realm, the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts was indeed a place of considerable peril. Trust me. You must return at once. I can handle this, Harry insisted resolutely. To confront a weakened Voldemort here would be an unparalleled opportunity. With this thought, the white jade wand gracefully slipped into his grasp, its magical energy fully primed. Very well. Cassandra could not resist him. However, Hermione wished to articulate further, but was gently tugged by her. The golden-haired maiden subtly signaled Hermione with her emerald eyes, indicating that she should cease her counsel. Observing the two girls' understanding, Harry nodded appreciatively and forged ahead into the Forbidden Forest. Cassandra led Hermione towards the castle, as if truly intent on returning to their dormitory. Is it wise for us to let him venture alone in such peril? Hermione inquired. In response, Cassandra executed a complete 180, dashing towards a different fork in the path. It is not only your Gryffindor that indulges in nocturnal escapades. We too have our strategies, Cassandra asserted decisively. Clearly, she was unwilling to allow Harry to confront danger on his own. Rather, Cassandra deemed his decision rather naive. As a Slytherin, how could she permit herself to face adversaries alone when they were companions of the same house? Then let us hasten, Hermione concurred. A chilling wind swept through the Forbidden Forest, and the night air was quite frigid. Fortunately, Harry's blood coursed with warmth, providing him some comfort in such weather. The quest for Voldemort was not particularly arduous, for this near-death creature craved vitality, and the only magical beings within the forest capable of replenishing life force were unicorns. Indeed, consuming the blood of a unicorn could bestow vitality and even grant immortality, but the cost was an excruciating curse. This is the punishment for slaying pure beings, directly affecting the human flesh. It bestows vitality and immortality upon an individual while subjecting them to eternal torment. Thus, fundamentally, no one would willingly partake of unicorn blood. It is akin to the actions of a madman. Ah, you Voldemort, drinking blood to gain vitality while forcing Chiron to bear the curse, Harry scoffed. This is the brilliance of Voldemort. He is merely a fragment of a soul, requiring sustenance from life force. The unicorn provides this vitality at the cost of a curse, which is borne by Quirrell, who merely needs to lie upon him, siphoning the life force. Harry noticed a pool of silvery liquid on the floor nearby. The blood of a unicorn is indeed silvery. He crouched down, dipping his fingers into the viscous blood, a sense of temptation emanating from it. It seems this poor creature is in grave peril, Harry asserted. From the extent of the blood, it was clear that the unicorn had endured no less than a dozen spells in his quest to consume life force. Voldemort had drained a considerable amount of Quirrell's magical energy. He had found it. He squinted. Not far away, a figure was feasting upon a unicorn. Transformed fangs plunged deeply into the creature's tender skin, drawing forth a copious amount of blood. Small in stature, this was still a juvenile unicorn. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, pointing it directly at the despicable Dark Lord, reciting, Expelliarmus. A beam of red light shot forth. Who? Quirrell instantly reacted, retreating hastily beyond the range of attack, his cloak sweeping to deflect the incoming disarming spell. When Quirrell finally discerned the face of his opponent, panic gripped him. Harry Potter, he exclaimed, somewhat in fear. It's that boy, Voldemort hissed through clenched teeth. Old grudges and new grievances intertwined. The very boy who had interrupted his quest for life force was his long-standing adversary. Having just replenished his vitality, Voldemort compelled Quirrell's hand to grasp the wand. He intended to make this oblivious boy pay the ultimate price for his defiance. Avada Kedavra, Fire Shield. In the Forbidden Forest, a battle was about to unfold, echoing the legendary confrontation between the Dark Lord and the Savior. Chapter 27, Driving Voldemort Away. With swift reflexes, Harry raised his wand to block, deflecting the curse. The green spell struck the trunk of a tree, causing it to tremble violently. Within moments, all the leaves fell from its branches, and the bark split open, revealing grotesque patterns. The potency of this curse is evident. Even in a weakened state, the Dark Lord's power is not to be underestimated. He certainly would not sit idly by. The raging flames surrounding him were no trifling matter, prompting an immediate decision to retaliate. With a flick of his wand, Harry conjured a dragon-shaped form from the surrounding fire, directing it straight towards Voldemort. "Damn that wretched boy," Voldemort hissed, then pointed at the approaching flames, intoning a spell. Clear water, like a spring. A stream of water materialized before his wand, which he transfigured into a serpent, its gaping maw aimed to bite at the flames. The fire blazed fiercely, vaporizing a significant amount of the water. The steam enveloped the air, creating a mist that obscured vision, causing the fire under Harry's control to lose its target. Avada Kedavra, a green light shot forth. Expelliarmus. Without hesitation, Harry cast his spell. The red and green curses clashed in the air, a mere child wielding an immense reservoir of magical power. The two spells flickered with brilliance, danger lurking within the fray. The light illuminated the night sky, revealing Quirrell's ghastly visage, his eyes filled only with suffering and cruelty, a mere shadow of his former self under Voldemort's influence. His gaze turned to Harry, his pupils transformed into serpentine slits of crimson. Yet Harry met his stare, his golden eyes narrowing, on the verge of becoming slitted as well. However, unlike Voldemort's eyes, those golden orbs shimmered with boundless magical energy. An inexplicable sense of dread surged within Voldemort. Incantation, King Flame. Harry uttered the spell. Instantly, the elemental fire in the air converged wildly, the temperature soaring. Though Harry's wand remained engaged in combat with Voldemort, he had no opportunity to cast a second spell. But under Voldemort's fearful gaze, the air around him began to compress. The intense heat enveloped him, forcing him to abandon his assault. The disarming spell struck his hand. Yet Voldemort was too preoccupied to care, retreating with a disillusionment charm to preserve his existence. How could this be? Such a level of wandless magic. Voldemort clearly misunderstood. He perceived Harry's incantation as a form of wandless spellcasting. Yet, one must understand that even if such powerful magic could be performed wandlessly, its efficacy would be greatly diminished. Nevertheless, Harry's display undeniably instilled a sense of trepidation within the Dark Lord. Had he not escaped moments earlier, he would now find himself at the heart of the explosion. "Master, I am in such agony," Quirrell wailed. "Silence. Fool. If it weren't for your blunder, I wouldn't have to contend with him," Voldemort scolded. The undeniable truth was that his strength paled in comparison to Harry's. In his prime, he could have easily ensured Harry's demise at that moment. But alas, he was not. Simultaneously, Voldemort felt the skin of this body slowly cracking, blood seeping forth. There is indeed a price to be paid for inhabiting another's form. At this moment, Voldemort had been siphoning the magical energy from this body to fuel his own formidable mental prowess. The spells he employed were all manipulated through Quirrell's consciousness. The consequence of casting spells in this manner is that the potency of the magic is reduced to less than half of its former glory during its pinnacle. This also elucidates why Voldemort dared not confront Dumbledore directly. A blunder has emerged. Swiftly magnify. Two youthful voices resonated within the Forbidden Forest. The young witch unleashed a spell, summoning a venomous serpent, which she then transformed into a colossal python through an enlargement charm, its forked tongue flickering as it gazed at Voldemort. A flicker of surprise crossed Voldemort's eyes. After all, he was a Parselmouth, and summoning a snake was akin to inviting danger. "Eliminate them," Voldemort commanded in Parseltongue. "No, slay the dark sorcerer before you," another voice interjected. This revelation, emanating from the mouths of his adversaries, filled him with a sense of pride for his lineage and language, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Do you believe that you are the sole speaker of Parseltongue in this world?" The golden gleam in his eyes amplified the powers of the serpent speaker. Under the influence of his bloodline, the python ultimately made its choice and lunged at Voldemort. Clearly, it regarded Voldemort as one of inferior blood. Damn it! Damn it! He cursed inwardly. His body began to levitate slowly under the force of magic. Devoid of any fighting spirit, consumed by the desire to flee. Harry, he must not escape. Hermione cried out anxiously. However, Cassandra tugged at her sleeve. Judging by Voldemort's recent actions, this wizard's strength had surpassed their wildest imaginings. Speaking out now would only betray their position. Voldemort, realizing their presence, turned his gaze upon the two girls, his eyes filled with malice. He immediately lunged forward, intent on seizing Cassandra and Hermione, seeking to avoid a direct confrontation with Harry. This despicable act was, of course, discerned by Harry. With a mere flick of his wand, flames surged towards Cassandra and Hermione, encircling them. Was he truly employing fiendfire? Had he lost his mind? Voldemort swiftly retreated. However, upon witnessing that the malevolent flames surrounded Hermione and Cassandra without inflicting any harm upon them, his fury intensified. Controlling fiendfire. This remarkable ability evoked memories of a certain individual, Gellert Grindelwald, the original Dark Lord. In that fleeting moment, Voldemort felt an icy chill run down his spine. For under the influence of such flames, a fragment of his soul would be reduced to ashes. Master, we must flee at once, Quirrell urged. Fool, such matters do not require your counsel, he retorted, his form soaring into the air, darting towards the forbidden forest with an urgency that bordered on desperation. Meanwhile, Harry merely observed Voldemort from his position, not due to an inability to pursue, but rather because of Cassandra and Hermione's presence. He could not risk the possibility of this being a ruse to draw him away. So you two were deceiving me? Harry turned, casting a piercing gaze at Cassandra and Hermione, his eyes dark and penetrating, causing a shiver to run through the two. Cassandra crossed her arms, feigning indifference, while Hermione lowered her head, her demeanor resembling that of one who had erred, stepping forward with a look of contrition, about to offer an apology. This is perilous. Let it not happen again. Before Hermione could utter a word, a voice whispered in his ear. When he lifted his gaze again, Harry's form had vanished into the night sky. Only Cassandra understood that he merely activated his invisibility cloak. Chapter 28. The Mute Firecracker under Harry's protection. Cassandra and Hermione returned to their respective houses, while he prepared to seek out Filch. The aged figure, bearing a lantern, patrolled the castle, endeavoring to locate the disobedient young wizard who was preparing for a nocturnal escapade. Who goes there? A shadow flitted across the corner. Filch, raising his lantern, shouted. His visage twisted into a menacing grimace, exuding an aura of formidable threat. Many newly enrolled young wizards would be intimidated by such a caretaker, as he would seize any misstep and mercilessly deduct points from their respective houses. Of course, the Weasley twins would effortlessly turn the tables on him. With a narrowed gaze, Filch resolved to teach this mischievous young wizard a lesson. Meow? Mrs. Norris's fur bristled. In the shadows, a pair of golden eyes fixed upon her. As an animal, she sensed the palpable aura of dread. Filch remained oblivious, striding forward as the evening breeze swept through the chilly corridor, his hands trembling slightly. I believe you require some assistance, Mr. Filch. Harry slowly emerged from the shadows. Mrs. Norris, in a state of panic, scurried away, acutely aware of the intimidating presence emanating from him. Harry Potter, come here. Filch extended his hand, attempting to seize him. Upon realizing he was dealing with a student, Filch's bravado faltered. Even in the presence of the renowned savior, he felt no fear, until the wand was pointed directly at him, its tip glowing with magical energy. What do you intend to do? Filch stammered, panic seizing him. This imposing demeanor, coupled with Harry's unsettling gaze, instilled a profound fear in the Muggle. I presume you would not wish to expose me. Do you not desire to experiment with the mastery of magic, Mr. Filch, the squib? Should you choose to betray me, you shall face dire consequences. With each utterance, Harry advanced a step closer. How could he possibly know of this matter? The old man, feeling a sense of guilt, displayed a harsh demeanor towards the students, much of which stemmed from jealousy. However, when the truth of his inability to wield magic was revealed, Filch transformed from an arrogant tyrant into a state of utter bewilderment. With the aid of my research, I might enable you to master magic. This is your only viable path, Harry remarked nonchalantly. Why should I trust you? This is something even Dumbledore cannot accomplish, Filch protested, struggling against the notion. Yet, as he gazed into Harry's otherworldly golden eyes, a shiver ran down his spine. I possess a unique bloodline. That alone suffices, Harry asserted. With his eyes reddened and the title of squib haunting him throughout his life, Filch felt a resolve forming within him. He looked deeply into Harry's eyes and declared in a low voice, "I am willing to cooperate with you, as long as you grant me the power of magic. I shall do whatever you ask." Seeing that the old man had acquiesced, Harry slowly lowered his wand. In all of Hogwarts, there existed but one squib, and he had no alternative means to seek out research subjects. Should Filch refuse to cooperate, Harry was prepared to incapacitate him each night, though this would inevitably hinder progress. Filch's willingness to assist was thus the most favorable outcome. "I shall visit you each night. Come with me to a certain place," Harry instructed, leading Filch to a wall. Indeed, he intended to take this old fellow to the Room of Requirement, for it was the only location that provided the necessary conditions for research while ensuring sufficient secrecy. Until results were achieved, it was best to avoid unnecessary exposure. As Harry paced back and forth, hoping to locate a suitably equipped laboratory, a door materialized upon the wall. "This is the entrance to the Room of Requirement." With a sense of urgency, he stepped inside alongside Filch. The sight left Filch utterly astounded. Having spent an indeterminate number of years at Hogwarts, he had no inkling of the existence of this chamber. This further solidified Filch's desire to master the art of magic. This is a miracle brought forth by magic. Even a mere firecracker pales in comparison to a young wizard still in school. How could this not ignite his fervor for the arcane arts? "You sit there while I prepare a few items," Harry commanded, with a flick of his wand. A sofa materialized before them, and Harry began to rummage through the assortment of bottles and jars. These are all the potion ingredients related to sedatives. Having learned the art of potion making from his family, Harry processed the materials and poured them into the cauldron. The cauldron began to stir gently on its own, indicating that it required a period of simmering. "Extend your hand," Harry commanded. Filch obediently extended his hand, placing his wand upon it, as Harry's mental energy delved within. After a thorough exploration, he arrived at a conclusion. In truth, the vast majority of humanity possesses a source of magical power, a wellspring of vitality. Yet Muggles are typically incapable of allowing that magic to flow. It exists merely as a form of life force. Within Muggles, under the influence of this magical source, a surge of adrenaline can be generated to preserve life. Of course, all this comes at a cost. Furthermore, within the squibs lies enough magical potential to become wizards, yet their conduits for magic are blocked. This explains why squibs can perceive Muggle-repelling charms and utilize magical items, yet are unable to perform magic themselves, Harry murmured. This is also the answer provided by the magical world of Santo Mongo. The condition of being a squib is nearly incurable. Unlocking these magical conduits could very well result in the demise of the individual. Nevertheless, there exist certain exceptions within this realm. One such exception is the awakening of magical creature lineage. Harry scrutinized Filch. Although this elderly man hailed from a wizarding family, he was by no means a scion of a prominent lineage. Even the illustrious Malfoy and Weasley families possess magical bloodlines that are too diluted to awaken. Time was of the essence. It was necessary to substitute the materials. He approached the cauldron and, before Filch, sliced open his finger, allowing a single drop of golden blood to fall slowly. As this drop mingled with the contents of the cauldron, the steam rising from the intense heat permeated the air, causing the mixture to bubble violently. While the potion within the cauldron roiled, it did not signify a failure in the brewing process. The tranquil primary ingredient was replaced with one that could invigorate the magical essence. Harry diligently recorded the potion's response. This is, in fact, the most conservative solution devised over the past few days. Whether the volatile elements within his blood can enable this potion to affect a person's magical power remains unverified. Should I consume this substance? Filch felt a twinge of apprehension. The addition of blood to the cauldron had rendered the entire potion transparent, its myriad twinkling lights resembling distant stars. Indeed, I will assess your condition shortly. Should any abnormalities arise, inform me immediately, Harry commanded. He then poured a vial from the cauldron and handed it to the waiting Filch. The old man merely moved his throat, closed his eyes, and downed the potion in one gulp. Chapter 29. Midnight conversations. Upon consuming the vial of elixir, Filch felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Meanwhile, Harry seized this moment to probe with his magic, endeavoring to uncover any deficiencies. To his astonishment, he discovered that the potion, once absorbed, indeed had a profound effect on the nature of the magic within. The previously dormant energy began to stir restlessly. "How do you feel now?" Harry inquired. "A bit warm. I can sense the magic within me," Filch replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. It was the first time he had ever felt such power residing within his own body. This is the sensation of magic, a feeling that Ferky had never experienced throughout his life until now. Could it be that I possess magic? Ferky naturally assumed so. However, Harry swiftly doused his hopes with a splash of cold reality, stating, "No, although your magic appears somewhat agitated, it is far from reaching a normal level." This hardly approached an ideal state. For a typical young wizard, the scale and intensity of magical agitation would be significantly greater, even capable of influencing the environment around them. Yet, Ferky was merely sweating. A slight disappointment washed over him. Nevertheless, he understood that this was merely the initial phase of his studies. The mere ability to sense the dormant magic within him represented a substantial breakthrough, a conundrum that had perplexed the entire magical community. Your magical energy is almost stagnant. Forcing it to activate could cause you harm, Harry remarked, his brow furrowed. It must be noted that for young wizards, magical agitation is exceedingly perilous. This not only signifies a destructive force against the surrounding environment, but also inflicts considerable harm upon oneself. What, then, shall we do now? Filch inquired, perplexed. Each time, I increment the dosage for you. You consume it, allowing the magic to remain vibrant, Harry elucidated. Subsequently, he transferred the potion from the cauldron into glass vials of varying sizes. He labeled each vial meticulously with small slips of paper and handed them to Filch, signaling him to secure them. After stating this, he cast a sidelong glance and warned, "Do not say, 'I did not forewarn you,' should you exceed the prescribed dosage. It is highly probable that you may encounter consequences of incalculable magnitude." This caused a sudden jolt in Filch's heart, who had initially contemplated excessive indulgence. The exhilarating sensation of magic coursing through his veins filled him with immense delight, affirming that he was no longer a mere bystander, capable of appreciating the exquisite beauty of magic. "I understand. I shall exercise restraint," Filch nodded. He was determined not to allow his inability to control his desires to lead to a disastrous failure in the restoration of his magical abilities. Harry nodded in agreement, clearly captivated by the prospect of wielding magic as a wizard, a sentiment he found profoundly admirable. As long as one harbored aspirations and a vision for the future, they could suppress unnecessary thoughts. Let us conclude our discussion for today. Remember, do not mention this to anyone, not even Dumbledore, he emphasized. I understand, Filch replied, nodding earnestly. The slightly stooped old man now wore an expression of unwavering loyalty. The hope of regaining his magical powers allowed him to forget everything. And Harry's image loomed before him, even surpassing that of Headmaster Dumbledore. As he exited the room of requirement, the walls behind him slowly closed. At that moment, Hogwarts remained shrouded in silence, with many young wizards nestled in their dormitories. Harry strode purposefully towards the Slytherin common room, while Filch continued his patrol of the castle. Lantern in hand. Password. Glory. Harry uttered the incantation. The door to the Slytherin common room swung open, and he entered without a second thought. A figure on the sofa raised an eyebrow and turned around. With an exquisite visage, golden hair, and green eyes, she exuded an air of regality. "Cassandra, why are you still here?" Harry inquired. "I was pondering when you would return," Cassandra replied as she rose to her feet. Their eyes locked in an intense gaze, her dissatisfaction palpable. Cassandra had searched the entire Hogwarts castle without catching a glimpse of Harry. "I have something to discuss. Follow me," she insisted earnestly, faced with her seriousness. Harry felt he could not refuse and reluctantly followed her outside. He sighed softly, knowing that this night was destined to be sleepless. "Do you no longer need to don your invisibility cloak?" "No, Filch will not catch us. Just speak your mind," she reassured him. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the pair indeed appeared as a harmonious match. Cassandra Worrell, the young woman, was now intently scrutinizing Harry's eyes, searching for something within them. Harry Potter, the savior of the magical realm, the greatest adversary of the Dark Lord. That shadow from earlier was Voldemort, wasn't it? Cassandra uttered the name. With her keen intellect, she could not possibly misidentify the dark wizard who had haunted the night. A dark wizard who required the blood of unicorns to survive could only be Voldemort. Severely wounded as he was. "How audacious of you to speak Voldemort's name. That is quite rare," Harry chuckled. "I do not fear him. When that madman ruled the magical world, he harbored considerable malice towards us," Cassandra spat. "But what we must discuss is not him, but you, Harry Potter." "Me?" Harry queried, resting his chin in contemplation. Since joining Slytherin, he felt he had developed a markedly different persona from that of the original Harry. His attitude towards Slytherin and others was utterly distinct. "You are our cornerstone. If even you lack ambition, we would be lost on what to pursue." Thus, We must deliberate on who you aspire to become, boss, Cassandra declared resolutely. Perhaps this proud girl seldom uttered such a title. Yet, Harry's status as a first year in Slytherin warranted it. Otherwise, Draco would not have shown such deference. Only you hold this belief, or does Draco share it as well? This is the consensus among all of Slytherin. Though Draco's indecisiveness is debatable, we are certainly not the likes of Lucius Malfoy, Cassandra remarked with disdain. In truth, the offspring of pureblood families held Draco Malfoy in low esteem. Even among purebloods, they were not shy in expressing their contempt for fence-sitters. Are you certain? Perhaps our enemies extend beyond Voldemort. Even Dumbledore? Cassandra interjected. Harry felt a twinge of unease facing the astute young woman. He genuinely had not considered that. Very well. Allow me to enlighten you regarding the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 30. The Mirror of Erist. Through Harry's narration, Cassandra learned of Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, fully grasping why Hogwarts, deemed the safest place in the magical world, was plagued by peculiar occurrences. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze to Harry. I have a place for us to visit, Cassandra asserted with undeniable authority. That very night, she took Harry to an empty classroom within Hogwarts. As she opened the door, the creaking echoed through the empty space, revealing a tall mirror covered in dust. The Mirror of Erist is here? Harry exclaimed, astonished. He had searched for it before, but had never been able to locate it. Truth be told, he had once believed that Dumbledore had never brought the mirror to the school. Just days ago, I was drawn to this mirror. But something felt amiss if what you say is true. Suddenly, Harry sensed a surge of magic enveloping the classroom. He shot Cassandra a glance, signaling her to cease her words, for the true master, Dumbledore, had entered the room. Indeed, the Mirror of Erist housed the Philosopher's Stone entrusted to him by Nicholas Flamel. And thus, Dumbledore would always be aware of any presence nearby. What did you see? Harry inquired. I saw myself. I'm the finest Slytherin, she replied, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Cassandra had not fully articulated the mirror's vision. In reality, the reflection depicted an older version of Cassandra, graceful and poised. Her emerald robe flowing as if animated by magic, surrounded by countless followers, embodying the essence of a queen. Harry rubbed his forehead, thinking to himself, indeed, she is worthy of the title. Enough about me. Look into the mirror and see what you behold, Cassandra urged. Harry directed his gaze towards the Mirror of Erist, a seemingly exquisite object. At the top of its frame, an inscription was etched, yet the words could only be understood when read backward. I do not reveal your face, but your desires. This mirror reflects the desires that dwell within the human heart. But what are my desires? With this curiosity, he gazed into the center of the mirror, where the image gradually took shape. From the inky darkness of the surface emerged a pair of golden, gleaming eyes, a magnificent throne beneath Harry. While Cassandra summoned her followers nearby, Draco Malfoy presided over the Wizengamot, appointing the next Minister of Magic. He commanded the officials of the ministry, from the British Ministry of Magic to the International Confederation of Wizards, all of whom adhered to his ideologies. With a sudden flick of his wand, a green light shot forth. It was the killing curse of Avada Kedavra. His target was a faceless man devoid of a nose. Only Harry recognized him. This was Voldemort. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Is this what I desire? Harry whispered. Upon the throne, his eyes were filled with indifference and arrogance, akin to an emperor who regarded all with disdain. The affairs of the magical realm lay entirely under Harry's dominion. Even the miserly goblins knelt before him, respectfully offering their treasures and riches. The scene shifted, revealing the characters from the original tale, all alive and well: Sirius, Lupin, Professor Snape, and others. These individuals have all turned to assist Harry in ascending to this position, while Hermione, Cassandra, Draco, and others have become his devoted followers and most crucial aides. What did you see? Cassandra inquired once more. Like you, I have also become one of the finest wizards, but most importantly, I vanquished Voldemort, Harry replied. He found it exceedingly difficult to articulate the entirety of what the mirror revealed. Attaining such a status is not merely a matter of becoming the Dark Lord. Even the most formidable first-generation Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, achieved only half of it. To accomplish this, one must inevitably confront an insurmountable barrier: Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore, who once thwarted Grindelwald's ambition to dominate the world, would undoubtedly obstruct him again. Children, what this mirror displays is not the true present. An aged voice resonated within the classroom. Isn't Voldemort already dead? Cassandra questioned. No, Harry merely inflicted severe injuries upon him that day. He is weakened, but given his abilities, he will certainly return, Dumbledore responded mysteriously. His implication was clear. Harry is the child chosen by the magical world. A glimmer of realization passed between Cassandra and Harry. Dumbledore had been observing them all along. It was not until Harry articulated the vision he saw in the mirror that Dumbledore revealed his presence. However, now was not an appropriate moment for a young wizard to appear. "Professor Dumbledore, we did not intend to be out at night." Cassandra feigned innocence. "But that's inconsequential. The youth must always be brimming with vitality, and Slytherin is no exception, is it?" Dumbledore winked. "Professor, what is the purpose of this mirror?" Harry inquired. In response to Harry's question, Dumbledore gazed at the mirror of Erist. What he saw reflected was a pair of socks symbolizing familial love, a representation of the cherished moments shared with Gellert Grindelwald. The elderly man spoke slowly. "This mirror has the power to ensnare one in illusory dreams, causing them to forsake the reality of life, which is of no benefit at all." "I understood." Harry inclined his head slightly in apology. "It appears you have already inherited the legacy left to you by your father." Dumbledore gazed intently at the invisibility cloak draped over Harry. "This is indeed one of the Deathly Hallows, an object that Grindelwald once yearned to possess. Collecting all 3 Deathly Hallows may lead to wondrous events. However, the precise method of activation remains shrouded in legend. Yes, this cloak is remarkably useful." Harry felt a twinge of caution. Surely Dumbledore would not confiscate it. "This belongs to you. I hope you will use it wisely. Now, return, and do not seek this mirror again. Everything you have witnessed requires your own choices and efforts to shape the future," Dumbledore advised earnestly. After absorbing the wisdom imparted, Harry and Cassandra departed the classroom, making their way back to the Slytherin common room. Leaving Dumbledore alone, the old man murmured softly, "He is very much like you, Gellert." Chapter 31. The Challenge Game Fool. "We must act tonight. Our time is running short," Voldemort declared in a low voice. He could sense his soul growing weaker, the searing pain of the cursed fire still vivid in his memory. How could a mere wizard wield such dark flames? The revelation would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire wizarding world. The Fiendfire curse is classified among the dark arts, and Hogwarts would never teach such a spell. Even if it were taught, how could the defense against the dark arts professor be unaware of it? It must have been Dumbledore's doing, perhaps facilitated by some enchanted artifact. Voldemort concluded with certainty. "I am in such agony, my master," Quirrell cried out. The parasitic bond was not without its repercussions. The torment was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Moreover, Quirrell bore the curse left by unicorn blood, rendering his existence a living nightmare. Indeed, Voldemort had a knack for tormenting his subordinates. "Seize your wand. We shall act tonight," Voldemort commanded. Yet, on this very night, Harry was also devising a plan to confront Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore had crafted such an exquisite stage. It would be remiss not to take full advantage of it. His adversary was his long-standing nemesis, and it was time for Voldemort to experience genuine terror. "Are you prepared?" Cassandra inquired. "Indeed, everything is in place," he replied. With a flick of his cloak, his form vanished into thin air, for Harry had activated his invisibility cloak. As he traversed the corridors of Hogwarts, Harry effortlessly navigated the spiral staircase, arriving at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest on the 3rd floor. "This must be the place." "Alohomora," Harry exclaimed, waving his wand. The bolt clicked open, and he kicked the door with such force that a gust of wind stirred up dust from within. Inside the vast chamber, a 3-headed dog lay in deep slumber, while a nearby harp, enchanted, played a melodious tune. Voldemort had learned from Hagrid that the music was produced by the 3-headed guardian. "Boring," Harry muttered as he glanced at the colossal beast. He lifted one of its paws with his wand, revealing a trapdoor beneath. Without hesitation, he jumped down. As he fell, he continued to wave his wand. Flames erupted forth. Before he could touch down, the tip of his wand unleashed a torrent of fire. In the dimly lit space, the devil's snare below recoiled from the flames, desperate to evade the fiery onslaught unleashed by Harry. There was no need for fiendfire. Ordinary flames were the natural enemy of these plants. Word of power, wind dance. An upward force caught his body, preventing him from crashing to the ground. Upon landing smoothly, he surveyed his surroundings. The somber room was illuminated by a solitary beam of light. He brushed off the dust from his robes, his expression indifferent, for Dumbledore's obstacles seemed rather simplistic. "Is this your defense against dark wizards? Even a novice sorcerer could navigate these challenges with their knowledge. Are those the flying keys?" Harry mused, looking up. Under the light's glow, a swarm of winged keys fluttered about serenely, appearing harmless. He cast a glance at the tightly shut door, the bolt secured with an anti-unlocking charm. This is a trap set by Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. In the corner, a flying broomstick hovers in midair, indicating that one must seize the key to pass through the door ahead. Wind dance, accelerate. With a swift motion, Harry propelled himself into the air, his form akin to that of an ethereal sprite. Under the radiant glow of the golden light, the injured winged key was poised to fall into Harry's grasp. However, the key suddenly surged away, evading his reach. As it sensed the presence of others in the air, the surrounding keys began to stir restlessly. The flight speed of the keys suddenly intensified, their tips becoming exceedingly sharp as they rushed directly towards Harry. Quite intriguing, a modified version of the golden snitch, he thought with a smile. He then accelerated, trailing behind a multitude of soaring keys. The injured wing of the key rendered it incapable of swift flight, and it was swiftly captured after a few rounds. Although this mischievous little creature had been caught, Harry was not inclined to spare the swarm of keys pursuing him from behind. "Fire shield!" he exclaimed, unleashing a fierce blaze. A torrent of blue flames erupted from the tip of his wand, coalescing into a fiery whirlwind. The intense heat incinerated the flying keys, despite the fortification of enchantments. The searing flames were overwhelmingly destructive. In a matter of moments, these enchanted keys lost their magical essence and were reduced to mere ashes. The door was now ready to be unlocked. He inserted the key into the keyhole, and with a slight twist, the door swung open. Revealed beyond was a chessboard, intricately arranged by Professor McGonagall as part of a wizard's chess set. The wizarding chess pieces were all intact, having never been subjected to the ravages of battle. Clearly, Voldemort had not traversed this challenge through conventional means. Thus, Harry resolved to adopt a similar approach and soared into the sky, racing towards the rear of the chessboard. However, the piece known as the Queen suddenly drew a bow, aiming an arrow at Harry. "I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Disarm your weapon." He cast the disarming charm. The crimson beam surged forth, forcefully colliding with the incoming arrows, resulting in a spectacular explosion in midair. This detonation caused the entire chessboard to rotate, prompting all the pieces to rise and draw their weapons. Harry squinted, as this unforeseen development eluded his expectations. Professor McGonagall, a true master of transfiguration, had indeed set a trap that was not easily navigated by ordinary individuals. Yet, how had Voldemort managed to bypass it? Harry gazed curiously towards the other side of the flaming barrier, where the pieces were preparing to launch their assault. Oh, perhaps it would be best to simply upend the chessboard. He retracted his wand. Incantation, King's Flame. His golden eyes gleamed as the elemental forces in the air coalesced into a vortex at Harry's command. The flames intensified, the temperature escalating as the air was drawn away, heralding an impending explosion at the heart of the chessboard. Thunderous roars ensued. The explosion of such magnitude was nothing short of formidable. The nearby pieces were shattered, their magically reinforced shells scattering into the air. With a swift flourish of his cloak, Harry shielded himself from the debris. "Now, it was just you left, Voldemort." Harry's gaze shifted towards the wall of flames. Adjacent to him floated a piece of parchment, detailing the method to traverse the fiery barrier. Upon the dais were arranged various potions, one of which would allow safe passage through the flames. Yet, Harry was not inclined to employ wisdom. Instead, he summoned the magic within him, raising his wand high. "Fire God, clear the way." Chapter 32, The Death of Voldemort. Under the influence of his magic, the flames gradually parted, akin to sentinels heralding the arrival of a king. In the depths of the fiery corridor, there stood a familiar mirror, the erased mirror. Harry narrowed his eyes, magic coursing gently through his pupils, his muscles tensing, for before the mirror loomed a figure imbued with malevolence. The individual certainly perceived the commotion behind him and turned around with a fierce glare. "We meet again, Voldemort." He tightened his grip on the wand in his hand and advanced forward. His boots lightly tapped against the floor as the nimble flames danced around their master. "The boy who lived, Harry Potter." His voice was notably hoarse. A pair of blood-red slitted eyes fixated on Harry, who stood engulfed in flames, while Quirrell's body bore no unblemished skin, with cracks incessantly oozing crimson blood. The vitality of this body is primarily sustained by the dependency on magical power. Unlike before, his gaze is now imbued with a sense of apprehension. The young sorcerer indeed inflicted genuine harm upon himself within the Forbidden Forest, even when Voldemort had to expend tremendous effort to fend off the curses cast by the unicorns. His gaze lingered upon Harry, clad in the Slytherin uniform, a hint of nostalgia gracing his expression. "Slytherin, it appears you and I are kindred spirits," Voldemort murmured softly. "Joining the Death Eaters will fulfill your ambitions and grant you boundless power. We once ruled the magical realm of Britain. Once I am resurrected, we shall reclaim dominion over all." All of this is due to the Eris mirror behind him. Voldemort understood that only by utilizing Harry could he obtain the Philosopher's Stone hidden within the mirror. The enchantment set by Dumbledore was effective solely against his chosen savior. "Mastering everything?" Harry scoffed. "Do you know who was called the Dark Lord before you?" His name was Gellert Grindelwald. Throughout the exchange, he did not forget that the man before him was the most ruthless of wizards. From start to finish, Harry maintained his guard as magic surged through the air, clashing furiously, constantly attempting to exert pressure on the adversary. "You, who slaughtered wizards of Muggle descent, despising half-bloods, initiated a cleansing campaign in the magical world. Believing you could grasp the truth of existence, aspiring to inherit the legacy of your ancestor Salazar Slytherin," he derided. "What did you say?" Voldemort could not comprehend. Yet he discerned Harry's intent. This boy did not wish to cooperate with his plans. Voldemort could hardly wait any longer, his power surging into his wand. A murderous intent palpable. Avada Kedavra, fire shield. With a flick of his wand, flames formed an impenetrable barrier before Harry. The searing inferno directly countered the killing curse. The scorching flames rendered the green spell intangible. Harry no longer required bloodline magic to stand before Voldemort and defend himself. Harry advanced, his golden eyes blazing, magic igniting around him. His gaze toward Voldemort was filled with furious defiance as he waved his wand and declared, "Did you know that the majority of this world is inhabited by Muggles? Muggles possess the weapons to annihilate the entire world, and among them may arise descendants with magic. Uniting all wizards to bring magic to humanity is the true future. Your ancestors founded Hogwarts in response to the witch hunts, selecting Muggle-born wizards to cultivate a more formidable wizarding army to strike back against Muggles, while your cleansing is purely a manifestation of your hatred and cowardice." Looking at the Dark Lord with pitying eyes, Harry's disdain was unmistakable. The flames danced as his wand wielded them, the ivory-like wand resembling a conductor's baton. In that moment, he appeared as a maestro of destiny. "You are a coward manufactured by Dumbledore, not even 1/10,000th of Grindelwald." Harry uttered his final assessment, igniting Voldemort's wrath. For this statement undoubtedly encapsulated his journey from Wood Orphanage to Hogwarts, culminating in the creation of Horcruxes and the pursuit of immortality. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! The two killing curses collided violently in the air, magic surging outward. Both combatants poured every ounce of their power into the struggle. "Ha ha!" Voldemort cackled wickedly. "Harry Potter's actions are nothing short of a death wish. A mere boy attempting to match his magical strength against mine, even with extraordinary talent. He cannot be compared to an elite wizard, especially not to the Dark Lord." His fierce will infused the wand, magic erupting and shooting toward Harry. No one understands the killing curse better than the Dark Lord. Voldemort was an expert in this regard. "No, I cannot afford to expend any more of my magical energy." Harry felt a surge of anxiety within. The balance of their magical confrontation slowly tilted toward Voldemort. The frantic influx of magic made Harry's eyes radiate with brilliance. The potential of his draconic lineage was gradually being drained, yet this power remained insufficient to withstand the legendary wizard that Voldemort was. As the overexertion took its toll, crimson lines began to seep from Harry's neck. Scales slowly emerged on his skin, and his eyes transformed into slitted pupils. A sense of impending death filled his mind, and the instinct of his dragon heritage, coupled with the lively flames around him, compelled him to utter the incantation that commanded the elements of the world. Elemental incantation, King Flame. The voice was ancient and resonant, akin to the whisper of primordial deities, as if a ruler commanded his subjects. The raging flames surged toward Voldemort like an eager spirit. How is this possible? To manipulate flames while casting the killing curse? Voldemort's eyes widened in horror. This ability was beyond his reach even at the height of his power. The killing curse and the three unforgivable curses wield immense strength, rendering wandless or silent casting nearly impossible. Yet today, Harry achieved the unthinkable. Voldemort was utterly immobilized. Should he relinquish his magical resistance, Harry's Avada Kedavra would strike him down. Conversely, if he maintained his magical defiance, the fiend fire would consume him entirely. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to flee, allowing Quirrell's soul to absorb the impact of the curse. "You wish to escape? But that curse is destined to explode," Harry retorted with a cold smirk. The instant Voldemort vacated this vessel, the chaotic fiend fire erupted violently. Boom. Neither his soul nor Quirrell's corporeal form could withstand the inferno. No. The soul wailed in despair. The green light struck Quirrell's essence, illuminating the room with a flash, heralding death. Ha. Harry gasped for breath. Feeling utterly drained by the curses and spells, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. Chapter 33, Grindelwald. A notification signaled a change in the plot. One reward draw opportunity has been granted. Would you like to commence the draw immediately? We'll discuss that later. Yet Harry had no time to ponder such matters. Waves of exhaustion from overexerted magic surged through him, his eyelids heavy with sleep. The Philosopher's Stone approached. With a flick of his wand, he summoned it. After the fiend fire's devastation, the shattered mirror of Arist revealed the hidden Philosopher's Stone, a testament to his mastery over the flames. A translucent, blood-red gem flew into Harry's grasp. The coveted stone now his. He waved his wand once more, warping the very fabric of space. Apparition. As his feet touched the ground again, Harry found himself back in his Slytherin dormitory, reinforcing the door lock with the last remnants of his magic before collapsing heavily onto his bed. Such a commotion could not have gone unnoticed by the professors of Hogwarts. They promptly ensured the safety of the students and rushed to the scene. It appears the situation is far worse than we imagined, Dumbledore remarked, his gaze sweeping the room, or perhaps it could no longer be deemed a room. This is astounding. Professor McGonagall gasped in disbelief. The traps originally set by the professors lay in utter ruin, the fiend fire extinguished. The mirror of Arist was reduced to mere shards. The air still bore the lingering heat, and McGonagall saw that her chessboard was charred, none remaining unscathed. This must be the work of the Dark Lord. Professor Flitwick exclaimed sharply, lamenting the destruction of his enchanted wings. The final vortex of flames had obliterated everything in its path. These diminutive entities could not escape the taint of fiend fire, reduced to mere ashes in an instant. The spells wielded by those celestial wings were the arduous labor of Professor Flitwick. I cannot recall that the Dark Lord's most formidable magic was fiend fire, Snape gently reminded. However, it is unequivocal that such dark magic is their forte, Professor McGonagall asserted. Dumbledore crouched down, picking up the ash from the floor, his expression grave. For he was certain that this was not the work of Harry's magic. If pressed to name a culprit, it would be Gellert Grindelwald. Yet he could guarantee that Grindelwald was sealed by his own magic within Nurmengard. An unbreakable vow existed between them. This original Dark Lord would never step outside of Nurmengard, living out his days in peace with his followers. Tom could not exercise such meticulous control over fiend fire, he concluded. Voldemort's abilities were well known to him as a teacher. Who then could be responsible for this? Perhaps only upon my return from an outing shall I uncover the truth. The thought of Snape reporting on Harry filled his mind with the worst possibilities. He exchanged a glance with Snape, then with a wave of his hand summoned his phoenix, Fawkes, utilizing the unique magic of magical creatures to depart instantly. The professors were left in a state of bewilderment, casting glances at one another, filled with questions. Only Professor McGonagall understood that Dumbledore's destination was Nurmengard, where he intended to seek out his former lover. Snape's gaze darkened. He realized that all of this was somehow connected to that troublesome boy, Harry. Yet, before the assembled professors, he could not reveal the truth. Snape was not, in the strictest sense, a follower of Dumbledore. His intent was merely to protect Harry. In that case, let us return, they conceded. On the other side of the sea stood a solitary tower, a stark castle enveloped by towering walls. A place where the use of apparition and other spatial magics was equally prohibited. The architecture exuded an air of authority. Yet who could fathom that this was a wizarding prison? Once the headquarters of Grindelwald's Order of Saints, it had been a symbol of the Dark Lord's dominion. Now, however, this place known as Nurmengard had become Grindelwald's confinement, held there by Dumbledore while his followers languished in other cells. Albus, what brings you here today? The white-haired elder opened his eyes. Grindelwald was deemed the sin-laden Dark Lord, yet he had not received the punishment he deserved. For the one who had defeated him was Dumbledore. Two individuals who loved each other deeply were reluctant to pursue post-war reckoning. How can you still be in contact with Harry Potter? Are you still foolishly clinging to your unattainable ideals? Dumbledore chided sternly. Indeed, no one at Hogwarts had ever seen this gentle old man so agitated. Harry Potter, the celebrated savior you conjured? I have no interest in your new toy. Furthermore, my defeat at your hands does not justify my eternal confinement here. I merely failed. I was not wrong, Grindelwald retorted, filled with grievance. Even without the Elder Wand, his magical prowess rendered him a formidable threat. In a certain sense, He and Dumbledore were incapable of attacking one another, bound by an oath known as the Blood Pact. Their youthful madness was evidenced by their bond, yet now, these aged lovers could only gaze at one another from behind bars. This child can control fiend fire, Dumbledore stated solemnly. Frankly, he could not conceive of another capable of such a feat. The notion that Harry Potter could learn magic under his very nose, even gaining admission to Slytherin, led Dumbledore to suspect Grindelwald's influence. Moreover, the method to control fiend fire was known only to him and Grindelwald. Albus, I have never stepped foot outside of Nurmengard. That is a truth I have upheld. However, if you assert that this child can wield fiend fire, then I might be intrigued. You must not. I will not, Grindelwald insisted, seizing the upper hand. At that moment, he bore no semblance of a confined elder. Instead, he unleashed his full magical potential. As long as Dumbledore lived, his power would not wane, one of the tenets of their blood pact. They could not strike against one another, and yet, neither could one perish. Should one die, the other would suffer the cost of their magic, rendered powerless. This child will not become the next you, nor will he repeat the mistakes we made, Dumbledore asserted. Dismissing the confrontation, his questioning had concluded. The greatest white wizard of the century was disinclined to linger. Upon exiting Nurmengard, he operated away. Watching Dumbledore's retreating figure, Grindelwald felt a twinge of melancholy as raindrops began to fall. He extended his hand to catch a few droplets. I can only agree with the latter part of your statement. I am indeed correct, Albus, he murmured. Chapter 34. Subsequent consequences. A pair of hands caressed a translucent stone. Harry probed this remarkable artifact known as the Philosopher's Stone with his magic. Soul transmutation? He gasped in astonishment. Upon touching this alchemical creation, a surge of related knowledge flooded through his veins. He immediately grasped the principles behind the Philosopher's Stone. It is worth noting that soul transmutation was a concept unheard of in the magical realm. The vast majority of individuals in this world were likely oblivious to such matters, for this alchemical technique necessitated the deaths of countless souls as sacrifices. The creation of such an object was a horror 1,000 times worse than the Avada Kedavra curse. It was executed rather elegantly, nearly erasing all emotions from the soul, leaving only the pure essence of ether, Harry noted. The implications of the Philosopher's Stone became crystal clear to him: immortality and the ability to turn stone into gold. Under such temptations, the slaughter of innocents became inconsequential. As long as Nicholas Flamel agreed to bestow the elixir of life upon the Wisengamot members, they would forever safeguard his secret. The alchemist merely needed to nominally consent to utilize the souls of Muggle death row inmates, avoiding the indiscriminate killing of the innocent to placate the masses. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by a shout from outside. "What is all this commotion about?" Harry inquired. "It's Professor Snape. He wishes to see you, and he appears quite displeased," Draco reported. This was well within Harry's expectations. He had previously employed fiendfire during a duel in Slytherin, and Snape must have surmised his involvement. Very well, he thought. He was now prepared to set forth. The Slytherin common room was not far from Professor Snape's office, a mere few steps away. At the entrance stood the captivating portrait of a serpent lady. She twisted her form alluringly within the frame, exuding an air of seduction. Yet Harry did not spare her a second glance. Her golden eyes radiated authority and command. "Let me in," Harry intoned calmly. "No need to be so fierce." The serpent lady quivered. Faced with such a pair of terrifying gazes, she dutifully reported to Snape and hastily swung open the door. Beyond lay a spacious chamber, suffused with a peculiar aroma. Numerous potion ingredients were stored in cabinets along the walls, and a cauldron bubbled at the center of the room, its contents unknown. Seated at a table was Severus, still grading assignments. Upon noticing Harry's entrance, he lifted his head. His eyes were deep and hollow, obscuring any hint of emotion. "It seems our illustrious savior has grown too disdainful even to knock on the door of his hapless potions professor," Snape remarked with acerbic wit. "I dislike the snake in the portrait," Harry retorted. "Then perhaps you should become a foolish Gryffindor, just like your father." Snape shot back angrily. The mere sight of this insufferable boy ignited his fury, nearly causing him to lose control of his mental barriers. He recalled everything he had witnessed that day in the Forbidden Forest, the ashes left in the wake of fiendfire, as if he feared others would remain oblivious to Harry's involvement. "You ventured into the Forbidden Forest? That place is riddled with the remnants of your fiendfire." "Indeed, I encountered Voldemort and happened to dispatch him," Harry confessed nonchalantly. At this revelation, Snape's eyes widened. Harry's magical prowess had now reached the level of an adult wizard. Yet he was still far from being able to confront Quirrell, who was possessed by the Dark Lord. With fiendfire? He murmured. Since you are aware, I presume Professor Dumbledore is informed as well, Harry continued. Do you believe your antics can escape the notice of the greatest white wizard of this century? Snape nearly exploded with anger. He was genuinely concerned for Harry's current predicament. An uncontrollable savior. What would Dumbledore do? His allegiance to Dumbledore stemmed from a desire to protect Lily's child. If Dumbledore chose to intervene, he would need to safeguard Harry as well. Due to your foolishness, you shall serve a fortnight of detention, Mr. Potter, until this term concludes. Perfect. I have some inquiries regarding potions, Harry replied, displaying a classic Slytherin audacity. Seeing Harry's utter lack of remorse even in the face of punishment, Snape's composure shattered. Then kindly exit, Mr. Potter. The detention begins tomorrow. He did not refuse Harry's questions, but turned away in anger, flicking his wand toward the door. The entrance swung open with a resounding bang, and Harry shrugged, silently exiting the room. It was only after Harry had left that the door slowly closed behind him. I have never seen him this furious, the Serpent Lady remarked, a hint of fear etched upon her features. At Hogwarts, Harry possessed an uncanny ability to incite Snape's ire. No matter the circumstances, a trait undoubtedly inherited from James Potter. What are you all doing here? Harry inquired, somewhat perplexed. At this moment, it happened to be the Slytherins' break time. Under the leadership of Malfoy and Cassandra, a group of young serpents gathered at the entrance of Professor Snape's office, their faces etched with concern as they awaited Harry's emergence. We thought you had made some grave mistake, and if you were to be punished, we could bear some of the blame, Cassandra explained. No need for that. The transgressions that could bring me punishment would likely be beyond your endurance, he replied, waving his hand to signal the young serpents to return swiftly, advising them not to meddle. In that case, I shall take my leave as well. Draco noticed that Cassandra and Harry remained stationary, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. After a moment of realization that he ought not linger in that place, he hurriedly departed. This individual possesses an extraordinary sense of insight. Has the Philosopher's Stone been secured? Cassandra inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed, even in his weakened state, Voldemort remains a formidable adversary. Harry nodded in affirmation. As our term draws to a close, what are your plans for the break? Upon hearing this question, Harry rested his chin in contemplation. He could not possibly spend the entire holiday holed up at home studying magic, as that would be exceedingly dull. Yet, to be frank, he was uncertain about what he could engage in during the break. If you are inclined, my parents wish to extend an invitation for you to visit the Whirl residence, Cassandra said shyly, for it was her first time inviting someone to her home. However, since Cassandra had begun corresponding with her family, her father had explicitly expressed a desire to meet the renowned savior, Harry Potter. I shall consider it. After all, it is not wise to navigate the magical world alone. Harry acquiesced. Chapter 35. The headmaster's office. After dismissing Harry, Snape soon made his way into the cupboard. In the next moment, he materialized within the headmaster's office. You have arrived, Severus, Dumbledore remarked, playfully toying with the phoenix, fox, which hovered above the shelf. Whenever the Dumbledore family required assistance, the phoenix would appear to aid them in achieving their aims. Dumbledore had anticipated Snape's arrival. Perhaps our esteemed headmaster ought to be apprised of certain matters regarding his beloved savior, Snape spoke in a measured tone. Indeed, it is time we had a thorough discussion about Harry. With a gentle flick of his wand, Fawkes settled onto Dumbledore's shoulder. How is Harry faring in Slytherin? Is everything proceeding smoothly? He inquired. If you have heard, he has nearly become the leader of the first-year Slytherins. And even the older students seem inclined to submit to him, Snape replied with a hint of irritation. He is thriving beyond measure. This impudent boy holds considerable influence. In a sense, the Slytherin head has less sway than the student leader, a tradition ingrained in our house. It is precisely for this reason that Slytherin has produced generations of followers for Voldemort. I must caution you, he has not completely vanquished the mysterious entity in the basement. With that, Snape extended his hand, revealing an emblem that materialized above it. This tattoo belongs to the Death Eaters. All Death Eaters understand that their master is merely weakened, yet has not truly perished. Although we are uncertain how he escaped the curse of fire, one thing is abundantly clear. Harry possesses a strength not befitting his age. In this regard, he bears a resemblance to Tom. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. Is this the reason you placed him in that wretched Muggle household? Indeed. Snape had long harbored a sense of discontent. No one understands better than he the peril faced by one who endures discrimination in a Muggle family, only to become a wizard afterward. He himself had traversed such a path and wished for Harry to avoid a similar fate. No, 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 that is his only relative. Does he have friends in Slytherin now? He reasoned. He is quite close to Cassandra and Malfoy, particularly Miss Worley, Snape replied. He could not fathom why Dumbledore posed this question and added after a moment's thought. Besides Slytherin, he also has a resourceful friend from Gryffindor, Miss Granger. Hailing from a Muggle family, correct? Dumbledore appeared somewhat at ease. He sat in the headmaster's chair, stuffing sweets into his mouth and smacking his lips. Clearly, Dumbledore himself was quite invested in Harry and possessed ample knowledge of his connections. I am curious as to why the Sorting Hat placed him in Slytherin, Snape inquired. His gaze fell upon the hat that hung high on the wall of the headmaster's office. This magical entity, imbued with consciousness, was now observing the two conversing. As Snape looked at it, the Sorting Hat sprang to life, opening its wide mouth. Its voice carried a sense of age when it sorted students. It possessed a lineage of magical creatures that Salazar had always coveted. Simultaneously, it had sufficient ambition and wisdom, all of which qualified it for Slytherin. The hat's explanation did not convince Snape. He remained steadfast in his belief that Slytherin was far too perilous for Harry Potter. Even though he had earned respect before the little snakes through his own strength, the entanglements of the magical world were anything but simple. Harry would find himself isolated and unsupported. Did you not prevent all of this from happening? He directed his gaze at Dumbledore. Snape could not believe that Dumbledore would allow Harry to enter Slytherin instead of his beloved Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat rejected my thoughts. This is a tradition that has endured for a millennium at Hogwarts. Dumbledore shook his head, asserting that Harry's placement in Slytherin was immutable. Are you not afraid he will become the next Dark Lord? At that point, will you not wish to extinguish this child within the magical realm? No, 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 Severus. He is not like you or Tom, Dumbledore elucidated. He understood precisely what Snape was contemplating. The emergence of Voldemort as the Dark Lord bore a significant portion of the responsibility for Dumbledore's earlier guidance. When he removed Tom from the orphanage, he failed to provide an adequate education. This is the gravest error he has committed since the time of Grindelwald. The Dark Lord known as Voldemort was referred to by Grindelwald as Dumbledore's toy. He possessed friendships, a complete and affluent home, and the wealth bequeathed by the Potter family. He sipped a cup of red tea to cleanse his palate. Both Harry and I share a common adversary, and it is our duty to guide him toward the right path. His grandiloquent speech was abruptly interrupted by Snape. Even though he was orphaned, subjected to the maltreatment of Muggle relatives, and with a godfather imprisoned in Azkaban, this statement was akin to a devastating blow. In the face of such circumstances, how can we hope to alter his course? Perhaps we could start with Miss Worley and Miss Granger. He blinked. The playful glint in his eyes ignited an inexplicable fury within Severus Snape. However, as memories of Harry and Hermione's relationship surfaced, he was inevitably reminded of his own past with Lily, stirring a myriad of reflections within him. I have returned, having confined the Savior for a fortnight. I hope this will persuade him to relinquish the impulsive tendencies inherited from his intellectually deficient father, Snape scoffed without hesitation. Turning on his heel, the old bat strode directly into the cupboard. As the emerald flames gradually engulfed him, his figure vanished from the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, wielding his elder wand, extracted a thread of memory from his temple and cast it into the pensieve for the sake of preserving information. He then resumed his seat, his gaze lowered, shrouded in the enigma of his contemplations. Meanwhile, following the incident with the Philosopher's Stone, Harry had already fulfilled the prerequisites for activating his newfound abilities and was poised to draw a card. Ding! The host has one opportunity to draw a card. Shall I proceed with the lottery? Let us do so. Ideally, I would acquire some knowledge-based cards. I have enough spells already, Harry pondered. Unless he were to draw an unforgivable curse, most other spells would be of little use to him. With his command, the cards in his mind began to shuffle. An unexpected card was drawn. Chapter 36, the conclusion of the academic year. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the card Disarming Charm. The purple card depicts a long-haired youth who, based on his study notes, brandishes a wand, unleashing a cutting wave through the air. The curse-like magical energy lies concealed within the cut. It is undoubtedly dark magic. The Disarming Charm is an original spell created by Severus Snape during his student years. In the original narrative, Harry learned it from a textbook belonging to the Half-Blood Prince and Potions class, the owner of which was none other than Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin house. This curse should not be employed, Professor Snape remarked, recognizing it at a glance. Let us take a look at my attributes. For it has been quite some time since I last did so, Harry commanded. Name: Harry James Potter. Gender: male. Race: Dragonkin, mixed blood. Identity: savior of the magical realm. Abilities: word spirit, gold. Fire shield, gold. Disarming charm, purple. Parseltongue, purple. Freezing charm, blue. Summoning charm, blue. Evaluation: astounding. Your strength has grown far beyond that of your peers, nearing that of an auror, granting you a distinct advantage in any confrontation. The blood within you is boiling. The essence of the dragon lineage is beginning to manifest. Perhaps the exploration of your ancestral knowledge will prove to be immensely beneficial. Ancestral knowledge? Harry murmured. Dragons are destined to rule the world. Endowed with an innate ability to manipulate the elemental forces of nature, thereby commanding the very fabric of the world itself. This also led them to cultivate a magnificent civilization. Formidable magical prowess and exquisite alchemical techniques, surpassing even the most advanced and profound technologies of this world. He retrieved the enchanted stone concealed within his invisibility cloak. The miraculous creation crafted from the soul-refining chamber is merely a fundamental aspect of the alchemical techniques of the Dragonkin. However, prior to truly engaging with these technologies, Harry remained utterly oblivious to such advancements. Harry, what are you pondering? A lively little girl approached him, tilting her head inquisitively. Harry looked up to see the charming young lady gazing at him with a face full of curiosity. It was none other than Hermione. Nothing. The academic year is drawing to a close, and I was contemplating how to spend my holiday, Harry replied. I plan to return to the Muggle world to be with my parents. But once we leave school, we can't use magic, right? We are marked by the Ministry of Magic, Hermione reminded him. Speaking of the trace, Harry was well aware of its existence from the very beginning. However, during the awakening of his bloodline, the trace was completely eradicated under the surging tide of magic. As he pondered this, Harry touched his scar, realizing that he did not experience the pain associated with encountering Quirrell as depicted in the original narrative. Voldemort must have been incinerated during the awakening. After all, the magical awakening of a young dragon is power beyond the capacity of a mere remnant soul to endure. In truth, within the wizarding realm, the use of magic does not reveal one's trace. While there are methods of detection, magic is so commonplace that no one would personally investigate your activities. Since the start of his schooling, no one had ever checked the trace of the young wizards. The procrastination and administrative inefficiency of the Ministry of Magic have long been lamentable, and in comparison to a true pragmatist, Fudge is woefully inadequate. I recall that your family is in the dental profession. Am I correct? Harry inquired. Indeed, my father is a dentist of considerable repute. So should you encounter any dental issues, Harry, feel free to visit our home, Hermione replied with a nod. The young girl, away from her family for her studies, now revealed a tinge of longing for her parents. After their conversation, they entered the grand hall of Hogwarts, where a ceremony was set to take place, necessitating the presence of every student. The banners adorning the hall were of Slytherin house, their green decor strikingly conspicuous. The gems of the house cup clearly indicated an overwhelming number of points amassed by Slytherin. This semester, Harry could undoubtedly be considered a master of accumulating points. He has once again been seen in the company of that Gryffindor girl. Pansy whispered a piece of gossip into Cassandra's ear. Suddenly, a resounding smack echoed as a gloved hand struck the back of his head, the golden-haired girl displaying a look of discontent. I have already noticed, Miss Parkinson. No need for further reminders, she replied in a rather frosty tone. Pansy could only suppress her gloating expression, though her heart still harbored a smirk. The girls nearby adopted an air of indifference, clearly unwilling to provoke Cassandra's ire. Harry approached the table and seated himself across from Cassandra, next to Draco, who was devouring his meal with little regard for decorum. As a Slytherin, being so close to Hermione is not a wise choice, he remarked. Hermione, when did you two become so chummy? Harry inquired with a hint of confusion. He then scrutinized the golden-haired girl before him, and Cassandra, caught off guard, blushed slightly and retorted, You're overthinking it. I merely find her not as foolish as some others. A flicker of realization crossed Harry's eyes as he gradually comprehended the situation. After enduring similar dangers and circumstances, individuals often develop understanding and empathy, fostering improved relationships. Moreover, Cassandra only sought companionship with those of merit, and Hermione had proven herself to be an exceptional little witch throughout the school year, even among purebloods. which signified her acknowledgement of Hermione's capabilities. The sound of Professor McGonagall tapping her silver goblet resonated throughout the hall, signaling Professor Dumbledore's impending address. Another year has passed, and it is once again time to award the House Cup. I shall now announce the scores for each house. In fourth place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In third place, Gryffindor with 401 points. In second place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. And in first place, reigning supreme, is Slytherin House with a total of 588 points. Instantly, the Slytherin table erupted in jubilant cheers as everyone applauded in celebration. This signifies that Slytherin has secured the House Cup for an unprecedented 6 consecutive years, an unparalleled record. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Slytherin House for their efforts this year. Their diligence and capabilities have been duly recognized by the professors and the institution. Let us congratulate them on their triumph in this year's House Cup. Dumbledore proclaimed directly. Wait, what about my points? I painstakingly vanquished Voldemort and safeguarded the safety of Hogwarts. Yet you fail to award me any points? This does not align with the storyline. He cast a look of bewilderment towards Dumbledore, who stood upon the platform, while the old man returned with a knowing glance directed at Harry Potter. The meaning behind their exchanged gazes was quite evident. I have bestowed upon you the Philosopher's Stone, and I shall refrain from further embellishments. This was not entirely unacceptable. Harry turned his head away, observing the jubilant expressions of the little serpents, and a faint smile began to grace his lips. Chapter 37, The Revival of Potions. Just like the beginning of the school year, the platform 9 3/4 was bustling with the presence of parents. These are the parents waiting to pick up their children from school, eagerly anticipating the train's gentle arrival. Neville, I see your grandmother, Harry remarked. The young boy named Neville recoiled slightly, a look of trepidation crossing his face. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of longing for home. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to wave at his grandmother outside the window. The usually stern Mrs. Longbottom glanced over, surveying Neville with an expression of approval. Young master, I have come to escort you, announced Gnarl, the house elf, as he appeared on the platform. It was not uncommon for house elves to fetch their young masters, although it was somewhat frowned upon among pure-blood wizards. However, most wizards found it perfectly normal, as the house elf's form of apparition was decidedly more comfortable than that of wizards. Very well, let us return, Harry said, his countenance softening. He placed his hands gently atop Gnarl's, and in an instant, the scenery around them warped. When they landed, he found himself before the somewhat antiquated entrance of Potter Manor. Gnarl released Harry's hand and offered a slight bow. Welcome home, young master. Your ancestors have missed you dearly. He nodded and promptly pushed the door open, stepping inside. In truth, Harry was not in a hurry to greet the ancestors of the Potter family. Instead, he made a beeline for his potion laboratory. During his final confinement at Hogwarts, he successfully pried the recipe for the elixir of immortality from Professor Snape. But the school's cauldrons were ill-suited for brewing such advanced potions. He required the cauldron of the Potter family to attempt the creation of this remarkable brew. According to the parchment's instructions, the magical energy would levitate the potion ingredients. One by one, he cast them into the cauldron, his hands continuously stirring. Bubbles began to rise, and Harry double-checked the recipe to ensure he had followed it correctly. It was worth noting that he had endured considerable scolding from Snape to obtain this recipe. In the confinement room, he primarily occupied himself with the tools for potion making. Cut a portion of the Philosopher's Stone into fragments and guide the soul ether into the prepared flexible potion, he murmured. After much effort, he scraped a small amount of powder from the Philosopher's Stone with a file. As the fragments entered the cauldron, the potion, which initially appeared rather unappealing, underwent a transformation, resulting in a fragrant concoction. The aroma wafted into his nostrils, and Harry's eyes suddenly turned a brilliant gold. The unexpected scent was extraordinary, even resonating with a certain unique condition within him. This is the essence of the soul. A multitude of methods for soul transmutation surged through Harry's mind, awakening the alchemical skills latent within his very bloodline. One might suspect that even Snape had never concocted an elixir of immortality. Harry squinted thoughtfully. It is imperative to note that the potion's recipe bore no mention of the entrancing aroma it would emit. No wizard could resist such a fragrance. Instinct would compel him to consume the elixir of life, gradually surrendering his senses, ultimately existing in a state devoid of joy or sorrow. Alas, his current lineage was not that of a mere human. The allure of the soul's fragrance held little temptation for him. The impact of soul transmutation on magical potency is profound. He could even influence the flow of magic, prolong life, and expand the ether as the source of existence. Harry mused. The Philosopher's Stone represents a rather rudimentary form of soul transmutation, by merely extricating impurities from the soul's ether and embedding it within a stone. Then employing a pliable potion to facilitate absorption by the human body, it ultimately became the elixir of life with side effects. However, Harry now possessed the capability to create an elixir of immortality devoid of adverse effects. With a mere refinement, this Philosopher's Stone could be transformed. With such thoughts, his gaze toward the enchanted stone grew fraught with trepidation, for Harry understood that should this secret come to light, the entire magical realm would extend its greedy claws towards him. Even if Dumbledore sought to protect him, it would likely become untenable under the covetous eyes of every wizard. Let us attempt another concoction. Such a potion with adverse effects shall be discarded, Harry mused, shaking his head. Subsequently, he resolutely poured the coveted elixir of immortality, desired by the magical community, directly into the sewer. Should those wizards willing to pay a handsome price for the elixir catch sight of this act, they would surely decry it as an egregious waste. Clearwater, arise, he commanded, waving his wand. After cleansing the cauldron with pure water, Harry embarked upon his potion modification endeavor. The King of Bronze and Fire employed Dragon's Flame for the transmutation of souls. Theoretically, infernal fire should suffice as well, he contemplated. With a flick of his wand, a small yet stable flame materialized in the air. Carefully manipulating the magical stone, he placed it atop the infernal fire. Rather than being reduced to ashes, the pure ethereal essence was deftly controlled by him, transforming into a viscous pool of liquid, a silvery, thick substance. It bore a resemblance to unicorn blood, yet was distinctly different. If only I could decipher the essence of unicorn blood and eliminate the curse, Harry wickedly mused, for he was not yet in a position to wreak havoc in the Muggle world. Creating a Philosopher's Stone necessitated the sacrifice of many lives. Yet unicorn blood could be harvested in abundance with merely a periodic draw. He cast the liquid directly into the cauldron, adjusting the infernal fire to heat from below. Before long, the cauldron glowed a fiery red. It appears this cauldron is destined for disposal, Harry concluded. Next, he pondered whether adding a calming agent along with materials that influence magical energy could enhance the ethereal essence of the soul within a human, enabling the Silent One to unleash spells effectively. He meticulously examined each potion ingredient with textbook precision. The ingredients were swiftly added to the cauldron, for Harry realized that if he delayed, the infernal fire would breach the cauldron. Success! Harry exclaimed, a thrill coursing through him. He observed the liquid within the cauldron gradually merging. Although the resulting potion would yield only 2 or 3 vials compared to a standard brew, it nonetheless validated his hypothesis. Eagerly, he decanted the potion into glass vials, sealing them with corks. Peering through the glass at the mysterious ethereal essence within, he uncorked a vial and drank deeply, experiencing the potion's effects. As the ethereal essence coursed through him, it momentarily augmented his innate magical power. In the realm of magic, such occurrences are nearly impossible. A wizard's magical prowess solidifies upon reaching adulthood, with no potential for enhancement thereafter, much less through the reliance on potions. Perhaps I ought to refer to this concoction as the enhancing elixir, as Harry has named it. However, for now, it is best designated as the restorative potion. Chapter 38. Snape's endeavors. Having carefully sealed the potion, he placed it within an exquisitely wrapped gift box. He then approached the desk and seated himself, retrieving a quill to dip into enchanted ink, slowly inscribing upon a sheet of letterhead. Professor Snape, based on the potion formula you provided, I have developed a potion capable of transforming a squib into a fully functioning wizard. I would like to discuss matters concerning publication and patent registration with you. This is the general content of the letter. The reason he chose to inform Snape about this matter is twofold. Firstly, he is acutely aware that this old bat would not harm him, and secondly, he needs someone to share the burden of risk, even though he is Harry Potter. The sudden development of such a potion as a young wizard is indeed quite alarming. However, with the assistance of the potion master Severus Snape, it becomes less extraordinary. Moreover, this would direct all suspicion towards Snape. If you have no objections, I have activated the Floo Powder Network. We shall meet at Potter Manor. After completing this letter, Harry sealed it with a wax stamp bearing the letter P. He tossed it, along with a box of potion samples, to Hedwig, who dutifully spread her wings and flew towards the destination. Professor Snape resided deep within Diagon Alley. As a master of potions, his financial means were considerably more affluent than the average individual, yet he remained unpretentious. His deep-set eyes, framed by a hawkish nose, immediately recognized the white snowy owl as belonging to Potter, and with a sense of bewilderment, he opened the package. Can a squib be transformed into a wizard? Does he even comprehend what he has done? He exclaimed in shock. As his headmaster, Snape felt an immediate sense of responsibility regarding this matter. Indeed, Dumbledore had bestowed the Philosopher's Stone upon that insufferable boy, which explained why he had sought the elixir of life as formula from him. Even though that formula had circulated within the magical world for some time, without the Philosopher's Stone as a requisite ingredient, few wizards could successfully concoct it. At Potter Manor, Snape clenched his fist. He could hardly fathom that one day he would be invited to that loathsome place. Severus Snape, of all people, was to visit Potter Manor. Had his younger self seen this letter, he would have incinerated it with a fiend-fire curse and a cutting curse. Yet, after careful consideration, Snape ultimately agreed to the arrangement, continually reminding himself that it was all for Lily's child. Who? Hedwig's eyes glimmered with curiosity. The owl gazed intently at the man before it, whose face was contorted in a myriad of emotions. As a messenger owl, it had witnessed countless individuals display peculiar expressions upon receiving their letters. However, Severus Snape was well aware of the owl's customary practice of delivering mail. After feeding Hedwig a few breadcrumbs, she soared contentedly back to the Potter estate. He unsealed the box, revealing 3 vials of potions that promised to invigorate his senses. Donning dragon hide gloves from his cabinet, Snape lifted the potion delicately, scrutinizing its hue and the craftsmanship that had gone into its creation. He could not deny his profound satisfaction with the potion-making talent of the insufferable boy. A part of it stemmed from his own tutelage, which filled him with a sense of pride, at least in this regard. Harry had inherited his mother Lily's aptitude for potion-making. Removing the cork, he downed the potion in a single gulp. Protego, colloportus. With a flick of his wand, he cast several spells upon the door locks, windows, and surrounding area, weaving protective enchantments to shield against prying eyes and eavesdroppers. He then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the potion's effects within. He could feel the strangely luminescent liquid being absorbed into his body, transforming into a peculiar energy that surged toward his core. To his astonishment, the wellspring of magic, dormant for years, stirred faintly. Snape found himself recalling the exhilarating sensation of crafting spells in his youth, a time when every wizard was acutely sensitive to the ebb and flow of magic. Many of the innovative spells within the magical realm were birthed from the hands of exceptionally gifted young prodigies. Regrettably, this resurgence of sensitivity only served to heighten his awareness of magic, with negligible actual enhancement. His lips moved slightly, and even the notoriously acerbic Snape felt compelled to commend the potion's creator. Yet, as he recalled Potter's visage, his instinct to boast was swiftly quelled, resulting in a discontented huff. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of his next course of action. Pushing open his door, he made his way toward Diagon Alley. Days passed, and Harry remained ensconced at home, engrossed in his magical studies, eschewing idle wanderings. He possessed an innate awareness through the magical contract of the Potter family estate, allowing him to sense any arrival via the Floo network. Currently, his gaze was fixed upon the fireplace, where green flames flickered to life. Disgusting place, the old bat commented coldly. Descending from the hearth was none other than Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House and Harry's potions instructor. Paying no mind to the old man's sardonic remarks, Harry wore a bemused expression, fully cognizant of his headmaster's demeanor. Snape's presence indicated that matters had been resolved. "This is your invitation, Potter. The Daily Prophet will feature you as an interview subject tomorrow," he declared, tossing a letter bearing the newspaper's emblem. This signified that Harry was once again to be the focus of the entire wizarding world. "St. Mungo's has confirmed the potential of your potion to cure the squib condition. You will become a beacon of hope for the masses, and they assure that you will be nominated for the Order of Merlin this year." Despite the auspicious nature of the news, Snape's tone resembled that of a funeral dirge. "The savior of the magical world has developed a potion to rescue squibs, earning a place in history through merit. Must you always seek the limelight, Potter?" he lamented, frustration evident in his voice. This is because he understands that the more outstanding and renowned Harry becomes, the more advantageous it is for those Death Eaters who are fixated on him. Such notoriety would undoubtedly present them with ample opportunities to assassinate the savior. Although he feigned disdain with sarcastic remarks, he nevertheless complied with all of Harry's requests outlined in his letter. "Perhaps I have ulterior motives, who can say?" Harry stirred the sugar in his tea with a spoon. Upon hearing such a remark, Snape let out a cold snort. "I know not what your intentions may be, but I wish to avoid those bothersome flies. You are to present yourself as my pupil. Do not bring disgrace upon Slytherin." With that, Snape swept his long robe behind him and strode into the Floo network. reluctant to engage in further conversation with Harry. Chapter 39. An interview. The Daily Prophet is an independent and responsible news organization. Your support is our greatest motivation as we advance. We are delighted to stand alongside you in the realm of journalism. Join or renew your subscription to the Daily Prophet now, and by using our invitation code 007, you can enjoy a discount of 10 sickles. Facing the camera, Rita Skeeter enunciated each word with clarity. Her pace was brisk, prompting readers to speculate that she might be reciting some arcane enchantment. However, only the staff of the Daily Prophet understood that this was merely their promotional advertisement, as the primary source of revenue for the newspaper stemmed from subscriptions among wizards. Whenever the Daily Prophet released new content, they would receive the news via owl. This has forged an unparalleled capacity for public opinion within this newspaper. Rita, the editor-in-chief wishes to assign you a formidable task. Someone approached and stated. What task? She retorted, twirling her hair alluringly. I am a rising star in journalism. There's no trivial news worthy of my talents. The messenger appeared resigned, feeling helpless in the face of her audacity. Rita Skeeter often unearthed astonishing scoops, undoubtedly holding a significant portion of the sensational headlines within the Daily Prophet. Even numerous influential figures who complained about her were rebuffed by the editor-in-chief under the banner of press freedom. Recently, the Order of Merlin nominated St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries for its development of a restorative potion, making Harry Potter the youngest nominee for the Order of Merlin, a significant story. He tossed the document towards her, highlighting the involvement of the Order, the Savior, and a novel potion. No journalist could overlook such a valuable piece of news, especially not Rita Skeeter. This was not just any news. She rubbed her hands together, indicating that she expected a handsome fee. Suddenly, a heavy bag of galleons was placed in her hands, and the man wore a smug expression. St. Mungo has covered all the expenses. I trust you won't disappoint them. You are the most experienced, after all, he boasted. In a sense, this was a maneuver for publicity. St. Mungo intended it this way. They hoped to secure exclusive rights to the potion in the future and had orchestrated everything into the press release in advance. If Harry were to decline later, he would find himself in a morally precarious position. I'm on it. Rita readily agreed, her curiosity piqued about the renowned savior. She had heard he was merely in his teens. Was he akin to an ordinary child? Meanwhile, Harry adjusted his attire and, with a disillusionment charm, arrived at Diagon Alley. Directly entering the offices of the Daily Prophet. Are you Mr. Potter? A perceptive individual approached him. The distinctive lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, coupled with his youthful appearance, made him instantly recognizable. The entire newsroom was aware that Harry Potter was scheduled for an interview that day, and they were eagerly anticipating his arrival. Yes, we have an appointment, so let us expedite the process, Harry replied, wishing to avoid any unnecessary delays. Upon witnessing this, the individual abandoned the thought of further conversation and led Harry towards the interview room. The chamber was rather cramped, lacking sufficient ventilation, with several enchanted props casting a steady glow upon the center, which housed but a single chair. Please hold on for a moment. Our staff will be with you shortly, they explained. It was merely a brief interval before Harry spotted Rita entering through the door. The woman possessed a cascade of golden curls, her skin marred by age spots resulting from premature aging, yet concealed beneath a heavy layer of cosmetics. Her flamboyant appearance was rather astonishing. Are you the reporter? Harry inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, my name is Rita Skeeter, and I trust you will cooperate with my work, she responded, appearing relatively composed. However, upon hearing her name, a flicker of surprise crossed Harry's eyes, for this journalist was none other than the one who had interviewed the representatives from various schools during the Triwizard Tournament. Yet, she was quite an irksome individual, not renowned for her integrity. Truly a beautiful little fruit, having achieved numerous accolades at such a tender age. One could only imagine the hearts she must have captured among young girls. She began her charming banter, primarily due to Harry's rather foolish expression, as he had never before experienced the rigors of a press interview. This moment transported Rita back to her familiar territory. She yearned to seize control of Harry's narrative cadence. Shall we commence our interview? Certainly, Rita assented. Immediately, she unleashed a torrent of sensitive inquiries. What is your perspective on the girls who admire you? Her gaze was fixed intently on Harry's eyes, emanating the pressure characteristic of an interrogator. No comment, Harry replied succinctly. Yet, the hovering automatic will busily transcribed every utterance. And he certainly did not recall saying so much. What are your thoughts on a man's character after achieving success? No comment. How do you view the phenomenon of early romance at Hogwarts? As one of the brightest stars of the new generation, do you feel an obligation to guide students on matters of character? No comment. Ultimately, amid such futile inquiries, Harry's patience waned. He abruptly drew his wand. Concealed within his sleeve, its magical glow instantly directed towards Rita. Perhaps I should remind you, if you persist with these questions, I shall make you regret it, Harry threatened. However, Rita, seasoned in the ways of the world, was unfazed by the bravado of a mere youth. She continued her probing, keenly observing whether Harry would indeed resort to action. Should he do so, she would swiftly transform into a ladybug and escape. How could a young wizard possibly grasp the intricacies of animagus magic? Dare you? Harry retaliated. In an instant, the journalist transformed into a ladybug, evading the crimson spell. Yet, Harry was far from finished with her, his irritation at the vacuity of her questions reaching a boiling point. Fire shield. He waved his wand, conjuring blue flames that effectively barred Rita Skeeter's retreat. I suggest you revert at once, or these fierce flames will reduce you to ashes, Harry warned. This time, the death threat proved effective, as Rita's expression turned to one of terror before she reverted to her human form. With a flick of her wand, her notebook fell into Harry's hands, and he tore away the fabricated words, allowing the fierce flames to consume the pages. Now, let us commence our interview anew. His gaze was fierce. Chapter 40. The Weasley Family, the Silent Savior, the youngest member of the Order of Merlin. Within a day, the Daily Prophet's headlines were inundated with photographs from various angles. In the images, Harry maintained a dignified and elegant demeanor. His captivating golden eyes, under the filter, appeared both serene and stern, evoking a sense of solemnity. It was precisely this visage that led the world to believe that Harry was deserving of the accolade. After all, he was a significant figure who had saved the wizarding world, making his induction into the Order of Merlin entirely unsurprising. This has become a topic of conversation during leisurely moments. The downside of fame is that he now must don a hood to conceal his identity even when simply strolling through the streets. Otherwise, those so-called celebrities would swarm him for autographs and photographs. Overnight, the entire magical community was abuzz with discussions about Harry Potter. People were so fearful of uttering Voldemort's name that they often shied away from acknowledging his triumph over the Dark Wizard, instead extolling Harry's prodigious talent in potion-making. Some even suggested that Harry's ability to concoct potions was entirely reliant on his family's cauldron, labeling him a commercial genius. Cassandra, you've been poring over the newspaper all day. This is rather uncharacteristic of you, Mr. Worley jested. The Ministry of Magic was on holiday that day, allowing him to spend time with his wife and daughter. It was then that he noticed an unusual side of his daughter, Cassandra. Typically, she held herself to the highest standards of Slytherin, yet now she resembled a starstruck young girl, occasionally gazing at the newspaper as if it contained flowers of fascination. I am not, Cassandra retorted. How can a Slytherin with no interest in the Daily Prophet ever realize their ambitions? She shot back. Mr. Worley chuckled, choosing not to further contest this point with his daughter. Meanwhile, Mrs. Worley joined in the laughter, pouring each of them a cup of red tea. However, the Daily Prophet is hardly esteemed, at least it pales in comparison to the Ministry's reports, does it not? Mr. Worley boasted. Yet, I suspect your daily ritual of clutching the newspaper is due to the headlines featuring Mr. Potter. I expected you to utter something more profound, Father. Surely, any news is worth reading, even the ramblings of the Daily Prophet? Faced with her father's teasing gaze, Cassandra ultimately conceded. All right. I admit it's indeed because Harry is in the news that I read it every day. Furthermore, the events reported were undeniably startling. Did others not comprehend their significance? Although the Order of Merlin is merely an honorary title devoid of practical power, it nonetheless signifies that Harry has garnered at least some recognition from a faction within the magical realm. This serves as a signal to other purebloods. Cassandra found herself pondering how Harry managed all of this. Are you curious? Mr. Were asked. Indeed. It was St. Mungo's that brought us into this situation. They even proposed to reduce the annual growth budget just to ensure that we send Mr. Potter to Sir Merlin's order. As one of the officials in the Ministry of Magic, he was certainly privy to these insider truths. Although the Minister of Magic, Fudge, may be inept, it does not imply that all officials in the ministry are as well. There are still one or two astute individuals among them. And yet you previously asked me to invite him to our home. Though I hardly need to say it, you would have done so anyway. Especially after you returned that Christmas and spoke so often of him, Mrs. Were reminded. Faced with the dual blow from her parents, Cassandra could only silently turn away. The couple exchanged glances, particularly Mr. were casting a reassuring look toward his wife before continuing to address Cassandra. However, it is evident that he is indeed a bona fide Slytherin, Mr. were remarked. This potion patent was applied for under the guidance of Professor Snape, and in a sense, it is a shared asset between apprentice and mentor. St. Mungo's scheme is bound to fail. He squinted his eyes slightly. This implies that even if Harry consents to grant exclusive rights to this potion to St. Mungo's hospital, as long as Professor Snape himself does not acquiesce, all coercions and agreements will dissipate into nothingness, and he will not suffer a tarnished reputation. Such astute maneuvering is beyond the capabilities of a typical Gryffindor. They are acutely aware that Snape himself does not possess such inclinations. Otherwise, he would not have allied himself with Lucius Malfoy. After all, the potion's master was previously swindled by numerous organizations, leaving him in dire straits. Giovanni, let us refrain from discussing work for the moment. Instead, share your thoughts on this, child, Lady Worrell inquired. This is also the topic of utmost concern for her as a mother. Nothing is more paramount than Cassandra's happiness, which is indeed the essence of parenthood. In terms of identity, as the first heir of the Porter family, Cassandra is undeniably deserving of such status. Any boy who earns her recognition must possess remarkable talents. After all, we are well aware of her character. Without exceptional strength, it is impossible to compel Cassandra to yield. He expressed his analysis without reservation, simultaneously directing his gaze towards Cassandra. The curly-haired girl also turned her attention, eager to hear her parents' thoughts. This family possesses no fool among them. Yet, is it truly wise to become entangled with the enigmatic adversary? The lady expressed her concerns. It is not merely the mysterious figure. There is also Albus Dumbledore, and we are not inclined to share the same vessel. Mr. Worley let out a cold laugh. He had certainly contemplated these matters, for Harry's future seemed exceedingly nebulous. Cassandra's safety is far from assured. How could a mere young witch navigate the narrow space between two great dark lords? However, Harry does not share Dumbledore's perspective, Cassandra pointed out. Then let us assume this matter holds truth, but he must provide evidence to demonstrate that he stands with us, Mr. Worley elucidated. These individuals are seasoned veterans, not easily swayed by mere words. When he spoke, both his wife and daughter wore contemplative expressions, for it was customary at such moments for Mr. were to reveal his true thoughts. What if the youngest member of the Merlin Society were to be nominated for the Wisengamot? His words were astonishing. As the head, Dumbledore would never consent. After all, he was merely 12 years old. Mrs. Were found this notion utterly absurd. Cassandra nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that it was impossible. Yet, Mr. Were merely smiled and remarked, the Wisengamot was originally established by various noble families, and the Potters have always held a fixed seat, provided there is support. Dumbledore would not agree. He had already nominated numerous Muggle wizards to the Wisengamot, and those purebloods loyal to the Dark Mark would certainly object. Mrs. Were remained unconvinced. We shall see, he concluded. Chapter 41. Conversations and Encounters. Cornelius Fudge was once again nominated for the position of Minister for Magic. His administrative capabilities recognized by the magical community. The Wisengamot sanctioned the appointment of the minister. During the meeting, representatives of pureblood families remained silent while Muggle-born wizards raised their hands in support of the chief's vote. Malfoy and Were exchanged glances, each witnessing the fury and helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. While all attention was riveted on the results of the Wisengamot's appointment, no one noticed another piece of legislation being proposed. How could Dumbledore do this? Lucius exploded. Primarily due to the shocking and radical nature of the proposal presented at the assembly. This proposal undermined their power and would marginalize their families entirely. Dumbledore's proposition concerned the distribution of parliamentary seats. He suggested that heirs of pureblood families who were still young wizards or unable to attend the meetings would no longer be permitted to have their relatives represent them. Instead, a portion of Muggle-born wizards would be elected to take those seats, until such time as these young wizards matured or returned to the Wisengamot. Any seats left vacant would be filled by Muggles if there were no heirs. His justification was to better serve the wizarding community. This was a blatant scheme. Lucius, Mr. Were remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm as if he had anticipated such a turn of events. The Wisengamot was a council of sages established by wizarding families, and thus these families held fixed seats. Even Voldemort, in his rise to power, needed to court these pureblood families. Without their support, effective governance was unattainable. The hearts of the people cannot be extinguished, especially those of the well-rooted wizards. However, many representatives from these pureblood families had supported Voldemort during the last Wizarding War. ultimately facing judgment and imprisonment in Azkaban, with several families becoming extinct. Today, they clung to tenuous blood ties to maintain their collective interests. Dumbledore was prepared to overturn the table. Dumbledore was utterly mad. He sought to dismantle the entire magical world. This was a disgrace. Malfoy. This is the price you pay for your allegiance to the Dark Lord, Mr. Were stated earnestly. But we have no better alternatives. If the Dark Lord is a madman, then Dumbledore is a coward. At least he could have safeguarded our interests back then, Lucius explained. Regrettably, the overwhelming power they once wielded dissipated into nothingness following Voldemort's demise. Not only the Malfoys, but the entire influence of pureblood families waned in the magical community as Dumbledore began to exert his formidable influence. After much contemplation, Lucius reached a conclusion. We must strike back, he declared with utmost seriousness. Giovanni, think of a plan. You are the cleverest among us. And you cannot wish to remain a bystander. Lucius urged Mr. Were at his side. Clearly, Dumbledore's relentless advance had raised alarms among them all. The actions of this white wizard have encroached upon their interests, compelling them to mount a resistance. I wonder if you have contemplated whether Cornelius Fudge truly wishes to remain under Dumbledore's influence, Mr. Worrell remarked casually. Are you suggesting that Lucius has experienced a moment of clarity? How could they have overlooked the Minister of Magic? Initially, Cornelius Fudge ascended to the position of minister largely due to Dumbledore's endorsement, yet he has since garnered a measure of public support, coupled with the backing of pureblood families. It is conceivable that he could be incited to sow discord between himself and Dumbledore. Furthermore, it is imperative to keep Dumbledore preoccupied. This is of utmost significance. As one of the governors of Hogwarts, I assure you, this will be a trivial matter, he guaranteed. So how can we ensure that this proposal is rendered nothing more than a stack of waste paper? Lucius inquired further. That will be my task. You merely need to ensure that the Death Eaters provide me with their unwavering support when the time comes. This is our final opportunity, Lucius, he asserted with resolute eyes. The Malfoy who evaded judgment after the war harbored no semblance of loyalty. After their discussion, he departed the room entirely. For Lucius had to accompany his son Draco on a shopping excursion. The middle-aged man possessed a malevolent glint in his eyes as he caressed a diary nestled within his inconspicuous, expandable box. Just wait and see. None of us shall fare well, he uttered in a low, ominous tone. Following Lucius's departure, Mr. Worley gazed contemplatively at the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. His trust in Malfoy was far from absolute, for this man had once been a devoted follower of the Dark Lord, and treachery was a common occurrence. Nevertheless, the current circumstances suggested that Malfoy still aligned himself with the purebloods. Rubbing his temples, he recalled that the renowned savior would soon be visiting his home. With a flick of his wand, he vanished into thin air with a disillusionment charm. Look at you, so anxious. One might mistake you for the guest, Mrs. Cassandra teased. The sight of Cassandra, adorned in an elegant evening gown, swaying her legs restlessly, was captivating. Her pristine white stockings enveloped her thighs, accentuating their graceful contours and bestowing an air of elegance upon the young witch. Following the provided address, Harry soon found himself at the entrance of Worley Manor. He has arrived. As Harry stepped forward, the grand doors of Worley Manor swung open automatically. This is a magical sensing device that automatically opens and closes the door whenever someone stands before it, providing remarkable convenience. It has been a while, Cassandra, Harry greeted. I expected you to utter something more in line with Slytherin's taste. It has only been a few weeks, Harry, she replied, for some inexplicable reason. The moment she saw Harry, all her anxious emotions dissipated. Instead, she became somewhat sharp-tongued, extending her hand and pulling him inside. However, Harry surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Why Haven tea? I seen the house elf. Oh, our house elf passed away when I was 7. If you don't mind, you may try the black tea my mother makes. Cassandra's gaze dimmed slightly. Noticing this, Harry lost interest in pursuing the topic further. They simply took their seats at the invitation of one another, engaging in casual conversation and amusing anecdotes. Mrs. Worliff was particularly intrigued by the acquaintance between Cassandra and Harry. Her eyes sparkled with interest as they recounted tales from Slytherin duels to encounters with trolls. This certainly attests that Harry will undoubtedly become an exceptional wizard in the future. It seems I have arrived late. I presume this is Mr. Harry Potter. A cheerful male voice resonated. The man possessed eyes reminiscent of Cassandra, yet his hair was a rich brown. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Worrell. Chapter 42. The Farce at Diagon Alley. No one could precisely discern what Harry discussed with Mr. Worrell. However, as they emerged from Worrell Manor, both men bore subtle smiles upon their faces. In that case, do enjoy your time in Diagon Alley with Cassandra? With a hint of mischief, Mrs. Worrell ushered them out the door. Clearly, the Worrells intended for their daughter to accompany Harry on a shopping excursion for the necessities of their second year. The Nimbus Company had unveiled a new broomstick, and countless children enamored with flying broomsticks crowded around the display window, their eager eyes fixated on the exquisitely crafted Nimbus 2001. Yet Harry was not among them. He and Cassandra suddenly appeared in Diagon Alley, having arrived through apparition. "You can apparate now?" Cassandra exclaimed in astonishment. Such a level of magic is not within the grasp of a mere novice wizard. Firstly, there is the issue of magical power. A novice simply lacks the capacity to manipulate space, let alone with precision. Even adult wizards struggle to master the art of apparition. For any slightest mishap in magical control could lead to disastrous consequences. In unfortunate circumstances, one might even lose their head. Gilderoy Lockhart, the most illustrious adventurer in the annals of the magical world. The Lehan bookstore is peddling his tales. On this day, the entirety of Diagon Alley was teeming with fans. Each face bore a semblance of adoration, for within the confines of Flourish and Blots resided their idol, the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart, adorned with numerous accolades. The so-called celebrity graduated from Ravenclaw. "Let us go take a look," Cassandra suggested. Harry could only agree. He too wished to personally witness the prowess of this master of the forgetfulness charm, hailing from Ravenclaw. The truth is that all the tales attributed to this individual, heralded as the greatest adventurer, are mere fabrications, pilfered from the exploits of those who have genuinely ventured forth. As for why these authentic adventurers do not confront him, it is because he has ensnared them with his charms of forgetfulness. It must be said that those from whom he has stolen both honor and memory are the true victims of this charade. "Ron, quickly hold this for me. I need to take a picture," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, tossing a stack of books into Ron's arms. "Mother is utterly obsessed," he muttered. Arthur Weasley could only sigh silently, feeling powerless to curb his wife's infatuation with celebrity. Yet, in light of Gilderoy Lockhart's series of legendary exploits, Arthur felt a sense of astonishment. It was not surprising that he garnered the admiration of the masses. Meanwhile, as they fervently snatched up books and Flourish and Blots, an unexpected figure appeared at the entrance. The Malfoy father and son, clad in dark robes, stood at the door. Upon seeing them, the manager of Flourish and Blots approached with insincere obsequiousness. For the bookstore had received a significant portion of its funding from the Malfoy family. They could ill afford to offend a pureblood family. With utmost deference, he prepared a complete set of brand new textbooks for Draco and his father, employing the undetectable extension charm to fit them into a box, which he then shrank to fit into his pocket. At that moment, the Platinum aristocrats noticed Ron, who stood there, looking rather foolish. The gazes of these two old adversaries met once again. "The disgrace of purebloods, my father has always provided the finest." Draco haughtily glanced at Ron, clearly noticing the pile of worn books cradled in Ron's arms. The Weasley family, burdened by their numerous members, found their finances stretched thin, rendering them unable to afford anything but second-hand books. "What did you say, Malfoy?" Ron shot back fiercely. Meanwhile, Arthur Weasley, standing nearby, promptly pulled Ron back, signaling him to avoid conflict in the bookstore. However, he himself stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the disdainful Lucius Malfoy. "I wonder how you educate your children. But perhaps my understanding of honor differs vastly from yours," Arthur scoffed. "At least we do not follow a murderer," he added with a smile. Others might be oblivious, but Arthur certainly was not. Lucius claimed that he was not a true follower of Voldemort, citing the release from the Cruciatus curse as his justification. Yet his dark mark told a different story. Were it not for the Malfoy family's stature, the wizarding world would have long since imprisoned him. However, the Wizengamot had refrained from passing judgment on this representative of a pure-blood family, indicating a lack of thorough reckoning post-war. It was precisely this impunity that emboldened Malfoy. "Honor? You Weasleys cling to the glory of your ancestors just enough to secure a seat in the Wizengamot. But what else have you gained?" Lucius derided, pulling a stack of old books from Ginny's tin. The dust on them could rival that of an old grandmother's sweater. How could a pure-blood family be so impoverished? Ironically, Gringotts had their family vault situated not far from Malfoy Manor. The entrance to that vault was even draped in cobwebs, for it contained not a single galleon, only rare magical materials that were unsellable. "What is going on?" Harry raised an eyebrow. He and Cassandra had witnessed the infamous conflict between the Malfoys and the Weasleys at the entrance. Even the lowliest clerks at the Ministry of Magic knew that the Weasleys and Malfoys were essentially sworn enemies. Harry saw with his own eyes as Lucius slipped a peculiar notebook into Ginny's tin while returning the books. "Is this the first Horcrux created by Voldemort in his youth?" he murmured. "This is the origin of the incident in the original text involving the hidden chamber," He cast a glance at Lucius, then surveyed the Weasley family. And ultimately Harry resolved to remain incognito. Grasping Cassandra's hand, they swiftly exited Flourish and Blots, for he had no desire to be photographed with the inept Gilderoy Lockhart. As depicted in the original narrative, upon entering the bookstore, he immediately perceived the situation. This so-called master of adventure is merely an ordinary sorcerer, devoid of any semblance of combat prowess. Such individuals, if not adept at concealing their true nature, are utterly inept. Yet perhaps their prowess in spells of forgetfulness and ambush is commendable. Their sole virtue may lie in their disregard for martial ethics. Let us depart. Cassandra nodded in agreement, unwilling to involve herself in the discord between Malfoy and Weasley. After all, even the Worrell family deems extreme blood purity as exceedingly foolish, particularly when it leads to the squabbling that undermines the very interest of witches and wizards. I recall a shop that seems quite promising. Let us pay a visit, Harry suggested. They all exited the Leaky Cauldron, and within less than 10 minutes of their departure, Malfoy and Weasley were already embroiled in a scuffle at the entrance. Chapter 43, Madame Malkin's Robe Shop. Madame Malkin is a renowned magical tailor in Diagon Alley. The exquisitely tasteful witch's magic was at work. As the automatic loom expelled shimmering strands of colorful silk, displayed in the window were a series of splendid robes. Passers-by could not help but marvel at the opulence of the shop's decor, while many impoverished wizards could only gaze longingly, for the garments offered here were far from affordable. Ding, ding, ding. Mrs. Moak, diligently recording data and designing patterns, lifted her gaze. Long time no see. Miss Were, you've grown taller since last year. Do your old robes still fit? Her eyes sparkled with recognition. Upon entering, Mrs. Moak immediately identified Cassandra Were, the esteemed daughter of the Were family, who had donned robes crafted by her since childhood, including her Hogwarts uniform. And who might this be? She inquired politely, her gaze shifting to Harry, who stood beside Cassandra. Cloaked in a hood that concealed his visage and form, rendering his true identity indistinct beneath a veil of subtle magic. With a flick of his wrist, the door to Mrs. Moak's robe shop swung shut. He then dispelled the enchantment of his invisibility cloak, causing the shroud of mystery to dissipate. A strikingly handsome face emerged, his golden eyes leaving an indelible impression upon those who beheld him. Most telling of his identity was the faint lightning-shaped scar that adorned his forehead. Ah, Mr. Potter, your school robes were all purchased from me. I still have your measurements on record, Mrs. Moak exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Concealing one's identity is not uncommon in the wizarding world. In fact, many wizards prefer to shroud themselves, particularly those intrigued by the study of dark magic. Mrs. Moak's shop catered to such clientele, welcoming all who could pay. The most essential aspect of magical robes is their materials. A cloak crafted from unicorn tail hair could fetch thousands of galleons. Common dark magic would struggle to penetrate such garments. In the magical realm, Mrs. Moak's robes and Ollivander's wands have always been a perfect match, combining aesthetics with practicality, thereby establishing a prestigious brand in Diagon Alley. But I do not require any new robes, Cassandra remarked, perplexed. She had already procured the necessary school uniforms well in advance. Through the convenience of all order, she could have Mrs. Moak custom make her garments. Surely you haven't forgotten, we won the House Cup last year, Harry reminded her. According to Hogwarts regulations, the winning house each year is permitted to sing its anthem at the start of the term, and Professor Snape believed this opportunity should be granted to the first years this time around. The significance of this statement is considerable. Typically, such tasks are not assigned to first-year students. They are often entrusted to those in higher grades who possess more experience and capability. The sole reason for assigning this task to a first year is Harry. Thus, it becomes essential to thoughtfully design an evening gown. She pondered while resting her chin on her hand. Indeed, this will require your expertise, Madame Malkin. Harry offered a slight bow. While the seasoned Madame Malkin unexpectedly scrutinized the pair, noting their striking compatibility, a glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes as she jested. Perhaps you both require matching attire. Otherwise, the entire wizarding world may begin to question my craftsmanship. These words caused Cassandra's cheeks to flush. Even a fool could discern the subtext of Madame Malkin's remarks. However, Harry merely smiled and assured her, we certainly trust your craftsmanship. The entire wizarding community does. Following their mutual flattery, Madame Malkin guaranteed her work, declaring that she would design garments that were both exquisite and imbued with nobility, perfectly suiting the essence of Slytherin. This is not the first time Slytherin has visited Madame Malkin's for a custom fitting. The majority of students who can afford to shop at Madame Malkin's are predominantly from Slytherin, given their pure-blood lineage and relatively affluent lifestyles. Miss Worry, please extend your arm. Madame Malkin instructed. The young girl deftly opened her arms, and under the guidance of a wand, a measuring tape floated gracefully toward her. It easily wrapped around her slender arms, measuring her dimensions. After completing the arm measurements, it proceeded to another area, meticulously noting every detail, and the tape nodded in satisfaction. It then flew to the table, whispering to a quill. Upon receiving the measurements, the quill dipped into ink and began to inscribe Cassandra's size onto the parchment. Harry felt a surge of curiosity and considered stepping closer, but just as he took a step forward, Cassandra playfully swatted him back, leaving him to rub his forehead and retreat silently. "Don't worry, it will be over soon. Now it's your turn, Mr. Potter," Madame Malkin smiled, as if she were gazing at her younger self. With a flick of her wand, the measuring tape floated to Harry's side, repeating the same measuring actions. Madame Malkin's magical prowess was impressive. The tape and quill clearly exhibited advanced transfiguration spells, which explained why even Professor McGonagall spoke so highly of this shop. "The garments are ready, Mr. Potter and Miss Worry. Do try them on. I am certain you will be pleased," Madame Malkin boasted. Any Muggle present would surely marvel at the wonders of magic. The speed at which fabric transformed into clothing far surpassed that of Muggle factories, especially with the exquisite satin that was plainly no ordinary material. Quality comes at a price, and these garments were indeed more expensive. Harry's robe was specifically designed without a cloak at the back to accommodate his invisibility cloak, merely adorned with some golden tassels for a touch of elegance. "Are you ready?" Harry queried, puzzled, as Cassandra had been in the changing room for quite some time without emerging. As soon as he posed the question, the door swung open, revealing Cassandra in a stunning silver-green evening gown. Her emerald eyes sparkled in harmony with the dress, while her golden locks cascaded like a waterfall, framing a floral neckline. The gown flared out, her legs clad in white stockings, accentuated by striking green high heels. "I can't believe you would display such an expression," Cassandra teased, tapping Harry lightly on the head with her wand, though the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her delight. "As you said, the ambition of Slytherin is never concealed, is it?" Harry jested. Madame Malkin admired her handiwork, evidently moved by the bond shared between the two young wizards. "This is perfect. Just perfect." Both Cassandra and Harry produced a bag of galleons, demonstrating their generosity. Chapter 44. Dobby the House Elf. A day of companionship had deepened their connection. But it was time for Harry to return home. Even the most liberal of parents would not be at ease with their daughter spending the night out, and naturally, Cassandra needed to return to Worry Manor. "See you at school." They bid each other farewell. With a flash of green flames, Cassandra departed through the Floo network, while Harry waved his wand, the air warping around him as he reappeared at Potter Manor. "Time to get organized. I have school as well," Harry murmured. Just as he stepped through the door, Gnarl suddenly materialized before him, unexpectedly clutching a frail figure, another house elf, who appeared malnourished, with wide eyes reflecting innocence. "Master, I have caught a thief. He has infiltrated Potter Manor. He is an evil house elf." "Dobby is not an evil house elf," the creature protested vehemently, his voice shrill, as though the accusation were a grave insult. Harry noticed the marks upon Gnarl, indicating that he had sustained injuries in the process of capturing the house elf named Dobby. His brow furrowed in recognition. Dobby was one of the Malfoy family's house elves, yet he possessed a will of his own. "What is your purpose here?" Harry inquired, eager to ascertain whether Dobby's intentions mirrored those in the original tale, that he had come to rescue him. "Dobby has come to save Harry Potter. Dobby knows you are a great person, and I must save your life," he exclaimed, struggling against Gnarl's grip while defending his cause. "Release him, Gnarl," Harry commanded. "But he will escape," Gnarl expressed concern. Dobby possessed considerable strength among house elves, and Gnarl was reluctant to let this alleged thief flee. "No need. I trust his character." "Next time you encounter such a challenge, do not act rashly," Harry advised, shaking his head. He produced a vial of healing potion from his pocket and offered it to Gnarl. He had no desire to lose a loyal house elf, as he would require ample assistance managing Potter Manor, far more troublesome than mastering magic. "Harry Potter is truly kind, even to house elves," Dobby reflected. "That may be because you have yet to encounter a good wizard." "Oh no, I should not say that." Immediately, his head struck the marble wall of Potter Manor with a resounding thud. Harry's mouth fell open in astonishment as he turned to Gnarl, quietly inquiring, "Are house elves typically this neurotic?" "Master, he must have had a terrible master," Gnarl concluded. Witnessing this scene, Gnarl, who had initially harbored animosity toward Dobby, now displayed a measure of pity. As a fellow house elf, he understood the plight of those in servitude within wizarding households. Not everyone could belong to a pureblood family. Serving kind and resourceful wizards, most could only endure the oppression of wizards. Worse still, some, like Dobby, were subjected to abuse, beaten into a state of abnormality. After several moments of self-punishment, blood streaming from his head, Dobby spun around, dazed. Dobby must punish himself. Dobby almost spoke ill of his master's family. If they knew Dobby had been here, a shiver ran down his spine, fear flickering in his eyes. Lucius Malfoy would punish him in ways unimaginable to ordinary people. And he could even resort to the unforgivable curses, knowing that the ministry would not heed a house elf's complaint, preferring to believe Dobby was deranged. However, Dobby had to warn Harry Potter he must not return to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. A grand conspiracy loomed, and the most dreadful events could transpire. The warning resonated with gravity, while Dobby's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. His expression, a blend of concern and worry, momentarily instilled a sense of trust in Harry and Gnarl. A conspiracy? Who would seek to ensnare our young master? Gnarl, more anxious than Harry, exclaimed, "I can't say." He clenched his teeth tightly. Dobby appeared as though silenced. Yet Harry discerned no enchantment at play. It could only be inferred that the house elf's psyche compelled him to refrain from betraying his master. This is also a psychological habit cultivated by Malfoy due to years of abuse. After all, once this psychological defense line is breached, one is confronted with excruciating torment. However, unlike Harry, who possesses an omniscient perspective, the house elf could no longer remain still, directly pointing at Dobby. "Nonsense," Gnarl retorted with indignation. "You simply wish to infiltrate Potter Manor to steal the Deathly Hallows. Such incidents have occurred countless times before. Thief, your excuse is utterly pathetic." He scolded sharply. Were it not for Harry standing nearby, Gnarl would have unleashed a magical attack upon Dobby, feeling utterly tricked. For a fleeting moment, he even felt a twinge of sympathy for the thief, which was a profound humiliation. Dobby was unaware of what the Deathly Hallows were. But it was indeed impossible for Harry Potter to attend school this year. Then why do you want to sneak into Potter Manor? "Master, quickly don the invisibility cloak and let me deal with this slippery thief," Gnarl exclaimed, hopping in agitation. "No, Gnarl, wait," Harry interjected, attempting to calm the agitated elf. Turning to Dobby, whose eyes were swirling in confusion, he spoke with determination. "Dobby, I will not relinquish my chance to attend Hogwarts. I have coursework to complete each year. And the Slytherin snakes need me," Harry explained earnestly. "You cannot go to Slytherin. Young Master Draco has tea written to you." Dobby shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise, pondering why Draco had not contacted him throughout the term. It turned out that Dobby had intercepted all of Draco's letters. However, unlike before, he had not obstructed all of Harry's communications, but had specifically prevented Draco from writing to him. "Young Master Draco? You are the house elf of the Malfoy family," Gnarl finally comprehended. Simultaneously, he recalled more unpleasant memories, for the Malfoys were indeed purebloods who had once followed Voldemort and had attempted to seize the Deathly Hallows. All the clues connected thoroughly in Gnarl's mind. He unequivocally concluded that the figure before him, Dobby, must be a thief, a burglar summoned by Malfoy. "Get out, thief!" Gnarl exclaimed, taking immediate action. Chapter 45. Nocturne Alley. The house elf's hand shimmered with magical brilliance. Without hesitation, he launched an attack at Dobby, who was no fool. After a brief resistance, Dobby promptly disapparated to escape, and Gnarl showed no intention of pursuing further, merely inspecting the courtyard for any trace of Dobby. Turning around, he returned to Harry's side. "I've driven him away. Such a wretched thief," Gnarl huffed indignantly. In light of Gnarl's decisive actions, Harry could only nod in acquiescence. He could not possibly rebuke his own house elf for the sake of Dobby. After all, Gnarl's loyalty was undoubtedly of greater significance than that of someone like Dobby. "Since you've sent him off, there's no need to dwell on it," Harry commanded. Faced with Gnarl's relentless assault, even Dobby had no choice but to flee. Harry expressed his unwillingness to cooperate, uncertain if Dobby would heed his words. If Dobby remained obstinate and continued to obstruct his path, Harry would have no qualms about taking a firmer stance. Kindness, he mused, should not be a pretext for being bullied. He was, after all, a Slytherin. After resting at home for 2 days, Harry immersed himself in studying the Potter family's collection of books, most of which were written in archaic Celtic and runic script, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Hogwarts offered such a subject, but how could a second-year student like Harry have encountered it? Consequently, those volumes documenting magic were set aside, and he opted to peruse some of his grandfather's recorded potion notes. "Master, here is your correspondence," Gnarl announced, having organized the letters. One must commend the capabilities of a house elf. He could categorize various letters and remind Harry when responses were due. When Harry first assumed control of the family estate, nearly all their holdings were in decline. Only a few apothecaries continued to provide shampoo and some royalty fees, forming the backbone of their family's income. If this situation persists, he would merely become a burden to his family, squandering resources without purpose. Thus, Harry reached out to the merchants in Diagon Alley, organizing various ventures. However, the most substantial income stemmed from patent royalties from St. Mungo's Hospital. Following the unsuccessful pursuit of exclusive rights, they were compelled to purchase the patents in order to utilize the potion. He picked up a pile of letters addressed to the merchants and opened the first one on top. Dear Mr. Potter, the materials you requested for the potion have been collected. However, the prices have fluctuated slightly from the market rate. Kindly visit the Borgin and Burke shop to collect your order and settle the remaining balance. This is a letter from the Borgin and Burke shop. Although the Potter family's supply of potion ingredients is quite substantial, Harry has already depleted a considerable amount during his experiments. Thus, he sought the contact details for Nocturne Alley from his address book and sent his order to Borgin and Burke's, a shop that has collaborated with numerous magical families. Harry pondered for a moment, recalling that he had yet to visit Nocturne Alley. I also need to replenish the potions for Filch. These ingredients seem essential. He resolved to make the journey himself, as it would be unwise to send them via owl. The Ministry of Magic has a tendency to scrutinize owls, and some of these potion ingredients are strictly prohibited from circulation by the Ministry. If Harry did not retrieve them personally, he would likely have to pay a fee for someone else to assist him, and he did not know any wizards well enough to consider that option. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Narcissa inquired, Lucius, why have you brought Draco along? She could not comprehend why her husband would venture out with such perilous items while also taking their son with him. Mother, I wanted to come, Draco explained. But you are still too young. You should not be exposed to such matters, Narcissa replied. Narcissa, he is a Slytherin. Every Malfoy must learn these things. With me present, there will be no issues, Lucius assured her. Although Draco's eagerness to accompany him surprised Lucius, it might not be such a bad thing after all. This signifies that the son no longer excessively relies on his family, but has genuinely matured. This is also the inevitable path for every Slytherin. The elder Malfoy once imparted the same teachings to Lucius. The large and the small were transported to Diagon Alley through the art of apparition, and they strolled into Nocturne Alley. In stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley presented an entirely different scene. Devoid of the grand establishments and the myriad of enticing goods offered by the prominent enterprises outside, this is the paradise of dark wizards. Each sorcerer conceals their visage, exuding an aura of imminent peril. Draco, stay close to me. Remember, do not touch anything, and do not call out to anyone, even if they are familiar to you, Lucius cautioned. However, around the very next corner, the Malfoy father and son encountered Harry. The boy, hailed as the savior, appeared in Nocturne Alley. What was his purpose for coming here? Lucius's eyes widened in astonishment. Draco had already informed him of Harry sorting into Slytherin. Yet he believed it to be merely a smokescreen devised by Dumbledore. Harry Potter was, after all, the adversary of the Dark Lord, a fact that could not be altered. What did I tell you, Draco? Lucius admonished softly but firmly. A letter sent during the holidays had gone unanswered, and Draco, feeling wronged, fell silent. At that moment, a group of dark wizards approached, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. They scrutinized Harry with dangerous eyes, for a young wizard had ventured into Nocturne Alley without adult supervision. I advise you not to obstruct my path, Harry stated coolly. The avarice of these dark wizards was almost palpable. They coveted the garments adorning Harry, intent on seizing a substantial bounty, even resorting to the idea of kidnapping for ransom. No, 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 child, you must be lost. Come with us, they sneered. One of them had already extended a malevolent hand, while another brandished a wand, softly murmuring incantations. It was evident that these ruffians were prepared to ambush even a mere young wizard. Sleep now. Begone. With a flick of his wrist, the dark wizard's stunning spell rebounded directly back at him. His entire form was hurled backward by the force of the enchantment, collapsing to the ground, utterly unconscious. Fire shield. It's fierce fire. Run, it's fierce fire. They shrieked in terror. A few dark wizards attempted to retaliate with counterspells, but their efforts were futile against the raging flames. As they held in agony, they frantically retreated, their eyes filled with fear and dread, casting glances at Harry imbued with murderous intent. Should they succeed in escaping, they would undoubtedly summon reinforcements. Go. With a fierce glare, Harry commanded the fierce fire to surge forth. Ah! The intense heat elicited their anguished cries. Fiery serpents emerged from the inferno, wrapping tightly around the dark wizards. While the air became saturated with the acrid scent of charred remains, their bodies gradually turning to ash. With a flick of his wand, Harry dissipated the flames. Alongside the extinguishing fire, the ashes of the dark wizards vanished as well, and with golden eyes surveying the surroundings, no one dared to approach again. Chapter 46. Borgin and Burke's. Welcome to Borgin and Burke's, Mr. Potter. As Harry pushed open the somewhat dilapidated door, a mountain of clutter greeted his sight, rendering the shop rather disheveled. A hunched man appeared before Harry, donning a sycophantic smile. Under the oppressive regime of anti-dark magic in the wizarding world, it is quite a feat to remain unscathed in Nocturne Alley, Mr. Borgin, Harry remarked with a smile. As long as there is a market, there is business to be had, even during our purebloods' dark age. The man repeatedly smoothed down the hair that hung over his face. Yet the greasy strands prompted a slight grimace. His voice was as slick as his hair. Are you suggesting that Voldemort's reign was preferable? Harry retorted. Unlike others, Mr. Borgin displayed no reaction upon hearing Harry utter the name. It was as if he harbored no fear of Voldemort whatsoever. No, Mr. Potter, you misunderstand. The Borgin family has never favored the Dark Lord, but this era poses a far graver threat to us than that time did, Mr. Borgin explained with a smile. To operate a shop dealing in dark magical artifacts in the perilous Nocturne Alley is no small accomplishment. This proprietor is undeniably formidable. Even the notorious Voldemort, Tom Riddle, once served as an employee at Borgin and Burke's in his youth, and even declined a position at the Ministry of Magic. Thus, it is hardly surprising that he possesses a certain familiarity with Voldemort and harbors no fear of that name. It has been many years since Potter last graced our establishment. The last visit from the Borgin family was from your grandfather, Fleamont. Mr. Borgin scoffed, for Harry's father, James, held such dark magic shops in disdain. Moreover, having not learned much about the potions for which the family is renowned, he severed ties with the Borgin family. Subsequently, he had no inclination to continue conversing with the gentleman and decided to be forthright. Have all the items I requested been prepared? He produced a heavy bag of gold galleons and placed it upon the transaction table. Of course, the Borgin family prides itself on its unwavering reputation for integrity. Please hold for a moment. Upon witnessing this, Mr. Borgin revealed a glimmer of greed, weighing the bag of galleons before turning to retreat into the store's warehouse. A quintessential merchant mentality, no sight of the mouse, no hawk unleashed. This is also the way in which the Bach family has managed to endure within the magical realm. They invariably find their rightful place in the most unexpected of locales. Do not touch anything, Draco, a sharp sound echoed. At the entrance, young Master Malfoy rubbed his hand, gazing up at his father with an expression of indignation. As Lucius stepped inside, his gaze immediately fell upon Harry, who stood at the reception, a flicker of wariness creeping into his eyes. He was well aware of the Savior's infamous reputation, yet Lucius had previously dismissed it as merely a ruse orchestrated by Dumbledore. However, the recent ashes of the fallen Dark Wizard sent a chill down his spine. The Savior is undeniably formidable. Draco, it has been quite some time. I presume this gentleman is your father? Harry greeted. Greetings, it is quite unexpected to meet the illustrious Harry Potter. It is indeed our honor, Lucius interjected, stepping forward to address Harry before Draco could. He positioned himself protectively in front of Draco, his silver cane firmly in hand, a slight sheen of perspiration betraying his tension. What brings you here? Draco could only whisper. I came to procure some materials not available in Diagon Alley. This is certainly the finest place for such items, Harry elucidated. That is so cool. My father never allows me to visit such places alone, Draco exclaimed with enthusiasm. Because it is perilous here, Draco, your capabilities are still woefully inadequate, Lucius replied coldly. Having said this, he tugged at Draco once more, signaling for his son to refrain from further unnecessary conversation. At this moment, Harry beheld Lucius clutching a box upon which an imperceptible extension charm had been cast. Upon it, he discerned numerous traces of dark magic. Mr. Potter, this is the item you require, announced Mr. Bork, who emerged with several dragonhide bags, directly handing them to the awaiting Harry Potter. It was then that Bork noticed the Malfoy father and son entering, narrowing his eyes in greeting. Mr. Malfoy, may I inquire as to what you wish to purchase? I am not here to make a purchase, Lucius replied, his brow furrowing. He promptly opened the box containing the dark magical artifacts. Harry could even perceive the malevolent energy emanating from it, revealing that this object could not be concealed. The Ministry of Magic has recently intensified their searches of private residences, and I have become a suspect. These individuals are merely stifling the freedom of wizards. Lucius gritted his teeth. Indeed, These items must not fall into their hands. Bork scrutinized the contents of the box with a magnifying glass, extracting a venom gland. This potent toxin could incapacitate an elephant with but a single drop, while the other dark magical artifacts were even more sinister. A pair of desiccated hands capable of strangling anyone daring enough to touch them. A considerable amount of dark magic has been insidiously and perilously applied to these items. This particular assortment is not for sale. He gestured towards the two precious artifacts. Therefore, I require you to safeguard them until the recent tumult subsides. As Harry listened to the discourse between Bork and Malfoy, he meticulously assessed the items he desired. He was not surprised by Lucius's remarks. The current Minister of Magic, Fudge, had been appointed by Dumbledore, and in a bid to reciprocate, he would naturally act sternly against those of pure blood lineage. Moreover, it would serve to bolster his own grandiose image. Why not seize such an opportunity? Mr. Bork accepted the box containing the dark magical items and extracted a stack of gold galleons from Harry's purse. Lucius frowned slightly, extending his hand to procure 3 additional galleons. You may keep this box, he stated with undeniable authority. Faced with a somewhat assertive customer, Mr. Bork could only begrudgingly acquiesce to this price. Mr. Potter, have you completed your inventory? Mr. Bork inquired. Not a problem. I anticipate returning in the future, Harry replied. Lucius stepped forward, casting a glance at Harry, who stood resolutely in the center of the shop. You are quite remarkable. The wizard who left you with that scar is also formidable. He seemed to be probing. I am not aligned with him. We are unequivocal adversaries, Harry replied coldly. Following this, he glanced at Malfoy's arm, which bore the dark mark. At this response, Lucius felt a weight in his heart. But I am a Slytherin, he exclaimed. In a flash of apparition, he vanished from sight, leaving the Malfoys in a state of astonishment. Chapter 47, The Train Station. Using the potion ingredients purchased from Borkin and Burke's, Harry crafted a box of potions. This is specifically prepared for Furchi. This entire treatment should enable this dormant powerhouse, long silenced for decades, to rejuvenate and experience a renaissance. Shrink swiftly. With a flick of the wand, the box containing the potion diminished to the size of a thumb. Harry nestled this little treasure into his pocket, intending it as a back-to-school gift for Filch. Surely, this old curmudgeon will pay himself some heed throughout the year. As the new year dawns, the owl dutifully delivers his ticket, adhering to the familiar tradition of platform 9 3/4. This time, Harry could not directly apparate to such a crowded place as the station, for the magical world observes stringent regulations concerning apparition. The statute of secrecy stipulates that only registered adult wizards are permitted to use this form of magic. However, enforcing this rule within the magical realm proves exceedingly challenging, as it is difficult to ascertain whether the fluctuations of apparition stem from a registered wizard or an unregistered one. Even the most astute of tracking spells cannot discern the identity of the magic's wielder. In the Muggle world, however, the situation differs significantly. The mere act of operating would undoubtedly arouse the vigilance of the Aurors. Harry had no intention of engaging in bureaucratic wrangling with the decayed officials of the Ministry of Magic, a task he deemed one of the most vexing in existence. Wizards scurry like mice beneath the surface. Whom does this law truly protect? Harry scoffed. The enactment of such peculiar laws by the Wisengamot undoubtedly reflects the influences of past isolationist sentiments. During Dumbledore's time, even Grindelwald's reign over the continent had little impact on Britain. He recalled Uncle Vernon's disdain for wizards, noting how the seemingly weaker Muggle community exhibited no fear of such arcane powers. It is not yet time. I am still lacking the capacity to overturn the table. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Harry gradually calmed himself. He organized the necessary school supplies, carefully packing them into a trunk as he prepared for his journey to Hogwarts. Take me there, Gnarl. Even if the Aurors pursue us, you can claim it was your doing, but do remember to find a secluded spot to land, he said in a low voice. As you wish, my master, but please ensure you don the invisibility cloak, Gnarl reminded him. Perhaps Dobby's earlier actions had instilled a measure of concern in this loyal house elf. Yet, all apprehensions dissipated upon gazing at the invisibility cloak, a relic capable of evading even the Grim Reaper's pursuit. Once Harry grasped Gnarl's hand, space distorted, and they vanished from their location entirely. Charing Cross, King's Station. The Weasley family entered platform 9 3/4 as per the customary procedure for new students. This year, their youngest daughter, Ginny Weasley, was set to embark on her journey to Hogwarts. Sweetheart, do not forget your robes, and take care of your wand, her mother instructed. Mom, which house will I be in? Ginny asked timidly. You shall undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor. You are the finest among us. Yet, I believe any house would be immensely honored to welcome such an exceptional young witch as you," Mrs. Weasley encouraged. At that moment, Fred and George, the mischievous duo, were teasing their dear brother Ron. Molly swiftly turned her gaze, her expression stern as she admonished her twin sons. "Cease your pranks and stop tormenting Ron. Prepare your school supplies at once. Should I receive another complaint from your headmaster, I shall assign you both to clean up after your brother's dragons." Ah, the quintessential Weasley double standard. "Ron, you little snitch," they chimed in unison, their voices encircling him, effectively orchestrating a performance of sibling torment. "I'm heading inside. The train will be departing shortly." Ron rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further with his playful twin brothers. Years have passed, and he has long since grown accustomed to the personalities of Fred and George. Pushing his luggage trolley, he strode directly through the barrier, arriving at platform 9 3/4. Noting Ron's departure, Fred and George, feeling somewhat disinterested, pushed their luggage into the station as well. "Go on, Ginny. Hogwarts is wonderful," encouraged Mrs. Weasley. With her eyes closed, Ginny launched herself towards the station, following her mother's guidance. Thus, nearly all the Weasley children were sent off to Hogwarts, while Mrs. Weasley gazed nostalgically in that direction, a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. For she and Arthur Weasley had once embarked on their own journey to Hogwarts in a similar manner. Harry arrived late, devoid of any luggage. Thanks to his magical abilities, he had shrunk his belongings and stowed them in his pockets, arriving at King's Cross with empty hands. Harry Potter, the most trusted of Dumbledore's children, can he truly manage it? Mrs. Weasley mused. The Weasley family had been steadfast supporters of Dumbledore, and they had also been chased by Voldemort's Death Eaters during the Wizarding War. Ron had spent the entire summer lamenting Harry sorting into Slytherin. "I truly need to discuss this with Arthur. Potter cannot be on that side," she contemplated. It was difficult for her to imagine how a young wizard raised in a Muggle family could possess such an aura. Harry's demeanor drew glances from passers-by, leading them to wonder from which noble family he had emerged. However, once he entered the area affected by the Muggle-repelling charm, the bewildered onlookers lost sight of him entirely. Harry, initially intending to take the train, furrowed his brow. His golden eyes fixated on the thick wall before him, the magical vibrations emanating from it gradually dissipating. Someone had closed the passage to platform 9 3/4. "I can't believe you did this." Harry narrowed his eyes, fully aware of the culprit's identity, Dobby, Malfoy's house elf. Even after being informed that he would attend school, and despite being directly attacked and driven out of Potter Manor, the elf's determination had not wavered. "I don't have a Quidditch match. I hope you won't cause too much trouble this term." But with the passage to the Hogwarts Express closed, how was he to reach the school? He knew that attempting to apparate in the Muggle world could result in being apprehended by the Aurors. Thus, Harry resolved to find a clever solution without the use of magic. He opened his mouth, invoking the elemental spirit of wind embedded in his lineage. Elemental speech. Dance of the Wind. Chapter 48. Entering the school, have you seen Harry? A head poked in. With curly hair framing a delicate face adorned with the Gryffindor crest on her robes, it was none other than Cassandra, who sat in the compartment with Hermione, both puzzled. "I don't know. Haven't you seen him?" she retorted. Compared to their confrontational first year, their relationship had notably improved in the second. Hermione settled into the compartment, speaking to herself. "I've searched the entire train. No one has seen Harry, and all the Slytherins claim they haven't either." A hint of frustration crossed her youthful face. Is Harry planning not to attend school at all? Perhaps there is a reason, Cassandra mused, her brow creasing in concern. Just as her curiosity piqued, a figure suddenly descended from the outside. The wind element coalesced in the air, forming a somewhat disheveled figure before them. Turning around, they were met with a familiar visage, the lightning-shaped scar confirming his identity. "Harry!" they exclaimed in unison, excitement evident on their faces. It had been quite some time since they last saw each other, and Hermione rushed forward to embrace Harry tightly. Living in the Muggle world, she had been unable to practice magic due to the trace, relying solely on letters to communicate with her dear friends, which made her long for their company. However, Cassandra's eyes reflected more shock, as she had just witnessed his extraordinary entrance. Although she was aware of Harry's ability to fly from the previous school year, witnessing such a graceful landing from a high-speed descent was truly unprecedented. Should this magic be revealed, the Radiant Will Company would likely face instantaneous collapse. "Isn't this far more convenient than a flying broomstick? What kind of magic is this?" she inquired. "It is a self-created flying magic, primarily derived from my magical creature lineage," Harry explained. "Can we learn such magic as well?" Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ever-curious Miss Granger certainly did not wish to let this splendid opportunity slip away. It is worth noting that among all her subjects, she particularly struggled with flying lessons, as Hermione truly lacked the natural talent for mastering a broomstick. This instilled a profound obsession with flight in the academically gifted individual. It is indeed challenging. This force resembles the magic of mythical creatures rather than that of wizards. Harry shook his head. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach, but rather that this form of magic was fundamentally unteachable. The ability to control elements is an innate trait of dragons, not wizards. The most universal method of casting spells in this world involves communicating through magical power. To bypass this rule and engage directly with the elements is akin to cheating. I see. Hermione's gaze dimmed. Upon realizing the impossibility of learning, the eager young witch appeared somewhat disheartened. Perhaps you should elucidate why you flew in through the window, Cassandra suggested. This is hardly an advisable way to embark on a journey, at least not a common one. As for this matter, it is rather a lengthy tale, Harry remarked, resting his chin on his hand. He settled across from Cassandra and Hermione, drew the compartment door shut, and gestured for them to sit closer. Subsequently, Harry recounted his experiences from the summer, particularly the incident concerning Dobby. Are you suggesting that a house elf informed you of impending events at Hogwarts? Is that even plausible? Cassandra's expression was peculiar. Any witch or wizard would naturally harbor profound skepticism towards Dobby's words. After all, Hogwarts is widely regarded as the safest haven in the magical realm, presided over by the most esteemed of wizards. It is highly likely that this is indeed true, Harry asserted firmly. Yet, he could not divulge that it was all the doing of Voldemort's diary. However, he was prepared to seek out Ginny upon returning to school, intending to swiftly deal with that diary to ensure a safe passage through the academic year. Harry had much research still to pursue and no time to engage in any heroics with Dumbledore and Voldemort. Resolving matters expeditiously was paramount. I advise both of you to exercise caution this term, especially you, Hermione, Harry cautioned. Why me? Hermione inquired. Because among us, you alone are a Gryffindor. Cassandra interjected with her characteristic sharpness. At this, Hermione pouted in displeasure, turning away upon noticing the serpent emblem adorning Harry and Cassandra's attire. Although Harry did not intend to imply such, Cassandra's remark did provide him with a rationale. Yet, to spare Hermione's feelings, he felt compelled to offer some reassurance. Do not overthink it. You are undoubtedly the brightest of Gryffindors, Harry comforted. That assertion hinges on Miss Know-It-all refraining from meddling in others' affairs. Those foolish lions will never express gratitude. They take it all for granted, Cassandra scoffed. She certainly did not deny Hermione's intelligence. Even Cassandra, from a wizarding lineage, had to concede that Hermione's talents were exceptional, even among the purebloods. In summary, that is the situation, so please be vigilant. Harry had exhausted his words. Once he concluded, the young trio returned to their intimate exchanges. Hermione shared details of her daily life, altering Cassandra's perception of muggles. After all, Miss Weasley had been raised in the wizarding world and initially viewed muggle technology with disdain, but her attitude gradually shifted to one of humble inquiry. Slytherins are distinguished and proud, but they are not fools. After a while, the train arrived at the Hogwarts platform. Now in their second year, they did not need to cross the lake but could proceed directly to the school from Hogsmeade. Upon entering the Great Hall, Hermione separated from Harry and Cassandra, heading toward the Gryffindor table. As soon as she sat down, Cassandra leaned closer to Harry. Let us resume our previous discussion. Why should Hermione, in particular, be cautious? She was acutely aware that Harry possessed knowledge that could not be fully disclosed to Hermione. I have a gut feeling that this crisis is similarly connected to Voldemort. Last time we thwarted his scheme, he will undoubtedly seek retribution this time, Harry responded coldly. A gut feeling? Cassandra paused, her gaze drifting to the scar on Harry's forehead, which solidified her belief. But didn't he you already? If the Dark Lord were so easily vanquished, he would not be the enigmatic figure capable of instilling fear throughout the wizarding world. Harry shook his head. What should we do? Cassandra asked. We must locate a diary. A diary belonging to Tom Riddle, Harry replied solemnly. This is a safeguard should Ginny Weasley remain elusive. It is highly likely that this item will fall into the hands of a Slytherin, as Slytherins are the most susceptible to Voldemort's influence. Chapter 49. A New Academic Year. The new students commenced their sorting ceremony, resulting in an outcome that did not surprise Harry. Ginny Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor, and the young girl bounced joyfully towards the long table designated for her house. The girl could indeed be described as the Princess of Gryffindor. Gryffindor welcomes you, Ginny. You have not disappointed your mother's expectations, Percy boasted. Beneath the prominent Gryffindor emblem on his wizarding robe, there was an additional inscription, Head of House. Indeed, this year, Percy Weasley had risen to the esteemed position of head of Gryffindor House, a remarkable achievement. Several of his brothers held significant standing within Gryffindor as well. Ginny was exceptionally talented, far surpassing Ron. Poor Ron, who found himself overshadowed even by his younger sister. At this moment, Fred and George could not resist taking turns to tease their foolish brother. After all, in the Weasley household, affection was reserved for the girls, leaving Ron to endure the playful jabs of his older siblings. The most profound linguistic violence within this family emanates from its very core. The twins have garnered considerable notoriety within Gryffindor due to their myriad ingenious inventions, particularly their classroom escape contraption, which has become exceedingly sought after within the school. Ron, too, has ascended to a notable status in his second year, nearly achieving the rank of year leader. Indeed, Gryffindor is a veritable hub of activity, Harry mused. Yet, his gaze was fixed upon Hermione, who sat amidst the Gryffindor girls. Opposite him was the reticent Neville, who remained hunched over his food. Harry would never underestimate him, for he is the one capable of wielding the sword of Gryffindor. However, given his current affiliation with Slytherin, it is unlikely that Gryffindor would acknowledge him. Thus, Neville stands as the sole individual capable of drawing forth the sword of Gryffindor. He is the true embodiment of Gryffindor. Another Weasley, their family is indeed extensive, Draco remarked with a sardonic tone. Of course, this does not imply that Slytherin lacks newcomers. A lovely young girl approached the Slytherin table and came before Harry and his companions. Hello, I am Astoria Greengrass. It is a pleasure to meet you. She is a polite girl, recently sorted into Slytherin. Though still imbued with a certain timidity, she musters the courage to greet Harry. This also subtly affirms his standing within Slytherin. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter, she states, to which Harry replies in kind. I know you. I have seen you in the Daily Prophet, and my sister often speaks of you, Astoria remarks with a smile. Sister? Harry inquires, puzzled. He is yet to familiarize himself with the pure-blood families in Slytherin, so he turns his gaze towards Cassandra beside him. Daphne, is she your sister? The youngest daughter of the Greengrass family? Cassandra promptly turns her head to look at the girl preening in the mirror. These are classmates from the same year, and they share the closest bond with Pansy. Indeed, this is my sister. My father claims her talent is the finest in our family, Daphne responded. After addressing Cassandra, she raised a cup of light tea to salute Harry. Daphne Greengrass, whom you have met, she introduced herself. Harry took a moment to recognize the girl, committing her name to memory. Following the social niceties, he leaned closer to Cassandra and whispered, aside from Pansy and you, I seem to know very few girls. Instead, he distinctly remembered followers like Crabbe and Goyle. Would you like to meet a few more? Cassandra raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp. Noticing her demeanor, Harry swiftly changed the subject and continued to inquire. How did you come to know them? During the duel at the start of the term, I sent them flying. Only Pansy and Daphne displayed any skill. The rest were hardly worth mentioning, she replied with a hint of disdain. Only Cassandra had the standing to make such remarks. Their brief acquaintance with the new Slytherin students was abruptly concluded under Professor McGonagall's announcement. This year, we have several announcements to make. Dumbledore stood up. Many students turned their attention to their headmaster, Harry included. At least in the original narrative, Dumbledore had only misled Harry in the first year. He remained unaware of the events in the Chamber of Secrets during the second year. To ensure his safety, Harry needed to swiftly deal with the Basilisk and Voldemort's diary. I am pleased to inform you that there have been some changes to our faculty this year. First, we have invited Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart to take on the role of our defense against the dark arts professor. As Dumbledore introduced him, the man, resembling a peacock, stood up. He presented a self-satisfied smile to the students below, exuding an air of self-importance. Hermione clapped enthusiastically. She had purchased the complete works of Gilderoy Lockhart upon receiving the book list from Hogwarts, filled with admiration after reading about his exploits. Particularly after witnessing Harry's display of prowess, Hermione eagerly anticipated the defense against the dark arts course, hoping to become as formidable as Harry. What a charlatan, Harry murmured. Cassandra, too, scrutinized the man on stage with a critical eye. A so-called hero lauded by the media, he lacked the resilient demeanor of a true wizard duelist, instead radiating an aura of theatricality. Why would Dumbledore choose such a person as our professor? Cassandra whispered. It's rumored that the defense against the dark arts professors are cursed by Voldemort. I wonder if there's any truth to it, Harry responded. It was precisely due to this rumor that applications for other professor positions at Hogwarts were often flooded. while the defense against the dark arts position remained scarce. Finding Gilderoy Lockhart was already a considerable feat. As for Snape's perennial desire to be transferred to that role, Dumbledore would never acquiesce. The second announcement is that your herbology professor, Madam Sprout, has cultivated many mandrakes this year. This herb can be quite dangerous, so please refrain from entering the greenhouse during class hours without permission. Additionally, I hope all houses will strive for excellence in the new year, Dumbledore concluded, casting a flourish with his wand. Thus, they embarked on another academic year at Hogwarts. Ding! A new plot point has been detected. A reward draw opportunity has been granted. The long-absent system notification resonated at the perfect moment. This caught Harry by surprise, as he had previously undertaken numerous actions without triggering any plot points. Should he commence drawing cards immediately? Let us begin. I am eager to see what fortune awaits. Chapter 50, The Academy's Champion. The card drawing process remained the same as before, and Harry observed the outcome of his draw. A purple card emerged. Upon revealing its face, he beheld a wand conjuring a whirlwind, with fierce gusts producing extensive damage. A hurricane spell? Harry felt a twinge of astonishment. The incantation is not extensively showcased in the original work. However, the magic within the realm of Harry Potter is fundamentally grounded in the four elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind, thus establishing a considerable caliber of such sorcery. Yet, due to the universal nature of the wind element, its potency pales in comparison to that of fierce fire. He comprehended fully that only cards of golden quality possess the potential to transcend worlds, while those of lesser quality reside solely within the Harry Potter universe. Upon utilizing this magical card, it seamlessly integrated into his attribute panel. Attribute overview. Name: Harry James Potter. Gender: male. Race: Dragonkin, half-blood. Identity: the savior of the magical world. Abilities: word spirit, gold. Fire shield, gold. Godly sharpness, purple. Hurricane spell, purple. Disarmament spell, purple. Parcel tongue, purple. Freezing spell, blue. Summoning spell, blue. Evaluation: your wisdom allows you to keenly perceive your own strength and strategize for the future. Your growth in power has not led to arrogance, a rarity even among Dragonkin. The remarks this time were somewhat brief. After the banquet, each college returned to their respective dormitories. In the common lounge, Slytherin, as per tradition, commenced their customary rituals. The surging magic within Harry instilled in him a profound confidence as he surveyed the faces of the new students, who all bowed their heads in deference. They had all heard of the illustrious name of Harry Potter prior to their enrollment, and coupled with the media frenzy, they were acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Slytherin venerates strength. This is an unyielding decree. Throughout the entire second year, no one dared to challenge Harry's standing. Meanwhile, the selection process for the next year's prefects proved to be rather uninspiring, as Astoria secured the position of first-year prefect with a significant advantage, settling into her single dormitory. After completing this feat, the young girl bounced over to Harry, her demeanor exuberant. "Well done," Harry commended. "Thank you. I shall strive to do even better," Astoria replied, nodding her head as she delicately stowed away her wand, as if the recent contest held little weight for her. "Her talent truly surpasses yours by a slight margin," Cassandra remarked. Although the first-year students were not particularly strong, Astoria's ability to stand out among so many was a testament to her innate gifts. Daphne, standing nearby, offered an awkward smile. Being overshadowed by her younger sister was indeed a source of embarrassment, especially in front of Cassandra. Next came the segment where the prefects challenged the head of the house, with all years except the first being eligible to contend for this position. Then, Reston stepped forward. This is because he had completed the entire OWLS examination the previous year and was on the verge of graduation. Slytherin House required a new head, and tradition dictated that a duel would determine the successor. "Samuel, will you also participate?" His gaze was one of surprise as a sixth-year student stepped forward from the crowd. Had it not been for Harry Potter, he would have been the indisputable choice for head of the house. Except for Voldemort. Every generation's head was typically filled by the sixth-year prefect, as the disparity in learning from year to year was considerable. "Then let the stage be set for you and Potter," Reston remarked coolly, his eyes briefly scanning Samuel with an air of indifference. He had previously cautioned this fellow. Even if the sixth year became head, Samuel would only hold the position for a year. The following year, it would inevitably be passed on to Harry Potter. "Hello, Senior Samuel." Harry stepped forward, drawing the attention of all the second years, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. In last year's entrance duel, he had demonstrated prowess rivaling that of 5th and 6th year students, yet it remained uncertain whether Harry could best Samuel. Do not be too arrogant, Potter. You are merely a 2nd year, Samuel declared, drawing his wand. This duel lacks the safety net typically afforded to lower year students, implying that defeat for one participant merely leads to a temporary respite in Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. It is worth noting that, although Madame Pomfrey serves as the school nurse, she hails from Slytherin House and is well acquainted with this tradition. Disarm your weapons. Chairs and tables flew through the air as Harry waved his wand. The crimson spell struck the sofa, shattering it under the force of the disarming charm. Truly worthy of a 6th year prefect. This spell's power could easily qualify him for the Aura department. Yet, for Harry, it remained insufficient. Freeze swiftly. A cerulean spell was unleashed. Armored protection. Samuel cast the protective charm upon himself. Subsequently, to thwart Harry's potential use of fiend fire, he traced a circle around himself with his wand, invoking a spell that took everyone by surprise. Expecto Patronum, the Patronus charm. The protective nature of this spell is remarkably potent, particularly in its ability to counter dark magic. The freezing spell was deflected and gradually dissipated under the influence of the guardian spirit, demonstrating that the opponent's strength was indeed formidable. Harry's eyes narrowed, and he uttered, "The wand of the unseen." The spell came to an abrupt halt. Samuel clearly did not anticipate the nature of this incantation. When the cutting wave surged forth, he initially believed it to be a mere ordinary slicing spell, until he realized that the light of Harry's wand was entirely invisible. This is dark magic. Fortunately, his guardian spirit was quick enough to shield Samuel, but this unexpected attack completely dispelled the protective barrier. Now, you are left without a guardian, aren't you? Harry grinned. Fire shield. He spun around fiercely. Celestial blue flames erupted from the tip of his wand, coiling together like ropes and sweeping towards Samuel. Harry advanced. Stepping through the fierce fire, enveloped in the blazing flames, his eyes gradually illuminating. You have lost. His golden eyes glinted with supreme authority. In the face of the intense heat, Samuel's complexion turned pale. His armor spell could not possibly withstand the ferocity of the flames. Had his guardian still been present, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Disarm your weapon. Harry cast another spell. Samuel's wand flew from his grasp, falling into the flames, utterly consumed. Samuel, utterly helpless, could not possibly leap into the fire to retrieve his wand. I declare, the champion of Slytherin House is Harry Potter, announced Reston loudly. Harry cast a glance at him, waving his wand to extinguish the fierce flames. Meanwhile, Samuel, now collapsed on the floor, could only lower his head in resignation. Chapter 51. Gilderoy Lockhart. Madame Pomfrey was relieved that the Slytherin selection had only cost a wand. Draco leaned on the table, having just returned from potions class, where Professor Snape had returned his paper. What is the next class? Harry inquired. Defense against the dark arts. I hear there is a new professor. Draco flipped through the timetable, lamenting once more that Professor Snape had lost the opportunity to teach the class. Is Gilderoy Lockhart really reliable? Pansy questioned. We'll find out in class. I've never heard of him before. Cassandra shook her head. The pampered young lady certainly understood what the elite of the wizarding world looked like, and Lockhart was clearly not among them. A wizard who boasts incessantly about himself would never be treated as an esteemed guest by any family. Let us go, Harry announced, rising to his feet. A group of little snakes followed him out of the common room, all heading to defense against the dark arts class together. Upon opening the classroom door, they discovered it to be a conventional classroom. Evidently, Gilderoy did not intend to teach them practical content in his first lesson. Before anyone could discuss, the somewhat effeminate man strode in through the entrance. He surveyed the students, revealing a confident smile, as if he were a figure of great importance. Please, take your seats. With a flick of his wand, the chairs moved to accommodate the students. Following him into the room were the Gryffindor students, who, unlike the Slytherins, did not enter as a group but in pairs or threes. Among the lions, Harry spotted Hermione, who was eyeing Gilderoy up and down, clutching a copy of the Professor's book, Bravery, as if she were an ardent admirer. Welcome, Hogwarts students. I trust you have come to know a bit about me, and I am delighted to see you all possess my complete set of books. After speaking, he even winked, prompting Harry to purse his lips, visibly disgusted. Isn't this collection of books the very one you recommended for us to purchase? Furthermore, this set is rather expensive. I truly cannot fathom how Dumbledore acquiesced to Gilderoy's outrageous demands. Before our course commences, we are to undertake a brief examination. Gilderoy produced a stack of papers, each densely packed with inquiries. These are designed to assess your knowledge of defense against the dark arts, as many magical creatures are exceedingly malevolent, he stated with feigned mystery. However, when Harry and the others opened the papers, they discovered that the questions were, in fact, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement in life? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? This time, it was not only Harry, Cassandra, and Malfoy also exhibited smirks, exchanging glances that affirmed their belief that this teacher was utterly incompetent. Even Harry had no intention of inking his quill, without even writing his name. He discarded the paper onto the desk, regarding the test as if it were mere toilet paper. In contrast, the other young wizards scratched their heads and began to work, to varying degrees. Particularly Hermione, who had reviewed in advance, fervently scribbled with her self-inking quill, appearing as though she had thoroughly absorbed all of the professor's works. After a while, the test concluded. Clearly, none of you knew that my favorite color is lavender. However, Miss Granger is aware that my aspiration is to eradicate all evil from the world, he proclaimed. Throughout the ordeal, Harry's gaze remained fixed upon the professor, radiating disdain. Yet, the man seemed oblivious to these looks, disregarding the blank papers submitted and meticulously grading the tests. Now, I shall teach you how to subdue dangerous magical creatures, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. At this pronouncement, the entire classroom brightened. The first-year students, who had scarcely attended defense against the dark arts classes, suddenly felt a sense of urgency and turned their attention to Lockhart, eager to see what spectacle he would conjure. He pointed to a cage on the desk, covered by a thick cloth. With a sudden flourish, he yanked away the fabric to reveal a cluster of small, blue-skinned creatures with wings, flailing and struggling within, occasionally grasping the iron bars in an attempt to escape. Cornwall pixies? Seamus recognized them, somewhat perplexed about how much threat they could pose, viewing them merely as a prank. Do not underestimate them. I shall ensure you taste their mischief first. Gilderoy Lockhart chuckled coldly. He then released the cage's occupants, who, having been confined for so long, erupted into chaos, wreaking havoc upon the students, tearing books, overturning desks and chairs, and their sheer numbers incited panic. Allow me to demonstrate. Lockhart began to cast a spell, but the pixies swiftly interrupted him, seizing the man's wand. Without his wand, he was utterly incapable of performing any magic. How could this happen? Hermione's face fell in disappointment. Is this the sort of ineptitude you idolize? Cassandra scoffed. The ever-curious Miss Granger could only lower her head, confronted with Lockhart's incompetence, a reality she had previously failed to perceive. She had assumed he was a great wizard. You cannot be blamed, after all. This individual was appointed by our headmaster as the professor of defense against the dark arts. She consoled herself indirectly. The incessant disturbances caused by the pixies of Cornwall had nearly pushed Hermione's patience to its limits. Just as the talented young witch, proficient in numerous spells, was on the verge of unleashing her wrath, a commanding voice rang out, "Enough." It was Harry, his robes billowing wildly, an almost tangible aura of magical power radiating from him, while his golden eyes flickered with crimson glimmers. The incantation, "King," echoed with the low whisper of an ancient dragon, reverberating throughout the classroom. Yet, Harry deliberately bypassed the other students, directing his formidable presence solely at the pixies of Cornwall. In their eyes, Harry had transcended humanity. The golden orbs, shimmering with a fierce red light, embodied the essence of a dragon, unleashing its formidable power. Any creature that dared to resist him would face the inevitability of death. Return to your cage, Harry commanded. In an instant, all the Cornwall pixies transformed into obedient little dogs. They huddled together and obediently soared back into the cage prepared by Lockhart, even taking the considerate action of shutting the door behind them. These small creatures huddled in a corner, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Harry. "Oh, Mr. Potter, well done. Now, you can leave." Harry unleashed all his mental strength directly at him. This is the first time he has unleashed such pressure upon a human wizard. Gilderoy Lockhart could scarcely withstand this level of mental assault. He immediately lost consciousness, collapsing backward. Chapter 52, The Lost Diary. The defense against the dark arts class concluded abruptly, with Professor Lockhart being escorted to the infirmary. Fortunately, the mental assault he suffered did not result in severe aftereffects, and Madame Pomfrey did not concoct any unpalatable new potions. Within the Slytherin common room, Draco could hardly contain his admiration. How splendid! Even if we choose to forego attending Lockhart's classes in the future, he would not dare to speak ill of us. Draco was thrilled. He had witnessed the professor being rendered unconscious by Harry's mere presence. Meanwhile, Cassandra, sitting nearby, showed little concern for Lockhart and instead reflected on the defense against the dark arts course. Harry, why is it that both our defense against the dark arts teachers have been like this? You ought to inquire with our esteemed headmaster, Harry replied with a shrug. To be honest, had it not been for the organization of Dumbledore's army in the later chapters of the original story, Hogwarts would have been fortunate merely to hold its head high among other schools given the lack of proper instruction in the earlier years. There had been no legitimate defense against the dark arts lessons in the first and second years. Why don't you teach us defense against the dark arts then? If this continues, we might indeed become the worst generation of Slytherins in history, Cassandra suggested. Perhaps this notion instilled a sense of urgency in Malfoy as well. Indeed, if my father were to discover my inadequacies, he would surely not let it slide, he admitted, filled with trepidation. Contemplating this proposal, Harry rested his chin on his hand and thought. Firstly, he needed to ascertain whether he possessed the qualifications to teach defense against the dark arts. As much of his magical prowess was reliant on the system's card-drawing mechanism, the self-taught spells were not included in his skill set, and he might still be incapable of wandless or silent casting. However, the advantages of creating a self-taught organization were simply too numerous to overlook. All right, but we must first find a classroom where the other teachers cannot discover us, Harry declared. In a sense, it was about gathering a group beneath Dumbledore's very nose. Such behavior inevitably raises suspicions in the mind of the headmaster, leading him to ponder whether Harry is preparing to emulate Voldemort and establish a new cadre of Death Eaters. Setting that aside, there is an operation tonight. Harry gestured dismissively, his expression grave, underscoring the significance of the matter at hand. Cassandra and Draco settled in, attentively listening to Harry's forthcoming words and accepting his directives. The destination is the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. It would be ideal if someone could disguise themselves as a Gryffindor girl, as otherwise we would never gain access past the Fat Lady. The Fat Lady knows nearly all the Gryffindors, and we Slytherins are not particularly favored by her. Cassandra shook her head, relieved that she did not instinctively consider Harry a pervert, for this was indeed a blatant intrusion into the girls' dormitory, and being caught would certainly result in 100 points deduction. Thus, I have prepared this. Harry produced a vial of potion. The potion appeared of high quality. Yet due to the unusual method of its preparation, it was difficult to discern its true nature at first glance. What is this? Draco inquired, somewhat perplexed. Polyjuice potion, into which I have infused a lock of Hermione's hair. She usually spends her evenings in the library and seldom returns to the dormitory, so we have ample time. His gaze fixated intently on Cassandra, urging her to masquerade as Hermione to infiltrate Gryffindor. You did this on the train? She asked. Indeed, while you two were conversing, I took that opportunity to ensure our access to the girls' dormitory, Harry replied. Cassandra's expression was peculiar, for this vial of potions signified that she would assume Hermione's likeness. It is worth noting that this meddlesome know-it-all is not so easily imitated. However, given that Harry is the mastermind behind this endeavor, even if exposed, she would not bear the brunt of the blame. The know-it-all will surely be heartbroken upon discovering this, she quipped. Well, we shall simply refrain from informing her, Harry chuckled. Under the cover of night, the three figures arrived at the Gryffindor common room. Harry, cloaked in invisibility, had secured the password for entry. Today's password is courage, he declared. Hermione nodded, her every movement delicate and graceful, drawing curious glances from passing classmates. As the Patil sisters strolled by, they caught a whiff of the fragrance that enveloped Cassandra. Hey, Granger, when did you start wearing perfume? One of them inquired. Oh, I thought you had no interest in such things beyond your books, the other chimed in. Well, I occasionally fancy a change of style, she replied nonchalantly. The two individuals did not delve into Hermione's peculiarities and departed to attend to their own affairs. Cassandra then approached the fat lady with an air of nonchalance, the woman in the portrait scrutinizing her from head to toe, particularly after ascertaining her gender. The fat lady nodded in acknowledgement following a brief observation. For many years, the distinction between men and women has remained unambiguous. Even with the use of complex potions, it is inconceivable for a man to intrude upon the female dormitories. Such an occurrence has never transpired since the establishment of Hogwarts. Password: courage. Cassandra felt a wave of nausea. In Slytherin, this so-called courage was often deemed recklessness, as only mindless Gryffindors would dare to claim it as bravery. The fat lady swung open the door to the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, but unbeknownst to her, an invisible figure stealthily followed Cassandra inside. So close was the specter that the portrait remained oblivious to the presence behind her. "You're too close," Cassandra said, a hint of shyness in her voice, expressing her discontent in a hushed tone. Sorry, Harry replied. "What shall we do next?" she inquired. "We need to locate Ginny Weasley's dormitory. We must retrieve something. I've checked the class schedule, and the first years are not in their dormitories at this time." After several attempts, they finally discovered Ginny Weasley's name around a corner. With a simple unlocking charm, Cassandra opened the door, stepped inside, and added an additional layer of enchantment to the lock. "Now what?" "We must find a diary belonging to Tom Marvolo Riddle," Harry stated. They began rummaging through the girls' dormitory, with Harry unconcerned about being discovered, knowing that a simple restoration charm could revert the scene to its original state. After a prolonged search, neither Harry nor Cassandra could find the elusive diary. Ultimately, Harry stumbled upon a diary in Ginny's drawer, but it belonged to her. Upon opening it, Harry finally uncovered the answers he sought. This diary was undoubtedly a vessel of dark magic, truly horrifying. Hermione had taken it, asserting that Harry Potter would surely find a way. Upon seeing this revelation, Harry's blood pressure surged. Without hesitation, he grasped Cassandra's hand, and in an instant, they were transported, as Harry chose to apparate. Chapter 53. The chamber has been opened as their feet touched the ground. The effects of the potion on Cassandra gradually wore off, restoring her to her true self. With a flick of her wand, she changed back into her original attire. "You can apparate within Hogwarts?" Cassandra exclaimed. Yet Harry did not respond to her question. He simply pushed open the door and strode directly towards Draco's dormitory. Alohomora. The lock clicked audibly. He pointed his wand at the slumbering Malfoy. The platinum-haired aristocrat awoke, rubbing his bleary eyes, and startled into consciousness upon seeing Harry's grave expression. The commotion roused the others as well. "Draco, Cassandra. Gather all Slytherin students and ensure everyone is present. Not a single person is to be missing," Harry commanded sternly. Slytherin was not like the other three houses. In the house that revered strength, Harry commanded the entire Slytherin, his authority unquestioned. No one voiced dissent, they simply complied with his orders. Pansy had never seen Harry so serious. After counting the first years, she hesitantly explained, "There are still some outside. I will go find them." "Do not go," Harry ordered. He was not foolish. If the chamber were to be opened now, the basilisk would undoubtedly still be roaming Hogwarts, and allowing students outside would be akin to sentencing them to their doom. Suddenly, a sixth-year prefect, Samuel, burst through the door, panic etched across his face. Upon seeing Harry, his pallor improved slightly. "What's wrong?" "Headmaster, come quickly. There are words written in blood on the wall," he stammered. "Take me there, immediately," Harry commanded, leaving the Slytherin common room in haste, following Samuel's lead. Cassandra and Malfoy exchanged glances before ultimately deciding to lead the Slytherins in pursuit, partly to satisfy the curiosity of their fellow serpents, and partly to ensure Harry's safety. They soon discovered a significant amount of water pooling on the floor, an unusual sight in Hogwarts. "Is there a leak somewhere?" Draco furrowed his brow. Before long, Slytherin arrived at their destination. Professor Snape soon followed, having noted the absence of a student in the common room. As Harry approached, he found students from various houses crowding the corridor, all casting fearful glances towards the center. And the Slytherins in particular elicited averted eyes. "Headmaster, it is here. Look at the writing above." Samuel trembled. "The chamber has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemy." Cassandra read softly, her gaze trailing downward as she pushed through the crowd, only to be confronted with a heart-wrenching sight. Hermione lay petrified on the ground, a mirror clutched in her hand, evidently having been attacked. Nearby, a gaunt cat dangled lifelessly. "Loris?" Filch choked out, nearly on the verge of magic, inching closer to becoming a wizard. He never expected his beloved cat to end up in such a state, tears welling in his eyes. Who did this? Who was responsible? He seethed. Of course, it was Harry Potter, the youngest head of Slytherin House. Eyes turned toward him, and Ron Weasley, without hesitation, pointed accusingly at Harry. "What is this fellow jumping out for?" The other members of the academy cast suspicious glances, and the young serpents immediately became alert. "What do you intend to do?" They all drew their wands, for they had never feared fighting outsiders. Moreover, the audacity of these individuals to target their chief was utterly unforgivable, regardless of the reason. Do not be deceived by him. I am aware that the enigmatic figure was once the head of Slytherin House, and he is the one responsible for all of this. The so-called savior is merely a ruse, he slandered. In response to Ron's accusations, Filch grew timid, turning his gaze towards Harry. Had it been anyone else, he might have lunged at them by now, But this was Harry Potter, the sole hope for restoring his magical powers. Filch, if I intended to harm you, I would not have waited until now, Harry stated calmly, casting a sharp glance at Ron. He strode directly toward Hermione, bending down to confirm that the girl was merely petrified, not dead. A slight sigh of relief escaped him. Yet he knew that the basilisk's petrification could not be undone by mere spells. Perhaps only the mandrake could prove effective. Filch nodded, undoubtedly believing Harry Potter's words. If he had wished to eliminate this mute, he would have had ample opportunity to do so without needing to harm his own cat. He is the murderer. How can you be so blind? Ron bellowed. The boy was taken aback, for the usually cold-hearted Professor Filch had shown a rare leniency towards Harry. He could not fathom the reason behind this anomaly, only feeling a sense of injustice. Even the Weasley twins regarded their brother with bewildered expressions, having never witnessed Ron in such a state. What was happening? Dumbledore approached, having been informed of the recent events by a student. Upon hearing the account, he cast a glance at the blood-written words on the wall, a chill running through him as they echoed the events of decades past. It was well known that the youngest head of Slytherin had once been the Dark Lord, and now Harry Potter too held the title of the youngest head. Thus, it was clear that he was the one responsible for these occurrences, intent on eradicating all Muggleborns from the school. Dumbledore furrowed his brow at Ron's inquiries. Meeting the expectant gazes of the crowd, he confirmed, indeed, the Dark Lord was once the youngest head of Slytherin. Instantly, the crowd erupted in commotion, distancing themselves from Slytherin and rallying to protect their own Muggleborns, fearing a violent outbreak from the Slytherins. Yet Dumbledore's attention remained fixed on Ron. Step aside, Harry commanded. The Slytherins stood not far off, and Ron had always maintained a respectful distance from Dumbledore, even when raising his voice. Under Harry's overwhelming presence, no one dared provoke him. And at all, he drew his wand, pointing it directly at Ron Weasley's forehead. A pale aura of magic emanated forth, and Ron's vacant eyes gradually regained their focus, his legs giving way as he collapsed. The older student's pupils dilated in recognition. They understood all too well what had just transpired, the killing curse. They exclaimed in horror. Chapter 54. The impact of the chamber. Would the Gryffindor students kindly escort Mr. Weasley and Ms. Granger to the infirmary? I trust Madame Pomfrey will attend to their needs, Dumbledore instructed, with a sense of purpose instilled by their leader. The students sprang into action. The rest of you, return to your common rooms immediately and refrain from wandering about, he commanded. Professor Dumbledore, when will Granger recover? Cassandra inquired. It was somewhat surprising to Snape that the heiress of the Waller family was concerned for a Muggle-born wizard. Yet Dumbledore smiled, reassuring Cassandra, fear not. Professor Sprout has cultivated ample mandrake, and once the potion is brewed, all shall be well. So do not weep, Argus. Loris will recover, he comforted. Strangely enough, Dumbledore did not retain anyone else. However, as Harry turned to lead Slytherin back, Dumbledore could not help but cast a few lingering glances. A mixture of magic and suspicion swirling within him, yet ultimately he could not bring himself to act harshly. He was not Tom. Dumbledore was wagering, one might say. He was risking the very lives of all of Hogwarts. Observing Harry's demeanor, Cassandra, filled with curiosity, chose to restrain herself, deciding to wait until they could converse privately. Upon returning to the common room, all the little snakes gathered around, chattering excitedly. Spotting Harry at the center of the room, they eagerly approached him with questions. Headmaster, did you open the chamber? Have you finally decided to wage war? Let us ascend to the Dark Lord's throne and dominate the wizarding world. Why not strike tonight? Eliminate Dumbledore and seize Hogwarts? Such inquiries have proliferated, and even the Slytherins are engaged in spreading baseless rumors. To eliminate Dumbledore? You are utterly deluded. In this dire context, Harry's expression darkens, teetering on the brink of fury. Fools. Enough. We are not yet so deranged as to harm Granger. Draco interjected. At this moment, everyone recalled how closely Hermione had always associated with Harry. Given that the girl was injured, it could not have been the work of their chief. Let me reiterate once more, I am not a purist, and I have no interest in engaging in your games, Harry declared, his wand pressed against his throat. His voice amplified. I must remind you that perhaps you have all heard tales from your parents regarding the Chamber of Secrets. You cannot naively believe that the monster would recognize your lineage? Harry scoffed. A creature that knows only slaughter cannot discern between pure blood and Muggle. Those deadly eyes would only eliminate anyone daring enough to meet their gaze. Faced with Harry's warning, the previously heated Slytherins began to calm down. Although Salazar Slytherin believed that those born of Muggle heritage were unworthy of studying magic, His basilisk would likely not comprehend such ideology. What shall we do then? Someone inquired. Slytherin only allows for one ruler, and that individual cannot be the so-called heir who lurks in the shadows. Thus it must be Harry, seated upon the sofa. Henceforth, all Slytherins shall move in pairs, and during classes, there must be no fewer than 3 in attendance. After issuing this command, Harry cast a glance over the Slytherins before him. To be frank, aside from a few exceptionally talented individuals, he held little regard for the rest. Your abilities are too weak. Starting tomorrow, each of you must make time for special training, which I will organize. At that time, Cassandra will escort you to our classroom. With that, Harry strode back to his dormitory. He needed to reflect on the events of the day, as they were quite unexpected. Cassandra followed suit, while Draco remained in the common room to soothe the little snake's emotions. Is this all connected to that diary? She asked directly. Yes, but we still have no understanding of its whereabouts, Harry nodded. He sighed heavily. Despite all his calculations, he never anticipated that Ginny would have given the diary to Hermione. Voldemort would not be idle. He must have learned of Harry Potter from Ginny, thus he surely has another host. This individual is the one who used the Cruciatus curse on Ron, summoning the basilisk. That person cannot possibly be a first-year student, Cassandra asserted. For a first year, the unforgivable curses would merely tickle. To truly control another, one must at least be in the 4th year and possess considerable talent. In this manner, the scope of their search has considerably narrowed. Do you think this individual could belong to Slytherin? Harry inquired. Impossible, Draco retorted. Pansy and I have accounted for everyone. There are only a handful capable of casting the unforgivable curses, and they never even left the common room. This implies that the perpetrator cannot be one of Slytherin house. Voldemort is no fool. Having once served as the head of Slytherin, he is well aware that someone of Harry's stature would be the first to know of any disturbances. This time, he would employ every means to distance himself from Harry. Yet, how are we to engage with individuals from other houses? Cassandra inquired, perplexed. Let us endeavor. I believe an opportunity will arise, Harry replied. As he spoke, he recalled the instructions he had just given regarding the training and promptly added, You shall escort them to the specialized training room. Remember, do not let anyone notice you along the way. A classroom? Cassandra asked. Indeed. There is a wall opposite the tapestry on the 8th floor of the castle. You merely need to silently wish to find a classroom, and then walk 3 times before the door, and a door shall materialize, Harry elucidated. This is the house of unconditional requests. This place can provide everything Harry needs. It was here that he once brewed potions and conducted experiments for Filch, and now it serves a similar purpose for Slytherin's training. Filch, however, is in no mood to catch little wizards. His sole focus is on his petrified cat. I understand now, Cassandra nodded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dumbledore sat in his office, deep in thought, striving to uncover the root of it all. The events unfolding now eerily resemble those from decades past. During the first opening of the Chamber of Secrets, the fireplace crackled, and a figure emerged from its depths. With platinum blonde hair and clad in a long, dark robe, it was none other than Lucius Malfoy. He cast a cold smirk at Dumbledore, presenting 2 letters, and said icily, Dumbledore. The Board of Governors has passed the decision to suspend you. This is the notification from the Wisengamot. Please attend the meeting as scheduled. With that, he vanished into the wardrobe. Chapter 55, Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts Training. Following that night, the other houses noticeably distanced themselves from Slytherin, even though Harry had lifted Ron's soul-binding curse right then and there. This solely reflects his own actions. No one can guarantee that the perpetrator hails from a particular Slytherin. Nonetheless, this does not deter the little snakes from continuing to hold them in disdain. Gilderoy Lockhart's class was promptly skipped. Do not inquire as to why, for they were to participate in specialized training organized by Harry, leaving no time for this buffoon. Draw your wands, and remember, never allow your wand to slip from your grasp, Harry admonished. The room of requirement conjured an exceptionally spacious classroom. Before the training commenced, it was imperative that they possess a sufficient understanding of their own capabilities. A test was necessary, and the subjects were themselves. Before each Slytherin student stood a training dummy, brandishing a long sword in a combat stance. They all stood before their respective dummies. Draco, wand in hand, faced the magical dummy, swallowing nervously. Will it hurt us? No. That thing will at most knock you unconscious with its wooden sword, Harry jested, his gaze mischievously lingering on the Slytherin students. The Slytherins in their 3rd year and above were unafraid, as they had undergone systematic instruction in defense against the dark arts. especially when confronting a mere training dummy. However, the first and second years were at a disadvantage, having not attended any proper classes. The majority struggled even to successfully cast a disarming charm. Second years. Let us not disgrace ourselves, Harry said sternly. He drew his wand and swung it downward with force. Now, the test begins. All the training dummies sprang to life simultaneously, empowered by potent magic. Tarantella, Wiggenweld, peculiar prank spells were unleashed. Unfortunately, the spells they typically employed to tease their classmates proved utterly ineffective against the training dummies. This is merely a puppet, not a living human being. The young serpents, in their confusion, found themselves at a loss on how to engage in battle, resorting instead to a frantic retreat. Unleash your weapons. Let the sands fly and the stones scatter, reduced to dust and bones. This is a spell cast by upperclassmen. Undoubtedly, Slytherin lives up to its reputation as a bastion of pure-blood families, as these upperclassmen wield their offensive spells with remarkable fluency. They brim with pride, believing that a mere training dummy would pose no challenge to them. After all, they have secretly organized wizard duels. However, unfortunate news soon arrives. A senior's disarming spell, glowing with red light, strikes the dummy and rebounds directly back. Although the brilliance of the magic diminishes significantly, it still retaliates against the caster, who was utterly unprepared for such an eventuality. A force wrenches the wand from his grasp, sending him hurtling backward. The upperclassmen, once brimming with confidence and self-satisfaction, now realized that the training dummies before them were far from ordinary. Was this the iron armor curse? They recognized it. Unlike the training dummies used by the lower classmen, these figures exhibited a distinct magical sheen, clearly enhanced by the iron armor spell. Aside from malevolent curses, few enchantments could penetrate the iron armor, inflicting harm upon the protected. Obstacles abound. All petrified, shattered to pieces. This is Cassandra were. Under Harry's meticulous care, her puppet is naturally fortified with the ironclad charm, indicating a considerable level of difficulty. Surprisingly, she seamlessly integrated several commonly used spells, bringing the training puppet to a standstill. Following this, a petrification charm swiftly followed, neutralizing the protection of the ironclad charm. With a devastating shatter, she broke through the defenses and shattered the head of the training puppet, effectively eliminating the foe in one decisive blow. This behavior is characteristic of a second-year display. In contrast, Draco, who stands nearby, deserves commendation for employing both the disarming charm and the petrifying spell. However, just as he prepared to unleash the petrifying spell, the training dummy had already closed in on him. The wooden sword struck his arm with a force that compelled Malfoy to interrupt his incantation. The spell he was about to utter swallowed back as he resorted to fleeing with his hands over his head, particularly upon witnessing the formidable Cassandra in action. He cried out, "Cousin, save me." Faced with this pitiful character, she felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. With unwavering focus, she continued to harness her inner magic, directing her wand towards the approaching training dummy, her voice devoid of emotion as she intoned, "Fiery blaze." Flames erupted from the tip of her wand, surging towards the dummy. Under her magical control, the flames were transformed into fiery chains, ensnaring the dummy in a binding grip. This entity was inherently feeble, especially considering that Malfoy had previously learned to diminish its defenses, causing it to ignite spontaneously. Indeed, it possessed considerable strength, Harry remarked. Casting a glare at Malfoy, he declared, "You shall remain here for solitary training henceforth." Draco's magical aptitude was evidently not lacking. He possessed knowledge of a few dark arts as well. However, when confronted with an attack, he displayed a lack of evasion and defense. Numerous Slytherins had already been rendered unconscious, yet more had successfully passed the initial test, nearly all triumphantly defeating the training dummies before them. This object was not procured by Harry, rather, it resides within the room of requirement. I remain perplexed by the principles governing this chamber. Awaken those who have been rendered unconscious. Their weakness is quite apparent. With a flourish of his wand, all the training dummies vanished from sight. Clear water, like a spring. The unconscious individuals were doused with water, rousing them from their stupor. As they groggily regained consciousness, they surveyed their surroundings, suddenly realizing their predicament, their faces reflecting a profound sense of shame. Their inadequacy was evident. Henceforth, they would find it difficult to hold their heads high in Slytherin. "The first lesson I shall impart is the art of offense and defense in combat," Harry stated calmly. "I am aware that you have encountered various spells in your classes and within your families, yet in the heat of battle, it is imperative to cast aside such knowledge. By the time you discern which spell to employ for defense, the opponent's attack will have already struck you. This is also a common flaw among many Slytherins. When faced with a wand, they instinctively seek a more advantageous approach, opting for counter curses to confront petrifying spells, shattering curses, and the like. The first charm you must master is the shield charm. Armor protects. To the first and second years, focus on mastering this incantation before anything else. Remember, it is armor protects. Harry then turned to the older students and addressed them. Now, form pairs. One shall attack, while the other casts the shield charm upon themselves. After repelling the attack, switch roles, and do remember not to unleash overly powerful spells, Harry cautioned. Cassandra stepped forward reluctantly. Due to her capabilities, there was no one in the second year who could partner with her, so Harry had to personally provide her with special training. Accept your weapon. Armor protects. Chapter 56. I have a proposal, Professor Dumbledore. This marks the fourth chicken to perish this month, Hagrid announced as he pushed the door open. However, the emptiness of the headmaster's office left him feeling somewhat awkward. He noticed the sorting hat on the wall next door, gazing at the rather reckless giant with a silent sigh. He is not here at the moment. The Ministry of Magic has summoned him. Oh, thank you, Sorting Hat. The towering figure appeared somewhat disheartened, his hand still clutching the lifeless chicken, presenting a rather comical sight. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something of significance. Sorting Hat, could you enlighten me as to why Harry was placed in Slytherin? Both of his parents were Gryffindors. Greatness lies in thought rather than blood, replied the Sorting Hat. Its voice melodious, as if reminiscing about a cherished memory. I maintain my stance. Slytherin will elevate him to greatness. Why? He queried. Voldemort was also a Slytherin. He was acutely aware that it was Voldemort who had unleashed the Chamber of Secrets. He even knew that Voldemort's name during his school days was Tom Marvolo Riddle. That child is indeed a descendant of Salazar, yet he lacks Slytherin's ideals and ambitions to transform the world. At the mention of this, the Sorting Hat turned to Hagrid, who had been asking a series of questions, and posed its own inquiry. If this child is destined for greatness, would you be willing to assist him? Of course. He is the son of James and Lily, Hagrid assured, confident that Harry would achieve remarkable feats. Should the future require his services as a half-blood giant, Hagrid would be more than willing to support Harry. It would be an honor in itself. With that, Hagrid exited the headmaster's office, still clutching the chicken, ready to continue his investigation into the recent peculiar occurrences, having heard that the Chamber of Secrets had been reopened. Meanwhile, the Sorting Hat gazed at the door through which Hagrid had departed. Its deep-set eyes, reminiscent of human eyes, closed momentarily, and a sigh echoed within the headmaster's office. Perhaps Salazar was right. We three are merely cowards. Later that night, in the Slytherin common room, they would not engage in specialized training daily, as that would easily betray their whereabouts. Today was a day of rest, and Harry was seated quietly. Still no leads? Cassandra inquired. Not yet, unless he makes another move. It's difficult to ascertain who cast the soul-sucking curse otherwise. Harry shook his head. Madame Pomfrey has been unable to determine who was responsible. To this day, Ron lay in the infirmary, enduring the unpleasant potions administered by the school nurse to restore his physical and mental well-being. Although he remained unconscious, the school's gossip had not ceased with Ron's hospitalization. Students were abuzz with rumors that Harry Potter was destined to become the Dark Lord. At that moment, Hedwig fluttered in, delivering a letter. A familiar emblem adorned the letter. Was it sent by my father? Cassandra was momentarily taken aback. How could she not recognize the crest of the Wells family? Yet, what business did Mr. Wells have in sending a letter to Harry at this juncture? Could it possibly be related to the Chamber of Secrets incident? Harry squinted as he tore open the letter, gradually unfolding it. Dear Mr. Potter, the Wisengamot will earnestly consider the restoration of your seat. However, to demonstrate our sincerity, we have noted the recent series of events and crises occurring at Hogwarts. This may prove challenging for you, but upon resolution of the crises, you will become the youngest Wisengamot member in history. The letter was brief, yet it contained a wealth of significant information. What is the Wisengamot? It is the council of the wise in the magical world, composed of prominent magical families and notable individuals, wielding supreme authority over personnel, judicial, and legislative matters. Since the Dumbledore family ascended to prominence, they have continually supported the Muggleborns. Yet now we find ourselves lacking even half of our ranks, Lucretius exclaimed with indignation. Today marks our moment of retaliation. Lucretius. Giovanni Wells rose, casting a dispassionate glance at the platinum aristocrat, Malfoy. Understanding Malfoy's character well, it was evident that with this demeanor, victory was virtually assured. His face flushed with excitement. The time for his resurgence had finally arrived. Lucretius approached the entrance to the Wizengamot. A familiar figure approached, with red hair and an aged formal attire. Unmistakably a representative of the Weasley family. Poverty resulted from the Weasley family's excessive offspring. However, this did not imply that their family was weakened in the magical community. They too held a seat in the Wizengamot. Facing Malfoy, he shot a fierce glare. Had it not been for the council, an altercation might very well have ensued. You Death Eaters will never prevail. We shall always support Dumbledore, he muttered. Flames converged, and a magnificent bird materialized within the chamber. Dumbledore's form slowly emerging from the flames. The Phoenix's apparition. I apologize, Fox, for troubling you near the day of your rebirth. He gently caressed his Phoenix. The Dumbledore family of Phoenixes was indeed renowned. This display alone stifled the dangerous thoughts of many with ulterior motives. They could not afford to offend Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the century, who could, without employing the unforgivable curses, devise countless ways to end their lives. Some events have transpired at Hogwarts. I hope this meeting can proceed expeditiously, Dumbledore stated solemnly. As the chief of the Wizengamot, he possessed the authority to expedite proceedings. Yet all of this was anticipated by Mr. Wells. Dumbledore, what has transpired at Hogwarts? Why has this situation arisen? Someone inquired. I fear it is the resurgence of Voldemort. At the mere mention of this name, the vast majority present shuddered, and the Death Eaters instinctively touched their dark marks. This statement bears an intimidating undertone, compelling the representatives of the Dumbledore faction to defiantly cast their gazes elsewhere. I propose a notion. Dumbledore once suggested that, for the sake of a brighter future for the wizarding world, we should agree to appoint other wizards temporarily to fill the seats of various families. Mr. Worrell rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over a handful of individuals within the assembly, who constituted a third of the total. All of them, without exception, hailed from Muggle origins and were personally supported by Dumbledore. Among them, one individual occupied a seat prominently marked with a large letter P, unmistakably representing the Potter family. According to this proposition, once the heirs of each family return and meet the qualifications for membership, the Wizengamot shall promptly deliberate on the restoration of their seats. It was evident that everyone understood the implications of Worrell's words. Even Weasley displayed a hint of disdain, taken aback by the audacity of his opponents. Such matters have not been raised in the past. However, when faced with the restoration of seats, these Muggle-born wizards fall into a collective silence. The factions of Dumbledore and the pureblood families engage in an incessant quarrel, rendering a majority impossible to achieve. I propose the reinstatement of the youngest member of the Order of Merlin, the savior who has contributed the most to the magical world, the seat of the Potter family. His words detonated like a bombshell. The purebloods were left dumbfounded, as were the members of Dumbledore's faction. Chapter 57. The outcome of the meeting. Albus Dumbledore, the great wizard, reflected a mesmerizing light beneath his thick spectacles. No one could discern the thoughts swirling in his mind. When Giovanni were announced this proposal, a cacophony of fervent discussion erupted within the entire Wizengamot, as members murmured and exchanged glances. Harry Potter has entered the Wizengamot, but isn't he still at Hogwarts? Whispered Weasley. Fudge, what do you think? They inquired, turning their attention to the current Minister of Magic. The somewhat portly middle-aged man shook his head and remarked, as long as everything adheres to the regulations, there is no issue. The Ministry of Magic is merely a faithful instrument of Wizengamot. In other words, the Ministry intends to remain neutral in this election, refraining from intervening in the conflict between Dumbledore and the purebloods. However, Potter is one of us. They could never align themselves with the Death Eaters. The individuals exchanged reminders, evidently indicating that this vote had become a subject of substantial controversy. The mere presence of Harry Potter would significantly bolster their strength. Only the Muggle-born wizard representatives remained aloof, observing Dumbledore's stance with keen interest. I object. A man rose to his feet. Weasley squinted, recognizing him as the representative of the Selwyn family, staunch followers of Voldemort, whose vehement expressions of discontent caused a flicker of realization among those families supporting Dumbledore. Whatever these minions opposed, they would endorse. Harry Potter lacks the qualifications to enter the Wizengamot. His absence from the meeting renders him incapable of fulfilling his duties as a representative, which would lead our esteemed assembly to be perceived as disappointing and juvenile. He smirked, his gaze tinged with disdain, casting a harsh look towards Worry, believing that this family, which had initially refrained from following the Dark Lord, ultimately sided with Dumbledore. Weasley was the first to respond, vigorously countering, Selwyn, you speak nonsense. He is an honorary member of the Order of Merlin. You are questioning the Potter lineage. He is but a student. Selwyn retorted, presenting this argument. In response, another wizard stood up. Alex Borns, a founding member of the Order of the Phoenix and part of a family whose influence was considerable in the magical community long before Voldemort's rise. Professor Dumbledore. If you could grant Mr. Potter a brief respite during the Wisengamot sessions, allowing him to accompany you, would that not resolve the matter? After all, you are the headmaster of Hogwarts. I object. Lucius Malfoy interjected, his dark robes fluttering as he spoke with a tone laced with provocation. You have been suspended by the board. The next headmaster of Hogwarts has yet to be determined. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore finally spoke. He surveyed Borns and Weasley, casting a penetrating glance at Malfoy and Worry, contemplating the outcome of this meeting. This matter is unrelated to the Wisengamot's positions. I believe whoever assumes the role of headmaster will contribute to the betterment of the magical world and will not hinder Mr. Potter's ability to fulfill his responsibilities, he articulated, pausing momentarily, provided that everyone consents to his entry into the Wisengamot. Let us commence the voting. As he spoke, he began tallying the votes within the assembly. His words subtly conveyed a message of neutrality to the Muggle-born wizards, prompting those who had previously hesitated to resolutely commit to opposing votes. Only under Dumbledore's guidance would they ally with another faction of purebloods. After all, whether in support of or opposition to Dumbledore, any pure-blood affiliation would jeopardize their interests. The families supporting Dumbledore unanimously agreed to Potter's return to the Wisengamot. Observing the tide turn, Mr. Worry was filled with mirth. After casting his vote in favor, he turned and lightly patted Lucius Malfoy on the shoulder. The rest is up to you, Lucius, Worry remarked nonchalantly. Had I known it would unfold this way, I would not have enacted the unbreakable vow. He ground his teeth in frustration. The actions he was about to take would lead all Death Eaters to view Malfoy through a critical lens. The Muggle-born representatives eagerly deposited their opposing votes into the ballot box, while under the leadership of the Borns and Weasley families, a flurry of affirmative votes followed suit. Meanwhile, the Death Eaters remained inactive, as Lucius had instructed them not to cast votes without his guidance prior to the meeting. This is also a tradition among the Slytherins. Had they not adhered to it, they would have likely been completely expelled from the magical realm by Dumbledore long ago. Lucius let out a heavy sigh and cast his vote into the agree column. Instantly, all the Death Eaters widened their eyes in disbelief, glaring at him with fury. Lucius, what are you doing? You are betraying the Dark Lord by allowing Harry Potter to enter the Wisengamot. He is our greatest adversary. Their expressions unmistakably conveyed this sentiment. Were it not for the confines of the Wisengamot and the Aurors stationed at the entrance, they would have drawn their wands and engaged in a one-on-one duel with Malfoy. This is utterly absurd. The Dark Lord has entrusted me with the explanation. You need only to comply. Lucius's expression shifted slightly. Those loyal to Voldemort are imprisoned in Azkaban, leaving only Malfoy capable of contacting the Dark Lord. Yet, they cannot forsake their unity. This is the essence of survival for the Wizenigamo. Otherwise, they might never see the Dark Lord again. They could only grit their teeth in humiliation and cast their consent votes into the box. Now, let us commence the vote counting. Dumbledore withdrew the Elder Wand, unfurling each ballot one by one, displaying them throughout the hall. Each vote bore a distinctive mark, inscribed with the names of the proxy wizards representing the Potter, Longbottom, and Black families, among others. These are all opposing votes. Dumbledore's expression darkened as the affirmative votes cascaded from the ballot box, surprisingly exceeding the opposing votes by nearly half. Please, Chief, announce the results, said Worrell with a smile. The greatest white wizard of this century pressed his wand against his throat and announced in a resounding voice. I declare that this assembly has resolved that Harry Potter shall return to the Wisengamot, and the position of the late Potter family's representative, Merce Moore, is hereby terminated. He shall forthwith withdraw from the Wisengamot. The wizards aligned with Dumbledore erupted in fervent cheers. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their leader silently sighed. Chapter 58, Journey to the Forbidden Forest. The youngest member of the Wisengamot in history, the rising star of the magical realm. The headline was emblazoned in bold. Even before Harry received the notification from the Wisengamot, the Daily Prophet's news had inundated the public. This is the Wisengamot, Draco exclaimed excitedly. However, the principal subject remained unperturbed, casually leafing through a book bearing the library's restricted markings. Naturally, this book had not been borrowed through conventional means. Harry had stealthily extracted it from the library under the cover of his invisibility cloak. Inscribed on the back of the book was a message presented to Hogwarts in 1854. In was Porter. No wonder the second half was missing at home. It had been gifted to Hogwarts. Harry pursed his lips. This book chronicles an entire repertoire of dark magic practices. The latter half encompasses at least 4 distinct types of curses. Draco, you are a Malfoy. Destined to enter the Wisingamot, Harry remarked, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. This is the honor of pure bloods. The platinum aristocrat puffed out his chest with pride. Yet it also implies a responsibility to the greater good of the wizarding community, not merely for the sake of pure bloods, Harry imparted. But you have only just assumed your position, Cassandra retorted, rolling her eyes. Harry merely shrugged, his attention drawn to the giant squid drifting past the window overlooking the Black Lake. His primary focus lay elsewhere. The elusive diary remained a mystery, and the only solace was that, aside from Hermione, the basilisk had not made an appearance. Perhaps it was due to Voldemort's awareness of his ability to speak Parseltongue. For Harry had not heard the creature's voice. The creature was commanded to roam the halls of Hogwarts in silence. How troublesome, Harry muttered under his breath. Continuing down this path would only lead to inevitable doom. He even cast a dubious glance at the inept Professor Lockhart, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. For a moment, Harry found himself unable to discern whether this individual had ever laid eyes on the diary. I must discover a creature that is acutely sensitive to the basilisk's presence to pinpoint this person, Harry murmured. As he pondered, a swarm of spiders suddenly emerged, scuttling from Hogwarts. Spiders. Harry recalled a detail mentioned in the original text. Indeed, spiders are the natural enemies of basilisks. Their sensitivity to that creature is unparalleled. Utilizing these spiders to locate the diary is bound to yield results. Where are you headed? Cassandra inquired. The Forbidden Forest. To seek out some uninvited guests and perhaps glean unexpected answers, Harry replied enigmatically. If possible, check on Hagrid. I noticed something amiss with him today. My father mentioned that the ministry has made significant breakthroughs, the young woman cautioned. This time, she could not accompany Harry. A member of Slytherin must remain to oversee matters. If Harry were to leave, neither Cassandra nor Malfoy could venture forth. Understood, Harry nodded. He donned his invisibility cloak, his form vanishing into the night as he made his way toward the Forbidden Forest. At the forest's edge, Hagrid's hut glowed warmly. Harry approached and knocked on the door, which creaked open to reveal Hagrid, who regarded him with a wary expression. Harry? He exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. What brings you here? Hagrid's vigilance was likely due to the presence of uninvited guests that night. Oh, the ministry sent me a notice. They intend to summon me back to Azkaban for trial. He confessed, a note of distress in his tone. By the way, I recall that you seem to have become a member of the Wisingamot. That is no small feat. And I knew you would excel, he boasted. The towering figure remains as honest and straightforward as ever, yet one can discern the sorrow lurking in Hagrid's eyes. Clearly, the recent events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets have profoundly affected him. After all, he was expelled 50 years ago under accusations of violating school regulations, coinciding with the time the chamber was opened. As they conversed, a knock resounded at Hagrid's door once more. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a somewhat portly middle-aged man, who, with his head held high, assumed an air of authority. He surveyed the somewhat disheveled cottage with a look of evident disdain. This man was none other than the current Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. You must be Mr. Potter. It is a pleasure to meet you, he exclaimed with surprise. This marked Fudge's first encounter with Harry, and he felt a deep admiration for the young hero who had garnered the simultaneous approval of both Dumbledore and the Death Eaters. This is something even he could not achieve. It is worth noting that when he initially ascended to the position of Minister of Magic, those Death Eaters were eager to display their opposition openly. Following closely behind them were Professor Dumbledore and Lucius Malfoy. Hagrid, I believe you are already aware that the entire wizarding community is closely monitoring the recent Chamber of Secrets incident. You must accompany us, Fudge said earnestly, casting a glance at Lucius, who was trailing behind. The noble figure of Platinum subtly revealed a smile as he exchanged glances with Professor Dumbledore, who stood beside him. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I presume you have no objections? Malfoy inquired. Certainly not. I believe the truth will ultimately come to light, Dumbledore responded. He cast a glance at Harry, who stood within the room, the white wizard already formulating his own plans. I surely won't be sent to Azkaban, will I? Hagrid furrowed his brow. The Ministry of Magic is untrustworthy. Hagrid had experienced their incompetence in investigations 50 years ago. Of course not. I vouch for you in my capacity as a member of the Wisingamot. The trial must be fair and transparent. Harry stepped forward. Lucius, clearly taken aback by the turn of events, glared fiercely at Harry. Even though he was Draco's father, Harry returned the gaze with his own cold, authoritative eyes and spoke in a sharp tone. Is it possible that as a member of the council, I cannot safeguard a wizard's fundamental rights? This time, he intends to confront the Malfoy family. Harry is acutely aware that the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets all originated from that scoundrel, Lucius. You certainly possess the authority. Thus, I kindly request that Mr. Hagrid cooperate with our investigation. We shall invite you to attend the specific details of the trial. Fudge nodded as he spoke. The middle-aged man gazed at Harry with a look brimming with hope. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, while Lucius merely snorted in silence. Come along, Hagrid, if any injustice occurs. I shall ensure you are vindicated. Very well, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing Harry's words, Hagrid felt a sense of reassurance. Once, Lily and James had been similarly steadfast. They had never faced adversity at Wisingamot, and he was determined not to allow his friend to be judged unfairly. Argus has a notoriously foul temper. He will hardly heed my words. Should you wish to approach him, you must be thoroughly prepared, Hagrid advised before departing. It would be wise to bring Norbert. Chapter 59. Argus and Norwegian Ridgeback, comparable in size to Hagrid's hut, lay in its nest, its massive nostrils exhaling hot breaths. The dragon's eyes opened, casting a menacing glance around. With a strong sense of territoriality, it instinctively summoned the fire within, ready to incinerate any intruders. Norbert, you have grown quite large. A voice echoed in the dim forbidden forest. A pair of golden eyes, more radiant than those of the Norwegian Ridgeback, flickered. It was Harry Potter, walking confidently among the trees. Oh, it has extinguished. The two sets of eyes locked in mutual regard. Norbert lowered his head, displaying a posture of submission to the superior being before him. How did such a large form evade the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic? Harry felt quite astonished. As if sensing his bewilderment, Norbert let out a low growl, his form gradually diminishing until it shrank to a size even smaller than when he was born. Now merely the size of a palm. You can control your own size? This is no ordinary ability. It is essential to recognize that Salazar, Slytherin's basilisk, due to its frequent need to shed its skin, could rarely be taken into battle. In contrast, Dumbledore's phoenix is not bound by such limitations. With a nod, the dragon acknowledged this. A flicker of light. Harry waved his wand, casting a spell to illuminate the surroundings, allowing him to perceive Norbert's current state clearly. His once green hide now bore hints of black, and the horns atop his head were longer than those of the average dragon. The scales on his body revealed Norbert's transformation. Could it be due to the blood? He had not anticipated that his own blood would significantly aid in the dragon's evolution, as this Norwegian Ridgeback seemed to be nearing a departure from its kin. No wonder Hagrid had remarked that you were utterly unlike other dragons, being less restless and aggressive. Harry gently caressed him. Norbert's eyes lacked the ferocity typical of dragons. Instead, he bore a docile demeanor, though his already developed teeth and claws shimmered with a menacing glint. Not to be underestimated. You shall accompany me henceforth. Hagrid is no longer suited to nurture you. Tucking Norbert securely into his robes, he gazed into the depths of the forbidden forest. To mitigate potential conflicts, Hagrid had placed Norbert far from the lair of the Acromantula, for these venomous creatures could easily spell doom for the young dragon. The venom of the Acromantula is notoriously potent, fetching astonishing prices even by the pint in Diagon Alley, as it is a forbidden commodity from the forest. Rustling sounds. As they stepped into the realm of the Acromantula, a swarm of spiders, larger than basin-sized, descended from the trees. Their bulbous, soulless black eyes glistened with deadly venom dripping from their fangs, and their sharp pincers could slice through the skin of any creature. Take me to your queen, Harry declared coldly. He did not expect these spiders to comprehend his words, yet they might reach Aragog's ears. The Acromantula disregarded Harry's command. Shaking its legs, a web was swiftly shot forth, evidently regarding Harry as prey. Stunning spell. With a flick of his wand, a slicing force surged forward, severing the thick, viscous web and striking the Acromantula directly. The powerful cut cleaved it in two, resulting in instant death. With a cold gaze, Harry perceived these Acromantula as ungrateful creatures, having lost even the most basic fear of wizards since their departure from Hogwarts. The demise of one spider did not deter the others. Instead, they pressed closer. Brandishing their fangs, they prepared to pounce. Fire shield. Flames erupted, engulfing the mysterious mist of the forbidden forest as the approaching spiders were seared by the fire's intensity. Under the duress of the searing heat, the spiders scattered in retreat. Observing these overconfident arachnids with a chilling gaze, he revealed a frightening intent to kill. Run. Scurry back to your lair with those flames. They are not easily extinguished. With a point of his wand, each acromantula caught fire to some extent. The intense heat elicited horrific screams from them, prompting many to abandon their attack and flee back to their nest. At this moment, the terrifying virulence of the fierce fire manifested itself. One spider, two spiders, three spiders brushed against each other. Soon, more spiders were engulfed by the ferocious flames. These creatures had no time to escape the web and were entirely consumed by the blaze. If this continues, the extinction of my kin may become a grim reality. No, no, O mighty wizard, I beseech you to cease. A voice echoed from the forbidden forest, imbued with a palpable sense of dread and terror. It had never anticipated such a dire fate. When had the young sorcerers of Hogwarts grown so formidable? Truly, one does not weep until faced with the grave. Come forth at once and confront me. With a flick of his wand, Harry summoned the fierce flames that converged around him, forming a circle of fire that enveloped his being. He remained wary of these cunning toxins, for if his adversaries wished to persist in their games, Harry would not hesitate to unleash the full wrath of the flames to obliterate them entirely. Suddenly, a colossal spider loomed before Harry. This is Aragog, the pet nurtured during Hagrid's school days, now an integral part of the Forbidden Forest ecosystem. In other words, this instinct-driven creature cannot be tamed. If Harry did not possess an unequivocal means to eliminate it, he would never allow such a being to draw near. The Hufflepuffs would likely find great fondness for this magical creature, yet I remain largely indifferent. Harry furrowed his brow. May I inquire what brings you to me? Aragog, humbled and wary after recently witnessing the ferocity of the fiend fire, dared not act recklessly. His body bore fresh burn marks, the pain seeping deep into his very soul. I trust you are already aware that the monster within Hogwarts has been unleashed, Harry stated. Indeed, that basilisk is our sworn enemy. I can sense its presence from a considerable distance. I shall eliminate it, you need not worry. Aragog did not dare to question, for Harry was enveloped in blue flames, a sight more terrifying than the basilisk itself. What can I do for you, my lord? Provide me with one of your offspring. I require it to accurately detect the basilisk's scent. At Aragog's summons, a tiny spider emerged, coming to a halt before Harry. This little creature possessed a heightened sensitivity to the basilisk's aura. Should it detect the beast, you will be informed. Confronted by this unexpected guest, Norbert bared his fangs, ready to unleash his fiery breath upon the intruder, but refrained, as Harry had not given the command. The fiend fire receded, allowing the non-threatening little spider to approach, adorned with a small ring. Now, grant me some of your venom, since you're here. Harry tossed a collection vial, and Aragog, feeling too humiliated to protest, complied, pressing his fangs into the vessel to extract the venom. Chapter 60. The Basilisk Strikes. Having completed these tasks, Harry made his way back to Hogwarts Castle, heading towards the dungeons. Password: safety first. After the portrait confirmed Harry's identity, it opened the door to the Slytherin common room, where the snakes were engaged in a hushed yet fervent discussion. What has transpired? From his perspective, it appears that something significant has unfolded within Slytherin. At the heart of the common room, a magnificent bird has alighted upon the sofa, its fiery plumage radiating with flickering flames, its crimson eyes surveying the young serpents. No one could fail to recognize this legendary magical creature. It is a phoenix. Fox? Harry mused, a hint of perplexity crossing his mind. Undoubtedly, within the magical realm, only one individual possesses a phoenix, and that is Albus Dumbledore. But why has this phoenix chosen to visit the Slytherin common room? Soon, Harry's gaze fell upon the answer. He noticed that Fox was clutching a letter in his beak. Upon noticing his arrival, the phoenix complied with Dumbledore's directive, delivering the missive, and with a melodic cry, he shrank in size, becoming roughly the size of an owl. Harry, you must have nearly completed your investigation into the Chamber of Secrets. I trust you will resolve this crisis, and Fox shall provide you with the necessary assistance. It was a handwritten letter from Dumbledore. After reading it, he turned his attention back to the resplendent phoenix. It must be said, this is indeed an extraordinarily powerful legendary magical being. Even at close proximity, Harry could feel the intense warmth emanating from Fox, which was not even a deliberate display, merely an instinctive release of energy. It was time to confront the basilisk. Harry rose to his feet, scanning the young serpents around him, and with unwavering resolve, he issued his command. Everyone, ensure your wands remain at your sides tomorrow. Do not bring only your books to any classes. We must uncover the truth behind that monster. The following day, Hogwarts resumed its regular schedule. Penelope Clearwater, the head girl of Ravenclaw, was a remarkably astute and capable young lady. Due to the somewhat reclusive nature of the Eagle House, few had taken note of her recent behaviors. After all, in the face of wisdom, all rules may be disregarded. Riddle, I can't believe you can perform such magic, she exclaimed, excitedly scribbling down her thoughts. This diary is precisely the one that Harry has been fervently seeking, the diary of Voldemort. The wisdom of a wizard is of paramount importance, for upon entering the realm of magic, there remains an abundance of knowledge yet to be acquired. The diary reveals this passage. Penelope never anticipated that, as a Muggleborn, discovering such a diary at Hogwarts was far from ordinary. However, the magic and knowledge imparted by the diary have clouded her judgment. Her insatiable thirst for wisdom has allowed her to disregard all dangers and anomalies. Sleep now, Miss Clearwater. For the knowledge you have absorbed today is sufficient. In dreams, we shall engage in another round of enlightenment. The diary lulled her into slumber. Meanwhile, a plethora of letters from Percy Weasley piled up. Yet, Penelope found no inclination to peruse those sappy correspondences. Instead, immersing herself in the ocean of magical knowledge imparted by a senior known as Tom. As her consciousness gradually succumbed to sleep, her body slowly opened its eyes. Those once vibrant eyes now brimmed with cruelty and malevolence. A faint smile curled at her lips as she clenched her hands, ultimately shaking her head. If I can absorb just one more life force, I shall be fully resurrected. There was a hint of ecstasy in her words. Clearly, Penelope Clearwater's essence was nearing depletion. Voldemort was gradually siphoning the life force from this young girl, all the while presenting her with an illusion of magical prosperity. The so-called knowledge impartation was merely a guise for dark curses. As she traversed from Ravenclaw to the girl's lavatory, her fingers brushed against the serpentine patterns on the faucet. And she parted her lips. Speak to me, noble Slytherin. A hissing, mocking voice echoed forth. Boom. An unfathomable entrance had been unveiled. Harry had indeed searched for these entrances, having directly targeted the girl's lavatory adorned with the myrtle. However, all his attempts at speaking Parseltongue proved fruitless. Evidently, the enchantment laid by Salazar Slytherin held no sway over him. His status as a Parselmouth could not unlock the Chamber of Secrets, for Harry Potter was no longer a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Come forth, Basilisk. A slick, colossal serpent emerged from the pipes. Remember, do not make a sound tonight. There is another Parselmouth in this school, and he shall be our greatest adversary. I am the heir of Salazar Slytherin. The basilisk bowed its head in submission to Voldemort. A pet, of course, could sense the bloodline of its master as progeny, even if the latter existed merely in a spectral state. Hearing his words, the basilisk repressed its murderous instincts, freely slithering through the halls of Hogwarts, awaiting an unwary victim. I have uncovered the truth of the Chamber of Secrets, Zachariah Smith whispered. A circle of Gryffindors surrounded him, fervently discussing the recent uproar surrounding the chamber. The culprit is undoubtedly Harry Potter. Did you not notice? Ever since he attacked Ron, there have been no further incidents at the school. Yet, why would he do such a thing? Who knows? Perhaps he merely wishes to cleanse the school of those of non-pure blood. After all, he is the head of Slytherin. Smith shook his head. After speaking, he gestured for everyone to gather closer, relaying intelligence gleaned from Slytherin. From what I've heard, nearly all of them wish for Harry Potter to be the heir of Slytherin, so they need not endure our scrutiny as wizards. Have you not seen the news? He has leveraged the chamber incident to become a member of the Wizengamot. Speculation hung heavily in the air. But why would Harry do such a thing? He has made the Dark Lord vanish completely. The Gryffindor students still harbored a certain admiration for Harry, a sentiment instilled by their parents. After all, driving away Voldemort was an achievement of monumental significance. Perhaps it was because the Dark Lord feared losing his position to him. After all, the path he currently walks mirrors that of the Dark Lord years ago. You all heard Professor Dumbledore's words. Following this, Smith's expression changed drastically as he clutched his stomach. It seemed tonight's dinner had caused him some distress. He excused himself and hurried toward the lavatory. However, unbeknownst to him, a basilisk lay in wait around the corner. Chapter 61. Maximum alert. Professor McGonagall ordered all students to assemble in the Great Hall. Something grave had occurred. Draco hastily entered the common room, closely followed by the imposing figure of Professor Snape. In response to Malfoy's rapid speech, he said little, merely casting a cold glance over the Slytherin common room and commanding the younger students, "You must have heard by now. Everyone follow me." His robes billowed as he spoke, his countenance dark enough to draw rain. Hogwarts had not seen a murder in decades, and the death of Zachariah Smith shattered records, sending panic surging to unprecedented heights. Harry followed the throng to the Great Hall, where all the professors stood on high alert. Professor Flitwick, the diminutive head of Ravenclaw, held his wand at the ready, his entire being poised for any disturbance. This made the students recall his other title, the Master of Dueling. "Children, quickly into the hall," McGonagall urged. drawing her wand from her robes and waving it at the walls of Hogwarts while chanting, "Statues, arise." Statues sprang to life under the influence of advanced transfiguration, shimmering with magical light, standing as loyal sentinels at the entrance of the hall. Meanwhile, Professor Snape waved his wand, firmly sealing the doors of Hogwarts. Layer upon layer of locks and powerful protective enchantments manifested upon the door. This was the highest alert level at Hogwarts, signifying an extremely perilous situation. Harry spoke in a low voice. "What shall we do now?" Cassandra queried, her palms slightly damp with anxiety, as she had never experienced such a grave scenario. Only Gilderoy Lockhart glanced around, dodging the gazes of others, hiding in the corner of the hall. He understood that in the face of a terrifying creature, his own abilities were woefully inadequate. "You two keep an eye on Slytherin. Leave the basilisk to me." "Ravenclaw? Who else is missing?" "Clearwater. Penelope Clearwater is gone." At this moment, even the reclusive members of Ravenclaw grasped the gravity of the situation. Following the roll call, they reported the matter to the professors, whose expressions grew even more somber, for it signified yet another student in peril. It was not only Ravenclaw. Other houses had also inadvertently overlooked a few individuals during attendance. While they pondered their strategies, a boy stepped forward. "Professors, I must search for the basilisk," Harry declared with a calm demeanor. He released a small spider, which, despite its evident fear, bravely pointed the way. Observing the spider's unusual behavior, coupled with the petrified Hermione, Professor Hufflepuff swiftly confirmed his suspicions. "The creature is indeed a basilisk. You cannot go. It is far too dangerous." Professor Sprout, who had been preoccupied with cultivating magical plants, was aware of Harry's reputation but not entirely cognizant of his true capabilities. However, no professor would endorse sending a young wizard to confront a basilisk. Such a notion was sheer madness. "I believe we should wait for Professor Dumbledore's return. He will handle these matters," Professor McGonagall advised. But Harry shook his head resolutely. "We cannot afford to wait any longer. Some students from other houses are still missing. If the basilisk encounters them, it will bring shame upon all of Hogwarts." With that, he prepared to march past the professors and exit. "You cannot, Potter," Professor Flitwick exclaimed sharply. "If you wish to avoid being restrained, you had better provide us with an irrefutable reason." Even Severus Snape, who was typically Harry's staunchest ally, now stood in his way. For sending Lily's son into danger was an unthinkable proposition. The students in the hall watched this spectacle unfold, particularly the Gryffindors, who were clamoring. For even their reckless audacity deemed Harry's actions as foolhardy. "Nobby," he exclaimed, and with a flick of his sleeve, a shadow burst forth from his robes, landing upon the corridors of Hogwarts. A seemingly insignificant shadow suddenly expanded, transforming in an instant from the size of a small dog into a colossal creature. A dragon. It was unmistakably a dragon. Lockhart instantly recognized this magnificent beast. "Ah!" The students screamed in unison. "Roar!" Norbert bellowed towards the heavens, having been cooped up for days. He had always remained close to Harry, too intimidated to roar freely until now. "Quiet down, Norbert," Harry commanded. This colossal creature resembled a gentle pet, nudging Harry's hand with its dragon-like head. This scene rendered all the inhabitants of Hogwarts speechless. They had never anticipated such an occurrence. The professors gazed in astonishment at Norbert. The presence of a basilisk within the school was already alarming, yet now a dragon had been unleashed. However, upon witnessing Harry tame the beast, the professors found themselves at a loss for words. Even the most principled Professor McGonagall had to concede that having a dragon as an ally would prove immensely advantageous in confronting the current predicament. "Professors, you shall remain here to safeguard the students." Yet, Professor McGonagall remained reluctant to let him go, insisting on the lack of assurance for his safety. Suddenly, Harry shook his cloak and vanished into thin air, a voice echoing back from a distance. "Let it be known, the Potter family possesses the Deathly Hallows." Faced with Harry's sudden disappearance, the professors could only acquiesce to this reality. Norbert trailed along the paths of Hogwarts, his eyes filled with ferocity and bloodlust, scanning the surroundings for a target. His hide, imbued with magical resistance, and his sharp claws instilled fear in all who beheld him. Even the deadly gaze of the basilisk could not vanquish a dragon directly. This elucidates the reason why dragons hold a prominent position among magical creatures. Where, indeed, is the basilisk? Harry furrowed his brow. He had nearly traversed the entirety of Hogwarts, yet aside from the abundant puddles, there was no sign of the creature. Upon arriving at Moaning Myrtle's girls' lavatory, he found that the sink had entirely vanished, leaving behind nothing but a fathomless abyss. Suddenly, a basilisk erupted from within. It opened its gaping maw and lunged directly at Harry, venom spraying forth as it emerged, corroding the marble floor beneath it and creating a gaping hole. Roaring fiercely, Norbert charged forward, his claws swiping at the basilisk. The battle was imminent. Chapter 62. Confronting Voldemort. Harry Potter, the illustrious savior. A vibrant voice rang out. A young man emerged from behind a pillar, possessing an air of striking handsomeness. Clad in Slytherin robes and brandishing a wand, he strolled with an unsettling nonchalance amidst the crisis. Tom Marvolo Riddle? Harry recognized him instantly. At this moment, he was the only one capable of conversing with the serpent-like creature. Perhaps I should refer to you as Voldemort, he scoffed. You are exceedingly clever. It is no wonder I fell victim to you last time, but I assure you, I shall not falter again. From behind him, he produced an object, and with a resounding crash, he shattered it completely. It was a crown adorned with jewels, exquisite and magnificent, appearing as a symbol of wisdom. The power within the crown was gradually absorbed by Voldemort, and the surging magic within him filled him with a sense of satisfaction as he unleashed a green curse, unhesitatingly directed at Harry. A silent incantation. This incantation far surpasses the formidable power experienced during the possession of Quirrell. The swiftness of its execution leaves him utterly unprepared to respond. At this juncture, any casting of spells is rendered hopelessly tardy, especially considering that the killing curse is the most challenging to withstand. Within the ocean of consciousness, Harry promptly activated the card of the Fire Shield. Surrounding himself with blazing blue flames that coalesced into a protective barrier, fiercely contending with the green glow of the killing curse, he observed as the cards within the realm of consciousness transformed into a shade of gray. The utilization of this direct activation card can only be employed once daily. Bang! Upon realizing that the killing curse could not penetrate the defenses, Voldemort detonated the incantation. Incantation, Dance of the Wind. Harry found himself suspended in midair. The overwhelming shockwave of the explosion sent a shiver down his spine. It was evident that Voldemort's power this time was unlike any before. Had he truly, completely resurrected? Harry's gaze was laced with disbelief, yet the corporeal figure before him, Voldemort wielding a wand, confirmed the grim reality. However, this man was not holding his own wand. Moreover, in the original narrative, he possessed the Elder Wand. You guessed correctly, I have indeed returned, though my strength has not yet fully restored. I merely need to eliminate you before Dumbledore's return, and no one in the magical realm will be able to thwart me. His crimson eyes were captivating, as he cast spells while commanding the serpent, kill Harry Potter. Meanwhile, Nobby found himself at a disadvantage in the struggle against the basilisk. This ancient serpent, unlike ordinary serpents, is distinct as it is the pet of Salazar Slytherin. The lethal beam of the killing curse grazed the dragon hide, and Nobber's once radiant skin now appeared dull, black smoke festering upon it. After breaking free from Nobber's sharp talons, the serpent surged towards Harry with ferocity. Obstacles abound. Protections in place. Without hesitation, Harry unleashed two spells. The first conjured a wall of water upon the waterlogged floor, attempting to impede the serpent's advance. The second spell acted as a protective charm, together with fiend fire, thwarting Voldemort's subsequent attack. Disapparition. Harry brandished his wand. In that fleeting moment, his form vanished from sight, reappearing behind Voldemort. His wand aimed squarely at Tom Riddle. Harry dared not utter an incantation. Instead, he activated the spell card residing in his mind. The killing curse ignited. A powerful wave of slicing force erupted from his wand. Concealed yet insidious, Harry had uttered no incantation, making it exceedingly difficult for even Voldemort to perceive the impending attack. Damn, it struck true. This is because Voldemort had not taken into account that you are not an ordinary wizard. You are a magical creature. Voldemort grasped this realization instantly. He could indeed apparate within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, but unless the protective barriers surrounding the castle were completely shattered, it would be utterly impossible to perform such magic within its confines. This is the enchantment laid down by the four titans within the school, accessible only to the headmaster through the art of apparition. It appears that Severus's curse demonstrates his profound affection for you. Voldemort slowly rose to his feet. Even when struck by the killing curse, his form merely emitted a billowing cloud of black smoke. He traced his wand across his body, murmuring the counter curse to the killing curse. Evidently, as a former follower of Voldemort, Severus had imparted his own unique incantations to the Dark Lord. You are a traitor, Snape. Harry pressed his lips together. Had he drawn a killing curse, Voldemort would not have escaped unscathed today. Meanwhile, Professor Snape in the Great Hall sneezed, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events on Harry's end. Harry Potter, the prophecy indeed rings true. You are my greatest threat, Voldemort declared with rising malevolence. A mere young wizard could pose such a threat to him. He could not permit this adversary to continue flourishing. "Go assist Norbert," Harry exclaimed, brandishing his wand. Fiend fire transformed into chains that surged toward the basilisk, leaving only a thin veil of protection around his own being. "Fool, your eyes are still functional. Kill Harry Potter." Voldemort could not remain passive. He unleashed a blasting curse that propelled Norbert away, freeing his basilisk from peril. The serpentine command was received without hesitation. And the basilisk reared up, its deadly gaze glimmering with formidable magic, a beam shooting forth towards Harry. The synergy of these elements is utterly astonishing. The silent incantation of Avada, coupled with an immense, innate magical prowess and the ability to command the serpentine tongue of the basilisk, truly positions you as the protagonist. A radiant beam struck fiercely against the fire shield, the lethal magic shattering Harry's own power the moment it made contact with the protective charm, and subsequently colliding with the shield. Fiery flames surged and roared, yet Harry remained preoccupied with the deadly curses hurled at him by Voldemort. "I cannot allow this to continue. I will perish." Harry understood this all too well. Above him, the aftermath of the spells inflicted grievous harm, blood flowing freely. If this continues, he will inevitably reach his breaking point. This Dark Lord is not even at his peak strength. A piercing shriek echoed through the air. The fire phoenix descended from the heavens, its tail feathers shooting forth like arrows, with the unmistakable target being the basilisk's eyes. The feathers imbued with phoenix flame struck the creature's eyes, interrupting the lethal beam of magical energy and saving Harry's life. Albus Dumbledore's phoenix. Voldemort instantly recognized it. Instinctively, he wished to flee, for he was not at his full power. Yet, upon further scrutiny, he found no sign of Dumbledore. Only the phoenix, Fawkes, had arrived. It seemed Lucius had proven somewhat useful after all. A surge of joy filled him. "Voldemort, do not let your focus waver in battle." Harry's voice rang out. He concentrated all his magical energy, flames already entwining around Voldemort. In a moment of panic, Tom Marvolo Riddle momentarily forgot that his opponent could apparate. Word of power, Phoenix Flame. The flames surged wildly, converging in a frenzy. This is a mutual destruction, whether it be Voldemort and the Basilisk, or Harry, Norbert, and Fawkes. They all find themselves at the epicenter of the raging flames. In this moment, Harry relinquished all restraint against the fierce fire. Just before losing consciousness, his command was to incinerate everything. Chapter 63. The Infirmary. In the final moments of awareness, the Phoenix Fawkes emitted a call before its rebirth. Other flames could not harm the Phoenix, yet the fierce fire was one of the few capable of injuring this legendary magical creature. 2 rebirths are hardly a favorable prospect for you, Fawkes. Dumbledore gently caressed the little bird in his arms. At that moment, a somewhat weakened Fawkes could only nod slightly before drifting into a slumber. Dumbledore, with a heavy heart, withdrew the Elder Wand, extinguishing the surrounding fierce fire bit by bit. Confronted with Harry, who bore numerous injuries, his expression was filled with complexity. "You might truly need a teacher," he murmured. Memories of a summer filled with vibrant hues began to surface in his mind, recalling the joyous days spent with Grindelwald. As his eyelids fluttered, Harry slowly opened his eyes. Madame Pomfrey timely presented a vial of potion, indicating he should drink it directly, as it would aid in his recovery. He frowned. Primarily, he was baffled as to why the potions in the infirmary tasted so bitter. Upon closer inspection of the label on the vial, Harry could not recall this particular concoction possessing such an extreme bitterness. To prevent young wizards from making frequent mistakes, many potions in the infirmary were intentionally infused with a bittering agent, which could be considered one of Madame Pomfrey's little tricks. However, for Harry, the overwhelming bitterness was truly an unwarranted misfortune. This matter is sufficient to deprive him of food for an entire night. "Harry, are you all right?" A concerned little face appeared before him. With her softly curled hair and large hazel eyes blinking with a mix of hope and worry, Hermione looked at him. "Hermione, you've recovered?" Harry lifted his gaze slightly. This was all thanks to Professor Sprout's concoction. Otherwise, Granger would never have regained her strength so swiftly. Her white silk gloves playfully teased the sleeping Norbert at the bedside. However, Hermione felt a tinge of fear towards Norbert. She had learned from the professor that this was a genuine dragon. As a Muggle-born child, she had heard many terrifying tales about such creatures. In any case, this being was undeniably unfriendly. "Can it breathe fire?" Hermione inquired. "Of course, dragons breathe fire," Cassandra replied with certainty. She then took a step back, distancing herself from Norbert to avoid any potential fiery outbursts. "Roar." Norbert tilted his head back, unleashing a column of fire. Unlike the usual dragon flames, this fire was blue. You've mastered the fierce fire? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. He took Norbert in his hands, his wand glowing as he carefully examined the dragon's body. In the area where the dragon's flame sac lay, an organ once imbued with magical essence now shimmered with an unusual light, its power significantly surpassing that of a typical dragon. Unlike a normal Norwegian ridgeback, two small bumps protruded from Norbert's head, resembling the beginnings of horns. The dragon's skin began to stretch, revealing tiny scales, and beneath its right paw lay a scale that gleamed like jade. Norbert shyly covered that scale with his forelimb. Harry released the little creature, instinctively realizing the significance of that scale. It was the dragon's treasure, also known as the reverse scale. Had it not been him who revealed it, Norbert might have unleashed a torrent of dragon fire in response. Upon hearing of Harry's awakening, the professors quickly arrived, and a gathering of students formed outside the infirmary, all aware of his battle against the basilisk. Faced with such a Harry Potter, none harbored any feelings of discontent. Without him, they would have perished. A shiver ran through the students when the professors brought back the basilisk's corpse. Harry, we are immensely grateful for your protection of Hogwarts. Your parents would be exceedingly proud, Dumbledore approached, speaking kindly. I believe it was ultimately you who concluded the matter, was it not? Harry replied with a smile. He truly had not anticipated that Voldemort had managed to survive to the point of resurrection. This revelation caused Harry to regard Voldemort's power with newfound respect, having been resurrected. He was already formidable, making it inconceivable for Harry to allow him to possess the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows. Upon witnessing the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's grasp, Harry exhaled deeply. At present, Voldemort remained his greatest adversary. You have driven Voldemort away. You have done it once more, Dumbledore asserted with unwavering conviction. He then released a stream of blue flames from the wand, a manifestation of magic bound within. Shifting the conversation, he inquired gently, allow me to ask, Harry, when did you first gain the ability to wield this flame? This question has long been buried deep within Dumbledore's heart. He even ventured to Nurmengard to confront Grindelwald. Yet the latter's response remained elusive. It was impossible for him to deceive himself, as the answer was rooted in an oath. I am uncertain, but I instinctively harness such an ability. It appears to stem from my unique lineage. Harry continues to wield this matter as a shield. In the magical realm, the only omnipotent force is the awakening of magical creatures. Even the esteemed Newt Scamander is unable to ascertain the myriad of magical beings that inhabit this world. An awakening of bloodline, perhaps? Dumbledore found himself momentarily lost in thought. He recalled the plight of his sister, Ariana, from years past. A time when Fawkes had come to his side. It was the call of the Phoenix family, a manifestation of Dumbledore's singular heritage. If this were the case, it would not be surprising for the Potter family, as one of the bearers of the Deathly Hallows, to experience a similar awakening. How splendid it is to be young, to love with such fervor. The unabashed old man cast a glance at Cassandra and Harry, teasingly remarking. The remark caused Cassandra to blush slightly, and in her embarrassment and irritation, she turned away to unleash her frustrations upon Norbert. To avoid inflicting harm, Norbert could only endure this unwarranted onslaught. Did you experience love in your youth? Hermione inquired with curiosity. Indeed, everyone possesses a youthful phase, Dumbledore replied ambiguously. Of course, his romantic interest was Grindelwald, the most perilous dark wizard in history. Professor Dumbledore, is Grindelwald truly beyond redemption? Harry asked. You personally vanquished him, so you must have a profound understanding of this man. This time it was Harry's turn to strike back. Upon hearing the question, a profound reminiscence flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, and his aged visage took on a hint of color. He retrieved a piece of candy from his robe, unwrapped it, and consumed it. It was a tale from an exceedingly distant past, where one commits numerous errors in youth. Was Grindelwald's ideal truly erroneous? I had barely opened my mouth when a force seemed to bind the white wizard before me. A sensation of suffocation surged within me, and only after a significant pause did I exhale deeply, addressing Harry with a composed voice. Harry, hatred cannot forge a beautiful future. The greatest power is love, and only love can inspire the soul. Harry could only nod, yet the doubt in his eyes deepened. For Dumbledore had not truly answered him, but had sidestepped the inquiry instead. Chapter 64. Curses and Consequences. Hogwarts had returned to its former tranquility, and students could finally attend classes as usual. The professors had erected a memorial for the victim, Zacharias Smith. Yet it remained uncertain whether the spirit of this young wizard could ever return to the school. In any case, you have certainly made quite an impression. Cassandra perched her legs as she perused the newspaper. The entire page exaggeratedly extolled Harry's recent deeds, particularly emphasizing his identity as the savior and a member of the Wisengamot. This incident had elevated his reputation to near legendary heights. Even the younger students gazed at their leader with admiration. The Daily Prophet, as ever, was adept at fabricating tales. Harry mused. During his recent interview, Rita Skeeter had made a point of delving into the gossip surrounding Dumbledore and Grindelwald. It seemed this publication dared to publish anything. Well, take a look for yourself, Cassandra offered, passing him the newspaper. Harry scanned the pages and found no mention of the glib reporter contriving stories about him. Thus he contentedly set down the promotional artifact filled with his name. It appeared that the lessons from his previous ordeal had left the beetle journalist intimidated. While Dumbledore might refrain from confronting the reporter, Harry certainly would not, for he had already done so in the past. Meanwhile, Malfoy continued his potion brewing in the common room, as always. He cast a cursory glance at Draco, who was handling the ingredients, and then slightly furrowed his brow. Hey, Draco, if you dare to add that ingredient, the cauldron will surely explode. Huh? Malfoy paused as the prepared laurel caterpillar tail slipped directly into the cauldron. The previously tranquil potion immediately began to bubble furiously, and the rigid cauldron emitted an excruciatingly grating sound. The cauldron of potion, predictably, met with failure. To make matters worse, Draco's wand lay at a considerable distance, rendering the platinum noble incapable of adequately addressing the consequences. Draco, retreat. Cassandra called out, her voice ringing with urgency. Protego. Harry. Without even drawing his wand, effortlessly intoned the incantation. Just before the cauldron erupted, a protective magical shield enveloped Malfoy. Bang! The potion within the cauldron erupted violently, splattering everywhere and corroding a large hole into the sofa. In a certain sense, his concoction could have made for an excellent biochemical weapon. Nonverbal casting? Cassandra exclaimed, astonished. Though the protective charm was taught in the second or third year, the complexity of casting such a combat spell without a wand far surpassed that of typical everyday enchantments. Yet Harry wielded it with such apparent ease. At Cassandra's current level of talent, she could only muster a simple confundish charm, and even then, its effectiveness was uncertain. Hiss. Draco inhaled sharply. The thick magical barrier successfully warded off the splattered liquid, sparing him from a trip to the infirmary. Are you some kind of monster? Nonverbal casting with such results? Cassandra gazed at Harry in disbelief. Perhaps it is because I am a genius, he shrugged nonchalantly. In light of this response, the Slytherins could only nod in agreement, for if Harry could not be deemed a genius, then the entire school would seem to be devoid of merit. In truth, it was not solely due to his brilliance. The rapid casting of the protective charm stemmed from a card hovering in his mind, Protego, purple. This is the card he drew after vanquishing the basilisk. It was only upon acquiring this card that Harry realized he possessed no other form of defensive magic aside from the fire shield. Should he wish to unleash fiend fire against Voldemort, he would inevitably compromise his own defenses. However, with the addition of the protective charm, he could now wield fiend fire while simultaneously casting a protective spell. More than half of the cards in this collection comprised dark magic, Harry observed with a fleeting glance. Such matters are not to be employed openly within the realm of magic. The devastation wrought by dark magic typically eludes restoration through mere repair spells, for instance. The severing and harm caused by the killing curse can only be undone if the magical influence is dispelled. Otherwise, restoration remains unattainable. Let us proceed. For today marks the conclusion of our academic year, Cassandra reminded. It is noteworthy that Dumbledore did not face undue difficulties from the Board of Governors. Upon learning that the basilisk had been vanquished, Lucius Malfoy was reluctantly compelled to lift the restrictions placed upon Dumbledore's position. However, under the auspices of the Worley family, the board now included an additional candidate for governance. The Potter family. I cannot fathom why you choose to support that boy so fervently. Lucius ground his teeth in frustration. The recent setback at the hands of Harry Potter and Dumbledore left him feeling quite unsettled. Voldemort would undoubtedly lay the blame squarely at his feet. For the Dark Lord's temperament was far from amiable. Lucius, why do you support the Dark Lord? Worre retorted, when posed with such a question. The seasoned Death Eater Malfoy certainly had a multitude of responses at the ready. He proudly puffed out his chest, caressing his silver cane, and replied with a nonchalant tone. Because we are purebloods, the Dark Lord upholds the honor of pure blood. Without him, we would descend into the darkest of times. Ha ha! Giovanni erupted in laughter. Faced with the mirth of his childhood friend, Lucius could only regard this disrespectful individual with a gaze full of indignation. After a moment of laughter, Giovanni's expression turned serious as he stated, Lucius, the Dark Lord's ideology is far from noble. A man who clings to theories from a millennium ago to govern the present is hardly worthy of our allegiance. I believe this then. And I continue to hold the same conviction. We both emerged from Hogwarts, and we are well acquainted with that chapter of history. He paused, gazing out at the bustling street beyond the window. They were convening at the Ministry of Magic, which, under the veil of the Statute of Secrecy, now lay concealed beneath London, the magical world forced to lurk out of sight. The Dark Lord cannot safeguard our interests. He is unfit to lead us. Beyond purebloods and muggles, this world is vast, Lucius. We require more than merely a spokesperson. His fingers brushed against a slender tome. A renowned fairy tale collection from the magical realm, the tales of Beedle the Bard, with the most famed story being that of the Deathly Hallows and the Three Brothers. Can Harry Potter achieve such feats? He is merely a construct of Dumbledore. He countered. No one knew Malfoy better than the Warray family. Their lineage in Slytherin was marked by extreme caution, and when it came to matters of life and death, Lucius would not hesitate to abandon his allegiance to the Dark Lord. Let us wait and see, Warray replied with enigmatic amusement. He still vividly remembered the first time Harry left, vanishing without a trace from the front of Warray Manor. Chapter 65, The Free House Elf Peach Candy. Harry intoned the incantation. The golden orb in the center slowly retracted, and the stone steps beneath him rumbled upward. His destination was the headmaster's office. Before he could enter, a cacophony erupted from within. A platinum-haired wizard wielded his wand to drive away the diminutive Dobby, clad in a dark robe and brandishing a silver serpent-headed cane. This individual was none other than Lucius Malfoy. His cold, contemptuous gaze was matched by a harsh strike of his wand against Dobby's back, eliciting a pained cry from the elf. Hurry up, Dobby. No dawdling. Was this the manner of maltreatment one could expect from Malfoy? Harry remarked coolly. Upon hearing his voice, both Lucius and Dobby turned to him, each revealing a distinct expression. The house elf gazed at Harry with admiration, elated by his ability to thwart Voldemort. In stark contrast, Lucius was steeped in trepidation. To him, the number of individuals rallying behind Harry was staggering, particularly given that he was a member of the Wisingamot, placing him on equal footing with Lucius himself. What brings you here? Did Dumbledore summon you? Lucius inquired. No, I am here to rescue you, head of the Malfoy family, Harry asserted, his presence commanding the moment. Dumbledore must have gathered some evidence, prompting Lucius's summons to the headmaster's office. In truth, Harry had already clandestinely orchestrated matters, intent on making Lucius suffer while ensuring Dumbledore did not gain the upper hand. Rescue me? I am unclear about your meaning, Lucius replied, a note of skepticism in his tone. Let me ponder. Who was responsible for bringing Voldemort's diary into Hogwarts during his youth? Harry's implication was unmistakable, and the glint in his eyes hinted at a veiled threat. Upon hearing Voldemort's name, Lucius visibly flinched. Even his loyal subordinates could not escape the Dark Lord's chilling influence. A smirk played on Harry's lips as he regarded the somewhat ludicrous Lucius. Stepping past him, he murmured, You threaten the families of the board members, coercing them into agreeing to Dumbledore's suspension. You will undoubtedly retaliate. What if, on top of that, you solidify your role in aiding Voldemort's return? What evidence do you possess? Lucius retorted, prepared to feign ignorance. When did you start believing the Wisingamot would fall for such tactics? Harry countered with a sardonic tone. Although he had recently joined the council, he was acutely aware that the judicial process there was far from just. Should the members deem the evidence sufficient? A vote could determine one's fate, rendering true justice virtually non-existent. Harry's words struck Lucius into silence. He had offended numerous individuals with this endeavor, and even Death Eaters felt he had betrayed the Dark Lord. If Dumbledore were to uncover any misstep, it would spell disaster for him. What price must I pay? Nothing comes without a cost, Lucius mused. Give me this house elf. I find him rather pleasing, Harry responded, finally glancing at Dobby, who sat nearby, a hint of resignation in his eyes. While this creature meant well, it was unwise to keep him tethered to the Malfoy family. A mere house elf? Lucius scoffed, convinced Harry had lost his senses. To exchange such an unprotected being for the aid of a Wisingamot member was an absurdly advantageous bargain. Why? Lucius pressed, his Slytherin nature demanding further justification. Harry's golden gaze met Lucius's, causing the seasoned man, accustomed to navigating the magical world's myriad scenarios, to feel a flicker of unease. He could not discern the intentions of this boy. Those calm, golden eyes brimmed with ambition and intellect. Perhaps it is to repay your vote of consent in the Wisingamot, Harry suggested, his lips parting to reveal an unexpected answer. Or maybe it is for Draco. Lucius's pupils constricted, shock and disbelief washing over his features. However, Harry paid him no further mind, striding directly toward the headmaster's office, where he presumed Dumbledore awaited him. The most formidable wizard of the century exuded an aura of authority. The headmaster's office was vast and spacious, a place Harry had encountered numerous times in the original narrative. Portraits of past headmasters adorned the walls, including one from the Black family, who watched Harry with curiosity and intrigue. "Welcome, Harry," Dumbledore greeted. "Yes, what can I do for you?" Harry asked, feeling a hint of reluctance in facing Dumbledore, despite the elder's seemingly benevolent demeanor and his non-harmful role in the original tale. The sensation of being manipulated left Harry feeling unsettled. "I wish to express my profound gratitude for your courageous actions. Hagrid has nearly finished dealing with the basilisk's remains. And these will be your trophies," Dumbledore proclaimed with pride. "You shall receive the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award, forever etching your name in history. Moreover, thanks to your involvement, the Ministry of Magic released Hagrid early, confirming his innocence. This is partly why the Ministry of Magic is reluctant to offend Harry Potter. After all, Hagrid is no longer at Hogwarts, yet such a heinous incident has occurred, which certainly cannot be attributed to the Keeper of Keys and Grounds. The accusations from 50 years ago are nothing but absurd. Of course, his expulsion was primarily due to the breeding of dangerous creatures at the school. Newt Scamander is indeed an expert." As they conversed, Malfoy strode in, albeit this tall man chose to remain silent. "Malfoy, I have heard that you threatened the other governors with your life to secure my suspension. Is that true?" "Absolutely not. My actions are solely for the benefit of the school and its children," Lucius declared with righteous indignation, resembling a staunch moralist. "I would hope that as a member of the Wisingamot, Malfoy would not stoop so low," Harry interjected in defense. Dumbledore glanced at Harry with mild surprise before nodding in agreement. "In that case, let us reconvene at the Wisingamot. As the chief, it is my duty to ensure that each member fulfills their responsibilities appropriately." His tone was light, yet the implication was weighty. "Humph, our honor shall not falter," Lucius scoffed, then produced a parchment from his robe and flung it at Harry before striding out of the headmaster's office without a backward glance. Dobby, who had followed him in, remained behind. The parchment he had tossed was Dobby's emancipation contract, stating that the moment the holder bestowed any article of clothing upon the house elf, he would be free. Thus, the little creature blinked his large eyes in eager anticipation towards Harry. "Dobby, promise me one thing next time. Anything at all." The yearning for freedom was palpable. "I possess great power. Do not concern yourself with rescuing me again. However, perhaps you can assist me in greater endeavors, as a friend and a follower." He casually tossed his tie into Dobby's awaiting hands, while the contract ignited spontaneously in the air. "I'm off then. The academic year is drawing to a close, and we Slytherins do not wish to lose the House Cup." Having witnessed this scene, the astute Dumbledore could not help but understand. He nodded in satisfaction as he watched Harry depart. Chapter 66. The Granger family Slytherin has once again claimed the House Cup. There is no controversy in this matter. Despite the loss of the formidable trio, Gryffindor has likewise been deprived of their point-accumulating prodigy, Hermione Granger, this academic year. "We shall reclaim our glory next time," Hermione asserted with determination. "How could we, Gryffindor, allow ourselves to be trampled by Slytherin?" Yet, in the face of her ambitious spirit, those around her cast sidelong glances at the young girl. "You are, after all, the one most familiar with Slytherin, aren't you?" The farce did not endure for long, concluding with Dumbledore's announcement that marked the end of this academic year, as the splendid days gradually drew to a close. "Our family won a 3-day trip to Egypt, which is simply marvelous." Ron was nearly ecstatic. Even before he returned home, the owl had already delivered this letter. This excited Ron, who had not traveled far in a long time, especially considering the peculiar events he had encountered at school this year, which had somewhat alienated him from his fellow Gryffindors. Harry furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had forgotten something of great significance. However, before he could recall, a pair of delicate hands gently tapped his shoulder. "Cassandra, do you have any plans for the holiday?" "I am considering a visit to the Muggle world." The young girl hesitated slightly. "The Muggle world? How intriguing." Since the enactment of the wizarding community's secrecy laws, the worlds of wizards and Muggles have been distinctly separated, and children born into the magical realm have never ventured into Muggle society. Yet, Cassandra's intention to visit piqued Harry's curiosity. "It was I who called out, Harry. My parents are quite curious about you. Would you care to join us at our home?" A curly-haired girl beamed brightly. "Well, that should be fine. I have spent a considerable amount of time in the magical world." After a moment of contemplation, Harry readily agreed. The three of them made their way through platform 9 3/4, arriving at King's Cross Station, where Hermione's parents awaited their beloved daughter. "Dad, "Mum," she exclaimed, rushing into their embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Hermione's face beamed with joy. Her parents had not altered their affection due to their child being a witch. If anything, they adored her even more. Meanwhile, Mr. Granger's gaze shifted toward Harry and Cassandra, who emerged alongside Hermione, their luxurious robes causing him to pause momentarily. It was not that he could not afford such attire. He had visited Diagon Alley before. At Madame Malkin's robe shop, these garments were bespoke and likely quite costly. Yet seeing these two young individuals adorned in such finery stirred a thought within Mr. Granger. Perhaps he had underestimated the spending standards of the wizarding community. Would Hermione not appear impoverished at school? What are you all observing? These are my parents, and these are friends I made at school. Greetings, Mr. Granger. I am Harry Potter. Naturally, I'm aware of you. Your esteemed name resonates throughout the magical realm. Hermione has spent the entire holiday extolling your virtues, which certainly caught the attention of this old father. Complaints unwittingly escaped his lips, prompting a sharp reprimand from Hermione beside him. Clearly, having one's less than illustrious past revealed by one as parents is not a pleasant experience. I am Cassandra Worrell. Cassandra nodded slightly. He scrutinized the middle-aged muggle man, while Granger beamed with exuberance. The young lady, resembling a fine aristocrat, noticed that the man's gaze lingered on her lips. Perhaps we should take our leave. You must surely savor our family's culinary delights tonight, he said with enthusiasm. So, where shall we go next? Shall we use Floo powder? Cassandra inquired quietly. This question elicited a soft chuckle from Hermione. Clearly, Cassandra had posed a query more suited to the realm of wizards, despite being in the Muggle world. The Muggle realm, too, possesses modes of transportation. They typically travel by car, which is akin to our flying broomsticks, albeit it operates on the ground. Harry elucidated. Faced with this somewhat naive young lady, he could only feel a sense of exasperation. A car? Cassandra inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Step inside. You can ask your questions once we're on board. Harry opened the car door. Even an elegant young lady could find herself flustered, confronted with the unfamiliar. She cautiously entered the vehicle. With a rumble, Mr. Granger started the car, the engine roaring to life. Cassandra's wand slipped discreetly into her hand, as she feared something untoward might occur. Don't be alarmed. It's merely the sound of the engine starting, much like the boiler on a train, Harry reassured her. This prompted Cassandra to set down her wand. Hermione, keep an eye on her. It is best not to wield magic recklessly in the Muggle world. Hermione nodded in agreement. With her magical abilities curtailed, Cassandra pouted and let out a resigned sigh. With a hint of irritation, she remarked, Why must we wizards behave like mice in the Muggle realm? You should direct that question to those who established the statute of secrecy, Harry shrugged in response. As she gazed out the window at the bustling city beyond, Cassandra beheld the splendor of Britain for the first time. This international metropolis teems with people. Some enter and exit the banks, clutching pounds in their arms while carrying small suitcases in hand. Uniquely adorned individuals perform on the streets, and passers-by generously reward them with considerable sums of money. What is that? Cassandra inquired, pointing towards the royal guards. They held rifles, which, to her, appeared merely as elongated sticks. That is a Muggle's weapon. Do not provoke them until you have mastered the shield charm and the protective charm. The power of such weapons should not be underestimated. Harry squinted slightly. Frankly, he had never tested the potency of cannons or firearms. However, one thing was certain. A wizard who had not learned defensive spells would be quite vulnerable against artillery, yet the enigmatic wizard remained a significant threat to Muggles. We have arrived, little ones. Welcome to Granger's home, Mr. Granger said excitedly. He opened the car door for Harry and the others, lifting Hermione's suitcase. He then scrutinized Harry and his companions, about to inquire why the two children had no luggage. Expand swiftly. Harry did not draw his wand but merely intoned the spell. Cassandra and Hermione were enveloped in a trace, while Harry's had been incinerated on the first day by the awakening of his lineage. Moreover, he had not drawn his wand, thus enabling him to perform a few minor spells. Oh, magic is truly wondrous. Chapter 67, The Companion Card. Is this Numengard? A figure leaned forward. He waved his wand, casting a detection spell to locate the barrier, and before him unfolded a vast castle, expansive and imbued with solemnity. This is Grindelwald's stronghold, which also serves as his prison. The silhouette of the dark wizard was remarkably agile, effortlessly infiltrating the castle of Numengard with the aid of magic. Humph. These guards are hardly worthy of mention. Within this prison, patrolling sentinels are ubiquitous. They belong to the Order of Saints, followers of Grindelwald, who have consistently stood by their leader in Numengard. These individuals are far from benevolent. and the Dark Wizard harbors no desire to engage in conflict with them. Yet, this man inadvertently stepped upon a branch, producing a sharp crack in the stillness of the castle, which promptly attracted the attention of the guards from Newmongard. They hastily drew their wands, unhesitatingly casting offensive spells at the Dark Wizard. Cruciatus, Avada Kedavra. Countless incantations were hurled forth, but the Dark Wizard merely executed a swift roll, deftly deflecting the spells back at the guards with his wand. The guards were hurled backward, collapsing onto the ground, having already fallen into a disadvantage within a mere glance. Once devoted followers of Grindelwald, how could they simply acquiesce? Others swiftly surged forth, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the Dark Wizard. However, at that moment, a familiar sight unfolded before them. Blue flames surged toward the castle from all directions. Fiend fire. It was fiend fire. The guards were elated. Yet, in the eyes of the Dark Wizard, these individuals appeared utterly deranged. This is a fierce blaze, sweeping relentlessly towards everyone. This flame spells certain death for anyone it touches. What, then, could possibly amuse the guards? Yet, the scene that follows leaves him utterly astounded. The flames surged directly towards the guards, yet the anticipated inferno did not materialize. Instead, they coalesced in the air to form an enormous dragon. One claw lunged menacingly at the Dark Sorcerer. Protective wards, activate. The sorcerer attempted to defend himself. However, the fiery dragon, composed of fearsome flames, offered him no respite. The dragon's claw, brimming with unimaginable power, struck the Dark Sorcerer, shattering his thick protective enchantments effortlessly, leaving him utterly defenseless. In the next moment, the dragon opened its maw and unleashed a formidable column of fire. "Ah!" echoed the anguished cries. Beneath the searing heat, the Dark Sorcerer could not evade the consuming flames, even his very soul succumbing to their wrath. Once vanquished, the inferno whirled and coalesced, manifesting before the assembly of saints into a human form. From the swirling embers emerged a venerable elder with flowing white hair. He wielded a wand shaped like a twisted branch, delicately caressing his visage. The aged countenance transformed into that of a robust middle-aged man, his striking features marked by a lifetime of hardships, with one eye possessing a chilling, supernatural gaze. Should the International Wizarding Federation lay eyes upon this man's visage once more, their expressions would betray a terror surpassing that evoked by Voldemort himself. For this man is Gellert Grindelwald, the most perilous sorcerer in the magical realm, without exception. He was once the world's most wanted fugitive, the arch-nemesis and lover of Dumbledore. How did you manage to escape from there? The reason Newt Scamander imprisoned Grindelwald in this place is due to Dumbledore. This is a question you ought to pose to Albus, not to me. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes. Yet, perhaps I have come to understand the one who influences all of this. Grindelwald approached the castle entrance, a place that had confined him for many years. Now devoid of any restrictions, he stepped out of Nurmengard, unharmed and unassailed. However, when his followers attempted to cross that boundary, they were met with a fierce backlash from the protective barrier. A phoenix emerged from the enchantment, repelling those followers back. "You shall remain here. I will devise a plan." Grindelwald shot them a glance. The followers could only bow their heads and retreat, placing their faith solely in their leader. "Harry Potter?" murmured the Dark Lord. He turned to gaze beyond the line at a weathered stone tablet, upon which the tenets and slogans of the Order of Saints were faintly discernible, for the greater good. Those were the ideals pinned by Dumbledore himself. Yet, having later betrayed these principles, Dumbledore had chosen a path of enmity. Grindelwald stepped out of the protective barrier, brandishing his wand as the space around him warped, and then vanished into the night sky. The entire wizarding world remained oblivious to the fact that the individual they feared most had escaped from prison. Ding! A change in the plot point has been detected, granting one opportunity for a card draw. At that moment, Harry was engaged in idle chatter with Mr. Granger. He had not anticipated that amidst their conversation, the voice of the system would echo in his mind. Faced with this voice, Harry felt no joy over the reward. Instead, confusion began to seep in, prompting him to scrutinize Mr. Granger. "Am I triggering a plot point just by chatting? Harry, is something the matter?" Mr. Granger inquired with concern. "Nothing. It must be my imagination," Harry replied, shaking his head. He gazed out the window. The view was far less splendid than the twinkling stars of Hogwarts, revealing only a dreary expanse. "System, do you know which plot point has been altered?" Harry asked. Silence followed. The system offered no response. This question has vanished into oblivion. Receiving no response whatsoever, his expression grew peculiar, and he began to ponder anxiously whether Voldemort had indeed returned. "Then go ahead and draw the card for me," Harry urged. The moment the question was answered, the interface resurfaced in Harry's mind. Cards flitted past his consciousness, and one card was suddenly drawn forth, leaving Harry utterly perplexed. On its face, a formidable man wielded a wand, surrounded by countless followers, as he conjured fireworks and articulated his ideals. Partner card, Gellert Grindelwald, Grey. Wait, you have partner cards in this deck? Harry could hardly contain his astonishment. After confirming the card multiple times, he was assured that it was not a figment of his imagination. However, he soon encountered a more pressing dilemma. I cannot use this card, he inquired. Ding. The partner card has been automatically activated. The system's response only deepened Harry's confusion as he scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the legendary figure known as Grindelwald. Surely, they wouldn't release the Emperor of Nurmengard, would they? Harry pondered anxiously. Chapter 68, Camping and Cooking. Dad, what are you doing? Hermione inquired. At that moment, Mr. Granger was hanging a sign on the door that read closed for business. As a devoted father, he wished to spend quality time with his daughter during her visit, especially with her classmates from Hogwarts joining them this year. The dental clinic was closed, and Cassandra observed Mr. Granger earnestly conversing with a patient over the phone. What exactly does a dentist do? She asked, tilting her head in curiosity. Did you ever have a toothache as a child? How is it typically resolved? Harry also expressed his curiosity, as he had not been raised in the magical realm and was unfamiliar with such matters. Just extract the tooth and regrow it with bone regrowth, Mr. Granger replied. Hermione and Harry exchanged incredulous glances, their minds already conjuring the absurd image of a wizard magically shattering their teeth and then regrowing them anew with a spell. What a devilish form of medicine this is. Do you not fear the pain? I have come to understand that wizards' healing methods heavily rely on potions, yet one must realize that muggles do not possess such enchanting remedies. Harry elucidated. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Cassandra's petite mouth, realizing how her perfectly aligned teeth had come to be. It seems that the sparse wizarding population is, in some sense, not without reason. Enduring such trials and surviving is indeed a stroke of luck. Dentists are tasked with ensuring that individuals maintain a healthy set of teeth. Hermione nodded in agreement. The young girl too recognized the terrifying realities of childhood within the wizarding world. This inevitably fills her with sorrow for the wizarding children who are still suffering from toothaches. However, I believe that orthodontics in the wizarding world is as terrifying as it is in the muggle realm. From behind the door, Harry could see Mr. Granger putting away the drill and hammer, suggesting that dental work during this period must be quite excruciating. Once he concluded these tasks, he clapped his hands and flashed a smile at the children. Today, let us embark on a picnic. I presume the two young wizards have yet to experience such a delight. A picnic? I'm in, Harry nodded. To be honest, since his departure from the Dursleys, he had rarely engaged in mundane activities, focusing solely on magic whether at school or at Potter Manor. Now, at the Granger household, he could not remain buried in books every day. Hermione, why are you bringing so many books? Harry remarked with exasperation. Despite the outing, Hermione was resolutely clutching her textbooks for the upcoming semester. It is worth mentioning that this year, Hogwarts had been swifter in its preparations than in previous years. They had barely been on break for a few days when an owl delivered the book list, affording the young wizards ample time to procure their materials. Though the name of the defense against the dark arts teacher had changed, it was now Remus Lupin. Regrettably, the students were still unaware that this new professor was, in fact, a werewolf. Once the wizarding community discovers Lupin's true nature, no parent would consent to him teaching at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore had taken measures to conceal this fact. Harry had no desire to expose his father's friend. He was eager to make the acquaintance of Remus Lupin. Werewolf wizards were, in truth, quite rare, and Harry had not encountered any during his several visits to Diagon Alley. It is also possible that upon learning of Harry's ability to control fire, they had chosen to steer clear of this potentially dangerous individual. After all, with their heightened senses, werewolves would not seek unnecessary trouble. All right, little ones. It's time for us to head out, Mr. Granger called out. The assorted luggage was tossed into the car, secured with straps to prevent it from tumbling during the journey. Back in the day, I was quite the camping aficionado, one of the best in the army. As soon as they boarded the vehicle, Harry heard Mr. Granger boast with pride. The dentist, surprisingly, was once a veteran who had served in the military and had but one daughter, Hermione, in his lifetime. Such occurrences are not uncommon, even among muggles. Individuals with magical abilities can emerge, as magic can indeed be passed down through generations. There are instances of wizards who have concealed their identities and married muggles, resulting in offspring devoid of magical prowess, only for their grandchildren to awaken to such abilities. As they engaged in conversation within the vehicle, The group soon arrived at the edge of the forest. "Mr. Granger, what is this place?" Harry inquired. "This is the Iping Forest, which was once a royal hunting ground but has now been opened to the public. Our camping site for today is right here," Mr. Granger replied, producing a map that illustrated the expansive area of the forest. By the time they reached the forest, twilight was approaching, and it was time to prepare for camping. "This spot will suffice. Venturing further may prove perilous," Mr. Granger cautioned. As Harry crouched down, he noticed peculiar markings beneath a tree. Claw marks marred the bark, indicating that a creature with notably sharp talons had been present, and there were traces of its droppings scattered on the ground. However, this creature was adept at concealing itself, perhaps merely a fox or a rabbit. Harry mused with a slight sigh. They were in the Muggle world, after all, and should not encounter any dangerous beasts. Mr. Granger retrieved the tent from the vehicle, but as he struggled with the heavy load, he stumbled slightly. As one of the two men present, Harry stepped in to assist. With a single hand, he stabilized the considerable weight and then effortlessly lifted it. He approached the front of the car, unloading the heaviest items with a fluidity that suggested no exertion at all. In reality, it was indeed effortless. His strength was sufficient to snap the trunks of all the trees surrounding them with a mere punch. "Ah, is this something that magic can accomplish?" Mr. Granger scratched his head, his expression growing increasingly perplexed as he regarded Harry. For Harry was still but a youth, yet his strength far surpassed that of Mr. Granger, a man accustomed to physical training. This anomaly could only be attributed to magic. "His strength is truly remarkable. It's quite frightening," Hermione remarked in astonishment. "Are you not aware? Harry has awakened the bloodline of magical creatures, which accounts for his exceptional abilities," Cassandra interjected, her hands raised in a gesture of indifference. Yet, upon witnessing Harry's extraordinary strength, she too felt a degree of surprise. Were it not for his appearance, she might have questioned whether Harry had any connection to Hagrid. "Well then, let us rest here for the night. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Harry." "No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort on my part." With the aid of a veritable strongman, the arduous task of setting up camp was swiftly accomplished. Mr. Granger wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Mrs. Granger distributed the provisions they had brought, and before long, everyone succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 69. The wolf pack attacked. The forest was shrouded in mist during the night, with darkness enveloping everything beyond the confines of the tent. However, Cassandra paid little mind to this. She and Hermione had faced far greater terrors in the Forbidden Forest, where the roars of various dangerous magical creatures echoed. Logs were added to the fire, crackling and snapping in a comforting manner. "Cassandra, are all Slytherins evil wizards?" Hermione asked, hugging her knees, surrounded by stacks of books. Since Voldemort hailed from Slytherin, the reputation of the house had diminished significantly in the eyes of the wizarding world. This is merely envy directed at the exceptional. Much like your standing in Gryffindor. If you are merely slightly superior to them, they will envy you and bestow upon you various nicknames. However, when you surpass them entirely, the remaining individuals can only look up to you, Cassandra remarked, tossing her golden curls, which framed her face beautifully. Even Harry could not help but agree with Cassandra's perspective. It was far more reliable than the doctrine of pure blood supremacy. "But I am a Muggle-born wizard. The Slytherins do not favor me," Hermione lamented, a hint of dejection in her voice. This is also the most profound insecurity of the young girl. She lacks the illustrious reputation of Harry, akin to a morning star, and the glory of a savior. Nor does she possess Cassandra's noble lineage or her indomitable spirit. Hermione can only strive to transcend these shackles through diligent study. "This is also one of the reasons I harbor disdain for the current state of Slytherin," Harry remarked solemnly. He exchanged a glance with Cassandra, and they simultaneously articulated their shared sentiment. Those who adhere to the doctrine of blood purity are fundamentally foolish. Some assert that a wizard's power is derived from bloodline. Merlin himself was a half-blood, and throughout history, the most distinguished sorcerers have, to varying degrees, awakened the lineage of magical beings within them. However, devoid of such heritage, one can still be an exceptional wizard, Harry stated with a hint of detachment. "It is belief that serves as the greatest impetus for human advancement. All power must serve belief and thought, which is why Grindelwald referred to Voldemort as a mere plaything. A Dark Lord artificially created by man would likely be subdued beyond the confines of the magical realm." This inevitably reminded Harry of Dumbledore's hesitant expression by his bedside and the underlying reasons behind the events that transpired between him and Grindelwald. The answers of the world are not straightforward, yet in the present, we ought to relish life. Harry turned his gaze towards the fire. At that moment, Mr. Granger had seasoned the roasted meat with a sprinkle of pepper and handed it to the children. "Thank you," Cassandra said politely. After a long day of travel, the group was indeed quite famished and in need of sustenance. With a small opening of her mouth, Cassandra took a bite of the meat, savoring it thoughtfully, her eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction, certainly not as unpalatable as typical British fare. After all, this young lady's palate had been indulged by house elves. Not bad, right? "I honed these skills on the battlefield," Mr. Granger declared with pride. It can be said that prior to entering the forest, he procured a hunting rifle from the hunter's cabin. This is also to ensure the safety of those who venture into the forest. The Iping Forest once served as a royal hunting ground, and there is a compelling reason for this. The magical realm does not truly lurk beneath the surface, for it is intricately intertwined with the royal lineage. Merlin, the sage of King Arthur, is renowned as one of the most famous sorcerers from the magical world. A chilling hell pierced the air. Mr. Granger's expression changed dramatically as he gazed in disbelief towards the source and direction of the sound. The location he had chosen was on the outskirts of the forest. Unless these wolves had gone mad, it was inconceivable that they would venture here to provoke humans. "Quick, children, return to the tent," Mr. Granger urged anxiously. He seized his double-barreled shotgun and swiftly loaded 2 cartridges into it. The man was on edge, while his lady promptly retrieved her mobile phone, intending to summon the police for assistance. They were merely on the outskirts of the forest. The authorities would arrive shortly. Yet, when she activated her phone, her expression shifted to one of alarm. There was no signal. How could there be no signal? What was happening? However, no one could provide answers. And instead, the sounds from the forest grew increasingly ominous as a pack of wolves approached at a swift pace. Pairs of emerald eyes emerged from the thicket, fixating hungrily on the humans before them, each wolf bearing injuries of varying severity. "Wait, they seem to be fleeing?" Harry noted this detail. The alpha wolf was slightly larger than the others, leading the pack. Upon encountering Harry and his group, it lowered its body and emitted a low, threatening growl. Yet as it caught sight of several human children, a glimmer of malice flashed in its eyes. The phrase "hungry wolves" encircling aptly described this scenario. "Cassandra, Hermione, draw your wands and protect Mr. Granger and his wife." "But I've never used magic outside of school," Hermione replied, gripping her wand with trepidation. Having taken defense against the dark arts, she understood the importance of keeping her wand at hand, yet facing such a multitude of adversaries left her feeling somewhat intimidated. "Stay calm. Even if we attract the Ministry's attention, we have justification. This is an emergency." Cassandra's magic began to surge. "Oh, whoa!" The alpha wolf howled. Instantly, a multitude of glowing green wolves lunged forward, targeting the perceived greatest threat, Mr. Granger. "Children, step back. Let me handle these beasts." Mr. Granger, having served in the military, was undeterred. In his role as a dentist, he healed patients, but before his family, he was a man and a husband. He raised his shotgun and pulled the trigger decisively. The powerful weapon felled several wolves, but the bloodshed did little to deter the pack. "Shatter them to pieces." Cassandra unleashed her spell. Her incantation struck a wolf directly, the shattering charm proving lethal against the creature, obliterating its most resilient parts. "Protect us all." Armored shields. Hermione refrained from hastily casting offensive spells. Instead, she adeptly employed defensive charms learned at school, momentarily perplexing the wolves. As their magical barriers formed around the trio, they unleashed deadly projectiles from their wands. "This is astounding. Far more effective than a fortress." Mr. Granger reloaded and fired again, appearing every bit the warrior in that moment. "Mr. Granger, the situation may not be so straightforward," Harry remarked, effortlessly dispatching a wolf with a spell. He did not rush to employ a fierce incantation. Rather, he meticulously observed the alpha wolf's expressions. The Wolf King did not exhibit the leisurely demeanor characteristic of its past hunts. Instead, it constantly gazed toward the direction from which they had fled, as if some malevolent force pursued them from behind. Chapter 70. The Battle in the Forest. Mr. Granger relentlessly harvested the lives of the wolves with shot after shot, until his ammunition was depleted. He turned to look at his daughter, Hermione, only to find her drenched in sweat. In order to sustain the protective charm, she continuously channeled her magical energy to construct a shield, preventing the wolf pack from launching any close-range attacks. Suddenly, Harry's gaze darkened. A shadow darted from the dense thicket, not aimed at him, but instead lunging directly at the Wolf King. The onlookers witnessed this figure viciously tearing into the head wolf, accompanied by the anguished howls and pleas for mercy emanating from the pack. The assailant persisted in its assault until the Wolf King could emit no further sounds. The wolf pack, now on high alert, began to retreat slowly, revealing the silhouette of the one that had attacked their leader. A werewolf. Cassandra found it hard to believe. How extraordinary it was to encounter a young wizard in such a place. The wolf rose to its feet, instilling terror in the hearts of the couple, rendering their faces pale with fright. They had never encountered such a creature before. Mr. Granger instinctively shielded the visibly shaken Hermione behind him. He understood all too well that this was a perilous being from the magical realm, the werewolf wizard, Fenrir Greyback. Harry recognized him immediately. The man holds a notorious reputation within Knockturn Alley. In the past, Voldemort exploited him to organize and lead the werewolves, endeavoring to infect and bite as many children as possible, turning them into werewolves from a young age. Notably, Remus Lupin was also transformed into a werewolf through his bite. Little wizard, it seems fortune smiles upon me, he mused, failing to recognize Harry. The deadly golden eyes had already gained considerable infamy within the alley. Yet Harry's relatively unremarkable presence during his school years had escaped the attention of this frequently roaming dark wizard. Minions, eliminate those bothersome adults, he commanded. After slaying the Wolf King, Fenrir seized control of the pack, a fundamental method for werewolves to dominate their kind. The pack bared their teeth, poised to pounce. Let us see who dares, Harry retorted coldly. Surrounding flames erupted fiercely. The fire blazed at an intense temperature, causing many wolves to roll in agony. Yet the minions were powerless against the relentless onslaught of the flames. In mere moments, they collapsed, unconscious. Fenrir swiftly cast a spell, his speed far surpassing that of the average wizard from the academy. Cassandra didn't even catch sight of the wand from which he conjured his magic. Ironclad protection, Harry murmured softly. The opposing spell collided with the shield charm, ricocheting and striking a tree trunk, which, with a resounding crack, toppled under the impact. Observing the futility of his attack, Fenrir unleashed a thick cloud of white mist from his wand. Do you wish to close the distance? As the mist thickened, Fenrir's figure became nearly invisible to Harry, who understood the rogue's intention to leverage his advantages. Word of power, dance of the wind. He too sought to exploit an advantage. As a werewolf, Fenrir, no matter how formidable, could not take to the skies. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot forth, infused with malevolent energy. Yet, with a flick of his wand, Harry conjured a wall of fire, effectively blocking the killing curse. The flames, capable of incinerating magical energy, clearly held the upper hand. After all, Fenrir's method was not akin to Voldemort's silent casting and posed a lesser threat. As the flames consumed the mist, some of it dissipated, revealing Harry's form. Fire, mist, and the night sky allowed both adversaries to glimpse one another. It was at this moment that Fenrir recognized his opponent, Harry Potter. If I were to deliver you to the Dark Lord, it would be the finest gift, he sneered. All Death Eaters did not believe that Harry Potter had vanquished Voldemort through his own strength. All of this is merely a scheme devised by Dumbledore. Therefore, when they encounter Harry Potter, they will seek to capture the boy to exchange him for a reward from the Death Eaters. It remains to be seen whether you can accomplish that, Harry replied coldly. His recent encounter with the pack of wolves had drained some of his magical energy. Now, facing a werewolf while needing to consider Cassandra and the Granger family, Harry was utterly cautious. However, dark wizards are indeed notorious for their moral vacuity. Fenrir abandoned his assault on Harry, who soared above, and instead charged towards Hermione. Maintaining the protective charm under the onslaught of the pack had already been a formidable challenge for Hermione. And now the magical barrier shattered completely under the weight of a werewolf strike. Damn it! Harry immediately apparat to her side. Yet, as he landed, Fenrir lunged at him without even drawing his wand, his body covered in fur that was rapidly growing wild, claws elongating, with werewolf venom and magical radiance coursing over him. Fenrir attempted to engage Harry in close combat. This shall be your most foolish decision. Harry's voice was as frigid as ice. His already small hands swiftly grasped Fenrir's wrist, leading his opponent to believe it was merely the desperate thrash of a dying lamb. However, when an immense force surged from Fenrir's hand, his expression shifted dramatically. What manner of monster is this? He instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand from Harry's grasp, but those golden eyes, brimming with magic, locked onto Fenrir's bewildered green wolfish gaze. With a sickening crack, the opponent's wrist was gruesomely twisted and broken by Harry. This is also the most common tactic he employs when vanquishing those dark wizards in the alley, for he wishes no one to be aware of his mastery over the fierce flames. Even a fool understands that one cannot continue to engage with such a monstrosity. Shadow step. Fenrir, enduring the agony, swiftly evaded Harry's grasp. In the next instant, he swung his fist, missing his target. Yet the residual force struck the ground with such intensity that it created a small crater. Thinking of fleeing? That would not be so simple. With a flick of his wand, Harry unleashed the fierce flames that had been primed to strike, engulfing Fenrir in a torrent of fire. However, as a dark wizard, Fenrir was well versed in countering such flames. He immediately invoked the water charm to summon a stream, followed by transfiguration to conjure elements that clashed against the fierce fire. The collision of elements is the essence of a duel among seasoned wizards. Little one, fierce flames are not to be wielded in such a manner, a voice, laced with malevolence, echoed. Soon, a greater quantity and higher temperature of fierce flames surged from all directions. Unlike mindless combustion, these flames, imbued with consciousness, coalesced into a singular entity, morphing into a dragon of fire that lunged at Fenrir with its claws. Who are you? Why do you interfere in our battle? Fenrir bellowed. The ability to wield dark magic flames indicated that his opponent was no mere auror. He was irked by this disregard for decorum and vowed that if he managed to escape, he would teach the intruder a lesson. You may call me Gellert Grindelwald. Chapter 71. The Aurors arrive. Gellert Grindelwald. Weren't you sealed away by Dumbledore and Ermengarde? Fenrir exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at the man. Grindelwald's notoriety was legendary. He was almost regarded as the spiritual leader of dark wizards, a feat that even Voldemort could not achieve. The blue flames revealed a silhouette, and his iconic silver hair along with his magical eyes confirmed his identity. I once knew a werewolf named Marcus, he continued. A scholar of magical history would be well aware. This individual is the inventor of the wolf poison, a savior for those unfortunate souls infected and transformed into werewolf wizards. However, this wizard later faced judgment from the International Wizarding Federation for his allegiance to Grindelwald. The werewolves scattered in disarray, leading to the current state of affairs. His gaze swept over Fenrir, filled with animosity, seemingly oblivious to the fact that werewolf wizards are also part of the wizarding community. You are leagues apart from him. Grindelwald spared no further words, commanding the infernal flames to surge forward, immediately vanquishing Fenrir and reducing him to ashes in an instant. His eyes shifted to Harry, who stood watching intently. A ripple in the space announced the arrival of the Aurors, and Grindelwald realized he could no longer linger. Before departing, he tore a badge from his chest, sending it soaring through the air until it landed in Harry's hands. If you wish to see me again, use this. You may have many questions, and I shall guide you in mastering this power. Flames erupted, and he vanished entirely. Harry looked down at the badge in his hand, a triangular emblem that he quickly recognized as the symbol of the Deathly Hallows, which also represented the Order of the Saints. As Grindelwald's form disappeared, the Aurors materialized. The Aurors bore serious expressions, their wands gripped tightly in their hands, led by their captain, Kingsley. They rushed over upon spotting Harry. What is going on? He inquired. Aurors. It is evident that we have just endured a perilous battle, Harry replied matter-of-factly. At times, he truly felt that these Aurors were rather foolish. The forest was left as a charred wasteland, with the bodies of wolves strewn near the trees, clearly having met with a fierce confrontation. Kingsley, the Auror, was a reasonable man. Even the most obstinate Aurors could only remain composed in Harry's presence, especially considering the influential members of the Wisingamot they dared not cross. May I request your cooperation in our investigation? He paused, assessing Harry's expression before lowering his voice slightly. Mr. Potter, we need to ascertain the details. This poses a risk of exposing our magical world, he explained. Harry was quite pleased with the Aurors' earnest demeanor. At least he had not yet encountered any particularly inept Aurors. Had they been stubborn, he would not have hesitated to wield his authority. Very well, let us proceed. He nodded. The Aurors, along with the others, disapparated, while the remaining few employed repairing charms and muggle-repelling charms to restore the landscape, ensuring that the muggles would not uncover evidence of the battle. They gazed upon the extensive scorch marks left by the fierce flames. The Aurors could not help but express their astonishment. They were grateful that they had not been overly audacious upon their recent encounter with Harry. Otherwise, such a display of power would have been sufficient to leave them in a most precarious situation. How do you feel? Kingsley inquired. Mr. Granger, who had just landed, shook his head, feeling as though a hook had snagged his navel, followed by a dizzying sensation that took quite some time to dissipate before he finally found his footing. Upon reopening his eyes, they discovered they had arrived at the Ministry of Magic. It felt as if a grenade had detonated beside his ear. Leaving him in a state of befuddlement, he described. Mother, be careful, Hermione advised, steadying her mother. Once they had composed themselves, they began to survey the peculiar architecture surrounding them. The Ministry of Magic's edifice was impressively vast, with fireplaces spaced at regular intervals along the walls, allowing numerous wizards to arrive via flue powder. Moving forward, they encountered a fountain at the center, beneath which hung a poster of the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. To the right of the fountain, there was an elevator. This elevator serves as the gateway to various departments of the Ministry of Magic, utilized by nearly everyone. Please proceed this way. Miss Waller and Miss Granger, kindly surrender your wands first, Kingsley stated. Why doesn't Harry have to? Hermione inquired, noting that Harry seemed to possess a certain privilege wherever he went. Professor Dumbledore would turn a blind eye to him, and Filch never apprehended Harry during his nocturnal escapades. Now, even the Ministry of Magic hesitated to impose such a requirement on him. Upon hearing this, Kingsley awkwardly rubbed his nose and explained with a hint of resignation. We do not have the authority to confiscate the wands of Wisengamot members, yet you are still required to comply. Rest assured, your wands will be securely handled. He patted his chest in assurance, which ultimately persuaded Hermione and the others to acquiesce. Frankly, the pressure on Kingsley was immense. Had it been an ordinary individual, he would have confiscated the wands without hesitation. Yet, Harry Potter was present. If he were to display even a hint of excessive enforcement, an impeachment motion would likely be lodged against him in the Wisengamot by the following day, effectively ending his career. Please wait here. The results of your wand inspection will be available shortly. Kingsley guided the girls to a waiting room, while Harry turned left into a memory chamber. He needed to provide a memory to substantiate his claims, a process akin to a record in the magical realm. As the wand pressed against his temple, a delicate thread of memory began to emerge. This is the thread of memory woven by a wizard, replicated through magic, and susceptible to forgery. It is worth noting that when employing the Obliviate charm, one is essentially erasing or altering the threads of memory in individuals' minds. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Potter. Of course, Harry is no fool. He did not reveal his entire memory thread. He only extracted the portion concerning his battle with Fenrir, deliberately omitting any reference to Grindelwald. The Aurors of the Ministry merely witnessed a mysterious wizard slaying Fenrir, unaware of his identity. They subsequently reported the findings to Minister Fudge. Upon hearing the news, he hurriedly exited his office to seek out Harry. I have heard of your contributions to the wizarding world. You have vanquished the unforgivable werewolf wizard. Truly a model for the Wisengamot, he praised. Thank you, Fudge, but I believe we should take our leave now. Harry had no intention of engaging in idle chit-chat. I understand. Here is your reward. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to visit me at the Ministry. Fudge was not so generous with everyone. His behavior stemmed from the evident support Harry had garnered within the wizarding community since the last election. He did not wish to offend such a prominent figure. After concluding his business, Harry rejoined Cassandra and the others. Is everything in order? He inquired. Yes, there are no issues, Cassandra affirmed, each of them brandishing their wands as a gesture of reassurance, confident that the Ministry would not pursue them further. Then let us return home, Harry suggested. Everyone agreed, having encountered far too much for one day. Chapter 72. The Master and the Apprentice. The journey was smooth, and thus, they decided to part ways. Harry bid farewell to Hermione. They had spent several enjoyable days together, and it was time to return home. After escorting Mr. Granger to the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, the Aurors had moved the car here for them. They boarded after a thorough inspection. The ferocious visage of the werewolf Fenrir lingered in Harry's mind, leaving him somewhat shaken. Only after repeatedly confirming the safety of his daughter and wife did Mr. Granger feel at ease. As he watched them drive away, Harry turned to Cassandra, who stood nearby with a hint of reluctance concealed beneath her composure. Observing her, he asked, "What do you think of the Muggle world? They are different from us, foolish and weak, but they can create a beautiful civilization," she articulated. Upon entering Muggle society, Cassandra felt as though she were a character from a tale. Yet upon deeper reflection, the dissonance began to reveal itself. Wizards and Muggles had developed in isolation, inevitably heading towards opposition. We will certainly face a struggle in the future, Harry asserted with conviction. Only if Muggles and wizards share a common enemy will they find consensus. Otherwise, as it stands now, wizards regard non-magical individuals as other, while Muggles perceive those with magic as heretics, fostering an atmosphere ripe for conflict. Which side will you stand on then? She pressed. I am a wizard, Cassandra. Harry sighed deeply. After a brief contemplation, the precocious girl finally met his gaze and offered her answer. I do not know, but I will stand by your side. Thank you, but we shall do our utmost to prevent all of this from occurring. The two young individuals exchanged farewells, promising to reunite at school. Cassandra then stepped into the fireplace of the leaky cauldron, the vibrant green flames igniting as her figure vanished. Harry gazed out the window, observing the bustling wizards of Diagon Alley, mirrored by the liveliness of the streets of London. "Mr. Abbott, may I borrow your meeting room?" he inquired, producing 6 gold galleons from his pocket. The glimmering coins were irresistible to the pub owner, especially when it came as a request from the savior, Harry Potter. "Of course. Mr. Potter, please proceed," Mr. Abbott replied, leading him away from the bar. Once some patrons exited the pub, the chairs magically rearranged themselves atop the tables. With a flick of his wand, the remnants on the table were swiftly cleared away. Cleaning a pub was a trivial task for magic. Ascending to the loft, Mr. Abbott opened a door, inviting Harry inside. Confirming the man's departure, he retrieved a badge from his pocket. The emblem of the Deathly Hallows shimmered with a radiant glow, evidently capable of being activated by magic. Gradually, Harry infused it with his magical essence. The eye at the center of the badge began to rotate, sending forth a subtle wave of magical energy, imperceptible to all but the most powerful wizards. Soon, the space before him contorted, revealing a figure. Unlike his attire during their previous encounter in the Aping Forest, Grindelwald now donned a wizard's robe. "Mr. Grindelwald, it is a pleasure to see you again," Harry greeted. "Harry Potter, you are indeed Dumbledore's favorite student," Grindelwald remarked, his words laced with an ambiguous tone. However, Harry, upon hearing this, twitched his mouth, his expression turning peculiar. He vehemently shook his head, quickly denying, "No, Newt Scamander is his favorite. This is undoubtedly something that cannot be easily accepted. Who is unaware that you are the supreme master of jealousy?" The last person to hear such words was Newt, a fellow who was tormented relentlessly by Grindelwald and had no desire to create another adversary out of thin air. "Newt? That impetuous youth indeed once provoked my ire." Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Harry Potter's appearance, particularly those golden orbs reminiscent of magical eyes. Magical eyes, wielding fierce flames, embodied a young man brimming with talent. Everything reminded Grindelwald of his younger self. It is impossible to say that Dumbledore's emotional turmoil had no cause. Thus, every time Grindelwald beheld Harry, his spirits lifted. However, "Weren't you sealed in Ermengarde after being defeated by Dumbledore?" Harry inquired. "Strictly speaking, yes, but I have emerged once more." "So, do you intend to reign over the wizarding world again?" Harry cautiously probed. After all, this individual had once dominated all of Europe and advanced into North America as a Dark Lord. Without Dumbledore's interference, the outcome could have been vastly different. "Those days are behind me. I am merely an ordinary old man now," Grindelwald remarked, regarding Harry with admiration. He genuinely felt that Harry understood him well. Engaging in conversation with such a person was far less taxing, at least in comparison to Newt. "And what is it that you seek now?" "I merely wish to see you. I am intrigued by your future." "My future?" Harry frowned. Truth be told, whenever the future was mentioned, he couldn't help but recall the prophecy that both Dumbledore and Voldemort had placed their faith in. Did all great wizards believe in prophecies? Grindelwald discerned Harry's confusion at a glance and responded, "My magical eye can glimpse the future, and I have indeed witnessed my own failure." He spoke with a calm demeanor. "Yet prophecies are not infallible. I can foresee the world's destruction, that I cannot discern you." His left eye clouded slightly, as Harry remained an enigma within Grindelwald's vision. It was precisely this mystery that piqued his interest when Dumbledore mentioned Harry, and it was why he had offered his badge upon their first encounter. Ultimately, the former Dark Lord revealed his true intention. "Become my disciple, Harry Potter, and let yourself be the answer," Grindelwald proposed. His gaze held a sincerity, perhaps an ardent desire for truth. "The answer? What answer?" Harry questioned. "The answer to this world, a conundrum that has obstructed both me and Albus throughout our lives. We have fought over it to this day, yet we still find no resolution." At this juncture, a glimmer of nostalgia danced in Grindelwald's eyes. More prominently, however, were the sentiments of regret and confusion regarding past misdeeds, though he did not consider his ideals to be flawed. "These were not merely my beliefs, but the supreme conviction proposed by 2 magical prodigies. Perhaps one day I shall, but for now, I require power, sufficient strength to vanquish Voldemort." Harry extended his hand, grasping Grindelwald's outstretched palm. As their magical eyes locked, the bond between master and disciple was irrevocably forged. "You will, he cannot thwart you. That is what I perceive. This space is rather limited. Find somewhere else. I should also bestow upon you a token of our meeting." Chapter 73. The Trials of the Grindelwald. At the entrance of Potter Manor, there lay an open expanse, shrouded nearby by a muggle-confounding charm. Grindelwald decided to commence the first round of instruction there. His curiosity piqued regarding Harry's ability to control Fiendfire. "Come now, let me witness your technique." "Fiendfire shield," Harry cried, waving his wand. Blue flames erupted, swirling with the pulsation of magic, transforming the clearing into a sea of fire in an instant. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Grindelwald squinted. For Harry's method of controlling Fiendfire mirrored his own, yet it was undeniably too unrefined. To test the intensity, he produced a wand of unknown origin and instructed Harry, "Now, attempt to use your flames to attack me." Harry hesitated, but recalling that this man was the true master of Fiendfire, he acquiesced, directing the flames to surge forth as if they were a creeping vine. They barely met Grindelwald before being momentarily obstructed by a summoned water element. The intense heat generated steam, and while the Fiendfire was not extinguished, its assault was slightly impeded. "Exert more effort. You should not possess merely this level of skill." Grindelwald frowned. "Then I shall have to ask you to be cautious." Power surged from within Harry, flooding into his wand. Countless tendrils of Fiendfire erupted forth, crashing against Grindelwald like a mighty tsunami. For any ordinary wizard, this onslaught would have been nearly insurmountable, as the Fiendfire overwhelmed everything in its path, far beyond the capacity of mere water elements to contain. Yet Grindelwald was no ordinary wizard. His expression grew serious as he raised his wand, halting the oncoming wave of flames with sheer force. "Veriverto," he murmured softly. Suddenly, an earthen wall materialized, and the first wave of fiery onslaught collided against it with a resounding roar. The wall, of course, could not withstand the onslaught of the fierce flames. However, it was sufficient to buy time. Suddenly, Grindelwald's wand emanated a radiant surge of magical energy. The piercing spell sliced through the flames, directly targeting Harry's essence. How could this be possible? Harry was taken aback. Amidst the relentless waves, he sought the most vulnerable point, employing the sharpest incantation to cleave through. This is truly a feat only achievable by a master of combat. The relentless assault compelled Harry to relinquish his control over the fierce flames, causing the tidal wave of fire to cease, leaving him with no choice but to construct a simple defense before him. The radiant light struck against the fiery shield, producing a sizzling sound amid the violent clash of energies. Shallow and insubstantial, you require a broader array of offensive tactics. Grindelwald's figure vanished in an instant. This is apparition, a technique that allows wizards to launch attacks with lightning speed. Upon witnessing his opponent vanish, Harry's gaze sharpened. His golden eyes could perceive the fluctuations in space, and without hesitation, his wand was directed towards an empty space. Stupefy, a commendable perception, yet still insufficient. His adversary was no novice wizard. He was a formidable Dark Lord, seasoned in combat. As the apparition concluded, it was anticipated that the enemy might discern his location. In an instant, his wand shimmered with magical energy. With a gentle flourish, two serpentine shadows erupted from the ground, intercepting Harry's stunning spell. The wand was swiftly aimed back at Harry, and a moment later, a potent incantation burst forth. Thunderous explosion, shattering chaos. The two spells collided in midair. Grindelwald exhibited no hesitation. Even though Harry's strength paled in comparison, he showed no mercy. A lion spares no effort even when hunting a rabbit. He detonated the explosive spell he had unleashed. The shockwave from the explosion, fueled by immense magical force, was terrifying. Harry waved his wand and instantly operated out of the blast radius, evading this round of assault. The dust cloud generated by the explosion temporarily obscured their vision, granting both combatants a brief respite. Armored protection enveloped them all. With remarkable swiftness, Harry cast two defensive spells. However, a figure swiftly approached. A trance summoned by Grindelwald from an unknown origin. What on earth is this? He could not help but curse inwardly. Engaging in a duel with such a formidable opponent was truly excruciating. With spells that resembled transformation incantations and various unpredictable angles of attack, the winds howled as Grindelwald unleashed a spell. Just as Harry was still struggling against the trance, a streak of red light shot towards him. It was the stunning spell. He could not afford to create distance. Even using apparition would carry the curse with him. Resolutely, he braced himself, gritting his teeth, and opted to absorb the curse with his shoulder, seizing the Trent's shoulder and hurling the troublesome creature away. Bang! The stunning spell broke through his defenses and struck Harry, sending him crashing backward. Unleash all your strength. All you need to do is compel me to employ Fiendfire, Grindelwald remarked, his demeanor unruffled and nonchalant. as if he were not engaged in a fierce battle but merely indulging in a playful pastime. Harry, on the other hand, was somewhat breathless. He had expended considerable magical energy in the recent skirmish, yet had barely grazed the hem of Grindelwald's robes. Previously, he had felt a sense of pride after having defeated Voldemort upon his revival. However, Grindelwald's overwhelming power shattered that illusion, revealing the vast chasm between him and the pinnacle of wizardry. This made evident the extraordinary strength of Dumbledore, the only one capable of vanquishing Grindelwald. Again, Harry rose to his feet, the radiance of his golden eyes flickering as he channeled his magic into the incantation, proclaiming loudly, "Incantation, Bronze Throne." His blood seemed to ignite, its temperature soaring as his skin visibly shimmered with a bronze glow, accompanied by a surge of formidable physical prowess. Bloodline magic? Truly an astonishing gift. Grindelwald mused with growing admiration. Shattered to pieces, he cast another spell. With his enhanced physical abilities, Harry ducked to evade one attack and attempted to close the distance to Grindelwald. Yet, knowing full well the sheer strength of his opponent, the latter executed a swift apparition that left Harry grasping at air. Trapped the enemy. Spear-like projections erupted from the ground, lunging toward Harry. Crossing his arms, he deflected the onslaught, the impacts ringing harmlessly off him. Suddenly, a slicing spell shot in from behind. Grindelwald's silent incantation still bore immense power, carving a gash in Harry's chest, from which a faint golden blood flowed. "Whirlwind, I've got you." Harry used apparition to close in on Grindelwald. He activated the apparition card in his mind, silently approaching the formidable wizard and seizing his arm. Fire shield. Grindelwald's magical eye gleamed ominously. He was about to get serious. Chapter 74. The battle concludes. Grindelwald's form flickered into blue flames, gradually escaping Harry's grasp. Frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, Harry's blood surged anew, igniting the latent dragon power within him. His aura became almost tangible, and his magical energy escalated dramatically. The golden radiance blazed fiercely, akin to stars in the night sky, causing the nearby animals in the forest surrounding Potter Manor to flee in terror, struggling to breathe under the oppressive pressure. "Animagus? No, you are akin to Merlin," Grindelwald exclaimed in astonishment. Merlin, the sage of King Arthur, was also a wizard. In Muggle lore, he was a half-magic being. In truth, this great sorcerer had awakened the bloodline of magical creatures, gaining powers beyond the reach of most, yet he could not avert the fall of Camelot. He could glimpse the future, yet remain trapped in an unbreakable cycle. If it were you, perhaps there would be hope to achieve all this. Show me your power. In that moment, Grindelwald was genuinely elated, resembling a captain who had just discovered treasure. As the dust settled, Harry's figure emerged, his gaze fixed intently on Grindelwald, his wand discreetly stowed within his sleeve. "The fight is far from over," he stated coldly. At this moment, he was gradually diminishing the will of humanity within himself. In his mind, he slowly awakened the soul filled with slaughter, destined to dominate the world. The golden eyes that once belonged to a human began to shift into slitted pupils. His bloodline grew increasingly pure, and the power of his words intensified correspondingly. In this state, he certainly would not be foolish enough to employ the unfamiliar magic he had yet to master. Thus, in the face of Grindelwald's fierce flames, Harry chose to directly chant an incantation to confront it. The incantation, Vortex. Beneath the ancient dragon's whisper, the elements gathered, although he stood in a land devoid of water. The moisture in the air vanished in an instant, coalescing into a swirling wall of water that enveloped him. This maneuver bears a striking resemblance to the protective shield of fire. However, it is enveloped in the essence of water. Grindelwald's fierce flames strike against the swirling water barrier, yet they cannot breach this formidable defense. His mastery over the elements has evidently increased significantly, he murmurs. Typically, the collision of water and fire generates steam to some extent. Yet, the contest between the swirling water barrier and the fierce flames resembles a fundamental confrontation between elements, mutually annihilating without producing any varied reactions, instilling a disquieting calmness. Only the wizard comprehends that this signifies a mutual understanding of the essence of magic. "Let the torrents of water reveal their fangs to my adversary," he intones. Harry, however, is not captivated by such a tortoise-shell defense. He perceives Grindelwald's shadow outside, commanding the water projectiles to strike forth. Fire shield. Grindelwald brandishes his wand before him. Waves upon waves of fierce flames surge forth, coalescing into an impenetrable protective dome that envelopes Grindelwald at its center. Thud. The magical shield quivers violently. Yet, the water projectiles do not evaporate or dissipate as one might expect. Instead, they continue to whirl incessantly. "Explode," Harry utters. These projectiles are no ordinary water. They are water bombs infused with potent linguistic power, each equivalent to the force of a thunderous explosion. 4 or 5 of these water bombs detonate simultaneously around Grindelwald. The explosive torrents drench the fierce flames, generating copious steam. The dense vapor transforms into mist, obscuring Grindelwald's vision. However, for Harry, who has already shed blood, these mists are but trivialities. The essence of Grindelwald's magic stands out prominently in his sight. Without hesitation, he unleashes fierce flames from his wand, intertwining them with Grindelwald's flames without the need for incantation. The two conflagrations, so strikingly similar, coexist harmoniously. Linguistic art, sovereign flame. Harry softly proclaims this incantation. Grindelwald, evidently aware of the peril posed by this magic, swiftly gathers the flames, which then erupt in the air, resembling a vortex intent on consuming all surrounding elements. With a flick of his wand, Grindelwald transforms his flames into 3-headed dragons. The dragons soar into the sky, simultaneously exhaling fire in an attempt to suppress the eruption of the sovereign flame. Yet, as fellow flames, the linguistic art cannot be subdued by mere magic. Grindelwald stands atop one of the fire dragons, gazing down at this seemingly formidable attack. He is no fool. He would never confront the might of the sovereign flame on the ground as Voldemort did. All spells must end. Grindelwald's wand emits a brilliant light, aimed directly at the fiery vortex. In the vortex's center, having expended nearly all his magical energy, Harry's consciousness begins to wane, and he sways, about to collapse. In an instant, Grindelwald catches Harry, hoisting him onto his back. The fire dragon above opens its maw, inhaling the fierce flames that burn below. Before long, all the blue flames are consumed within the dragon's belly, and with a wave of his wand, Grindelwald disperses the 3-headed dragon in an instant. Having dealt with this, he casts a complex gaze at Harry, filled with a sense of certainty. Perhaps even Albus could not have anticipated that you are indeed the answer, Grindelwald murmurs. A stream of blood tears flows from his enchanted eye, now unable to discern anything. On the dragon's back, he exhausts his magical reserves, striving to decipher Harry's prophecy, but ultimately suffers a backlash from the world, rendering his mystical eye completely blind. He carries Harry into Potter Manor, where Gnarl rushes over, his expression fraught with concern. You are a house elf of the Potter family? Grindelwald raises an eyebrow. Who are you? What have you done to young Master Harry? Gnarl exclaims sharply. Grindelwald does not engage with the house elf, gently returning Harry to his loyal servant. As he hands him back, Grindelwald adds, prepare a room for me. I am his teacher. He states calmly. After ensuring that Harry merely overextended his magical energy, Gnarl deduces Grindelwald's identity, bowing respectfully before him and turning to prepare the room. After a brief respite in the hall, Grindelwald surveys Potter Manor with satisfaction. Is this far from Godric's Hollow? He inquires. Not far. Master James's grave lies in Godric's Hollow. In that direction, Gnarl gestures. Gazing toward that way, Grindelwald's eyes shimmer with an ungraspable nostalgia. He glances at the unconscious Harry and remarks, I must attend to some matters. He can call for me upon awakening. He is the most exceptional individual I have ever encountered. With that, he vanishes from the manor, employing the art of apparition. Chapter 75. Mastery of the fierce flames. Following the clash between Harry and Grindelwald, the barren clearing appears rather stark. Revive swiftly, under the influence of magic. The grass gradually regains its vitality. Although a patch of emptiness still remains, it is not as jarring, blending into a more natural state. Harry nods in satisfaction. This is a recent achievement. His magical energy had previously been ineffective on living beings, often spiraling out of control into unreasonable explosive spells. Meanwhile, Grindelwald shakes his head. No, you still have not tamed your power. In his eyes, Harry's magical energy should not be confined to destruction and slaughter. A wizard's higher-level duel revolves around mastery of the rules, with transfiguration being an essential discipline. Yet, whether in the first or second year, Harry's transfiguration has persistently ranked as the least proficient among all subjects. The essence of transfiguration lies in manipulating the rules. Delve deeper, and you shall experience something extraordinary. Try once more to summon your fierce flames, infusing them with vitality through transfiguration, mastering the fluctuations of power. Grindelwald admonishes sternly. This is an introduction to advanced transfiguration. Transforming pure elements into living beings is somewhat simpler than converting objects into life forms. A shield of fire. Harry brandished his wand, and as always, the blue flames roared with intensity. He closed his eyes, unleashing a torrent of mental energy to deeply immerse himself in the experience of the fierce blaze. This blazing flame, which consumes the very essence of the soul, is founded upon the spirit and fueled by magical energy. They are not mere flames. One could assert that each cluster of this fierce fire possesses a soul of its own. Burn. Annihilate everything. Devour magic. Engulf the world. Harry could almost hear the voice of the fierce fire whispering by his ear. Countless emotions surged forth from the inferno, intertwined with the spirits of the slain dark wizards and the substances consumed by the ferocious flames, all of whom had now become sustenance. These negative emotions surged towards Harry unimpeded for the first time. A hand rested on his shoulder, and a deep, resonant voice echoed in his mind. Maintain this state. Gradually delve into your flames. They are the outstretched hands under your command. Control the power, do not allow it to control you, and demonstrate your demeanor to the fierce fire, Grindelwald advised. Attentively absorbing the teachings, Harry's mind gradually calmed. In a world ablaze with blue flames, a pair of golden eyes sparkled amidst the inferno, as if they resided alone in a sea of fire. With a powerful flap of his wings, he dispelled the malevolence and souls surrounding him. Drawing in breath, the ocean of flames was instantly absorbed into the body of this dragon. And those golden eyes blazed with fervor. Burn. Incinerate all living beings. Silence, he roared. Within the realm of consciousness, Harry transformed from a youthful figure into the low growl of an ancient dragon, his voice noble and commanding. Under his decree, a voice gradually emerged. Master, your will is supreme. Though faint, it was the sole voice of the fierce fire willing to submit to Harry. He traced the origin of this voice back. He discovered it emanated from the smallest flicker of flame within the sea of fire, which was also under siege by other souls and emotions trying to corrupt this pure essence of fierce fire. Burn. Surge forth. Harry's eyes glimmered. His magic was precisely directed towards this flickering flame. In an instant, the flame expanded, devouring the surrounding malevolence and souls. Yet, unlike other fierce fires that succumbed to the influence of these souls, it became even purer. Gratitude to the Supreme Master for this gift. The flame prostrated. Vila Vito. Harry whispered the incantation. The cluster of flames began to undergo a gradual transformation, morphing into a diminutive flame dragon. Was this the sole response to my transmutation spell? Meanwhile, the other flames remained utterly still. If summoning them for an attack constituted a command, then the transmutation merely represented a suggestion. Those malevolent and soul-possessed flames were merely constrained by lineage and magic to obey him. In truth, they did not belong to him at all. Take care of yourself. I shall ensure your growth in due time, Harry advised. Since he had submitted to this power, it was only fitting that he receive some reward. He channeled another surge of magic, causing the malevolent flame to swell slightly once more. Yet it still paled in comparison to the others. Dragon of flame, arise. He intoned, casting the incantation. This incantation does not exist in any tome of magic. One could even assert that it invokes the true name of that fierce fire, thus rendering this spell a creation of Harry's own ingenuity. Roar. A fire dragon materializes in the air. The wand emits a stream of pure blue flames, interspersed with hints of golden brilliance. However, it is rather diminutive. Harry smirked slightly. This small dragon, flapping its wings in the air, resembled a juvenile Norbert. It seems you have successfully tamed your fierce fire, though it bears a resemblance to the Patronus charm. Grindelwald also beheld this petite dragon. Although its size pales in comparison to the fire dragon that Grindelwald had nurtured for many years, no one would dare underestimate this seemingly clumsy little creature. With sharp claws, a mouth full of fangs, and emanating searing heat, even a mere sneeze in the air could unleash terrifying flames. As it flapped its wings, it shot forth like an arrow, moving with incredible speed. Remarkable. Your talent is indeed as I perceived, Grindelwald applauded, admiring the fire dragon. Thank you, Professor. Harry replied with a bow. He had not anticipated that Grindelwald would truly entrust him with such a hidden treasure. The entire wizarding world was aware that Grindelwald could command fierce fire, a mastery that even Dumbledore could not elucidate. Even if someone were to utter the incantation to summon fierce fire, it would only result in calamity. No, this is solely dependent on your own innate talent. Controlling fierce fire is exceedingly perilous, and Albus is well aware of this. A single misstep could lead to being consumed by the flames. He was not jesting. This was a stark reality. Dumbledore did not intentionally conceal the methods of controlling fierce fire, but even a genius like him, while under the protection of the Phoenix, nearly faced a backlash when summoning it. The only way to engage in combat was to learn Grindelwald's techniques for controlling the flames. At that moment, Hedwig arrived, clutching a letter. The envelope bore the emblem of the Ministry of Magic, marked with the word confidential. Upon opening the letter, Harry skimmed its contents, and Grindelwald leaned in closer. Does this prisoner intend to harm you? No, he is my godfather. He has been wrongfully accused. The envelope contained a wanted poster. A scruffy man snarled at the camera. It was Sirius Black. Chapter 76. Hermione's Mission: Azkaban Prison, a crucial stronghold of the British Ministry of Magic. Isolated on a desolate island, countless shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, drifted from the towering edifice. From a distance, it appeared like a tattered cloth. Oh, the kiss of a Dementor, one of the experiences you most wish to avoid in this world. But I have mastered the Patronus charm. I need not fear them, right? The newcomer expressed trepidation, gazing at the multitude of Dementors, the surrounding air rendered frigid by these creatures. A senior colleague shot a disapproving glance at the naive newcomer and retorted, with your Patronus charm, it would be a miracle if you could fend off 3 Dementors. There are over 400 here. He peered through a protective barrier at the scene outside. The Dementors have entered into a pact with the Ministry of Magic, assisting in guarding the infamous prison. Azkaban is renowned for its stringent security and the terror of the Dementors, to the extent that some wizards would rather face death than be confined within its walls. You are likely aware of Sirius Black's escape. Orders from above dictate that we must bolster our vigilance, as now is not the time for complacency. The senior wizard drew forth his wand. Is it not sufficient to have Dementors on duty? The novice inquired. The escape incident has incited the ire of the Dementor population, who have dispatched personnel to Hogwarts in pursuit, as it is rumored that Sirius's target is Harry Potter. That esteemed Potter? He is quite a significant figure. Do not dwell on that. Focus on your duties, or prepare to face the Dementor's kiss. Frankly, serving at Azkaban is hardly a desirable assignment. The vast majority of wizards detest residing in this gloomy, frigid fortress. The entire magical community has begun distributing wanted posters for Sirius Black, with Aurors patrolling every nook and cranny of Diagon Alley, searching diligently. Harry, Hermione called out to a familiar figure. It has been quite some time, Hermione. How was your holiday? Harry approached. It was fine, I suppose. Ever since the last incident, the ministry conducted an investigation at our home, and my parents are somewhat concerned about my ability to protect myself in the magical world. One cannot fault the Grangers. After all, they are merely ordinary muggles. Having witnessed Harry's formidable magic and the ferocity of his enemies, their endeavor to facilitate Hermione's return to the magical realm is indeed commendable. Have you seen Ron Weasley? Harry inquired suddenly. This entire family is not difficult to locate. He has been wandering around Diagon Alley for several days, primarily to seek out this family. What do you need Weasley for? I have never encountered him. Hermione shook her head. I bought him a new pet in exchange for the old rat he had. At that moment, Harry was holding a cage in his hand. Within the cage was an owl, peering curiously outside, blissfully unaware of who its true owner was. The reason Harry desired Ron's speckled owl was that he was acutely aware of the identity of that mouse, Peter Pettigrew, the very traitor who had betrayed his parents and condemned Sirius to a life of imprisonment. Let us go to the Leaky Cauldron. This is not a place for conversation, he suggested. Thus, the two of them made their way to the Leaky Cauldron. Perhaps due to the impending start of the school year, the establishment seemed somewhat tranquil, with fewer patrons seeking libations. Many parents were likely preoccupied with sending their children off to school, leaving little time for idle chatter at the pub. Don't you need to find the Weasleys first? There is no rush. Have you completed your shopping? Harry sighed. I've finished everything. This year's care of magical creatures requires this book. Hermione reached into a dragonhide bag, which had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. She produced a rather coarse book, slamming it onto the table. The cover bore protruding little eyes, inscribed with the title The Monster Book of Monsters. A leather strap bound the book, giving it an appearance that seemed almost vibrant with life. The enchantment of this book lies in the fact that it has been subjected to a certain constant transformation spell, in contrast to Mr. Newton's theoretical textbook. Our new professor evidently favors this, Hermione remarked. Did you not check the enrollment list? Our new professor is Hagrid, Harry responded. I did not pay attention. I was too engrossed in the book list. One cannot entirely blame her, as she had been particularly focused on Gilderoy Lockhart during the previous academic year. Yet, who would have thought that all of Lockhart's experiences were fabricated? It is merely that the truth about him has yet to be revealed. He simply resigned from Hogwarts in disgrace. After all, following the basilisk incident, every student was well aware of Lockhart's unreliability. Just as this young couple was engrossed in conversation, a figure approached. Hello, Mr. Potter, do you remember me? A somewhat pudgy face came into view, adorned in well-tailored attire. Of course, you are the Minister of Magic. I believe every wizard recognizes you, Harry complimented. Upon hearing Harry's praise, Cornelius Fudge beamed with delight, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Miss Granger, it is a pleasure to see you again. The Ministry of Magic always welcomes you. The affable Fudge did not forget to greet the young girl beside Harry warmly. Indeed, I must thank you for your assistance last time. Unexpectedly, the girl named Hermione absorbed this remark, pondering it thoughtfully. However, it was evident that the minister's visit to the leaky cauldron bore more gravity than casual pleasantries, as he cast a slightly serious glance at Harry. I have matters to discuss with you. Let us speak in private, Fudge invited. All right, just a moment. I will be right up, Harry nodded. Hermione, ever understanding, felt her curiosity stir, for she had spent considerable time in the Muggle world and was rather unfamiliar with the workings of the ministry. Harry, noticing Hermione's thoughts, pointed to a wanted poster hanging on the wall. He is my godfather, he declared, an unexpected revelation. But he is a wanted criminal from Azkaban, and the entire wizarding world is in pursuit of him. Hermione whispered urgently. She had seen several Aurors on her way here. The character in question was exceedingly dangerous. There are complexities involved. This is why I must locate Weasley. Have you heard of animagi? Hermione recalled Professor McGonagall mentioning them during Transfiguration class. Yet she was puzzled about Sirius's connection. It is as follows. Harry began to recount the tale of Pettigrew and his parents to Hermione. Meanwhile, he passed the owl to her, confident that as a Gryffindor, she would seize the opportunity to exchange messages with Ron. However, my relationship with Weasley is not particularly strong, Hermione remarked, feeling a bit exasperated. I leave it in your capable hands. You are quite resourceful, Harry smiled. With that, he ascended to the loft to meet with the somewhat contentious Minister of Magic. Chapter 77. Minister Fudge pushing open the door. Harry entered a spacious office suite at the Leaky Cauldron. Old Tom's demeanor was somewhat subservient in the presence of either the Minister of Magic or Harry, both of whom he deemed formidable. He warmly invited Harry inside, only to see Harry flick his wand, causing the door to close firmly behind him. Clearly, what transpired next was not meant for his ears. Mr. Fudge, you wish to speak with me? Harry inquired. Even in the face of the minister, his demeanor remained unchanged. He casually chose a sofa to sit upon, while a house elf poured him a cup of weak tea as Fudge emerged from behind the desk. He picked up a wanted poster issued by the ministry and approached Harry. Mr. Potter, this is the reason I called you here today. Do you know who is depicted on this wanted poster? Fudge asked tentatively. I do not believe I am so forgetful. Sirius Black. His wanted posters are plastered everywhere, and all Aurors are searching for him, Harry replied, uncertain of Fudge's intent. However, he refrained from revealing his thoughts, instead returning the inquiry. Fudge hesitated before solemnly explaining. Sirius Black is a loyal servant of Voldemort. He betrayed James and Lily Potter, making him, in a sense, your enemy. He even killed Peter Pettigrew, reducing him to mere ashes, leaving only a finger behind. As he detailed Sirius's criminal history, Fudge's tone was grave, warning Harry with the weight of his words. Everything he recounted was meticulously recorded on a piece of parchment, which he placed on the table before Harry. This document serves as a record of the criminal proof maintained by the Ministry of Magic. Upon receiving this paper, Harry scanned its contents, noting that every single charge listed pertained to Peter Pettigrew. However, the signature at the bottom was not from the Ministry of Magic, but rather from the Wizengamot. Why was it the Wizengamot? Wasn't he at the Ministry's duty to investigate and gather evidence? Harry furrowed his brow slightly. Although the original text indicated that Sirius was wrongfully accused, it overlooked the investigative process conducted by the Ministry. He lifted his gaze, directing a look of undeniable determination towards Fudge. As a member of the Wizengamot, I believe I am entitled to request the materials from that time, am I not? Fudge scratched his head, looking rather flustered. Caught off guard by Harry's assertion of authority, he found himself momentarily speechless, for Harry indeed possessed such rights. However, he hesitated. I regret to inform you, Mr. Potter, that the Ministry has lost the details regarding the interrogation of Black. At that time, the Ministry was under the control of a servant of the Dark Lord. He struggled to articulate this uncomfortable truth. Such interrogation is nothing short of the vilest form of misconduct, wholly predicated on a presumption of guilt. It can be asserted that the case of Black is replete with uncertainties and issues. Notably, this case lacked the involvement of the Ministry of Magic and was entirely relinquished to the Wizengamot. Yet, It is common knowledge that Black was merely the secret keeper for the Potters, and Fudge's statements seem disingenuous. Moreover, Dumbledore, the chief warlock, did not request a retrial. In an apparent bid to bolster his own credibility, Fudge even invoked Dumbledore's name. During the trial of Sirius Black, the greatest white wizard of this century had already ascended to the position of chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Speaking of Dumbledore, a flicker of apprehension crossed the minister's eyes, quickly followed by a sigh of trepidation. He was not yet prepared to provoke the most powerful wizard. His intention was merely to caution Harry regarding safety and the looming threat of Black's attacks, yet he did not anticipate the sharpness of the ensuing inquiry. I recall that one may request the use of Veritaserum in the face of such allegations, Harry remarked with a furrowed brow. Ultimately, the Wizengamot rejected this proposal, citing numerous issues concerning the rights of wizards. Fudge's insinuations clearly pointed toward Malfoy and his cohort of Voldemort's minions. The refusal to employ Veritaserum during the interrogation was a means of preventing them from being incarcerated in Azkaban should the truth emerge. Veritaserum can establish both guilt and innocence, a fact well understood by anyone who has attended a potions class. How could Dumbledore be unaware of this? The potency of Veritaserum is indeed formidable, and its use is typically reserved for desperate circumstances. Yet, in the midst of the Second Wizarding War, should controversies arise in court and the accused request Veritaserum, it could serve as a compelling testament to their innocence. Are you implying? Fudge discerned the subtext of Harry's words. Sirius Black is innocent. My parents' secret keeper was not him, but rather Peter Pettigrew, Harry declared astonishingly. Although the reasons behind the dismissal of Sirius's request for Veritaserum remained unclear, the reality was unmistakable. He had been wronged. Fudge had not anticipated such a turn of events. For him, the distinction between the innocent and the guilty was inconsequential. He merely sought to curry favor with Harry Potter. If Harry believed Sirius to be innocent, then Fudge could adopt the same stance. However, this would entail overturning the Wizengamot's verdict. Within the Ministry of Magic, Fudge held the highest office, yet within the Wizengamot, he was but one among many. To overturn their ruling would be almost insurmountable. Mr. Potter, as a member of the Wizengamot, you should understand the considerable difficulties inherent in this matter. Unless Peter Pettigrew were to miraculously return, Fudge cautioned profoundly. What if Peter Pettigrew is not dead? Harry countered. This statement caused Fudge's eyes to widen in astonishment, for the implications were indeed staggering. Animagus. He is an animagus, Harry asserted decisively. My father, Sirius, and Peter Pettigrew are all animagi, which explains how Sirius escaped from the Dementor-riddled Azkaban. He stated this with an air of calm. Frankly, in the last century, the Ministry's scrutiny of animagi was not particularly stringent. However, in the present day, any illegal animagus reported would be apprehended by the Ministry for registration. By the way, Professor McGonagall is a registered animagus. I understand, Mr. Potter. I will devote my utmost efforts to this matter, Fudge said earnestly. Rest assured, Fudge. I am aware of your fears. I harbor no interest in the Ministry of Magic, Harry replied, casting a deep glance at Fudge. He understood why this Minister of Magic was so keen to ingratiate himself with him. It was merely because of his youth, coupled with the backing of Dumbledore and pureblood families, which promised a future of boundless potential. The cunning fox merely seeks to secure his old age. Every endeavor shall reap its rewards, Harry whispered. Chapter 78. The Dementors. I will command the Aurors of the Ministry to cease their pursuit of Sirius. Yet Azkaban has already resolved to dispatch Dementors to Hogwarts, a course of action we cannot impede, Fudge stated gravely. The former remains within the purview of the Ministry, while the latter pertains to the Wizengamot, an arena beyond his influence. I believe he can evade a Dementor once. He can do so countless times. After all, no one is more familiar with the secret passages of Hogwarts than my father's associates, Harry remarked matter-of-factly. At the very least, before the Dementors ensnare him, we must convene at the Wizengamot, Fudge reminded. This delineates the most fundamental procedure for overturning a verdict, signifying that Harry must apprehend Peter Pettigrew and present him before the court. At that juncture, a mere dose of Veritaserum will ensure that the truth emerges unambiguously. Until we meet again, Mr. Fudge, Harry nodded before stepping out of the door. Through this conversation, the two established a basic framework for collaboration, and Harry's adeptness instilled a degree of belief in Fudge regarding the extraordinary potential of this young individual. Prior to the commencement of the school year, Harry and Hermione also spent several days at the Leaky Cauldron. However, unlike previous occasions, they were left waiting in vain for the Weasley family. Harry rose as usual, Finding Hermione seated in the bustling lounge of the Leaky Cauldron, engrossed in a thick tome, her only drink a glass of juice, as a minor. "What are you reading?" Harry inquired as he leaned closer. The bookish Hermione was perusing a volume on dark magical creatures, encompassing a multitude of perilous beings. The Thestral, visible only to those who have witnessed death in its true form, Hermione recited. The vague description troubled her immensely, for the text's portrayal of Thestrals was rife with various fanciful notions, often disjointed, yet the accompanying images failed to convey their essence. Harry glanced at the book, and upon the seemingly vacant pages in Hermione's eyes, a shadowy figure materialized. With a dragon's head and a horse's body, tall and gaunt, it appeared emaciated, shrouded in an all-encompassing darkness. This is a type of Pegasus, often employed for pulling horse-drawn carriages. The most common use of this winged horse is in prisons, as the Thestral is the only breed of winged horse that remains unafraid of dementors. Consequently, many wizards speculate that they share a common origin with these dark creatures. Sometimes, invisibility does not imply malevolence. Harry sighed. "Can you see that horse?" Hermione inquired, glancing at Harry. "Indeed, Thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death, which is why these winged horses are considered an ominous symbol among wizards." Harry's words once again confirmed that the author was not deceiving them. The existence of Thestrals was indeed real. As Hermione turned to the next page, she encountered a new term, Dementor. This creature, resembling burlap in its grotesqueness, exudes a sense of repugnance that would deter even the most intrepid young sorcerers. To entertain bold notions regarding it only serves to highlight one's peculiarities. Upon perusing the records pertaining to this dark magical entity, Hermione found her understanding of such creatures profoundly deepened. However, her curiosity soon pivoted towards another inquiry. How did this monstrosity come into existence? Alas, the present-day Ministry of Magic possesses only a contract, yet remains oblivious as to with whom it was forged. With a resigned gesture, they acknowledge that there exists much within the magical realm of which they are only vaguely aware. Hearing this, Hermione pondered thoughtfully, her chin resting delicately against her hand, for she realized that many truths could no longer be gleaned from the pages of her books. The Ministry of Magic, she murmured to herself. At that moment, a golden-haired figure stepped through the door of the Leaky Cauldron. The young girl disdainfully flicked the hem of her robe and, rather reluctantly, took a seat while observing Harry and Hermione. "Could you not find a place of better taste?" she remarked. Cassandra was not fond of the bustling atmosphere of the Leaky Cauldron. However, it was the closest venue to platform 9 3/4. Other locations would require some degree of apparition. Hermione sighed in resignation, acknowledging that not everyone possessed the same capabilities as Harry and Cassandra. "We must head to the station shortly. Otherwise, we risk missing the train, and we lack Harry's ability to fly," Cassandra reminded them. Indeed, had it not been for Hermione's letter, the pampered Cassandra would have never graced the Leaky Cauldron with her presence. After a while, they hailed a cab at the entrance to take them to platform 9 3/4. Muggle transportation remained so enchanting, Cassandra mused. Even though it was not her first experience in a vehicle, she still found the nature of cars to be quite mysterious. Lacking any magic, yet still capable of carrying people, it was a testament to Muggle ingenuity. "We've arrived," the driver announced, honking the horn. As they watched the three young scholars prepare for their journey, platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity, young wizards pushing their luggage carts through the central passage. In contrast to these little wizards, Harry and his companions appeared far more at ease. Over the summer, the exceptionally talented Hermione and Cassandra had both mastered wandless magic, successfully applying the shrinking charm to their luggage. Thus, their belongings could be tucked away within their own pockets. "Come on, time is of the essence," Harry remarked, glancing at his watch. Subsequently, they hurried along, traversing the tunnel, with Hermione and Cassandra swiftly following suit. The group then boarded the Hogwarts Express. Hermione scanned the surroundings for a suitable seat, as accommodating 3 individuals proved to be a challenge. "There are 3 seats over there. Let us proceed to that area," she suggested. With that, they opened the door and settled into their chosen seats. In this compartment, aside from Hermione and Cassandra's group, there lay a figure in the corner, with disheveled hair and a somewhat tattered trunk bearing the name Remus John Lupin. The 3 of them exchanged glances and swiftly recognized who it was. This is their newly appointed professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, whose name appeared on the school's opening list. On the train, Harry refrained from mentioning Sirius. Lupin held a deep trust in Dumbledore. The weather on the first day of school was far from pleasant. As the train journeyed onward, a torrential downpour began, with raindrops cascading down the glass windows. The train emitted a series of strange sounds. Had it come to a halt? Yet, we had not yet arrived at school. Cassandra furrowed her brow. Suddenly, the overhead lights flickered ominously before extinguishing completely. The previously comfortable temperature plummeted, frost forming delicate patterns on the windows, with our breath visible in the frigid air. The atmosphere grew exceedingly oppressive, inciting a sense of unease within us. Before Hermione could voice her concern, she beheld a figure resembling burlap opening the door. This creature was none other than a Dementor. Beneath the Dementor's cloak lay no visage, only a greedy, gaping maw yearning to consume human joy. Harry's golden eyes fixated on the creature, radiating an unsettling brilliance. His wand swiftly found its way into his grasp, and he brandished it with determination. Fire Guardian, thank you for reaching this point. The book is now officially available. As a novice writer, the potential earnings from this work hold significant importance for me, as I am a student who must also work part-time to support myself, which limits my updating frequency. However, with its publication, I shall strive to enhance my efforts in future updates, hoping this story will resonate with readers. Regarding the rules for additional updates based on rewards, for every 40,000 starting coins, an extra chapter will be added. For the Alliance Leader, 3 chapters, and beyond that. I shall not dare to anticipate, but I will indeed deliver. I've heard others suggest that a heartfelt plea for sympathy is necessary upon publication. Yet I prefer not to dwell on that. My primary aim is to tell a captivating story. I am truly grateful to everyone for engaging with my narrative, and I promise to see this tale through to its conclusion. Thus concludes my message. Thank you, dear readers. Chapter 79. The academic year commences. Fire Guardian. The incantation took effect. Harry's wand erupted in a surge of flames, aimed directly at the Dementor, engulfing the dark creature in blue fire in an instant. This flame is precisely the fierce fire he has tamed, and now is the moment for it to demonstrate its power. Due to the unique nature of this fierce fire, the corporeal form of the Dementor begins to ignite. The body of the Dementor began to thrash and sway from side to side, lacking vocal organs. The creature emitted no sound. However, its movements indicated a struggle. It swiftly exited the carriage in search of assistance from its companions. The other Dementors promptly abandoned their hunt and gathered together, unleashing a blast of cold in an attempt to extinguish the fierce flames. The fire wavered momentarily against this force. Yet in the next instant, it surged with even greater ferocity, as though provoked by the actions of the Dementors. This fierce blaze coalesced into a singular point, and the temperature began to rise sharply. With a roar, the flames lashed out, forming the head of a colossal dragon that opened its gaping maw and bit down fiercely. The intense conflagration consumed the Dementor, causing it to radiate a brilliant golden light, prompting the other Dementors to retreat in fear. In that moment, none dared approach the Hogwarts Express. Could it be that the Dementor was vanquished? Such a notion seemed impossible. As Lupin beheld this spectacle, his astonishment was palpable. In the magical realm, Dementors could only be repelled, never eradicated. Even the Patronus charm, which embodied positive and joyful emotions, could merely serve as a deterrent. What spell could possibly achieve this? He pondered silently. He observed Harry's remarkable display of magic, scrutinizing the form of the spell as it manifested. Were it merely a typical fire, Lupin could identify it as fiend fire from experience. Yet, if it could change form, he dismissed the notion of it being fiend fire entirely. After all, how could anyone possibly control such a dangerous flame? Witnessing the extraordinary prowess of James's son filled his heart with joy. Well done. With this feat alone, you would undoubtedly pass the O.W.L. examination in defense against the dark arts. Lupin applauded, his words brimming with admiration. Setting aside the intricacies of the spell, the ability to repel a Dementor is itself a hallmark of an exceptional wizard. You flatter me, Professor Lupin. I believe you could accomplish this with ease as well. Harry humbly replied, do not be overly modest. You are very much like your father, though your talent surpasses his. This is indeed a fact. Harry's talents have long surpassed those of his father, James Potter. However, at that age, James was merely a frivolous young man, indulging in the antics of bird-walking and chicken-chasing alongside his close friends, Remus, Sirius, and Peter, as they amused themselves at the expense of others. With these matters settled, the train resumed its journey, continuing towards Hogwarts. Before long, it arrived at the Hogwarts station. As per tradition, the first-year students were to proceed to the tower and then take a boat across the Black Lake to the school, while Harry and his companions, being third-year students, were permitted to head directly to the school. This year, we can finally visit Hogsmeade. This is simply splendid, Hermione exclaimed with excitement. She had heard many delightful tales about the charming shops in Hogsmeade Village. However, Hogwarts has imposed a rule that prohibits students below the 3rd year from roaming freely, and even those above must obtain consent from a parent or guardian. Speaking of which, Harry, has your guardian granted permission? No, my nominal guardian remains my foolish muggle uncle. And they would never consent to any signatures, Harry replied, shaking his head. But this year, it is Professor McGonagall who is organizing the trip to Hogsmeade, Cassandra implied. Even those not in Gryffindor understood Professor McGonagall's disposition. She is a stern woman, meticulous in her attention to detail. If Harry truly lacked his guardian's signature, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly deny him permission to visit Hogsmeade. This also implies that Harry can no longer partake in the same activities as them. Do you have no other relatives, perhaps even a godfather? Cassandra pondered her options. Yes, the one on the wanted poster. Harry pointed to the notice affixed to the front door. This statement rendered Cassandra speechless. Even if Sirius had signed his name, it was no longer a matter of whether he would go to Hogsmeade. The entire Hogwarts would be in pursuit of him. After a brief walk, they arrived in the Great Hall, where it was evident that the sorting ceremony for the new students had concluded. Dumbledore approached the front of the stage, prepared to announce a few matters. I have a few words to share before everyone becomes too entranced by the delectable feast. First, let us extend a warm welcome to the newly appointed Professor Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy in the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. The man rose to his feet, presenting himself to the entire school. Everyone was getting acquainted with the newly appointed Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Remus Lupin. Malfoy cast a skeptical glance at Professor Lupin and quietly inquired of Harry, "Is this professor trustworthy? At least he is more reliable than Lockhart. His abilities are formidable." Harry replied with a touch of indifference. With Harry's endorsement, Malfoy's gaze toward the new professor shifted to one of tentative approval, especially considering how Lockhart had led them astray the previous term. Eventually, not a single Slytherin was willing to attend his classes, as discussing theory in a hands-on course like Defense Against the Dark Arts was dreadfully tedious. Over the past few years, the instructor for the Care of Magical Creatures course decided to retire, wishing to spend the remaining days of his life in peace. Fortunately, I am delighted to announce that his position will be filled by none other than our Keeper of Keys and Grounds, the current Professor of Magical Creatures, Rubeus Hagrid. Many students who had interacted with Hagrid erupted into applause, and even the Slytherins, aware of the close bond between this half-giant and Harry, joined in the clapping. Professor McGonagall tugged at Hagrid's sleeve, signaling him to stand. With a thud, he rose, inadvertently pushing the table forward, causing the meticulously arranged utensils to scatter haphazardly, leaving Professor McGonagall momentarily speechless. Finally, there was an important announcement to make. At the behest of the Ministry of Magic, Dementors from Azkaban would be stationed at Hogwarts, tasked with capturing Sirius Black. Dumbledore stated calmly. Harry raised an eyebrow, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. The Ministry claimed this was a resolution passed by the Wisingamot, while Hogwarts insisted it was a demand from the Ministry. In essence, the recent escape incident had severely tarnished their credibility, necessitating an expedited effort to recapture Sirius. None of us are foolish enough to seek trouble with Dementors. Except for Gryffindor, Malfoy scoffed. Chapter 8. A minor farce. Crookshanks, what are you doing? Hermione exclaimed anxiously. Her cat, Crookshanks, had mysteriously vanished for a couple of days and had been relentlessly pursuing Ron's pet rat since returning. Granger, make your cat stop. Ron, witnessing the chaos, momentarily set aside his grievances with Hermione. He feared that Crookshanks might inadvertently harm Scabbers, as he held a deep affection for his pet. Let me catch that troublesome cat, Ron declared, hastily drawing his wand. No, you will hurt him. Put your wand away. However, Crookshanks, exceptionally nimble, seized Scabbers and dashed out of the Gryffindor common room, disappearing in an instant. Stupefied, a flash of red light shot forth. Ron's spell was ultimately too late, failing to strike Crookshanks. Look at the mischief your cat has caused. This is utterly outrageous, Ron yelled in frustration. Yet, around the corner, a sharp cry from Crookshanks pierced the air. Then, at lightning speed, Scabbers darted into Ron's arms, seeking refuge, while Crookshanks limped back, casting a cold glance at the rat. This scene abruptly reminded Hermione of Harry's words. She turned her gaze toward Scabbers, while Ron was comforting his little mouse. Could it truly be Peter Pettigrew? Hermione felt almost certain. After all, Crookshanks possessed a certain lineage of magical creatures. It seemed implausible that a mere mouse could elude its grasp. Yet, this seemingly frail rodent had managed to do just that, even managing to bring Crookshanks to this state. Should she directly expose Peter Pettigrew? Hermione hesitated, her wand slipping into her hand, her palm damp with anxiety. Hermione, what's going on? Parvati gently tapped her shoulder. Huh. She turned to face the girl and scanned her surroundings. Due to the commotion surrounding Scabbers, many Gryffindors had turned their attention toward them, and the common room was becoming increasingly crowded. If she chose to reveal Peter Pettigrew now, what would happen to the young witches and wizards he might threaten? Contemplating this, Hermione silently tucked her wand away. Ron, have you considered getting a different pet? Hermione inquired nonchalantly. She retrieved a birdcage from her suitcase, where a healthy owl gazed at Ron with wide eyes. The Weasley family had no surplus funds to afford Ron a new pet. Thus his resolve wavered at the sight of the owl. Why are you doing this? He asked, somewhat suspiciously. Such unsolicited displays of affection are undoubtedly peculiar. Although the Weasley family is relatively impoverished, they are certainly not foolish. It is not my intention to act in this manner. Rather, it is Harry. Last semester, he cast a counter curse on you, which left you confined to the infirmary for 2 weeks, and now he wishes to make amends, Hermione elucidated. This explanation was also imparted by Harry, lest Ron become suspicious. Upon hearing this, Ron suddenly realized that he had indeed spent 2 weeks in the infirmary last semester due to Harry's spell, though the details had been explained to him later. He had fallen victim to the soul-sucking curse during his studies, which made him wary of trusting others. However, Harry had done nothing wrong. Ron did not wish to gain advantages without merit. There were personal reasons at play here. Since Crookshanks had taken such a liking to Scabbers, why not let him be mine? This owl is meant for you, Hermione suggested. Yet, surprisingly, Ron remained resolute. No, I will not part with Scabbers. But don't you want this owl? It was specially prepared for you by Harry. As Hermione uttered these words, an inexplicable guilt welled up within her. She felt akin to a dark sorceress, luring Ron into accepting the devil's temptation, which was utterly despicable. However, recalling how Peter Pettigrew had disguised himself as Scabbers and lingered at the Weasley household for so long, she steeled her resolve. Ron swallowed hard. Caught in an endless struggle between his longtime companion, Scabbers, and the wizarding world's customary owl. Truth be told, he often found himself in disputes with his family over the use of their owl for sending messages to friends. Ow! Scabbers bit him. In pain, Ron had no choice but to release his hold on Scabbers, who promptly scurried away at lightning speed. Fainting, Hermione cried, drawing her wand. A spell shot forth. A red beam striking Scabbers, yet it was deflected, and the rat darted into a corner hole, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. How could he have escaped? She exclaimed, stamping her foot. Scabbers actually bit me. How outrageous. Ron was equally furious. He could not fathom that Scabbers could comprehend human speech. To him, Scabbers had betrayed him by biting him, and he cast his gaze back toward the birdcage on the table. Meanwhile, Crookshanks had witnessed everything from the shadows and limped into the concealed passage of Hogwarts. This owl is yours, Crookshanks. Where are you going? Hermione called out, pursuing her cat. She could not comprehend why Crookshanks was behaving so unusually today, relentlessly pursuing Scabbers and refusing to heed her words. Crookshanks had always been obedient in the past. The limping cat exited through Hogwarts' secret passage, leading from the Gryffindor common room to the location of the Whomping Willow. The Whomping Willow has stood in this spot since Harry's enrollment at Hogwarts, ready to lash out at anyone who dares to approach. However, what they did not anticipate was the presence of a hidden hole within the tree, from which emerged a large, pitch-black dog. The gaze of the dog radiated a glimmer of humanity, casting a sympathetic glance towards Crookshanks. He had fled, and I had failed to capture him. Crookshanks emitted a soft meow. The large dog gradually shifted his form, slowly rising to his feet. It's all right, you have tried your best. It was no small feat to pursue him. Ultimately, he had transformed into the likeness of an adult man, his unkempt long hair a disheveled mess. His body riddled with lice, yet he remained utterly indifferent to his state. Should anyone lay eyes upon the wanted poster, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Sirius Black." He crouched down, stroking the cat that had risked its safety to assist him. He was an animagus, and in his animal form, he was the closest companion of Crookshanks. We can still find him. He cannot escape Hogwarts. His gaze was sharp, casting a glance at the multitude of Dementors overhead. He quickly embraced Crookshanks and retreated into the hole beneath the Whomping Willow. The Ministry of Magic had already established detection barriers around Hogwarts. Even animals attempting to leave would be met with a few bites from the Dementors, let alone beings like Animagi, who carried magical fluctuations. Chapter 81, Transfiguration. What? Peter Pettigrew has escaped? Crookshanks failed to capture him, and we remain oblivious to his whereabouts. Hermione felt a tinge of guilt, for Peter had eluded capture right beneath her nose. Harry understood, as publicly exposing Peter was perilous. He was capable of anything. What is the next class? Draco inquired. Transfiguration. Alongside Gryffindor came the reply. The Platinum Aristocrat flipped through his meticulously crafted schedule, as Lucius had demanded he intensify his studies, a considerable pressure weighing upon him. However, during this time, he had been engaged in a battle of wits with Ron. As a Slytherin, Draco Malfoy could not help but harbor immense disdain for the Weasley family. The Weasley twins' nightly escapades were indeed a source of frustration for Hermione, especially since she had recently contributed significantly to her house's points. Yet, should one of them be caught during their nocturnal adventures, Gryffindor's points would inevitably dwindle. The twins? The Marauders' map. A flicker of realization crossed Harry's eyes. Let us attend Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall will not be lenient if we're late. While voicing the intent to go to class, his mind was already devising a plan to procure the Marauders' map. Nonetheless, the most pressing matter remained to locate the twins and inquire about the whereabouts of the map. Whenever Slytherin and Gryffindor shared a class, the atmosphere was invariably charged. It was only when Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, arrived that hostilities ceased. Could Professor McGonagall not be as severe as Snape, who relentlessly deducts points from Gryffindor? Ron mumbled. Snape, ever protective of Slytherin, seizes every opportunity to penalize Gryffindor. Yet, Professor McGonagall approached matters differently. She was a serious and diligent professor, only penalizing when true mistakes were made. Class is commencing. Please open your textbooks, she instructed, her robes appearing quite majestic. A collective rustle ensued as students, including Harry, complied, prompting her to nod approvingly. With a wave of her wand, the blackboard soared to the center of the classroom. Advanced transfiguration is the theoretical content you must grasp, McGonagall elucidated, gently tapping the blackboard. The seemingly empty surface was imbued with magical energy, revealing the principles of transfiguration. The extensive theoretical discourse left the students feeling dazed, and McGonagall did not expect them all to comprehend it fully. After all, transfiguration was a profound discipline. Professor McGonagall, what level does an animagus belong to? A student raised a hand in inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, McGonagall responded, an animagus represents a more advanced form of transfiguration, primarily affecting the wizard themselves. The specific effect transforms the wizard into an animal, while retaining human intelligence. She elaborated meticulously. However, she swiftly redirected. Such transfiguration is rarely attainable within the magical world. Every wizard capable of becoming an animagus is required to register with the Ministry of Magic. Can we transform into creatures like unicorns? A glimmer of longing and anticipation danced across a girl's face. To embody such pure and beautiful beings, whose hair could serve as exquisite magical materials, would surely bring forth wealth. An animagus cannot transform into a magical creature, nor can you possess the powers of magical beings, McGonagall interjected, her expression stern. Children, even if you could transform into a dragon, you would be unable to exhale dragon fire or wield sharp claws, and such transformations are exceedingly unstable and dangerous. A moment's carelessness could confine you to St. Mungo's hospital for life, or worse, result in your demise. Her tone was grave as she warned her students. If any of you are interested in becoming an animagus, it must be done under my guidance. To assert her authority, McGonagall did not even touch her wand. Before the eyes of all, she transformed into a tabby cat, elegantly perching herself upon the lectern, evoking a wave of admiration from the students. Even in her feline form, Professor McGonagall's authority remained unyielding. She surveyed the students with her cat-like eyes, only to revert to her professor form in an instant. Today's guest for transfiguration is a true master. An animagus? Harry murmured. This enchantment holds an undeniable allure for him. However, if he were to wield it, transforming into a mere cat or dog would be utterly unnecessary. The majority of the content in this transfiguration class had already been tutored to Harry by Grindelwald, particularly concerning the manipulation of elements. Mr. Finnegan, you must integrate magic into the water rather than merely infusing it with the Aqua Eructo spell, Professor McGonagall advised. Integrate. Seamus had conjured a fountain-like jet of water, compelling nearby students to cast umbrella charms for protection, casting exasperated glances at the boisterous Seamus. Whether influenced by Professor McGonagall's words or through genuine contemplation, Seamus declared, clear water as a spring, as he wielded his wand. Yes, precisely, maintain the magical output of the Aqua Eructo, and then employ the transfiguration spell, McGonagall nodded. Before long, Seamus suspended the water in midair and recited the incantation for the transfiguration spell. A number of Gryffindor students gasped in alarm and retreated hastily, while the younger Slytherins remained bewildered, unaware of what was about to unfold. The anticipated transformation did not occur. Instead, the two magical forces converged unexpectedly, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the clear spring water. Finite incantatum. Professor McGonagall pointed at the torrent. The explosion was swiftly contained, yet the residual droplets drenched the unsuspecting Slytherins. They stared in disbelief at the individual known as Seamus Finnegan, recalling the notorious moniker that circulated through Hogwarts, Seamus the Explosive. Is it true that even your transfiguration spells result in explosions? McGonagall critiqued sharply. Seamus possessed a talent that surpassed that of an ordinary wizard, with an innate reservoir of magical power. However, his mental fortitude was lacking, rendering him incapable of regulating the flow of magic. A moment's inattention during spellcasting could easily culminate in chaos. Potter, why don't you give it a try? McGonagall looked expectantly at Harry. Veriverto. Harry flicked his wand. He had long mastered the silent incantation of the Aqua Eructo spell, and the incantation he uttered was the universal transfiguration spell. The transparent water gradually morphed into an agile little cat, prancing across the desks under the guidance of Harry's wand, even shaking itself and scattering droplets. Remarkable. You have successfully created a water elemental creature, McGonagall applauded. Slytherin awarded points for Potter's impressive transfiguration. As the magical essence dissipated, the water cat reverted into a puddle on the floor. Professor McGonagall, I wish to delve deeper into the study of animagi, Harry stated earnestly and solemnly. Your transfiguration skills have shown significant improvement. Perhaps you could explore these concepts further. After today's lesson, seek me out in the Transfiguration Club, and I shall provide guidance. Chapter 82. Defense against the Dark Arts. This is splendid. Transfiguring a water elemental creature is something many Aurors cannot accomplish. Draco exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Their pureblood lineage understood the implications of elemental water. Many dark wizards, unable to control the fierce flames, would release a torrent before fleeing. And the method to extinguish those flames was to transfigure water elementals for suppression. Those who mastered elemental transfiguration were deemed worthy of becoming elite Aurors, capable of leading a small team. The role of transfiguration in combat is far from negligible. Do not underestimate this craft, Harry remarked. This is the lesson imparted to him by the battle against Grindelwald. The next class is Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by Professor Lupin, Draco reminded. He harbored doubts about this new professor. After all, the previous semester's experience with Lockhart had instilled a certain mistrust in Malfoy towards the professors of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Should they encounter another incompetent, it would waste yet another year of their time as purebloods. No, this professor is quite formidable, Harry asserted confidently. Let us attend and see for ourselves. Especially since we will be sharing the class with that bunch of foolish Gryffindors, Cassandra remarked, crossing her arms. She slightly turned her body as they approached the stairs where a group of young wizards in crimson robes were making their way. Just as they arrived at the classroom for Defense Against the Dark Arts, they spotted figures from Gryffindor. To be frank, Transfiguration class managed to temper the rivalry between the two houses, but Defense Against the Dark Arts was a different matter altogether. They had justifiable reasons to confront one another. You all better be ready during class. Draco shot a glance at Ron. Ready or not, it makes no difference. I'm not afraid, Ron retorted defiantly. A figure emerged from the throng of both houses, causing the young lions and snakes to regard him with unfamiliarity. Professor Lupin, it's been a while, Harry greeted. Dressed in a fitted outfit, Lupin, despite his modest means, had made an effort to acquire respectable attire for his teaching role at Hogwarts, even going so far as to secure a loan from Gringotts. It was somewhat embarrassing, to say the least. Oh, Dumbledore never mentioned that you had indeed joined Slytherin. Lupin expressed his surprise. Harry, now adorned in the classic emerald robes, bore an increasing resemblance to James with age, particularly evident in his eyes that sparkled with a golden hue. Lupin observed the manner in which the young snakes surrounded their leader, pondering silently about Harry's considerable standing. Having spent 6 years at Hogwarts, Lupin was well aware that Slytherin held a particular reverence for strength, and Harry's position among his peers spoke volumes. Before long, the time for class arrived, and he approached the podium. Hello everyone, I am your new professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts. You may call me Professor Lupin. Once in teaching mode, Lupin embodied the essence of a dedicated educator. The scars etched upon the man's face bore a certain fierceness, yet his demeanor revealed a gentler spirit, thus improving the student's perception of him significantly. Only Hermione regarded Lupin with a hint of confusion, having acquainted herself with Cassandra and Harry. She understood that a wizard of Lupin's caliber could not possibly be so destitute. At the very least, he shouldn't need to rent second-hand robes from Madame Malkin's. The defense against the dark arts class is a requisite for every wizard, equipping us to survive in this world and master fundamental combat skills. However, before engaging in battle, what you must first acquire is courage, Lupin articulated. The Gryffindors instinctively puffed out their chests, for courage is indeed the motto of their house. Observing such brave little lions, the Slytherins could not help but express their disdain, deeming this courage as mere recklessness. Lupin paid little heed to the rivalry between the two houses, recalling that he had once been similarly spirited. Face your adversaries bravely, beginning with the conquest of your own fears, he instructed, waving his wand. Initially, the Slytherins suspected this man might be akin to Lockhart, all talk and no substance. However, as the spell was cast, astonishment spread among the students. For the level of magic displayed far surpassed that of Lockhart. "Want a cabinet?" Cassandra inquired, perplexed. "A boggart, I believe some of you may have heard of it." Lupin continued. "A boggart is a magical creature that can perceive your innermost fears, transforming into the embodiment of your greatest terror," Hermione recited quietly to herself, recalling her studies. She glanced at the cabinet with trepidation, for everyone harbors their own fears, and she retreated to stand among the Gryffindors. As the little lions looked at Hermione with curiosity, she explained, "The more people present, the easier it is to confront the boggart, for it cannot decide what form to take." "Well said, 10 points to Gryffindor," Lupin praised, casting a few more appreciative glances at Hermione, the clever young witch capturing his attention. Meanwhile, Harry furrowed his brow, gazing at the cabinet, curiosity piquing within him as he remained uncertain of what exactly he feared. "Now, children, please line up. The incantation to face a boggart is ridiculous." Lupin directed the students to form a queue, one by one confronting the boggart. The first in line was Ron Weasley, pushed forward by his fellow Gryffindors, appearing somewhat flustered, as he likely anticipated the form the boggart would take. "All right, let us begin," Lupin announced, giving a gentle knock on the cabinet. The door creaked open, releasing a cloud of black smoke that swiftly morphed into a gigantic spider, each leg glimmering ominously, venom slowly dripping from its fangs. "This is utterly terrifying." Ron trembled. Nevertheless, he managed to overcome his inner dread, brandishing his wand at the spider. Ridiculous. The spider's 8 legs were suddenly adorned with roller skates, its fangs encased, causing it to comically slide to the ground in a most undignified manner. The classroom erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. "Well done, Weasley, you set a fine example." "Next," Lupin called out, in stark contrast to Ron's triumphant display. Neville stood before the boggart with a bewildered expression. The boggart transformed into Professor Snape, the greasy old bat, his robes billowing as he cast a cold, disdainful gaze upon Neville, as if preparing to deduct countless points, leaving the boy unable to hold his head high among the Gryffindors. "Professor, I can't do this." Neville nearly despaired. "Then imagine Snape dressed in your grandmother's clothes," Lupin whispered encouragingly to him. "Ridiculous." Snape donned a frumpy grandmother's outfit, eliciting laughter from all the young wizards. Harry raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the door, as the old bat furiously swept his robes and exited the irksome defense against the dark arts classroom. As the first student took the initiative, the fear surrounding the boggart dissipated. Each student eagerly stepped forward, casting the spell to transform the boggart into the most ludicrous forms imaginable. "Next, Hermione Granger," Lupin announced, visibly pleased with the progress he had made. The primary goal of the first class was to ignite a passion for learning. It appeared that not only the Gryffindors, but even the Slytherins found the lesson thoroughly engaging, their perceptions of defense against the dark arts shifting considerably. "Let us see what the know-it-all fears," Cassandra teased. "What could the diligent Miss Granger possibly fear?" Harry chuckled. Before Hermione stood a boggart that transformed through various shapes, finally settling upon Professor McGonagall. In contrast to Snape's stern demeanor, McGonagall merely expressed disappointment as she unfurled a lengthy parchment, enumerating each subject's unsatisfactory grades to Hermione. Of course, all failing marks. Ridiculous. Hermione could no longer bear the pressure. Gritting her teeth, she uttered the incantation, and the boggart morphed into a beaming Professor McGonagall, proudly presenting her with the OWL examination certification. This examination serves as a testament to the current offerings of Hogwarts. Only those who pass the test possess the qualification to join the Ministry of Magic. It appears that Miss Granger is exceptionally talented. May your studies continue to flourish. I believe all professors appreciate such diligent students, and Lupin is no exception. However, his gaze wandered to the cluster of students behind, for it was soon time for the Slytherin team, where the figure of Harry Potter stood prominent. Could it be Voldemort? A sense of unease crept into Lupin's mind. Seamus, are you truly afraid of a ghost? The young Gryffindor laughed heartily. The explosive genius Seamus had transformed his boggart into a ghost, which then erupted in a comical explosion. Wizards typically harbor no fear of apparitions. Yet, I never anticipated that such a spell could yield an explosion, Ron remarked, wiping his face. Having long teamed up with Seamus, he had grown accustomed to the chaos. Soon enough, the Gryffindor team had all taken their turns. The Slytherins, clad in emerald robes, formed a line, led by the proud Cassandra Warry. She was indeed a rather haughty child, Lupin noted. Her emerald eyes fixed upon the boggart, which began to transform slowly. The Slytherins speculated what terrifying creature the boggart would become, as they had never witnessed Cassandra display fear before. Those who dared to inquire had typically been blasted away by a spell. Harry? Hermione's pupils dilated. At that moment, the boggart morphed into Harry's likeness. Leaving the Real, Harry momentarily stunned. Surely, there must be a mistake. How could it take the form of the head boy? Draco pondered. Only Cassandra tightened her grip on her wand, her palm slightly damp with perspiration. In truth, aside from the comical aspect, the mind-closing spell could also shield against the boggart's ability to read minds. However, such a course of action would render this lesson ineffective. She was not prepared to prematurely release the humor. Cassandra resolved to face her fear directly. Cassandra, approach me, commanded Harry, his tone devoid of warmth. He resembled a sovereign surveying his subjects, his words laced with authority. A surge of blue flames erupted from his wand as the boggart unleashed the fiend fire. Lupin's body stiffened. It must be noted that the boggart was not without peril. This magical creature siphoned the magical power of its subject, converting it into its own spellcasting ability. The limits of each boggart vary, and this one could at most rival a novice wizard. Come forth, and let this flame reveal whether you are a worthy Slytherin. The Harry before Hermione felt strangely unfamiliar, prompting the girl to clutch the edge of her robe. Had she not seen the real Harry in line? Fear would have consumed her thoughts. It turned out that Cassandra's deepest fear was indeed the trial posed by Harry. Don't go near it. Worry, that is the boggart's fiend fire. Lupin shouted. Slytherins, halt. Harry's cold voice resonated throughout the classroom. The boggart's manifestation of him was utterly despicable, though it had not summoned its own fiend fire. Both Cassandra and the Slytherins were perilously close to the wall of flames. It was only when Harry's voice rang out that they regained their senses, realizing that the boggart was not truly Harry, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to the leader in the minds of the serpents. No, Worry cannot hear anything, Lupin exclaimed, increasingly anxious. Yet, before him loomed the fiend fire. He could not save her in time, and the use of apparition was forbidden within Hogwarts, heightening his distress. Apparate. Harry's form vanished in an instant. One hand grasped Cassandra's shoulder, the alabaster wand exuding the fiend fire. Cassandra's expression returned to clarity as she turned to see Harry's golden eyes, tinged with anger. In the next moment, the blue flames enveloped them both, and they escaped the boggart's reach. The girl gasped for breath. Her magic had been nearly drained by the boggart's assault. Do not do that again. Did not the professor instruct you on the spell? Harry frowned. I merely wished to test it, Cassandra replied, a hint of remorse in her voice. Let us conclude for today, Slytherins. No, I wish to continue, Professor Lupin, Harry insisted, his gaze resolute. Faced with Harry's unwavering determination, Lupin hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately acquiesced to his request. At this moment, he positioned himself before the young wizards, ready to offer assistance at a moment's notice, apprehensive that Harry might summon Voldemort. Detecting a mental reading, should he lower his defenses? For the time being, he did. Harry's eyes widened. The boggart began to swell as if nourished by some unseen force. Black smoke billowed, reaching the ceiling. Lupin furrowed his brow and drew his wand. A roar echoed throughout Hogwarts, a dragon's growl reverberating through the halls. Emerging from the black smoke was a fearsome, grotesque dragon, its golden eyes devoid of reason, blue flames slowly exhaling from its nostrils, while its black scales shimmered with an eerie radiance. The Slytherins felt a slight heaviness upon them. as if pressed by some invisible force. Harry lifted his gaze and beheld the bodies upon the back of the black dragon. Cassandra, Hermione, Snape, each had fallen victim to this monstrous beast, blood streaming down its scales, transforming it into a mindless creature. Ridiculous, absurd. He uttered the incantation. The black dragon gradually reverted to human form, revealing an adult Harry before their eyes. A child perched upon his shoulder, one eye of vibrant emerald green, the other a golden hue identical to Harry's. Chapter 84. The lesson continues. Harry Potter's boggart transformed into a black dragon. Fierce and bloodthirsty, it was truly a monstrosity. The Weasley twins engaged in their usual banter, marking it as one of the most significant events at Hogwarts of late. Even students not present in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom could hear that soul-stirring dragon's roar, invoking a primal fear. Cassandra, why are you daydreaming? Harry waved his hand, yet the blonde girl's cheeks flushed slightly, lost in her own thoughts, unable to break free. That child. The color of its pupils was identical to her own. She paid no heed to the rumors circulating in Hogwarts, instead fixating on Harry's spell. Envisioning the boggart transforming into a dragon, which morphed into Harry, with a child upon his shoulder. Cassandra? Harry's voice rose a notch. She finally returned to reality. What were you thinking? You've been distracted since this morning. Locking eyes with those breathtaking golden orbs, Cassandra merely shook her head, ambiguously replying, nothing. Perhaps I'm just not feeling my best today. Is that so? Harry refrained from probing further, aware that the girl had already experienced a measure of fright during the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. He himself had not suffered any ill effects from the boggart incident. Rather, the Slytherins gazed at him with even greater fervor, as if convinced that Harry was indeed the Dark Lord. Draco, what are they all thinking? Harry inquired. You truly underestimate Slytherin. In terms of both lineage and power, you are undeniably deserving of respect. Even Malfoy, who had always prioritized self-preservation, uttered such words. For a moment, Harry found himself at a loss for words. Hermione, aren't you hungry? Parvati teased. I have no appetite. What classes do we have this afternoon? Merely pushing her fork through the roasted meat on her plate, Hermione hastily concluded her lunch. She had anticipated that interacting with Harry and Cassandra would grant her deeper insight into Slytherin. Yet everything that transpired in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom had delivered a harsh reality check. These revelations conveyed to Hermione that whether it was the terrifying Harry conjured by Cassandra or the formidable dragon he faced, both instilled a sense of helplessness. Even Gryffindor, renowned for its bravery, had to concede that beneath the shadow of such a monstrous creature, any valor would be rendered reckless, leaving retreat as the sole option. Professor, could such a black dragon truly exist? A creature that even the Savior would fear? Hermione swiftly sought out Professor McGonagall to voice her concerns. Granger, everyone harbors their own fears. The roar from that day was no mere jest. Perhaps such beings do indeed inhabit our world, allowing them to be manifested by a boggart. McGonagall replied. She observed the somewhat unsettled girl before her. As an experienced professor, a glimmer of understanding crossed her gaze. Hermione felt powerless against the adversities that lay ahead. It seemed this child desired to share the burdens that Harry bore. My dear, you are a Gryffindor. Courage is our noblest trait. Even the Dark Lord cannot compel Gryffindors to submit. No entity is insurmountable, and we will always discover means to confront them. Gradually, under the professor's reassuring words, Hermione's restless apprehension began to ease. The afternoon holds Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class. You must hurry. Regarding that secret, you cannot rely on it too frequently, as it burdens your health. With McGonagall's admonition, Hermione grasped the pendant hanging around her neck. It was the time turner. This also explains why Hermione has recently been seen traversing the school without greeting anyone, for she cannot appear in the same location, lest she suffer the repercussions of temporal rules. Come on, haven't you received the notice? Hagrid has prepared for today's lesson at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. Harry rose to his feet. Are we really going to the Forbidden Forest? Doesn't it harbor numerous perilous magical creatures? Draco whispered. He had never ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Even his skirmishes with the Weasleys were confined to the school grounds. He would never dare provoke those creatures within the forest. Harry shot a glance at Malfoy, realizing at that moment that Draco's vulnerabilities were even more pronounced than in the original narrative. The Forbidden Forest is not as terrifying as you might imagine, provided you linger around the outskirts. Very well then. Upon reaching the periphery of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid had been waiting for some time. He is now not only the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, but also the professor of care of magical creatures. Under the dual identities, Hagrid meticulously prepared. Children, have you all gathered your books? Be sure not to open this tome without adequate preparation, Hagrid explained, as he produced a rather peculiar book from behind him. The cover, resembling the scratches of a wild beast, was adorned with fur, and the entire volume was bound with a leather strap. This is the Tome of Creatures. All you need to do is gently stroke its spine, then slowly unfasten the belt. Remember, it must be a tender touch, Hagrid instructed. The students eagerly retrieved their textbooks from before the term. Some had even been left disheveled by this very book, leaving them in considerable distress. Ah, Neville screamed. Once he untied the belt binding the book, it suddenly sprang to life and lunged at him. Quick, subdue it, Harry. Retract your wand. You will ruin Longbottom's book, Hagrid urged. Amidst the ensuing chaos, they successfully opened the tome. Today's topic is the hippogriff. Does anyone know what they are? The hippogriff, also referred to as the winged horse, is a notably gentle creature. It does not attack humans unless provoked, yet possesses a strong sense of pride, Hermione recited from the textbook. Cassandra and Harry gazed with curiosity at the few hippogriffs Hagrid had brought along. Allow me to demonstrate how to earn their trust, Hagrid declared confidently. Although Hagrid may appear simple-minded in other respects, he is undoubtedly an expert in magical creatures. Even during his time at Hogwarts, he cared for numerous magical beings, rivaling the esteemed Newt Scamander. You must first bow to it, locking eyes to convey your respect. Buckbeak slowly lowered its head, returning the gesture, its gaze growing clearer. Remember, do not touch their feathers. It will agitate them, he cautioned. Now, it's your turn to try, children. Chapter 85. Buckbeak the Hippogriff. Let Slytherin go first, Hagrid suggested. His small eyes turned to Harry, silently urging him to demonstrate and spare himself embarrassment. Heeding Hagrid's suggestion, the Slytherins turned their attention to their leader. After a moment's hesitation, he directed his gaze toward Draco Malfoy, who was still munching on a green apple, blissfully unaware of the situation. Draco, you go? Harry called out directly. Huh, Malfoy responded, bewildered. He glanced at Harry's unwavering expression, then at the hippogriff brought forth by Hagrid, feeling utterly lost. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a pleading look toward Cassandra. What are you staring at? Didn't you hear your name? In that instant, Draco's demeanor darkened. He had absorbed none of Hagrid's advice. After all, how could Malfoy bow to a beast? Yet the issue was not whether he wanted to, but that Harry had commanded him to do so. And he couldn't very well cast a spell on the hippogriff. Humph, it's just a beast. Draco reassured himself. He strode arrogantly toward Buckbeak. The hippogriff, said to possess the bloodline of a griffon, boasted resplendent silver feathers and a muscular build, appearing formidable. As Draco approached, it emitted a cautious call. Oh, Malfoy, you must bow first and wait for its return gesture, Hagrid incessantly reminded him. But Draco paid no heed, his eyes filled with arrogance as he regarded Buckbeak. The eyes of the hippogriff were filled with arrogance as it instantly unsheathed its claws and lunged toward Draco. Armor Charm. Harry cast a spell from a distance. Clang. The claws struck against the ironclad enchantment, producing a resonant sound. Buckbeak stepped back a few paces, casting a wary glance at the students. His expression tinged with a considerable amount of irritation. Step back. I just mentioned that the hippogriff is an exceedingly proud creature, and it will not spare anyone who dares to offend it. Hagrid exhaled deeply, then turned to Harry with gratitude. Thank you. Harry, thanks to you, Malfoy was not harmed. Harry shook his head, choosing not to respond to Hagrid, but instead casting a cold gaze at the shaken Draco. Malfoy, in my eyes, you are even more arrogant than this hippogriff. You do not pay attention in class, your spells are ineffective, your forehand is feeble, and your backhand lacks precision. Harry's wand shimmered with magical brilliance. The fallen leaves on the ground coalesced under Harry's magic, propelling Draco backward, away from Buckbeak, back into the ranks of Slytherin. Harry speaks the truth, Cassandra had to agree. Since the beginning of the school year, Draco's combat skills had evidently deteriorated. He had spent an entire year engaged in a battle of wits with Ron, but the two were essentially evenly matched. In comparison, Hermione and Cassandra's growth in power was nothing short of remarkable, especially considering the greater magical talent possessed by the two young women. I wish to witness just how arrogant you truly are, Harry said, looking at Buckbeak with intrigue. The golden eyes met the brown eagle eyes of Buckbeak, creating an invisible pressure. No, he is quite angry now. He will not allow anyone to approach him, Hagrid interjected immediately. Calm down, Hagrid, I never undertake ventures without assurance." With that, he stepped forward, slowly approaching Buckbeak. The griffin, with its eagle head and lion body, bore wings that stood on end, its feathers bristling in response to an invisible pressure emanating from a higher being, instilling an inexplicable fear in Buckbeak. One step, then another. While to an ordinary observer it appeared to be a mere walk, to Buckbeak it resonated as the tolling of death's bell. The creature, possessing the bloodline of a griffin, perceived that the approaching entity was not a mere human. Behind those golden eyes surged a cataclysmic inferno, embodying a primordial beast. With a cry of terror, Buckbeak screeched, instinctively preparing to strike with its claws in a bid for defense against the looming threat. This is the manner in which the griffin defends its dignity, resolutely refusing to allow any creature to infringe upon its honor. Yet, such a struggle proves futile, for Harry is not one to be easily subdued. The moment Buckbeak unsheathed its claws, Harry's golden eyes ignited with determination. Word of power, sovereignty, he intoned nonchalantly. An immense force was exerted upon Buckbeak, rendering its foreclaws immobile. Forced to cower against the earth under the weight of overwhelming pressure, unable even to unfurl its wings. Nevertheless, its eagle head remained proudly erect, its gaze imbued with arrogance. Harry narrowed his eyes, sensing that his intimidation was insufficient. He unleashed the full measure of his authority, a wave of energy radiating from his being, causing even the fish in the Black Lake to display their bellies in submission, while the young wizards felt as though they were being scrutinized by an unseen presence. Particularly, Hagrid, with his giant lineage, felt a chill creep over him, prompting him to glance about nervously. However, this aura of intimidation was directed solely at Buckbeak. The majestic hippogriff bore the weight of the atmosphere, its once proud gaze beginning to waver, now filled with trepidation as it regarded Harry. With a gentle gesture, Harry extended his hand, subtly grasping the air, and once more gravity was imposed upon Buckbeak. Ultimately, the creature lowered its head, yielding its dignity in the face of overwhelming power. However, unbeknownst to Buckbeak, even a griffin is merely prey to a dragon. Submitting to one is not a matter of shame. In fact, many hippogriffs often reside in close proximity to dragons, occasionally assisting in polishing their scales, for their claws are incapable of breaching the formidable defenses. "Your magical creature lineage is indeed formidable," Hagrid exclaimed, in awe of the fact that no one had ever compelled a hippogriff to submit through sheer intimidation. It is important to note that even the Dark Lord, if present, would only resort to slaying the creature rather than coercing it into submission. "Next, but do not emulate my methods. Rather, adhere to Hagrid's teachings," Harry remarked nonchalantly. The little serpents nodded helplessly, acknowledging that they lacked the strength to attempt such feats. Henceforth, everyone obediently complied. Whenever Buckbeak exhibited any semblance of impatience, a mere glance from Harry would render the creature exceedingly docile, prompting Hagrid to exclaim how utterly unmagical it was. "Tonight, please cover for me in Slytherin's Dark Arts class." "I must seek out Professor McGonagall," Harry instructed. It was evident that his intent was clear, to master the art of animagus transformation, specifically the version pertaining to magical creatures. Chapter 86. The Transfiguration Club. Within the confines of the Gryffindor head's office, Professor McGonagall was diligently grading transfiguration assignments. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and with a wave of her hand, the portrait opened the door. "Professor McGonagall, I hope I am not intruding upon your work," Harry said respectfully. Regardless of his past self or his current persona, he held profound respect for this diligent elder professor, who, despite having no offspring, regarded Harry as her own. "Of course. I have just notified the Transfiguration Club that they will be welcoming an exceptionally talented new member today." As she spoke, she set down her quill and began to pet the cat beside her. The cat relished McGonagall's affection, purring contentedly, for indeed, no one understands a cat quite like another cat. She knew it all too well. Harry did not linger on the sight of the pampered feline, but instead pondered the Transfiguration Club. This club, established at McGonagall's behest, serves as a student exchange organization within the school. Many upperclassmen participate, seeking to delve into more advanced transfiguration techniques during their free time. "Please take a seat. I believe Diggory will be joining us shortly," he said, shaking the hem of his dark green robe as he naturally settled into McGonagall's office. "Harry, could you share with me why you wish to learn animagus transformation?" Professor McGonagall inquired. What she did not reveal to Harry was that both James and Sirius had learned this skill from him, and these two prodigies had even imparted their knowledge to their companion, Peter Pettigrew. "You should know, I have awakened a certain magical creature lineage," he recounted. This was precisely what intrigued her, For the vast majority of wizards are incapable of mastering animagus transformation. They possess innate strength, yet struggle with the intricacies of change. Even Professor Dumbledore himself could not wield such magic. McGonagall regarded Harry's awakened lineage as akin to that of the Phoenix family, Dumbledore. This awakening often bestows formidable power upon wizards, yet simultaneously strips them of the right to master such abilities. My strength is unique, and within my heart resides an unyielding fury. Harry's voice dropped low. Absent the restraint of reason, I would endeavor to annihilate everything, to obliterate the surroundings, plunging the world into chaos. I once demonstrated this at my uncle's, nearly bringing about their demise. McGonagall was momentarily rendered speechless. Soon, her eyes were clouded with profound guilt, for she was one of those who had initially placed Harry at the Dursleys' doorstep. She understood all too well that growing up in such a household must have instilled within Harry a certain brutal emotion, which catalyzed the awakening of his bloodline, yet also harbored endless repercussions. What transpired previously in Professor Lupin's class? McGonagall posed the critical question. No one at Hogwarts is a fool. The roar of a dragon reverberated throughout the entirety of Hogwarts, prompting them to convene an emergency meeting. The motto of this school is "Do not disturb the sleeping dragon." Lupin must have conveyed this matter to the professors. The transformation of Boggart into such a creature partly stems from the fact that Harry may have encountered this monster somewhere in reality. In his dreams, its gaze resembled mine, and I felt that it was indeed me, Harry asserted with conviction. So that is the case, Professor McGonagall realized with clarity. Initially, she had reservations about Harry's potential association with Slytherin. As the child of Lily and James, how could he possibly belong to Slytherin? However, upon hearing Harry's revelation, Professor McGonagall understood, having been a professor at Hogwarts for many years, that she had once encountered the Slytherin adage, "Purebloods, master your power, do not be subjugated by it." Muggles merely cower in fear of power, they dread the truth of magic, and it is this path we must pursue. From a psychological perspective, Harry is undoubtedly the rightful heir of Slytherin. In terms of lineage, he possesses a magical heritage that even Salazar Slytherin could only envy. Yet he refuses to succumb to the brutality flowing through his blood. Instead, he aims to tame the magic within. I shall teach you, my child, until you ascend to the heights you desire, Professor McGonagall remarked with profound significance. You have always been my finest teacher, Professor McGonagall, Harry responded with a smile. However, the elderly woman shook her head, speaking with a hint of self-mockery. Your true teachers are likely those closest to Dumbledore. At that moment, a young man pushed open the partially ajar door, a head of brown hair peeking in. Oh, you have arrived, Cedric. Allow me to introduce you to Harry Potter. I have decided to welcome him into the Transfiguration Club, Professor McGonagall enthused. The young man before them was also an exceptionally talented wizard, belonging to Hufflepuff. Harry assessed this youth, who radiated a magical essence absent in ordinary wizards, and the wand slightly visible from his cuff attested to his combat prowess. Hello, I am Harry Potter. Cedric Diggory, I believe we have all heard of your name, he jested. The renowned savior, who had garnered accolades since his enrollment, left little doubt in their minds. I did not anticipate your remarkable talent in transfiguration. It is no wonder you are capable of vanquishing the mysterious one, Cedric remarked. However, this is not the time for nostalgia. We require a venue. Harry wishes to learn animagus transformation, and we shall need the assistance of you, my esteemed colleagues, Professor McGonagall stated. Upon hearing this, the responsible boy nodded earnestly. Very well, I shall summon Penelope and the others. Let us convene at our usual spot, Cedric replied before departing. Harry, however, was perplexed as to why he needed so many observers while practicing animagus transformation. Harry, you must understand that animagus is an exceedingly perilous magic. Should it spiral out of control, one must have someone capable of counteracting the spell. We typically refrain from transfiguring human forms, for you may inadvertently incur the blood curse, she admonished, her tone grave, underscoring the gravity of the matter. The intricacies of a wizard's body are profound. Certain transformations may yield irreversible consequences, which is why such magic is generally not applied to oneself. Yet, mastering animagus would bestow upon one an unparalleled advantage. After this discourse, Harry followed Professor McGonagall into a chamber. Upon opening the door, they entered a hall adorned with ornate decorations, the majority of which were crafted through transfiguration. These are the masterpieces of your predecessors. Let us commence at once. Penelope, Cedric, take your positions in that corner and be prepared, Professor McGonagall commanded sternly. The high-ranking wizard of Muggle origin was Penelope Clearwater. At this moment, she was summoned by Cedric to fulfill her duties as a member of the Transfiguration Club, casting a curious glance at the boy. Harry, already quite handsome, appeared even more striking in profile, his regal demeanor accentuated by his golden hair, leaving an indelible impression on those who beheld him. Harry, can you first tell me the fundamental principles of the Animagus transformation? Cedric inquired. Without hesitation, he replied, it is the soul creature. He had long since memorized this introduction flawlessly. When the triangle of soul, magic, and rules reaches equilibrium, your soul creature will manifest. The soul creature can take the form of one's beloved or one's favorite animal. The Patronus charm, in essence, reveals the soul's sacred embodiment. However, when young wizards cast the Patronus, the majority can only summon a fleeting wisp of white light. Yet for Harry, there was no ambiguity regarding his own soul creature. Now, channel all of your magical energy and let it surge forth, Professor McGonagall commanded. This project has long surpassed the difficulties posed by the OWSL examination. The choice of the boiling magic itself is a drain on life force, yet it remains the sole method to unlock the animagus. Only in the twilight of human existence can a second life be revealed. The soul detaches from the body, enabling the transformation of the physical form. Beneath that flesh, an infinite wellspring of magic flows, and as Harry retracted his suppression of this magic, his skin became searingly hot. Even Cedric and Penelope, nestled in the corner, could feel this intense heat. This is the magnificent force of vitality, the pinnacle of a wizard's explosive power. What kind of magical energy is this? Is he a monster? Cedric muttered to himself. He even employed a protective spell to withstand the onslaught of this magical power. Beside him, Penelope was visibly sweating. Under the weight of this magical force, the flow of her own magic became slightly arduous. Only Professor McGonagall remained composed, gazing steadily at Harry, her aged hand firmly gripping her wand. Although she was astonished by the magnitude of Harry's magic, the anticipated fluctuations of his soul were conspicuously absent. Despite the evident depletion of his vitality, his soul exhibited no signs of disturbance, remaining intricately intertwined with Harry's corporeal form. It was as if the draining vitality was utterly inconsequential. She could not stand by and watch Harry squander his life force in vain. Harry, what magical lineage have you awakened? Your vitality seems boundless. You must swiftly expend a portion of your life force, plunging yourself into a state of soul disarray. Soul disarray? Harry recalled the state he entered during his previous battles. He remembered the disorientation that accompanied his surge of power, a tendency towards uncontrollable rage. It was bloodlust. Gulp, gulp. A powerful heartbeat resounded, reminiscent of a roaring engine. The entire room reverberated with the sound of the pulsating heart, as if it echoed in Cedric and Penelope's ears. He exerted all his magical energy to suppress his heart, which throbbed with increasing rapidity, the once crimson blood being refined with each contraction. Blood refining, strength amplifying. The temperature of the blood gradually ascended, inching closer to the limits of human tolerance. Incantation, bronze throne. Even Harry's voice inevitably carried an aura of magic. His skin took on an ancient bronze hue, intricate and enigmatic patterns manifesting upon him. Those golden eyes shone like the sun, gazing down upon the creatures on the ground. This incantation serves to prevent the searing dragon's blood from searing his skin, averting the disintegration of his form before the transformation has even begun. Very well, Harry. Steady your mind, Professor McGonagall advised, promptly casting a spell to stabilize his mental state, aiding Harry in maintaining his composure. The radiance of his golden eyes diminished slightly. As Harry gradually subdued his tumultuous emotions, he gazed earnestly at Professor McGonagall, signaling the esteemed Transfiguration Master to continue her guidance. Envision the form of your soul's creature. Beginning with your flesh and slowly transmute into its likeness, McGonagall instructed gently. This is Felix Felicis, it may assist you. Harry accepted the vial of the potion, which Professor McGonagall had levitated to him, and uncorked it, gulping it down in one swift motion. Although he did not comprehend the principles behind this so-called potion of luck, he slowly closed his eyes, contemplating the visage of the black dragon. As his thoughts became increasingly immersed, the emotions coursing through his veins began to surface, and the suppressed voice within him started to resonate, attempting to hypnotize its host. Despair, calamity, annihilation. Devour the roots of the world tree. Raise the banner of rebellion against the gods as the twilight of the deities approaches. I am Nidhogg. This is the visage of Harry's soul creature. The terrifying beast merely cast a fleeting glance at Harry, sufficient to instill a shiver that coursed from his head to his toes. For this black dragon was undoubtedly the embodiment of calamity. Animagus. Harry intoned the incantation. His formerly bronze skin began to darken gradually, and the boiling of his blood ceased. His body underwent a transformation from within, scales sprouting from his skin in successive layers. What was he transforming into? A serpent? Cedric pondered, perplexed. What serpent could create such a commotion? I believe it is something extraordinary. I have never witnessed an animagus undergo such a metamorphosis. All right, children. If Harry loses his human reasoning after transforming into his animagus form, we must subdue him, she asserted, gripping her wand firmly. After all, in ancient times, many wizards who practiced becoming animagi found themselves unable to revert to their original forms after transforming into animals. They transmuted their magic into bodies indistinguishable from those of animals, yet failed to expend magic to safeguard their minds. Consequently, they ultimately forgot how to reverse the spell, forever relegated to the state of mere beasts. The reason that animagus transformation became a subject of study again was due to the eventual revelation of the methods to reverse the spell, although the risk of becoming an imbecile or senile remained. Roar. Harry opened his mouth, emitting a sound that was no longer human. As his neck elongated downward, a blue light began to flicker at his chest, the manifestation of the dragon's stomach, harboring boundless fiery dragon flames. It seemed the transformation was complete. In an instant, his form swelled hundreds of times, and his school uniform shattered with a resounding crash. Roar. The thunderous sound of the dragon's roar echoed. A majestic and fearsome dragon materialized before them, rendering everyone paralyzed with fear. Cedric and Penelope were so taken aback that their mouths hung agape. He had truly transformed into a wondrous creature. This is an unprecedented event in the realm of magic. Harry, do you still recognize me? Professor McGonagall queried. Before long, wisps of black smoke emanated from the form of the black dragon, which soon transformed entirely back into Harry. This particular form is excessively draining on magical energy. Before he could finish his thought, Harry collapsed completely. Chapter 88. The Marauder's Map. This marks your third instance of magical exhaustion. Can't you take better care of yourself? Madame Pomfrey filled a cup to the brim with a restorative potion, gesturing for him to drink it at once. Gazing at the potion swirling ominously within the cup, he pinched his nose and swallowed it hastily, allowing the potion's efficacy to course through his body. Mr. Potter, should you find yourself in the infirmary due to magical depletion again, you may find yourself incurring a hefty expense for restorative potions. As far as I know, the Potter family's fortunes have yet to fully recover. Although her words sounded somewhat acerbic, Madame Pomfrey was genuinely concerned for Harry. As the most distinguished descendant of Slytherin, she certainly did not wish to see Harry frequenting her domain, which is why she had made the potion particularly bitter. Unfortunately, Harry often presented with no visible injuries, merely the exhaustion of his magical reserves. The crux of the matter lay in his vast magical capacity, requiring him to consume several times the amount of potion others would need to restore his energy to a normal level. Quite the financial black hole. I shall be more cautious next time, Madame Pomfrey, Harry conceded. It was Professor McGonagall who sent you here. Professor Snape mentioned that genius is often accompanied by controversy, and neither of your instructors seems to regard student safety. Madame Pomfrey grumbled for a few moments until she noticed Professor McGonagall hastening to the infirmary upon Harry's awakening. Shaking her head in resignation, she reiterated her reminder for Harry to take his potions on time before grabbing her bag to attend to other students injured from mischief. Child, you are awake at last. How do you feel? Professor McGonagall inquired with concern. Not too bad, aside from a slight dizziness in my head, Harry replied, propping himself up. However, his brow suddenly furrowed, not from discomfort, but because he sensed an alarming slowness in the circulation of his blood. As his consciousness waned, Harry was astonished to discover that his blood glimmered with magical radiance. After using Bloodburst twice, he was gradually transforming toward a draconic state. Your bloodline is exceptionally unique. I believe this is the reason you are capable of transforming into a black dragon. The Ministry of Magic has already registered you. You are now the sole existing animagus capable of transforming into a magical creature. She produced a card from her robes, which was indeed the Ministry's certification for animagi. However, Professor McGonagall seemed somewhat resentful towards this document, thrusting it into Harry's hands while muttering to herself, "That fudge fellow has certainly expedited the approval process." Clearly, she had invested considerable effort in her own registration as an animagus. This is also the reason why James and the others are reluctant to register at the Ministry of Magic. Their efficiency is indeed lamentable. Compared to Harry, who is lost in thought, Professor McGonagall's gaze reveals concerns beyond this matter, as she has even discussed it with Dumbledore. Harry, listen to me. The mysteries of magic are undoubtedly captivating, but what is even more enchanting is life itself. We must not allow hatred to blind us. If you need anything, we are here to assist you. She perceives all of Harry's efforts since the beginning of the term as manifestations of his animosity towards Voldemort. It is only natural for McGonagall to think this way, for Harry has been diligently studying magic since his enrollment, excelling in every subject, and has not even participated in a Quidditch match. Although this student is quite endearing, he is, in a certain sense, rather perilous. For magic is a formidable power, wielded solely by wizards. I understand. I shall be more vigilant, Harry promised. After exchanging pleasantries once more, Professor McGonagall departed in haste, as she had classes to attend. Reflecting on McGonagall's words, Harry began a period of introspection. Perhaps he had indeed been neglecting the social aspects of school life lately, focusing solely on the study and mastery of magic, all in pursuit of the strength needed to vanquish Voldemort. He glanced out the window, where the Dementors continued their relentless search for Sirius's presence. This inevitably caused a slight pang in Harry's heart, which undoubtedly served as his motivation. His strength must reach a level where no force could snatch away those dear to him. Voldemort, you shall surely meet your demise at my hands, he declared resolutely. Shortly thereafter, Madame Pomfrey sanctioned his discharge. After all, if he lingered any longer, he would truly deplete the entire stock of potions in the infirmary. To make amends, Harry even took out a sum of galleons to compensate Madame Pomfrey. Hurry, Filch is approaching, Fred whispered conspiratorially. We should head this way. The Slytherin team is over there. And we certainly do not wish to be seen by them, George murmured. These are the Westlake twins, softly communicating with each other in the corridor. At this hour, night had already descended, and apart from Slytherin, which was still engaged in evening classes, the other houses were under curfew. Therefore, Filch was currently wielding his lantern, urging every student back to their common rooms. Should he spot even a single student clad in a red robe, he would not hesitate to deliver a thorough reprimand. The Weasley twins swiftly rounded a corner, their movements quick and furtive. What are you doing? Harry suddenly appeared before them. Oh, I knew there was something wrong with that map. Harry Potter has been missing since a few days ago. The twins were startled. It was only when they recognized Harry that they struck their parchment with a resounding clap. Map? What map? Harry feigned ignorance. The Marauder's map. It reveals the whereabouts of everyone in the school, George boasted. This prop, of course, was not crafted by them. It was discovered one day when they were conscripted by Filch to clean the storage room, hidden within a concealed compartment. Their creators were known as Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Little Peter, are you certain this map is accurate? Harry inquired, leaning in closely. He soon realized that in the corners of Hogwarts, this little Peter was still active, unable to escape the confines of the castle. Following Sirius's escape from Azkaban, the Dementors had memorized the scent of the Animachi. Occasional oversights are to be expected, Fred chuckled. I heard you were planning to open a prank shop in Diagon Alley? Harry asked. Absolutely. We have a plethora of ideas that are bound to be a hit. Wait, what do you ask? George suddenly caught on. 1,000 galleons. As my investment in your prank shop, Harry declared, a dragonhide pouch appearing abruptly in his hand. They exchanged glances, and Fred, quick as lightning, snatched the pouch. The moment he opened it, he was utterly dazzled. His gaze towards Harry transformed into one of astonishment, exclaiming, Blimey, this map is mine too. Is that acceptable? No objections. Boss, you are our greatest benefactor, the Weasley twins declared with utmost respect. Chapter 89. Lupin's shock. The parchment was imbued with an ancient quality, at first glance. It appeared blank and unadorned. The Weasley twins raised their heads proudly, and then drew their wands, pointing at the map. I solemnly swear I have no ill intentions. With this incantation, the ink lines began to unfurl, revealing a map that depicted the entirety of Hogwarts, with individuals moving about every space except the Forbidden Forest. Not only could it indicate everyone's location, but it also revealed several hidden passageways. When one no longer required its use, one could declare, mischief managed. They chorused. The ink lines gradually faded, reverting to the blank parchment. Go forth and accomplish great deeds. We believe you can do it, the twins encouraged without hesitation. Indeed. One is beholden to those who extend their generosity. Their flattery toward Harry was unparalleled, especially since the Weasley twins had just secured their initial capital. After all, 1,000 galleons required a decade of labor without sustenance from their parents. Of course, we hope your prank ventures become grand and spectacular. Harry reciprocated the compliment. I knew you would understand us. Ron, on the other hand, seems utterly oblivious. Speaking of pranks, the twins began to animatedly elaborate on their ideas, including skipping class suites, peculiar fireworks, and an array of novel inventions, all of which had yet to be realized due to budget constraints. In summary, invest in us, and you shall not regret it. Our profits will be shared equally with you, boss, the Weasley twins assured. Unaware that another individual was also in the office seeking the Marauders map, Remus Lupin. The creators of the Marauders map were indeed Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, notably. Moony was Lupin, Wormtail was Peter Pettigrew, Padfoot was Sirius Black, and Prongs was Harry's father, James Potter. I solemnly reveal my presence, he declared, waving his wand. Instantly, the figures of the Weasley twins materialized within the spell's reflection, examining the map intently to decipher its usage. Lupin furrowed his brow, knowing the course of action he must take. However, he quickly clasped his head as a wave of pain surged through him as the full moon approached. The werewolf toxin within him began to manifest. Each night posed a risk of losing control. He retrieved a vial of potion, concocted by Professor Snape, from his cloak and downed it in one go, feeling a measure of relief. Professor Snape, tonight you and Professor Lupin will be on patrol. Filch reminded in a hushed tone. This is also a recent regulation at Hogwarts. Originally, the professors were not required to patrol in the dead of night. But due to Sirius Black, 2 professors must now keep watch each night. Should any wayward young wizards or targets be discovered, immediate apprehension ensues. And tonight it is his turn alongside Lupin. That werewolf, if he forgets to take his potion, I shall deal with him. He snorted disdainfully, with his robes billowing. He strode out, brandishing his wand, exuding an air of anticipation for which unfortunate young wizard might suffer tonight. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins were engrossed in discussions of their grand designs, wholly unconcerned about the tension following the loss of the Marauders map. Suddenly, they collided with Snape, emerging from Slytherin. 50 points from Gryffindor for your reckless night wandering during a period of danger, you Weasley brothers, utterly unrepentant, exclaimed Snape, deducting a significant number of points without hesitation. Perhaps even Snape was uncertain how to address them, resorting to the straightforward appellation of Weasley brothers. Faced with Snape's harsh reprimand, Fred and George exchanged glances, their expressions innocent. What transpired here? Lupin inquired, leaning closer. The previously dim corridor was suddenly illuminated by the glowing spells emanating from the 3 wands, casting bright light upon the space. Snape, clearly unwelcoming, took a few steps back as Lupin intruded upon his personal space, his demeanor reflecting an unmistakable distaste. Although they were now colleagues, he could not help but recall the less than pleasant memories of their school days. I have already deducted points for these 2 students' nocturnal escapades. I trust Professor Lupin would not mind escorting them back to the common room. Not at all, Lupin replied. I am feeling rather well today. He was, of course, aware that Lupin had also emerged from Gryffindor. Having already deducted points, he was relieved of any further responsibilities, a pleasing irony, reminiscent of the years when they had vexed him. Now returning the favor from their earlier exchange, he confirmed that Lupin had indeed taken his wolfsbane potion tonight. That is well. You two must remember that it is exceedingly dangerous at present. Snape paused. Do not allow me to catch you again. Otherwise, the consequences will extend beyond mere point deductions. Hogwarts penalties for students included not only point deductions, but also detention and compulsory labor until graduation, options that no student would dare to endure. Naturally, Snape wished for no daily encounters with the Weasley twins, for that would be a self-imposed torment. After Snape departed, Lupin turned to the Weasley twins, inquiring, I have heard that you obtained a Marauders map from the storage room. Where is it now? Upon the posing of this query, the Weasley twins exchanged glances, each discerning the intricacies of the matter within the other's gaze. Harry sought the Marauders map, and the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor also desired the same artifact. It was rather perplexing how a mere map could wield such significant allure. Yet, to avert any potential targeting by the professor, they unhesitatingly betrayed their employer. We just gifted it to Harry Potter. He seems quite intrigued by it, Fred remarked. Harry? What does he need the Marauders map for? He possesses the invisibility cloak of the Deathly Hallows. Who could possibly see him while donning that? I do not know. He appears to have a keen interest in it, and besides, the map is rather inaccurate. It fails to reveal Harry Potter's name and constantly displays a peculiar one instead, George countered. He endeavored to dissuade Lupin from maintaining his fascination with the Marauder's map, fearing that should Harry become displeased, he might withdraw his support. The map does not err, Lupin frowned. This represents the confidence of a producer. When they initially created this map, they had the assistance of the Centaurs. It was often mentioned by a certain Peter Pettigrew, who frequently passed by us and often lingered in Ron's room, and recently he had been seen scurrying about. To bolster his argument, George recounted the events with an unrestrained flow of words. However, Professor Lupin's expression grew increasingly somber, his fists clenched tightly. Professor, what's wrong? It's nothing. You all should return to the Gryffindor common room with me now. For the time being, refrain from wandering at night. You won't escape if Dementors catch you, Lupin commanded, his demeanor shifting. Chapter 90. A terrifying Quidditch match. Are you still in the sewers? I shall see when you are able to emerge. Having returned to the Slytherin common room, Harry tucked away the newly acquired map. He stretched, feeling the fatigue from the tense and urgent activities of the past few days. However, Sirius had no immediate plans to seek him out. After all, he was merely a prisoner now, and approaching Harry would only invite more complications. Capturing Peter Pettigrew was the foremost priority. Though separated by distance, both Godfather and Godson voiced this sentiment in unison. Sirius, a member of the Black family, was not favored by his relatives, yet that did not imply he was foolish. He had received an education from a pureblood family prior to entering Gryffindor. Besides instilling the ideals of blood purity, the Black family education encompassed other wisdom. Indeed, one of the headmasters who had once graced the walls behind Dumbledore hailed from the Black lineage. Harry returned to his room, collapsing onto his bed, the Marauder's map resting beside him. As soon as Pettigrew's name departed from the sewers, it would alert him immediately. This map was remarkably useful. He pondered how his father and the others had crafted it. Before sleeping, he meticulously examined the map in his hands. Even the wisdom of dragons could not provide answers, for many enigmas remained surrounding this so-called Marauder's map. Upon rising, after a brief wash, he observed Draco in the common room, adjusting his attire. Accompanying him was a group of similarly dressed individuals who brandished brand new brooms, boasting enthusiastically about the intricacies of Quidditch. Is there a Quidditch match today? Harry asked, picking an apple from the table. He settled onto a couch in Slytherin, where none dared to sit but him, while to his right, Cassandra sat with her arms crossed. They have been preparing since morning, but why are you interested in Quidditch today? Occasionally watching a match can be a good way to relieve stress, Harry replied casually. Then let us go together. With you in the stands, the Quidditch players will surely be invigorated, Cassandra nodded, turning to announce to the Quidditch team what she had just discussed with Harry. Instantly, expressions of pride and fervor adorned their faces as they gazed at Harry. Chief, have you finally taken an interest in Quidditch? Draco exclaimed excitedly. Do not misconstrue. I have no intention of taking the field, nor will I assist you from the sidelines. Just perform at your usual level. Harry waved his hand dismissively. He had not yet descended into madness to employ such underhanded tactics for victory. Although he could bestow each Quidditch player with a charm, allowing them to soar across the field while their opponents languished in dust. Who is our opponent today? Harry inquired. It's Hufflepuff, and their seeker is Cedric Diggory, Draco replied gravely. Upon hearing that name, Harry's brow slightly furrowed. He recognized Cedric as the young man from Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. He glanced at Draco with a hint of melancholy, for based on Cedric's abilities, he would far surpass the Slytherin players in Quidditch prowess. Nevertheless, Harry refrained from voicing this sentiment to avoid dampening their spirits, allowing them to strategize freely. Just as their team was nearly ready, the sky suddenly darkened, heavy clouds gathering, and moments later, a torrential downpour ensued. Despite the weather, the Quidditch match would not be postponed. Weather manipulation. Cassandra brandished her wand. Chanting incantations, she summoned lightning from the heavens, striking a nearby tree with considerable force. This display was not merely for show, but served as motivation before their departure. Transforming a branch struck by lightning into a serpent, she declared, "You shall become this lightning, and together we will vanquish our opponents. We will not disappoint you, Chief." Miss Worrell, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, replied earnestly, fully aware of the match's significance. Before long, the match commenced. Hufflepuff's Quidditch team proved formidable. Although their brooms lacked the speed of the Slytherins, their techniques were exceptionally refined. The opposing chaser deftly maneuvered past defenders, scoring a goal against Slytherin. Hufflepuff scores. Well done, Horus. The commentator bellowed. The rain intensified, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the scene. Harry sat in the Slytherin VIP area, shielded from the rain by a magical barrier, his feet remaining entirely dry. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he caught a glimpse of something golden amidst the downpour. It was the golden snitch, darting between Cedric and Draco, as if taunting the two less skilled seekers. Given Draco's experience, he should have the advantage this time. Cassandra leaned against Harry. No, Cedric is more adept. He has already spotted it, Harry asserted confidently. Cedric closed his eyes, honing in on the faint sound of the snitch's wings amidst the thunder, and immediately sped towards it. Witnessing Cedric's pursuit, Draco was not one to concede easily and followed suit. The golden snitch, realizing it had been noticed, soared upward at full speed. Wait. This may not be good. There are Dementors. Harry sprang to his feet, his wand slipping into his hand as the Dementors breached the agreement with Hogwarts, soaring high above. Both Cedric and Draco fell victim to these creatures. Their hollow mouths gaped open, siphoning magic and emotion from the two boys, their consciousness fading. And they plummeted from the sky without warning. How could Dumbledore, as headmaster, stand idly by and witness such an event unfold? The greatest white wizard of this century did not wield a wand. Instead, he merely raised his hand and intoned loudly the incantation to slow their descent. However, the Dementors relentlessly swooped down, inciting panic in the stands and throughout the Quidditch pitch, as no one wished to be ensnared by these wretched creatures. Fire Dragon, arise. With a flourish of his wand, Harry unleashed a torrent of azure flames that surged forth, wings flapping as they charged towards the nightmarish beings. If I can vanquish you once, I can do so again. Chapter 91. The Shrieking Shack. Expecto Patronum. Not only was it Harry's spell, Dumbledore could no longer tolerate the presence of the Dementors. Grasping the Elder Wand firmly, a radiant light emerged before him, summoning a magnificent white phoenix, larger than Harry's fire dragon. Its resounding cry immobilized all the Dementors upon the Quidditch field. The fire dragon consumed them one by one. Dumbledore instinctively sought to intervene, but upon witnessing the flames merely brush past the Slytherin students without causing harm, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. In previous encounters, Harry's flames could be obscured by other justifications. Yet this fire dragon bore an uncanny resemblance to Grindelwald's own. Dumbledore understood that now was not the time for entanglement with Harry. He needed to swiftly halt Harry's relentless extermination of the Dementors. At the current pace of the fire dragon, the Dementors would soon be entirely devoured. Harry, cease this at once. The Ministry will come after you, Dumbledore commanded. His intention behind summoning the Patronus was to take charge of the situation with the Dementors. However, Harry's fire dragon paid no heed to Dumbledore's orders. These Dementors, rife with myriad emotions, were nothing short of natural sustenance, eager to consume them all in an instant. The situation had turned chaotic, facing a fire dragon and a phoenix. The Dementors had lost their earlier bravado upon entering the Quidditch pitch, their forms hanging in the air, appearing somewhat dazed. Harry was well aware of the implications. He did not wish to antagonize the Ministry, especially since Fudge had assisted him on numerous occasions. Regarding the troublesome situation, he cast a slightly apologetic glance at Dumbledore. Perhaps you should take the lead on this. He then waved his wand to restrain the fire dragon, compelling it to cease its consumption of the Dementors. All the students witnessed his remarkable fire dragon, which had now devoured dozens of Dementors, beginning to grow in size, gradually rivaling the white phoenix summoned by Dumbledore. It is crucial to understand that this was merely one dragon. In the height of Grindelwald's power, he had tamed 3 such formidable beasts. The Dark Lord, who dominates Europe and advances into North America, exhibits formidable power, while the Guardian's charm merely represents the tip of the iceberg of Dumbledore's capabilities. The true Phoenix, Fawkes, observes the unfolding events with a detached demeanor. Unless Dumbledore encounters genuine peril, Fawkes is unlikely to engage in battle. It suffices to expel the threat. There is no need for further actions. Professor Lupin approached Harry's side, releasing his own Patronus to assist Dumbledore in dispelling the Dementors. Compared to the professor's efforts, the students were more enamored with Harry's fierce flames. Regrettably, this dragon was gradually retracted into Harry's wand. The Niffler, hidden within Harry's sleeve, blinked open its eyes, curiously surveying the surroundings. It emitted a muffled sound of discontent. The Ministry has yet to pursue my dragon, so you cannot be so brazenly visible. Harry cautioned the Niffler with a furrowed brow. Should he attain a level akin to Grindelwald's, combined with the Niffler in his possession, he could unleash 4 dragons. If he transformed himself, no city in the world could withstand such a monstrous assault. Any faction contemplating antagonism would need to weigh their own strength carefully. The Niffler shook its head in response, feeling a bit aggrieved as it clutched the Marauder's map, its tail pointing at a somewhat tattered piece of parchment. On the parchment, a name was frantically moving, taking advantage of the Dementor's distraction to flee beyond the protective barriers of Hogwarts. The name is Peter Pettigrew. Lupin also saw that Norbert had emerged from his sleeve. He barely had time to be astonished by Harry's dragon keeping before he noticed on the map that Peter Pettigrew was attempting to flee Hogwarts. They could not allow him to escape. This was a shared consensus between the two. Harry and Lupin exchanged a glance and immediately soared in the direction indicated by the map. When the founders of Hogwarts established this school, they created only 3 exits. One could not leave from elsewhere. One was the port across the Black Lake, another was located in Hogsmeade, and the last was hidden within the Forbidden Forest, a place teeming with perilous magical creatures. Peter Pettigrew would have to be quite foolish to venture there. Word of power, wind dance. Harry took to the air, flying towards Hogsmeade before the eyes of many, undeterred even by Professor McGonagall's loud protests. Poor Professor McGonagall felt helpless. Harry's guardian had not yet signed the necessary papers, preventing him from going to Hogsmeade. What is happening? She could only ask Lupin. I cannot explain this matter now. Please wait until I return for a detailed account. Lupin replied hastily as he sprinted out of the Quidditch pitch. They already knew Peter Pettigrew's intended destination, so the Marauder's map was no longer necessary. Relying on his memories of nighttime escapades, Lupin took a shortcut through the secret passageway, emerging from Honeydukes and arriving in Hogsmeade. There, they spotted a rat scurrying towards the Whomping Willow, closely pursued by a large black dog, which was lunging at the rat with claws outstretched. That's my Scabbers. In a rare turn of events, Ron had not attended Quidditch that day. He had encountered his Scabbers in Hogsmeade. Upon seeing his former owner, Scabbers dashed towards Ron, leaping into his arms, while the massive dog arrived shortly thereafter, gripping Ron's pant leg and tugging him towards the Whomping Willow. Help! Professor Lupin, Harry, save me. He caught sight of Harry and Lupin rushing towards him. The two individuals exchanged a glance and promptly drew their wands. However, Ron remained oblivious to the fact that their intentions were not to aid him, but rather to prevent one another from interfering with Sirius Black's capture of the traitor. What are you staring at? Exclaimed Harry. That's Peter Pettigrew. Professor Lupin immediately comprehended the situation, then slapped his forehead, realizing that concern can lead to confusion. Perhaps it was his conscience as an educator that spurred him to not abandon his students, prompting him to rush towards the Whomping Willow alongside Harry. Naturally, the Whomping Willow would not allow these two intruders to pass unchallenged. Its branches lashed out at them. A deafening explosion ensued. The branches shattered into fragments. They swiftly cast spells to intercept the branches, and Lupin dove through the opening, with Harry closely following in his wake. Behind this opening lies the Screaming Shack. Chapter 92, The Little Star Peter. Bumping and jostling along the way, Ron Weasley bore numerous wounds upon his forehead. The ferocious black dog clamped fiercely onto his pant leg, dragging Ron's body into the hole beneath the willow known for its violent tendencies, destined for the infamous Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade, a place shrouded in various rumors. You were Sirius Black. Ron recognized him. Recently, the entire magical community had been abuzz with his wanted posters. It was impossible for anyone to be unfamiliar with his visage. I've got you. At last, I've captured you. He laughed maniacally. Sirius, tall and gaunt, bore a gaze that hinted at madness, fixating on the rat nestled in Ron's arms, wearing a smile that suggested vengeance was imminent. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Ron recoiled in trepidation. The deranged man before him was clearly instilling fear. Not you, but your pet. Your rodent. Sirius snatched the wand from Ron's grasp. Stop. You big oaf. You'll frighten the child. Professor Lupin appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing the professor, Ron's eyes glimmered with a glint of salvation. He pointed at the man before him, urgently reminding Professor Lupin, Professor, he is Sirius Black, the most wanted criminal in the wizarding world. You must apprehend him. However, before Ron could finish his sentence, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. The professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts, who was supposed to safeguard the students, found himself entwined in an embrace with Sirius Black. Oh, old friend, it is a joy to see you once more, he exclaimed. The camaraderie between the two men was unmistakable. I have found him. I have finally found him. Sirius bellowed in triumph. You are all in league together, Ron exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Remus lowered his head, casting an apologetic glance at Ron, while he wrested the rat named Scabbers from his embrace, aiming his wand at the adversary. A beam of red light shot forth from the corridor, striking Remus with considerable force. This is the brilliance of the disarming charm. Professor Snape, it seems you have targeted Professor Lupin. Neville and Hermione cautioned the old bat. Yet, the old bat appeared utterly unfazed by the shrieking shack, as if he had visited this place long ago. It is worth noting that Snape once harbored many unpleasant memories here, nearly losing his life. I knew it from the very first day you arrived at Hogwarts. You are in cahoots. His tone was deliberate. Look who I have caught, the Wizarding World's most wanted criminal. Snape cast a cold glare at Sirius, finding both Lupin and him repugnant. In fact, it was Lupin who had entered the entrance to the Whomping Willow ahead of Harry, and thanks to his keen eyesight, Harry spotted Neville and Hermione. Following them was their own head of house, Severus Snape. Do you think yourself clever, you Snivellus? Sirius remarked disdainfully. Clearly, Snivellus was the childhood nickname they had bestowed upon Snape. Why do you claim to have known it so long ago, Professor Snape? Hermione inquired. Lupin is a werewolf. No one knows this place better than he does, and it was I who brewed his wolfsbane potion. Since your arrival at Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts, I have suspected your ulterior motives. You must be seeking to exploit your colleague's vulnerabilities to infiltrate this place. Snape's tone was sharp. However, Lupin paid no heed to Snape's acerbic remarks, for a figure had already appeared behind him. The individual gently tapped Snape on the shoulder, prompting the old bat to abruptly turn and face him. How could our illustrious savior be present in such a perilous situation? He cautioned. I am acutely aware of who stands before me, Harry replied with a steady tone. His gaze fell upon the ragged man, devoid of the animosity Snape had anticipated, replaced instead by a warmth of compassion. Wait a moment. Snape's mind struggled to comprehend. You truly know. Sirius was profoundly moved. The entire wizarding world deemed him the perpetrator responsible for the demise of the Potters, casting him into Azkaban, where the Dementors relentlessly tormented him. The belief that sustained his existence was the hope of one day vindicating himself. Of course, I am aware, Godfather, I am now a member of the Wizengamot, just as my father once was. The Ministry could not provide me with a complete dossier, yet from what I gleaned, I discerned your innocence, Harry uttered, crafting a convenient falsehood. After all, he could hardly disclose that his familiarity with the narrative had revealed this wretched creature to be Peter Pettigrew. Upon uttering this statement, the occupants of the room regarded him with expressions of bewilderment. Such a revelation was indeed astonishing. Reveal yourself immediately, he commanded, his wand, as white as jade, aimed directly at Scabbers. The yellow mouse lay on the ground, emitting reluctant sounds, and utilized its own magical essence to resist Harry's spell, striving to maintain its animagus form. However, Harry would not allow such a triumph, immediately amplifying his magical output. In a short while, a repugnant, balding dwarf emerged on the ground, known as Peter Pettigrew, an honorary member of the Order of Merlin, acclaimed as a hero of the wizarding world. You have deceived the entire magical realm. You scoundrel! Ron shrieked in accusation. He finally recognized that this was not his beloved Scabbers, but rather the treacherous Peter Pettigrew. Ah, my old friends, long time no see. You with the large feet and moon face, he remarked nostalgically. Yet, in truth, Peter Pettigrew was most fearful of confronting his former friends, for he lacked the dignity to face them. Friend? Who was your friend? It was you who betrayed the Potters, leading to the demise of James and Lily. Sirius bellowed fiercely. Do you know how I have suffered all these years? I shall kill you. He made as if to strangle him. No. You know nothing of Voldemort's terror. He will employ the Cruciatus curse upon me, and will target all my family. If you were in my position, you would act likewise. Peter Pettigrew attempted to justify himself. Yet, a white wand pointed at his forehead, and golden eyes regarded him with the coldness of death. Godfather, I shall not allow you to kill him. Harry spoke with an unperturbed tone. Harry, thank you. You truly are James and Lily's son. I am my parents' child. But your words are repugnant. I am now a member of the Wizengamot, and I shall return you to trial, consigning you to Azkaban, restoring my godfather's honor. Each word dripped with venom. Then, Harry summoned the magic within him, transforming the wooden planks into iron chains that ensnared Peter Pettigrew. Incantation, Black Flame Prison. He intoned slowly. Blue, fierce flames enveloped Peter Pettigrew, forming a prison in the midst of his despairing gaze, signifying his absolute inability to escape. As long as you harbor thoughts of escape, the flames shall scorch you, yet they will never kill you. What makes you think I shall not torment you? What makes you believe I shall not harm your family? Harry's eyes glinted with ferocity. Chapter 93, Confronting the Werewolf Thing. A familiar voice resonated in his mind, detecting a shift in the narrative, granting an additional draw opportunity. I shall refrain from drawing now. He certainly could not indulge in a lottery at this moment, with so many screaming in the hut. What do you intend to do? Snape inquired, looking toward Harry. Naturally, I shall deliver him to the Wisengamot. Justice shall prevail in the wizarding world. With that, Harry cast a glance at Neville beside him. Unwilling to elaborate further, though somewhat timid, the boy nodded vigorously, still harboring a sense of justice within his heart. The old bat, of course, was well aware that the latter part of the statement was untruthful, had there been any semblance of fairness in the wizarding world. The previous century would not have seen the persecution of all those who had come into contact with muggles due to stringent confidentiality laws. With a disdainful snort, he reflected on Harry's character, fully cognizant of its nuances. The boy never indulged in frivolous actions. Handing the diminutive Peter over to the Dementors was a punishment that could not possibly rival the strength of keeping him in his own hands. Let us depart hastily. Time is of the essence, Hermione urged, discomfort evident in her demeanor due to the eerie ambience of the shrieking shack. The aged wooden structure bore deep claw marks, a testament to the presence of some malevolent creature, and if it were to return, a battle would likely ensue. The group nodded in agreement and made their way out through the entrance of the Whomping Willow. A full moon was gracefully ascending into the night sky. Today marked the night of the full moon. Moony, have you taken your potion? Sirius suddenly grasped his dear friend Remus Lupin's shirt, shaking him vigorously with concern. Snape's expression turned grave, for the potion in question was undoubtedly the wolf's bane he had concocted. Lupin's gaze was fixed on the rising moon. The werewolf toxin within him surging, causing his magical essence to falter, and blood vessels began to surface in his eyes. He was on the verge of transforming into a werewolf. Damn it, I knew you were a bastard. Snape cursed. Professor Snape, you must escort the three of them away. Harry stated with unwavering authority. I will remain with my godfather. He cannot return to Hogwarts yet, not with the Dementors lurking about. Your task is to ensure their safe passage back to the school. After a brief contemplation, Snape acquiesced to Harry's proposal, though he cast one last anxious glance back. He understood well that while Harry possessed considerable strength, confronting a transformed Lupin would still pose a significant challenge, the greater the wizard, the more perilous their transformation into a werewolf. Awoo. The tattered clothing ripped apart as Lupin's form expanded to nearly twice the size of a man. Unleashing a howl that echoed through the night, a summons for kindred spirits. The woods reverberated with the howls of countless wolves in response. When the sound subsided, all traces of emotion vanished from his eyes, leaving only primal ferocity and savagery. The persona of Remus Lupin was utterly subdued by the werewolf toxin. With a fearsome swipe, he lunged at Harry. Suddenly, a large dog intervened, fiercely biting Lupin to thwart his attack on Harry. Harry's gaze, deep and resolute, met Lupin's wild, green eyes. Lupin fiercely shook off the dog, serious, and continued to snarl at Harry. The boy's captivating golden eyes evoked a sense of threat and wariness in all creatures. Incantation, Bronze Ward, Harry intoned, invoking the spell. His bronze-hued skin reflected a fortified physique, and he intended to instill a sense of calm in his defense against the dark arts professor, charging directly at Lupin, to mitigate the potential lethality of magical assaults. Harry opted for physical confrontation. Awoo. The primal instincts of the werewolf flared, witnessing a human approach without a wand, daring to engage in close combat, was tantamount to courting death. The wolf's claws extended, and without hesitation, it struck at Harry with tremendous force. I must remind you, the last to make that mistake was also a werewolf. Harry seized Lupin's claw, the coarse fur repulsive to the touch. He followed up with a powerful punch to the werewolf's abdomen, nearly dislodging his eyes from their sockets. Turning swiftly, Harry delivered an elbow to Lupin's snout, pivoting to grip his neck and forcefully slide him across the ground for several meters. In the realm of magic, the creature known as a werewolf emitted mournful howls, its formidable strength rendering it nearly incapable of resistance. Its sharp claws could scarcely penetrate the defense of its bronze-hued skin. It resembled an infant in its helplessness. Was James's lineage truly so terrifying? Sirius's mouth fell agape. To be candid, this scene was profoundly shocking. He had encountered werewolves before, with his prowess. Subduing an ordinary werewolf would be effortlessly achievable. Yet, to conquer a werewolf solely through physical might, how utterly fanciful. But now, a wizard was indeed engaging in close combat, overpowering the werewolf with sheer force. Is this a manifestation of the giant's bloodline? This is utterly insane. Sirius found it nearly impossible to behold the scene before him. Bang! Another muffled thud echoed as Lupin's wolfish form was slammed against the tree trunk, shaking loose a multitude of leaves, causing the approaching pack to momentarily retreat. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the once invincible wolves could only concede. Now, are you able to regain your composure? Harry's voice was low. In his grasp, he held a figure that resembled a lifeless dog. Although Lupin, transformed into a werewolf, had lost all semblance of human reason and emotion, he still retained the instinct to recognize an insurmountable challenge. Gur. He seemed to whimper in submission. It would be better for you to lose consciousness. With a decisive motion, Harry delivered a swift strike that rendered the already subdued werewolf unconscious. He then cast the thoroughly incapacitated Lupin into the shrieking shack, where even upon awakening, he would be confined to wreaking havoc. Godfather, it is time to attend to business. Your grievances have long awaited resolution. Without delay, he raised his wand, directing it towards the heavens, channeling his magic to launch a brilliant red firework into the sky. This is a distress signal from the Wizengamot. Aurors from the Ministry of Magic will respond immediately, regardless of their location, and it can be regarded as a special alarm. Thud. Countless figures arrived at the gates of Hogwarts, and Dementors had gathered in the sky. Mr. Potter, did you activate the call signal reserved for members? Inquired an Auror from the Ministry. It was I. I have found Sirius Black. Harry's words caused a sudden change in the Auror's expression. To confirm Harry's statement, Sirius transformed back from his animagus form. I will summon the Dementors at once. The Auror appeared somewhat flustered. No need. I have uncovered something unexpected, and perhaps you may recognize this individual. Harry extended his hand. The cage gradually expanded, revealing a figure within. Peter Pettigrew. How is this possible? Take me to the Wizengamot at once. This is urgent. Chapter 94. The imminent hearing. Godfather, you seem quite uneasy, Harry remarked, sipping the pale tea presented by the Ministry. Sirius scanned the opulent waiting room, reflecting that since entering Azkaban, he had never imagined he would step foot in the Ministry of Magic again. Expecting these bureaucrats to acknowledge their mistakes was akin to reaching for the stars. They would employ every means to conceal the truth. Harry, do you truly intend to hand Wormtail over to them? He hesitated, implying doubt about the Ministry's willingness to detain Peter Pettigrew. After all, this was the Ministry's domain. And Sirius could not speak plainly. During the years of resisting Voldemort, the Ministry had devolved into a mere tool of the Dark Lord. And it was they who would pass judgment upon him. Certainly not. The suffering you endured must be repaid 1,000-fold upon him, Harry replied, his tone devoid of warmth. We must adhere to the proper legal procedures. The Wizengamot members should be en route. Narrowing his eyes, he reclined in his chair, feigning sleep. System, commence my card draw. Harry commanded. The familiar interface activated, and aside from the rather enigmatic companion card from the last draw, he had not participated in a draw for some time. However, he felt a twinge of confusion. Over an entire academic year, he had only received one opportunity to draw cards. The cards began to emerge one by one from his mind. Gold card. Gold card. Yet another gold card. A total of 7 or 8 gold cards floated out from the pile, causing Harry's eyes to widen and his breath to quicken. Could this system be malfunctioning? He realized his luck had surged. Unfortunately, he could only select one card from these 10. Yet, among these 10 cards, a staggering 8 were gold. An astonishing probability of 8 out of 10. His luck could not possibly lead him to draw a common card, and so his awareness activated again, extracting a card, which indeed turned out to be a gold card. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the curse card, the Cruciatus Curse, which has been automatically equipped to your panel. A glimmer of green light flashed among the golden cards, revealing the Cruciatus Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Upon learning this curse, knowledge surged through his mind, and he was astonished to discover that it concealed the essence of the soul. Were all 3 unforgivable curses fundamentally tied to the soul? Harry pondered aloud. He was stunned to realize that the Cruciatus Curse was not merely a means to inflict pain. It directly affected the soul. Even if one were to lose consciousness, it would be of no relief. One's soul would be mercilessly tormented, akin to being sliced repeatedly, rendering one acutely aware of suffering, even devoid of physical sensation. For no creature exists without a soul. Even beings unaccustomed to fear would experience pain and dread when subjected to the Cruciatus Curse. By merely reducing its potency, a person's soul could endure lasting trauma without leading to death. A brief explanation sufficed to convey the horror of this curse. This is precisely why the Ministry of Magic has classified the Cruciatus Curse as one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Any intention to wield it against a human being is deemed unforgivable. The prerequisite for its use is a profound intent to kill, a veritable tempest of murderous intent. A cacophony of noise emanated from outside the Ministry's edifice, prompting Harry to abruptly open his eyes. The Daily Prophet had disseminated the news of Wormtail's capture throughout the wizarding world, and even the children on the streets were engaged in discussions about it. Incidentally, The Order of Merlin had aptly revoked Peter Pettigrew's honorary title. Meanwhile, officials from the ministry were en route, among them Mr. Worley. "Mr. Potter is inside. Please proceed," he announced as he entered Harry's reception room. Footsteps approached, growing ever nearer, until the door to the reception room swung open. "Long time no see, Harry, Mr. Worley greeted warmly. "Indeed, it has been a while, Mr. Worley. How has life been treating you lately?" Harry inquired. "Quite well, thank you. Although my wife has been somewhat reminiscent of Cassandra, how is she faring at school?" Mr. Worley chuckled. "Of course, she thrives in Slytherin, aside from myself. I doubt anyone would dare oppose her wishes," Harry replied with a smile. Mr. Worley then shifted his gaze to the side, where the rather uncomfortable Sirius sat upon the sofa. The man who is now completely transformed into a hero of the wizarding world. Why is he alongside Harry? This man is Sirius Black. Sirius rose to his feet, feeling quite out of place in such a social gathering, as he had always held a disdainful view of families like the Weasleys, who hailed from pure blood lineage. "My godfather, and now one of my very few remaining relatives." Harry added to his previous thought. Mr. Weasley's previously distant gaze suddenly turned to one of astonishment, and he promptly grasped Sirius's hand. "So, you hail from the illustrious Black family. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Mr. Weasley remarked. However, unbeknownst to him, Sirius was not particularly fond of his heritage. Even though he was indeed the last scion of the Black family, the rightful heir, and once his name was cleared, a seat in the Wizengamot awaited him. Harry posed a question to Mr. Weasley, given his considerable experience in such matters. It was indeed Mr. Weasley who had facilitated Harry's entry into the Wizengamot. This endeavor proved challenging. Dumbledore had already taken precautions, and considering the Black family's reputation, there could be countless reasons to impede his access to the council. Mr. Weasley shook his head. It is not that he intentionally rejects Harry. Rather, it is a matter that is simply unfeasible. Harry's success is attributed not only to the factors he initially orchestrated, but also to the long-standing prestige of the Potter family, which has navigated the realms of pure blood and half-blood for generations, providing ample justification for anyone to support him. However, the situation is quite different for the Blacks, who have always been staunchly pure blood. In fact, they can be regarded as fervent supporters of pure blood ideology. Following the war, Sirius's sister and younger brother, Regulus Black, were branded as pawns of the Dark Lord. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue lies in the fact that the current representative of the Black family seat is Narcissa Malfoy. With a subdued tone, Worley remarked that challenging the Malfoy family would inherently mean confronting the former Death Eaters, who would surely oppose such a move with all their might. Harry, however, was rather unaware of this. He turned to look at his godfather. "Narcissa is my sister. She was once a Black." Sirius nodded in acknowledgement. "Then this matter will require careful deliberation." Harry exhaled deeply. At that moment, a servant pushed open the door and entered with a grave expression. "Gentlemen, the court is about to convene. I am here to inform you. Let us proceed." Harry rose to his feet. The attendant watched as Harry and his companions exited, his gaze fixed intently on Harry, whose resolute figure radiated an intense heat in his eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, his facial muscles twitched violently, his tongue flickering. The Dark Lord would surely kill him. He still had a mission to fulfill. He buried the name Bartemius crouched deep within his heart, lifted his head, and his expression transformed back to that of a humble servant. Chapter 95. The Trial of Peter Pettigrew as the Judiciary of the Magical Realm. The Wizengamot has perpetually maintained its unparalleled authority. The prominent pure blood families, led by Voldemort, entrusted the presiding of the trial to the Minister for Magic, a regulation that remains unaltered to this day. "Mr. Potter, this is your seat," the attendant indicated. Harry nodded, taking his place beside Fudge, with the Deputy Minister for Magic, Umbridge, resembling a pink toad, seated to his right. Once Fudge surveyed the chamber and confirmed that all members were present, he raised his hammer and brought it down with a resounding force. The enchanted hammer emitted a chilling sound, silencing the entire court. "I hereby declare that the cases concerning Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black shall be overturned and retried," Fudge announced loudly. Upon hearing this, every member of the Wizengamot furrowed their brows. Sirius had been condemned as a Death Eater and imprisoned, while Pettigrew had been bestowed with the title of hero, a decision firmly established by the Ministry of Magic. Today, however, the Ministry intended to reverse its previous judgment. Surely, they had not lost their minds? This was inconceivable. Peter Pettigrew was universally recognized as a hero in the magical world, a fact inscribed in the annals of magical history. Many began to voice their skepticism. Fudge then turned his gaze toward Harry, signaling that it was time for him to take the stage. After all, the true protagonist of this trial was not the bureaucrats, but this rising star, and Fudge internally wagered on Harry's future accomplishments. Esteemed members, I have requested evidence regarding Sirius's trial from the Ministry, and the result is that the evidence is inconclusive, Harry declared, casting the scraps of paper onto the table. His opening statement igniting a fervent uproar. The members of the assembly gasped in surprise, instinctively inclined to refute his claim, yet upon recognizing the identity of the speaker, they hesitated. This was Harry Potter. This case involves the disposition of the individual responsible for the demise of the other party's parents. Contemplating this, a wave of guilt compelled the assembled legislators to swallow their words. As a member of the Wisingamot, I am acutely aware of our identities. We are here to uphold the unity of wizards and to represent justice in this chamber. Harry, of course, could not rely solely on empty rhetoric. To overturn a case, one must be equipped with corresponding evidence. Allow me to present to you the scene of the original trial. Harry produced a vial, extracting strands of memory, and directed his wand towards the center of the court, where the image materialized. This act alone was indicative of the prowess of an accomplished wizard. Some legislators, unfamiliar with Harry's capabilities, were taken aback, but upon recalling his status, it seemed all too reasonable. After all, how could the savior triumph over Voldemort without extraordinary talent? Only Dumbledore, seated across the chamber, adjusted his glasses, revealing a flicker of confusion behind the thick lenses. Release me, you wretched wormtail. How dare you betray James and Lily? Sirius was escorted into a cage. At that moment, the Minister of Magic, a cunning middle-aged man, stood accused. It was you who betrayed the Potters, leading to their tragic fate at the hands of the Dark Lord. You also obliterated an entire street, taking the lives of countless muggles as you fled, and even silenced Peter Pettigrew, leaving nothing but a severed finger. The presiding Minister of Magic extracted a lengthy list of charges, enumerating Sirius Black's crimes one by one, causing the gazes of all the members to grow increasingly frigid, for they all understood that such offenses warranted confinement in Azkaban. You cannot do this. I never betrayed James and Lily. I request the use of Veritaserum, Sirius implored. Mr. Black, the Wisingamot seldom resorts to Veritaserum unless absolutely necessary. The Minister of Magic replied coolly. The Wisingamot had already passed a resolution prohibiting the use of Veritaserum during trials. The request was denied. At that moment, Umbridge, who was serving as an assistant to the Wisingamot, produced the previous documents and read them aloud to Sirius. Upon hearing this, Sirius's face turned ashen as he cast a glance at Dumbledore, the mightiest of wizards, who merely shook his head. Clearly, he too supported the post-war decision to forego Veritaserum in trials. Otherwise, it would be all too easy to implicate the pureblood families, plunging the entire magical world into chaos. As the scene faded, the members fully grasped the nature of that trial. Umbridge, noticing her own appearance, appeared somewhat flustered and quickly approached Harry, whispering, Mr. Potter, I apologize. Ms. Umbridge, at that time you were not an official member. This matter has no bearing on you. You were merely fulfilling your duties, Harry explained, suppressing his disgust. The pink toad has yet to reach the level of madness seen in later generations. Fudge currently lacks the audacity to confront Dumbledore, and Umbridge dares not reveal her true nature, particularly when it comes to an individual whom even the Minister of Magic must appease. She certainly cannot afford to offend him. Mr. Potter, should you wish to overturn this trial, you must possess sufficient evidence. These memories are merely one side of Sirius's account and are entirely insufficient to substantiate any claims. You, a mere young wizard, must understand that memories can be manipulated, stated a member of the Selwyn family. With a cold smirk, he quirked an eyebrow, honestly expecting Harry Potter to present some formidable evidence. It turned out that these so-called memories hardly constituted any threat to them. Mr. Selwyn, please refrain from being so hasty, Harry responded, unperturbed. He extended his hand, allowing a fiery cage to gradually expand within his grasp, placing it at the center of the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, do take a look. Is this not your old acquaintance? He remarked with a smile. As the blue flames dissipated, a grimy figure was revealed within the iron cage. Peter Pettigrew, having finally escaped from his fiery hell, supported himself against the iron bars as he regained consciousness. Wormtail is Peter Pettigrew. It truly is Peter Pettigrew, exclaimed the members of the assembly in disbelief. How can this be? You are still alive. They recognized the somewhat disheveled, balding middle-aged man, the very individual for whom they had bestowed accolades, the hero of the magical realm. Now, I propose the use of Veritaserum. Who is in favor and who against? Harry turned to face the assembly. At this moment, a palpable anger flickered in the eyes of numerous lawmakers. They felt utterly deceived, and their collective ire was directed squarely at Peter Pettigrew. Let us commence the voting, Minister Fudge declared. Without exception, this time the Veritaserum received unanimous approval. The ministry's enforcers administered the potion directly into Peter Pettigrew's mouth, and he promptly divulged all his misdeeds as if spilling beans from a bamboo tube. Into Azkaban. Into Azkaban. With the gavel's resounding strike, Sirius Black was exonerated while Peter Pettigrew was condemned to Azkaban. On that day, even those outside could hear the courtroom's uproar. Chapter 96. Aftermath. All wizards treated Sirius with a hero's reverence, and the Daily Prophet even featured an exclusive report extolling their tale. I never imagined I would experience such a day, Sirius said, tears welling in his eyes. Overwhelmed with emotions, he gazed upon his proud protege, fully aware that without Harry's intervention, the ministry would not have so swiftly acknowledged his rightful status. You surpass even James. We are all beneath you, he remarked. Godfather, our adversary remains formidable. Voldemort is not dead, Harry replied, shaking his head. This statement momentarily dulled the exhilaration that Sirius had derived from his reputation. For he too had endured the era of Voldemort and was well aware of the terror that man instilled. In the courtroom of Wizengamot, he beheld many familiar faces, the Death Eaters. Why did Dumbledore not apprehend them all? Sirius felt a surge of indignation. He had been confined in Azkaban, while these pure-blood followers of Voldemort roamed freely outside, even occupying high positions within the Ministry of Magic. Utterly incomprehensible. No one could fathom the wisdom of the greatest white wizard of this century, Harry remarked ambiguously. Upon uttering this, he recalled a bygone incident recounted by Grindelwald. The theories and doctrines of Grindelwald's followers, the Order of Saints, were proposed by Albus Dumbledore, which included notions such as the domination of Muggles for the greater good. As for why this white wizard later chose to betray all he had once advocated, that remains a mystery. This was not something Harry could ponder at the moment. He redirected his gaze towards his godfather. Sirius was lost in thought as well, clearly struggling to readjust after just returning to civilized society. Godfather, there are many tasks awaiting us, and vanquishing Voldemort is imperative. Subsequently, Harry laid bare his thoughts to Sirius. Unlike Lupin, Sirius harbored a rather tenuous sense of loyalty towards Dumbledore, even nursing a fair share of grievances. Although all the misdeeds were orchestrated by Pettigrew, Dumbledore had never once advocated on his behalf. Born into the Black family, he had been cast out from his own lineage. Contemplating this, Harry couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh. Compared to Professor Snape's duality as a spy, Sirius's plight was undeniably more tragic. Had it not been for the original narrative's revelation of Black Manor serving as the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, his standing would likely have been of little consequence. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Magic's residence, a servant leaned against the office door. The hoarse voice of Bartemius Crouch resonated through the air. From the depths of the soul, a whisper emerged. A man abruptly covered his arm and bowed his head. With parted lips, he spoke softly, "My master, you have finally managed to reach us." His tone was one of profound humility, revealing his unwavering loyalty as a servant. Young Barty, with a serious expression, glanced around the Ministry of Magic, anxious that others might detect his peculiar behavior. "I now require your assistance. Do not inform anyone." Not even Lucius and the others, Voldemort's voice echoed. He then conveyed his location to this devoted servant. After years of living incognito as a subordinate within the ministry, Barty exited the building and, upon turning a corner, gradually restored his original appearance. With a sudden flourish of his wand, he vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to him, a white-haired old man squinted, observing the entire scene unfold. "Harry, his minions have already begun to act, and your time is running short," he remarked coolly. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Dumbledore, emerging from the confines of the Wizengamot, his eyes betraying a flicker of nostalgia and longing, which he swiftly suppressed. He merely shook his head, casting his hopes and expectations towards Harry, who sat in the attic. "Who is it?" Dumbledore inquired, raising his head. This is precisely why Grindelwald preferred to maintain his distance. The White Wizard possessed a unique sensitivity towards him. "Professor Dumbledore, is something the matter?" inquired a man with fiery red hair. "Oh, it's nothing. One becomes a tad sensitive and disoriented with age," Dumbledore jested lightly. Weasley inclined his head slightly in apology. Yet his countenance radiated immense joy, for they had truly incarcerated a Death Eater this time, restoring Sirius's name. In his excitement, he proclaimed, "Potter truly is the chosen savior. He is simply remarkable." As for who had chosen him, those loyal to Dumbledore were well aware. Not only do we have Potter now, but we may also have Black in the future. With our resolve, Sirius can enter the Ministry of Magic at any time. Aragon. I fear this may not be a simple matter. Dumbledore doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. The pureblood families will not consent to this proposal. Upon hearing this, Aragon Weasley pondered thoughtfully, acknowledging the validity of Dumbledore's remarks. He did not dwell on the matter excessively but swiftly transitioned to the next topic. The International Wizarding Federation had sent word, expressing keen interest in the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. The Triwizard Tournament, jointly hosted by Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons, is a tradition that dates back many years. However, the revival of this event, which had been dormant for over a century, had garnered considerable attention. The initiative originated from Durmstrang, which, as it happens, seems to have appointed a new headmaster. Is Igor Karkaroff no longer the headmaster? Questioned Weasley, perplexed. The individual mentioned had held the position since Voldemort's demise, seeking redemption, so the sudden dismissal was surprising. Durmstrang possesses its own distinct culture, quite unlike Hogwarts, Dumbledore remarked. Durmstrang's curriculum leans more towards combative education, with dark arts integrated into their studies, a skill set that stands out prominently. However, their frequent engagement with dark magic often results in unforeseen incidents. Should any adverse effects arise, students are typically expelled. Yet, without experimentation, graduation remains elusive. Hence Durmstrang's historically low graduation rates. Of course, one notable individual, Gellert Grindelwald, could not graduate from Durmstrang. I eagerly anticipate meeting this new headmaster. At the very least, we shall encounter them next semester. Chapter 97. The Death of Peter Pettigrew. Azkaban Prison, on this occasion, was markedly different. The Dementors were not patrolling as frequently as usual. Perhaps due to a decrease in their numbers, they could only comply with the Ministry's directives, guarding the prison's entrances and exits, scrutinizing every criminal. These creatures know only to behave in such a manner, spat one of the prison guards. While the reduced presence of Dementors may undermine the prison's intimidation factor, these creatures had previously acted with impunity, daring to consume the emotions of even Ministry officials, regardless of their status as prisoners. However, during their recent deployment to Hogwarts, these monsters had received a severe reprimand. It remains unknown who had disciplined them, yet the officials silently expressed their gratitude. The individual tasked with escorting the diminutive Peter was a tall Auror, his visage marred by scars that rendered his features nearly unrecognizable, emanating an indescribable aura of oppression. This was an official mandate. He was an animagus, and we would personally confine him within the prison's walls. However, the young man sought to contest this as a deviation from protocol. Upon witnessing the scarred Auror's wand, a senior colleague, who had been in service for 2 years longer, abruptly rose to his feet. His shoulder was gently grasped by a seasoned veteran beside him, who aimed to curtail the newcomer's reckless interjection. Stepping forward with a smile, he addressed the Auror, saying, "Of course, but do exercise caution around the Dementors. They are unfamiliar with the rules. We are Aurors. We do not regard these dark creatures with trepidation," the scarred Auror replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "If it were you, there would be no cause for concern." He spoke with utmost deference. His cold, indifferent gaze swept over the man, pausing momentarily, but ultimately disregarding him. He nudged the diminutive Peter forward, signaling him to hasten his pace. The disheveled, balding man bore a pallid visage, fully aware of his impending confinement in Azkaban. As he passed an intersection, a frigid, tattered shadow seized him, voraciously draining his emotions. From the moment of his birth, all the joy within Peter Pettigrew had been consumed by the Dementor, standing nearby. The scarred Auror observed with an icy gaze, devoid of any emotion. "Enough," he commanded, having seemingly fed sufficiently. The Dementor cast a glance at the scarred Auror and retreated hastily, as if scalded. Many Dementors, upon seeing the Auror, dared not approach, as if they had encountered a reaper. Some even lamented the audacity of the one who had dared to come close. "Help me. I don't wish to be imprisoned here. I beg you, I would do anything," Peter Pettigrew pleaded, tears streaming down his face. With a swift kick to Peter's abdomen, the Auror sent him sprawling against the prison wall with a resounding thud that echoed throughout Azkaban. The Dementors approached but recoiled at the sight of the Auror, too fearful to advance. "What was that sound? Should we investigate?" inquired a newcomer, still naive. "Kid, mind your own business. No one cares how such a high-profile criminal is treated," retorted an old hand, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. He then retrieved a newspaper from his desk. tossing it to the bewildered newcomer, pointing to the article detailing Peter's crimes. If I'm not mistaken, this man was sent by the higher-ups. As for what transpired, we simply report the facts. After finishing his smoke, the veteran Auror ignited a candle extinguished by the Dementors with a flick of his wand, meticulously checking the prisoner's conditions. The newcomer, grasping the gravity of the situation, reevaluated his understanding of working for the Ministry of Magic. I've already been imprisoned in Azkaban. What more do you want? Peter shouted defiantly. Even a character as meek as he could muster a spark of rebellion when faced with the specter of death. Yet, his words elicited no response from the cold Auror, who regarded him as one would a corpse. Peter, what do you hold most dear? Family? Glory? Magic? Or perhaps your own life? The scarred Auror finally spoke, his wand trained on Peter, the tip glowing ominously, exuding a power that instilled dread within him. Peter was perplexed by the man's intentions. Do you seek money? I possess great wealth. I once enjoyed significant accolades, and my brother still reaps the benefits. Spare my life, and I can still emerge from this. My master is the Dark Lord. When he returns, I will ensure you are rewarded with riches. You surely know of pureblood families. They're his loyal servants. But for all his pleas and rationalizations, the Auror advanced towards him without a hint of hesitation. Fear intensified within Peter. He could not fathom why the Auror remained unmoved. Aren't Aurors driven by greed, by fame? Why do you not waver? Foolish and cowardly. I truly cannot fathom why Voldemort chose you, such a worthless being, the Auror said coldly. At the mention of that name, Peter trembled, his fear palpable. Yet who in the realm of magic did not harbor trepidation toward that name? If you could utter it in full. You are, the Auror delivered another swift kick, forcing Peter into another intimate encounter with the wall, disbelief clouding his eyes. Until the ivory wand appeared in the Auror's grip, aimed menacingly at Peter's throat. His visage transformed. The once imposing figure now diminishing, his attire shifting to that of a Slytherin uniform adorned with the Hogwarts crest, golden eyes chillingly fixed upon him. Peter offered a grim smile. Who could disregard Voldemort's name? Who could be entirely immune to the allure of fame and fortune? But if this person was the savior, it was hardly surprising. Harry, this is Azkaban. You should be mindful of your actions, he attempted to remind. Cruciatus. A flash of green light pierced the air. The powerful curse sank into Peter's flesh, inflicting agonizing torment that surged from the depths of his soul. Harry's golden eyes blazed, amplifying the curse's intensity, each increment of pain fracturing Peter's very essence. After a prolonged period of torment, Peter's voice faded to a whisper, his gaze becoming vacant. His pleas dwindled, as if he could no longer muster the strength to articulate them. Whether manipulation, with a flick of his wand, Harry unleashed a bolt of lightning that shattered the Azkaban walls, revealing a tempestuous landscape beyond, stormy seas roiling with peril, where a fall meant certain death. It is time to send you on your way. He grasped Peter's throat, the sensation of suffocation rising, yet it paled in comparison to the agony of the Cruciatus curse. Harry hoisted him aloft. Even in his desperation to escape, Peter's struggles were futile against the torment of his soul. He would never reach King's Cross Station, the threshold to death's realm. As the torment escalated, his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. His body bore the telltale signs of decay. Let your life end here, Harry declared coldly. Releasing his grip, Peter plummeted into the abyss. On the surface of the sea, a surge of azure flames coalesced, and a dragon of fire emerged, engulfing him, soaring through the air in a display of power that sent many Dementors scurrying back into the depths of Azkaban for refuge. There are many debts to settle. I must ensure Tom pays for them. His words revealed a resolute determination. The veteran Auror who had advised the newcomer stepped forth, bowing respectfully. He pointed his wand at the ravaged wall, incanting, Reparo. Harry cast a brief glance at the restored wall, contemplating the unexpected figure before him, and remarked, Well done, Roston. It seems we have not crossed paths in 2 years. Roston, once the top of his class upon Harry's entry to Hogwarts, had now become a staff member at Azkaban. Surprised that Harry remembered him, he expressed his astonishment. Slytherin shall always serve the Premier, especially one as exceptional as you, he complimented, expressing his unwavering belief during their school days that Harry would emerge as an extraordinary individual, destined for greatness. However, he was taken aback that by merely the 3rd year, Harry had already achieved such remarkable feats, earning accolades from the entire magical realm, a testament to his immense personal prestige. Observing closely, Reston radiated the quintessential traits of Slytherin, cunning, and an allegiance to the powerful. You are an astute individual. I have always held a fondness for the intelligent. With a swift flick of his wand, he vanished from Azkaban through apparition. Reston meticulously confirmed Harry's departure before retreating. contemplating the rationale he would present to the Ministry of Magic regarding the demise of Peter Pettigrew. After all, it was not uncommon for lives to be lost within the confines of Azkaban on a daily basis. "Welcome back, esteemed predecessor," the newcomer greeted. "Now, take up the enchanted quill. I shall dictate, and you shall transcribe." Chapter 98, Blood Oath. Peter Pettigrew has succumbed to his overwhelming shame today, ending his life by invoking 18 fatal curses upon himself. This is the headline from today's Daily Prophet, where the denizens of the magical world can only express their astonishment. As no one feels remorse for a scoundrel, the daily fabrications of the Daily Prophet have long since become a familiar occurrence. However, there is one piece of news worthy of verification. The diminutive star, Peter, has indeed perished. Who truly cares? The magical realm now boasts both a savior and Dumbledore. Even if the Dark Lord were to return, they would be unable to withstand their might. The patrons of the leaky cauldron brim with confidence. Compared to life during the dark times, they are thoroughly content with the peace that now reigns. Speaking of which, next year marks the Triwizard Tournament. Will your little one be participating? As for mine, I firmly believe that Harry Potter will undoubtedly be the contestant representing Hogwarts, for he is the strongest among the younger generation of the school. Old Diggory downed his drink in one gulp, yet those nearby displayed a hint of surprise, nudging his boot and teasingly inquiring, "Isn't Cedric exceptional?" Even Cedric himself remarked that if he were to face Harry Potter, he would be defeated within 10 spells. It was known that in their 5th year, he could not match Harry's prowess and charms. Diggory shook his head. If anyone else had uttered such a claim, it would have seemed implausible. Yet when certified by the son of a genius, one gains a fair understanding of Harry Potter's abilities. Let us return our gaze to Hogwarts, where the Dementors have departed the school under the Ministry's decree. Rather than leaving, it would be more accurate to say that these creatures fled this dreadful place. In the Slytherin common room, Harry and Cassandra sat as usual. After perusing the newspaper, Cassandra frowned and leaned closer to Harry. "Did you kill him?" she whispered. "I hardly believe that the wretches in Azkaban could contain him. Voldemort is still alive. As long as he possesses the means to crush his enemies, he will show no mercy. Moreover, the time until the Dark Lord's return draws ever nearer. Next year marks the Triwizard Tournament, and it is precisely during this time that Voldemort resurrects in the original tale. What shall we do next?" Cassandra glanced at the Slytherins. "Perhaps it is time to reorganize. To establish a faction of our own," Harry declared. The moment the words left his lips, Draco shivered, his expression animated as he turned to Harry. His gaze resembled that of a parched woman encountering a refreshing rain. "Draco, if you look at me like that again, I might just kick you out," Harry remarked, pursing his lips. From the 3rd year onward, Malfoy seemed to have taken some mysterious remedy, suddenly losing interest in his feuds with Ron and instead focusing intently on cultivating relationships within Slytherin. Due to his proximity to Harry, many of the younger Slytherins were more inclined to regard him as a potential force to be reckoned with. However, there remained a degree of skepticism regarding Malfoy's capabilities. "What do you plan to do?" Cassandra inquired. "I should conduct an experiment to ascertain the feasibility of this matter," Harry replied with a slight smirk. He gazed at Cassandra, seemingly seeking her consent. Without hesitation, she, as both a subordinate and an admirer, agreed. Harry produced a thick, ancient tome of magic from within his robes. Notably, this book, containing records of ancient spells, had long been erased from the archives of Hogwarts, the act being carried out by none other than Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster. "Do you recall what I mentioned? My blood harbors an immensely potent power. Should it enter your bodies, your physical and magical attributes would be greatly enhanced." Harry spoke in a nonchalant tone. "However, this is no trivial matter. The fusion of dragon blood and wizardry is exceedingly intricate. It is akin to pouring molten lava upon oneself. One misstep could result in being utterly consumed by the emotions and powers it embodies. Even I cannot entirely eradicate the blood's inherent lethality. The instincts of dragons will devour a person, that much is certain." Contemplating this notion, Cassandra looked up at Harry with fervent eyes, articulating a statement that left him utterly perplexed. "Harry, you are a true pureblood," she asserted decisively. This left Harry momentarily bewildered, for he found the notion of pure blood supremacy rather ludicrous. To those from other houses, a child of 2 wizards was deemed pure blood. However, in Slytherin's eyes, only the offspring of pure bloods were considered as such. This narrow definition was precisely why the house was often looked down upon. In response to Harry's confusion, Cassandra shook her head and began to elucidate. "The identity of the first wizard is lost to history. Yet what we do know is that the first wizard was not a pure human but a hybrid of human and magical creature. Cassandra spoke softly. The founders of Hogwarts were all great wizards awakened to the bloodline of magical beings, and their descendants possess unparalleled racial and magical talents. Salazar Slytherin sought to amplify this power, aiming to cultivate elite wizards. Her explanation struck a chord, aligning perfectly with Harry's intentions. Are you suggesting that within you all lies a dormant bloodline of magical creatures? Harry queried, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, Cassandra affirmed, after centuries of intermarriage. While the bloodlines of pure-blood families may have thinned, it is not surprising that one could revert to ancestral traits and awaken the gifts of a forebear. In the realm of ordinary people, lineage may not matter, but in the world of wizards, the bloodlines of magical creatures are undeniably present within purebloods. However, in the current magical world, very few purebloods can awaken their magical creature lineage. Even the Gaunt family has few who can speak Parseltongue, otherwise. Voldemort would not have been the only one to uncover the Chamber of Secrets in generations. Cassandra, I still recommend you examine this book. This is the approach I intend to take, Harry offered, passing it to her. She delicately picked up the ancient tome from the table. Turning to the page Harry had indicated, Cassandra's complexion visibly flushed. The blood pact. She dared not utter those two words aloud. Chapter 99, A Sleepless Night. Cassandra, clad in a flowing emerald gown, pushed open the door to Harry's dormitory, stepping inside with grace and closing the door behind her. Harry looked up, utterly entranced. Her long, golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her unadorned face exuded an indescribable allure. Even a siren would not possess such enchanting beauty. More striking still was the gown that accentuated her elegance. The emerald dress resembled a blooming flower, while the white stockings clung to her legs. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor echoing softly. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, indicating she had steeled herself for this moment. Come sit here. You two must learn this spell, for the blood pact is not easily mastered, Harry said, seated on his bed, still holding the ancient book gifted to him by Grindelwald. This tome of magic is replete with extensive discourse on the blood pact, a sorcery demanding exceedingly stringent prerequisites. Cassandra slowly settled beside her bed, her gaze fixed upon the pages of the book. The blood pact is a solemn vow entwined with the essence of the soul, once pledged. It becomes exceedingly arduous to breach, binding one for a lifetime. The emblem of the blood pact is not merely the necklace. This ancient magic pertains to the soul. And should either party meet their demise, the other's power will inevitably wane. In the original narrative, when Voldemort sought to interrogate Grindelwald regarding the whereabouts of the Elder Wand, he effortlessly vanquished the former Dark Lord. The primary reason for this was undoubtedly Dumbledore's departure, which left Grindelwald bereft of his full might. It is likely this explains why. In the aftermath of the war, Dumbledore was resolute against executing or reckoning with Grindelwald, regardless of the counsel he received. He then turned his gaze towards Cassandra. Are you truly willing? He inquired softly. The weight of this pact surpasses that of any marriage. One might surmise that the original creator of this enchantment never contemplated the possibility of separation between two individuals. She gently nodded and subsequently closed her eyes, while Harry, in a timely manner, leaned in for a kiss. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Give me your hand. Their hands merely intertwined, and ethereal threads of magic began to emerge from their skin. It was only when Cassandra let out a soft gasp that the threads gradually transformed into silver. Harry's thread shimmered in gold, signifying the completion of the magical communion of their souls. The threads delicately extended toward the entwined fingers of the two, and a peculiar sensation rippled from the depths of their hearts. The stimulation and merging of their souls reached a sublime crescendo at this moment. It felt as though they had returned to their initial state, gradually releasing other emotions from their souls using their magic, imprinting each other with a force known as love. The different hues of magic intertwined, as if gold and silver were exchanging essence. A fervent heat surged within them, the magic striving to engrave each other's names upon their souls. Cassandra, steady yourself. It is not yet over, Harry reminded her, even though he too felt a stirring within. The covenant signing was far from complete. This incantation has been refined by Grindelwald and is not intended for ordinary individuals. Beneath the facade of the power of love lies a mutual belief shared between two souls, something neither he nor Dumbledore could achieve. A great dragon howls towards the heavens, its cry resonating with the soul. The benefits derived from the intertwining of magic are indisputable. The young woman's magical energy begins to swell, the temperature gradually rising as her tempestuous emotions are subdued by love. The magic surging through her veins and organs undergoes a profound transformation, slowly unlocking her potential. It seems that Cassandra's golden locks begin to emanate an extraordinary glow. This radiant glow emanates not from ordinary powers, but from the dormant genes within her bloodline. awakened by the soul of a dragon, articulated in the language of the magical realm. She is awakening the bloodline of magical beings. Her waist-length golden hair grows once more. Her ears begin to elongate, and her skin transforms into a pure, alabaster hue. Mysterious, noble, and beautiful, these descriptors scarcely suffice to extol her virtues. Should an enthusiast of magical history witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim the name of this race, the elf, a being of legend even within the magical world. Only pureblood families share intricate connections with them, possessing merely a fraction of their lineage. Since the era of King Arthur, following the conclusion of the Divine Age, these mythical beings have vanished, leaving modern wizards bereft of even the faintest traces. Many ancient relics have crumbled, unable to retain the most fundamental essence of the Divine Age. Yet one certainty remains: their methods of spellcasting differ markedly from those of wizards. It is said that they maintain a close relationship with the divine. I aspire to become the most distinguished Slytherin, ensuring that the name Cassandra resonates throughout the world. With a flourish of my wand, all is revealed. Magic surges forth, heralding a new beginning. In pursuit of the mysteries of magic, yearning for the rebirth of wizards, this is the desire of every Slytherin. The ideals of Cassandra surface in Harry's mind. The blood pact necessitates mutual recognition of one another's principles, forging a shared path toward the future. From Cassandra's perspective, she perceives an imposing dragon. In an instant, the dragon transforms into a youthful figure, gracefully seated upon a throne, gazing down upon the multitude. With wizards bowing at his feet, the realm of humanity no longer necessitates the concealment of wizards. Why must we, as wizards, scurry like vermin? Whom does this law truly protect? We ought to safeguard the weak, yet the strong must establish dominion and order. The simultaneous blossoming of magic and technology is the singular route to the advancement of civilization. He intends to dismantle the age-old rift between magic and technology, irrevocably transforming this world. Moreover, he is a dragon. This time, Cassandra truly glimpses Harry's authentic essence. The towering beast, the black dragon coiled beneath the great tree, is the true embodiment of Harry. This is his bloodline, his philosophy, his entirety. I concede. Two resolute voices resonated. The threads of magic collided with great intensity, heightening the sensory stimulation to an exhilarating degree, even causing Harry to utter an involuntary exclamation as the intertwined forces gradually manifested. In the air, two gem rings materialized, one emerald green and the other golden. The two individuals slowly released their grip. The emerald ring fell into Harry's hand while the golden dragonclaw ring landed in Cassandra's grasp. The rings automatically adorned their respective ring fingers, signifying the completion of the pact. They could scarcely attend to the blood bond that had been forged, for both Harry and Cassandra had endured for far too long. The damp sheets bore testament to their fervor. Once more, he drew her into his embrace, kissing the lips he had long yearned for. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 100. Blood Pact. The disheveled bed evoked a plethora of thoughts, a testament to the fierce battle of the previous night. Cassandra's eyelashes fluttered as her emerald eyes slowly opened, the remnants of their fervor lingering in the air, enchanting and irresistible. She glanced around, searching for Harry. "You're awake?" Harry spoke gently. With a flick of his wand, a cup of light tea materialized on the table. Supporting Cassandra's delicate form, he offered her the cup, watching as she gradually sipped from it. "Your constitution is truly monstrous," she playfully chided. "Likewise," Harry replied with a slight smile, fearing he might harm Cassandra. He had refrained from fully unleashing himself the night before. However, upon realizing her awakened bloodline had enhanced her abilities, he let go of all restraint. Alas, the final victor remained Harry, as no one could rival a dragon in this regard. The reason he rose so early, rather than languishing in the embrace of beauty, was to delve into the intricacies of the blood bond. Only those who have personally experienced such magic can comprehend the genius of its creator. It was the fruit of collaboration between two prodigies of an era, a marvel of unparalleled brilliance. "Rest for now. I shall share our findings from yesterday," Harry said with excitement. He placed the ancient tome on the bed, followed by his notes. Seizing Cassandra's hand, the two rings emitted a crimson glow upon contact. And the closer she drew to Harry, the more fluidly her magic flowed. The blood bond indeed had a unique amplification effect on her magical abilities, an aspect not mentioned in the texts. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in this. Harry channeled his magic. The ring adorning Cassandra's hand shimmered, and she felt Harry beckoning her. The connection between Voldemort and his Death Eaters relied primarily on the dark mark, those serpentine tattoos on the wizard's skin. Whenever Voldemort's magic stirred, they would instantly sense their master's call and hasten to serve him. Their blood bond bore a similar function. "Watch closely," Harry commanded, lightly tapping with his wand. His impervious skin split open, a droplet of golden blood trickling forth, solidifying like resin as it formed through the threads of magic. "What is this?" Cassandra inquired, examining the golden droplet that emanated an unusual fragrance. This invocation serves to entice certain sorcerers to indulge, and had she not awakened her magical bloodline, she might have been unable to resist the urge to pounce. The blood pact is a refined variant of the blood alliance. It differs from the bond we share. Yet it similarly enhances one's physique and bloodline, albeit to a lesser degree than our own. Harry elucidated, "The recipient of this blood must unconditionally pledge their loyalty to me. Otherwise, the malice and power contained within it will incinerate them entirely, leaving not a trace behind. This surpasses the power of Voldemort's dark mark by an immeasurable degree. The moment a subordinate harbors treacherous thoughts, the dragon flame ignites from within their very bloodline, instantly reducing the traitor to mere ashes. Conversely, those who pledge their loyalty to him possess a significant chance of awakening their magical creature lineage. His followers shall form an unparalleled legion. However, this blood pact presently only proves effective for young wizards. Adult sorcerers can merely exert control and are incapable of activating their magical creature bloodlines," Harry lamented. He had scrutinized Cassandra's body, familiarizing himself with her inside and out. It can be asserted that Cassandra is the first native of the magical realm to awaken the lineage of magical creatures. After thorough contemplation, Harry arrived at several conclusions. First, the awakening of the magical creature bloodline is contingent upon young wizards. Apart from those who awaken at birth, only under perilous circumstances or significant opportunities can underage wizards potentially awaken their magical creature lineage. Second, the awakening of the magical creature bloodline is revolutionary. The magical power within Cassandra is unlike that of an ordinary wizard. Even adult sorcerers may not possess such immense magical energy. This implies that at her age, she is utterly incapable of wielding such power, and the delicate manipulation akin to that of an animagus becomes exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, the awakening of magical bloodlines is a process of ancestral return and varies in intensity. The Were family, in its lineage, originally descended from elves, subsequently intermingling with the genes of other pure blood families such as the Vila, yet none possess the fervor of the Were lineage itself. In contrast, other pure blood families may very well awaken different magical bloodlines. Take the Malfoys, for instance. Their ancestry is rumored to be of Fey descent, yet for several generations they exhibit traits of the Vila. Let us commence with Slytherin, for this matter holds significant importance to them." Harry nodded. "This is precisely what the Slytherins yearn for, an awakening of bloodlines, an enhancement of power. This is the true glory of pure bloods. And Harry shall bestow all of this upon them. As for Neville and Hermione, it is best to refrain from discussing them for the time being. Discretion is paramount. Rest assured, Lombard is unlikely to accept your blood, and Hermione, being of Muggle descent, has a lineage so diluted with magical creatures that her ancestral wizarding blood is feeble at best." Cassandra nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, her demeanor as she lay in bed, critiquing the situation, was indeed captivating, leaving Harry somewhat entranced. "Isn't it all you're doing? You still have the presence of mind to daydream," she remarked, playfully swatting at him with a pout. At least for today, she would not be getting out of bed. However, the Slytherins likely knew she had spent the night in Harry's room, and none dared to gossip. "Unless you wish to be displayed on the walls of Hogwarts for a day tomorrow," she added. "In that case, rest well." "I shall gather the Slytherins to discuss this matter," Harry instructed. He then closed the dormitory door and made his way to the Slytherin common room. The Slytherins, who had never witnessed Harry sleeping in, cast teasing glances at him, fully aware of Cassandra's absence from the dormitory the previous night. Once it was confirmed that Cassandra had not emerged, the boys exchanged knowing looks. "Stop laughing. Don't you see the head has something to say?" Draco kicked the two, who were snickering. As they turned their attention to Harry, their playful expressions faded, replaced by solemnity as they fixed their gazes upon their leader. Although Harry rarely reprimanded them, no one wished to endure the consequences of a couple of hexes. "Draco, it has been a long time coming. This is what you deserve. Tomorrow, summon all those loyal to me to the Room of Requirement," he declared. Golden blood fell into Draco Malfoy's hands. He gulped, and without hesitation, he consumed it. Chapter 101. The Awakening of Malfoy. Upon ingesting the drop of blood, Draco felt a searing warmth begin to ignite from within. This force exerts its influence not only upon the physical realm, but also delves profoundly into the depths of the soul. "Are you truly capable of achieving no more than this? Like your father?" Whispers seemed to echo in his ears. Before him appeared Harry's icy gaze, Cassandra's earnest teachings, and the education he received from a young age within the Malfoy family, which epitomized the most traditional values of Slytherin. Each individual conveyed to him the grandeur and splendor inherent in Malfoy's identity as a platinum aristocrat. However, his father, Lucius Malfoy, was compelled to liquidate a portion of their estate for the sake of survival, and their holdings in Diagon Alley faced the pressure of rival families. I shall become a master greater than any Malfoy before me, allowing the name of platinum aristocracy to shine brilliantly. He gritted his teeth, resisting the encroaching power. Waves of magic emanated from him, causing the Slytherins to step back in astonishment. Their faces reflected shock, for Draco Malfoy's true capabilities were well understood. His magic was certainly not potent enough to overwhelm everyone. It was a gift from the headmaster, Daphne Greengrass asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, a wave of envy swept through the Slytherins directed at Draco. However, Crabbe and Goyle, seemingly fearful, retreated further, for these two lacked courage. Without this bloodline and obsession, the Sorting Hat would likely have never allowed them into Slytherin. The two individuals gazed at Draco, their expressions laden with anguish, swallowing hard as they remained oblivious to the turmoil he was enduring. What was his objective? To contend with Weasley? Or to embody a true Slytherin? The questions reverberated through his mind incessantly. Memories of his actions since enrollment surfaced, taunting Weasley, provoking Gryffindor. He had been ensnared within the confines of two houses. His academic progress was wholly contingent upon his professors, and his pursuit of magic paled in comparison to that of Ravenclaw. Yet, the strength of Slytherin stemmed from the wisdom found in the quest for magical mastery. We transcend the old rules, we dismantle the existing order, we forge a new world. It is a realm unparalleled, where wizards no longer distinguish between purebloods and muggles, and all institutions operate under their guidance, their thoughts and ideals permeating every corner of society. The brilliance of magic radiates across cities, rather than being confined to a mere town or remote area. Cannons roar, spells erupt with fervor, breaking the shackles of time. Weasley could never comprehend this, nor would they ever grasp Draco's sentiments, he murmured. Even with greater resources, Draco found the Malfoys to be short-sighted. How could the Weasleys, struggling to sustain their families, perceive the tides of change? Draco understood this all too well. He envisioned the future that Harry foresaw, solidifying his resolve to follow him. Is this the future you envision? He inquired. Within his mind, the question received no reply, for Draco already harbored the answer in his heart. He knelt upon one knee, allowing the surrounding blue flames to engulf him, tempering his will within the searing inferno. Heat and pain coursed through his nerves, yet Draco remained silent. Where your wand points, that is the territory we shall conquer. If what you foresee is indeed the future, then we are willing to be the vanguard, heralding the dawn. I aspire to be a true Slytherin. The fierce flames continued to forge his loyalty, countless malevolent thoughts surged, yet they were vanquished by this unwavering allegiance. Time slipped away, and this force seemed to resonate with Draco's inner being. The agony and heat abruptly ceased, redirecting towards his very bloodline. It extended from his neck to his limbs. A surge of power delving deep, unearthing every ounce of potential. This is the awakening of magical blood, Astoria asserted, cradling a book with conviction. It is said that their family, the Greengrasses, possessed records of an awakener, and the scene mirrored Draco's current experience with uncanny similarity. All Slytherins held their breath, their gazes igniting with fervor. His platinum locks began to lengthen, the strands once confined to the crown of his head now grew wildly, transforming into a magnificent mane within mere moments. Every Slytherin noticed that Draco's hair shimmered with a certain magical radiance. Some girls looked upon Draco, inexplicably flushed, their hearts racing. While the previous Draco was undeniably handsome, he lacked this captivating charm that endeared him to all. Upon beholding the visage of the platinum aristocrat, people instinctively felt drawn to him. A Vila. It is Vila lineage, Crabbe exclaimed in astonishment. Their family had also intermarried with the Malfoys and were well aware of the historical significance of the platinum aristocracy's magical blood. However, Vila are enchanting beings, and such pure specimens have become nearly extinct in this world. After 2 wizarding wars, these creatures have all but vanished from public view. This elucidates why wizards can enslave house elves yet fail to dominate these magical creatures. Their presence has become a mere whisper of the past. Draco opened his eyes, gradually awakening. He glanced at his hands and was taken aback to discover that he seemed taller, his gaze now imbued with a certain brilliance, exuding an enchanting allure. Draco, you look exquisite, Pansy remarked, her eyes glazed. Stupefied, Astoria directed her wand at the back of Pansy's head. With a simple countercharm, Pansy Parkinson emerged from her bewitched state. The boys instinctively stepping back, for none of them wished to embrace a romantic entanglement at that moment. Pansy, do not let your guard down so easily. He is akin to a walking love potion. Hey, Malfoy, can you not be so excessive? If you continue like this, you might find yourself devoured upon leaving Slytherin. As not many outside possess the mental fortitude to resist, Daphne exclaimed. Perhaps it was her words that jolted Draco back to reality. He furrowed his brow and tapped his wand lightly against himself. The enchanting aura gradually dissipated, leaving only his striking appearance unchanged, the allure now completely restrained. He ran his fingers through his hair, only to discover it had transformed from short to long. Following this incident, Draco noticed his life becoming increasingly hectic, with numerous girls from other houses presenting him with love letters. More alarmingly, the Slytherins frequently inquired about his bloodline. Congratulations, you have awakened your magical bloodline. If Uncle Lucius were aware, he would be overjoyed. What on earth did the headmaster do to you? I have heard that a more powerful wand should be crafted from one's own hair. Does your current wand still suit you? Chapter 102. The Dawn's Herald. How has Malfoy changed so dramatically? It was truly remarkable. Even Professor Snape seemed unable to recognize him, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Every student at Hogwarts noticed Draco's metamorphosis. Their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention toward the platinum aristocrat. However, he paid little heed to their gazes. Look, Malfoy is attempting to charm the young girls, Ron jeered sarcastically. In his mind, Draco must have deliberately adorned himself in such a manner, leveraging his privileged lineage to act with impunity, inciting Ron's jealousy. This time, however, he was met with a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. Draco did not respond to Ron with his usual ire. Rather, there was a hint of pity lurking in his gaze. Only those who are completely oblivious to the future can exhibit such joy. What do you mean, Malfoy? Living in the moment is not a bad thing, but when the storm arrives, you and your family will likely be unable to escape it, he simply remarked before departing. Ron was left in a state of confusion and discomfort, for he was unaccustomed to such words from his adversary, rendering him momentarily speechless. Malfoy no longer mocked his lineage nor sought out opportunities to belittle him. Instead, he regarded Ron with a look of compassion. It would be better to mock oneself. As Ron wore an expression akin to a mute tasting bitter herbs, a visage of unutterable sorrow. Come, it is time for our chief to summon us. He urged the little snakes to depart after class, while he himself made his way to the room of requirement. Oh, little Ron, looking so glum. This is not like you. Perhaps you need a spider? Fred and George, passing by, could not resist teasing their brother. Ron, upon encountering the jubilant twins, was utterly perplexed. Have you won the lottery? No. We are planning to open a shop in Diagon Alley this holiday, starting with a trial sale of some prank items. Where did you procure the funds? Diagon Alley is not inexpensive. That is a secret, they replied in unison. After a day's recovery, Cassandra returned to her regular classes the following day. As she strolled through the corridor, a door suddenly materialized before her. This is the room of requirement, and she walked straight inside. It is worth mentioning that the attention of everyone is primarily focused on Draco's peculiarities, particularly his inability to fully harness the allure of his charm, which occasionally manifests uncontrollably, causing disturbances. Professor McGonagall harbors significant concerns regarding this. Yet her role is limited to assisting Draco in managing his abilities. In contrast, Cassandra is quite different, aside from her initial awakening. She resumed her usual demeanor by the following day. Perhaps her inherent elegance has rendered her presence familiar to all. As she pushed open the door to the room of requirement, she was greeted not by the vast classroom for dark arts training, but rather by a grand hall. The young serpents entered the room one after another, each of them surveying the space with curiosity. The dimly lit auditorium exuded a palpable sense of oppression. It appeared that everyone had gathered. The voice of Harry resonated through the space. As everyone lifted their gazes, they beheld the gleaming figure of the golden boy perched in the highest seat at the center of the hall, his chin resting on his hand as he surveyed the Slytherins he had trained. With each glance he cast upon them, his authority intensified, causing the assembled students to instinctively draw closer together, their nerves heightened under Harry's scrutinizing gaze. Boom, boom, boom. Blue flames ignited one by one along the walls, illuminating the previously shadowy auditorium, allowing them to clearly discern Harry's countenance. Unlike his usual self, he now resembled a sovereign, clad in a fitted coat and boots. He idly toyed with a triangular badge in his hand. I present myself before you, my lord, Draco proclaimed, kneeling on one knee. In a world where words bore enchantment, such an act of fealty was undeniably breathtaking. It is the power within the blood that compels Draco to act in such a manner, a sentiment that resonates deeply with the most resolute thoughts of the platinum aristocracy. Meanwhile, Cassandra appears somewhat bewildered, for the Blood Alliance has not imparted any directives to her. Instinctively, she contemplates bowing in a manner akin to Draco. Come to me. You are my woman. Under the blood alliance. There is no need for you to pay me homage. Harry extended his hand. It is a public acknowledgement that a hint of jealousy flickers in the eyes of some girls. However, in the face of Cassandra's formidable prowess, they find themselves utterly powerless. After all, even united, they cannot hope to contend with Cassandra. Approaching the throne, he took Harry's hand, and the light of the blood pact shimmered softly. He bestowed a gentle kiss upon Cassandra's delicate hand before rising to his feet. Do you know why I've summoned you all here today? He inquired. Have you finally resolved to become the next Dark Lord? If you so desire, the future dominion over the wizarding world is undoubtedly within your grasp, exclaimed an enthusiastic senior from Slytherin. He had heard of such a scene from the mouths of his forebears. The Slytherins all yearned for a formidable leader to guide them towards greatness and a promising future. I am not Voldemort, Harry stated calmly. If your aspirations remain confined to this trivial wizarding world, then I believe it is time for you to leave. Upon hearing these words, the students could only display expressions of confusion. Then, with a flick of his wand, Harry conjured an image in the air. The sound of gunpowder erupted, revealing the undeniable might of Muggle explosives. The pull of the trigger, the rapidity with which machine guns claimed lives during warfare, surpassed even that of wizards. The scenes profoundly impacted the Slytherin young wizards, the majority of whom had never ventured into the Muggle world. In their perception, Muggles were foolish and weak. Yet, these weapons posed a grave danger. A single misstep could lead to their untimely demise at the hands of Muggles, prompting deep reflection. Muggles were growing stronger each day. Their technology had advanced to remarkable heights. Meanwhile, what were we doing? Engaging in self-pity, stagnating in a futile struggle. The statute of secrecy merely represented a slow demise for wizards. Your goal is, murmured Cecil. With a flick of his wand, the images receded, and Cassandra, Harry, and Draco simultaneously unleashed their magic. To everyone's astonishment, despite being of the same age, their magical prowess vastly exceeded their own. This was a suppression of strength. A true testament to power. We must transform this world, allowing wizards to live in the light, rather than as rats in a sewer. Why should we allow Muggles to monopolize this beautiful world? We are all human. We should collaboratively forge a better order. Let wizards command Muggles. Let magic intertwine with technology. Submit to me, Slytherins, and I shall imbue this vision with new meaning. We will establish our own organization. We are the pioneers, the heralds of dawn. The heralds of dawn. The Slytherins etched this title in their hearts, their gazes toward Harry igniting with fervor. The admiration in their eyes for Slytherin was palpable. Cross this flame, and I will welcome you into a great cause. A wall of blue flames stood before them. Chapter 103, A Gathering of Heroes. Ambitious, astute, and noble individuals. These have always been synonymous with Slytherin, yet the denizens of the magical realm tend to overlook a crucial truth. They are confident and brimming with ambition, members of the elite within the magical world, and most importantly, they stand united. Why does the formidable Slytherin remain cohesive? Dumbledore is well aware that his apprehension of Slytherin does not stem from sheer power, but from a deeply rooted belief passed down through generations. Harry abruptly flicked his wand, conjuring a towering wall of blue flames before him, and he loudly proclaimed a long silent motto. For the greater good, for a nobler belief. Malfoy, with unyielding resolve, stepped forward and traversed the fiery barrier before the eyes of the gathered crowd. For wizards and humans, to embody the leader's ideals. In response to the leader's rallying cry, he pressed his wand against his throat, amplifying his voice manifold. Just as the Sorting Hat had once told Harry, Slytherin will elevate you to greatness. Only truth and dreams must not be forsaken. The Slytherins differ from those students who, upon graduation, find themselves adrift in uncertainty. They shine like a constellation of brilliant stars. Perhaps there exists a familial influence. However, it is primarily the culture of Slytherin that profoundly impacts each generation. The Slytherins gazed at the fiery wall, still in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure. Among them, a young man boldly stepped forward, striding directly towards the wall of flames without a backward glance. His gaze towards the throne filled with admiration and anticipation. David, known to many as the most timid among us, was recognized by those present. He was not held in high regard within Slytherin, as he belonged to a collateral branch of a pure-blood family, lacking the vast resources that others possessed by birthright. Nonetheless, David took immense pride in being a wizard. Master, we shall become your sword, clearing the thorns and obstacles that lie before you, he pledged. Lightly tapping his wand against his heart, a gesture imbued with the power of allegiance. To breach such a bond would exact a dire price. A certainty in the magical realm. He would not shelter all purebloods unconditionally like Voldemort. Very well, Your name is David Shackle, is it not? Harry remarked appreciatively. Perhaps this man had not previously drawn his attention, yet his actions today undoubtedly thrust him into the limelight. Accept him. This drop of blood shall elevate you. Harry bestowed upon David the awakening blood that stirred commotion within Slytherin, his gaze already ablaze with intensity. Upon receiving it, David consumed it without hesitation. A hint of crimson appeared in his brown eyes, and soon, he had passed the trial contained within the blood. Tiny scales emerged upon his chin, and a glimmer of gold flickered in his gaze. His magical prowess surged significantly. If his spells once held the power of 1, they now surged to at least 5. Particularly in offensive magic, which saw an extraordinary enhancement. Yet, he did not awaken any specific lineage. The blood merely fortified his constitution and magical strength. Thud, thud, thud. Following David were other Slytherins, each crossing the fiery barrier Harry had conjured, emerging unscathed from the intense flames, which scrutinized the intentions of each individual. However, Harry had not yet reached the point of executing those who defied him. They would merely be cast aside. Yet, Slytherins were not devoid of cunning. Nearly every one of them had contemplated their entry. Once they successfully traversed the flames, they knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in unison to Harry. I, Anderson Rosier, wish to join the Dawn Vanguard and fulfill your will. With his reddish-brown curly hair and wand tightly gripped in hand, he spoke with a slight stutter, excitement evident. He hailed from the Rosier family, one of the Sacred 28, and was the head of his first-year class. I, Astoria Greengrass, wish to join the Dawn Vanguard and fulfill your will. The girl had grown slightly taller compared to the previous year. As the most cherished princess of the Greengrass family, one of the Sacred 28, she had recently grown closer to Malfoy. Perhaps due to her well-developed stature, she stood taller than many third-year boys. Her demeanor increasingly distinguished from her sister Daphne's, growing ever more aloof, possibly influenced by Cassandra's teachings. She was now the head of her second-year class. I, Leonard Avery, wish to join the Dawn Vanguard and fulfill your will. This boy, robust in stature with a neat crop of black hair, exuded a sense of determination. Rumors had circulated that he might be a Gryffindor due to his strong will and independent thoughts. However, how could a man from the Avery family, one of the Sacred 28, possibly be sorted into Gryffindor? Consequently, he garnered the support of his peers and ascended to the position of head of his fourth-year class. I, Jackson Caro, wish to join the Dawn Vanguard and fulfill your will. He adjusted his glasses, the black magic book he often clutched now momentarily set aside. The Caro family, one of the Sacred 28, had produced numerous masters of spells, though many of their members gravitated towards Ravenclaw rather than Slytherin. Thus, he had proven himself a worthy Slytherin through years of mastery in the art of spells, currently serving as the head of his fifth-year class. I, Attilia Pruitt, wish to join the Dawn Vanguard and fulfill your will. With a shapely figure that drew the gaze of any man, Attilia's mature appearance radiated confidence. Her smile suggesting an ease in dealing with anyone. Yet, do not underestimate her. She was the head of her sixth-year class and had even bested the current head of the seventh-year class in a confrontation. Boys often felt inferior in her presence, for she was not only exceptionally talented but also a member of the Pruitt family, one of the Sacred 28, excelling in every aspect. In the absence of Harry, she would have been a formidable candidate for the position of leader. I, Dennis Macmillan, wish to join the Dawn Vanguard and fulfill your will. His expression was grim, his gaze as piercing as ever. He despised associating with those of lower status and equally loathed those who were overly diplomatic, which had led to a conflict with Attilia, another heir of the Sacred 28. Yet, do not be misled into thinking him virtuous. He had a hand in the underhanded tactics employed during Quidditch matches. As the head of his seventh-year class, he was not to be trifled with. Looking upon the assembly of distinguished Slytherins before him, Harry beamed with satisfaction. These individuals had not disappointed him. Welcome, my future lieutenants. Chapter 104. Sirius takes the class. It was a clear morning, and even Harry had forgotten that Professor Lupin would not be attending class during the full moon. He would be hiding in the Shrieking Shack, enduring this challenging period with the aid of Wolfsbane potion. Thus, it was customary for Professor Snape to substitute for the defense against the Dark Arts class. Your new substitute teacher is Sirius Black, a hero of the magical world who has borne much humiliation. The Slytherins glared at their head of house, gritting their teeth as they uttered this statement. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the little snakes, Snape proceeded to elucidate the reasons behind this occurrence. It was Professor Lupin's decision, and Professor Dumbledore had also endorsed the proposal. Harry raised an eyebrow at the notion of his godfather coming to teach defense against the dark arts. To be honest, he was quite unaware of this development. After all, Since their farewell at the Ministry of Magic, Sirius had promised Harry that he would return to deal with matters concerning the Black family. The thought of Dumbledore engaging with Sirius made Harry furrow his brow. It couldn't be that Dumbledore intended for his godfather to relinquish the ancestral home as the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, could it? It seemed he needed to find a suitable moment to discuss this matter with his godfather, with an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. The little snakes were eager to meet their substitute teacher, and even Malfoy had begun to boast about Sirius being Harry's godfather. This has indeed stirred quite a few aspirations among the Slytherins, who unanimously believe that anything related to Harry must possess great power. I advise you not to indulge in such thoughts, for after all, my father's generation belonged to Gryffindor. Harry rolled his eyes. If his godfather were to show favoritism towards a particular house, it certainly could not be Slytherin. Moreover, the theoretical components of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class were exceedingly complex. Even with the lesson plan in hand, only Hermione could recite its contents verbatim. Before long, the class commenced, and curiously, Professor Snape was seated at the back of the classroom. His piercing gaze was fixed menacingly on the rather meticulously dressed man at the lectern. "Hello, everyone. I am your substitute teacher, Sirius Black. You may call me Professor Black," he announced. "For this lesson, Professor Snape will be observing." He spat in Snape's direction. Sensing the old bat's unfriendly demeanor, he explained to the students, "I apologize. I just had a hair in my mouth." Sirius turned his head away. It was evident to even the simplest of minds that the new substitute professor seemed to harbor some grievances against Snape. In response to Sirius's unabashed dissatisfaction, Snape raised an eyebrow and calmly inquired, "Professor Black, may I interpret your actions as a manifestation of your discontent towards me?" Upon hearing this, Sirius quickly clarified. "How could that be? You are simply too sensitive, Professor Snape. Someone like you, who never washes his hair, could hardly comprehend the plight of having hair in one's mouth. I think I could fund the potions master to purchase some shampoo." This bold remark sparked excitement among the students, who found the spectacle far more entertaining than a typical class. "Who is speaking?" Sirius scanned the classroom and noticed someone in Slytherin attire covering their mouth. He promptly identified the culprit. "Ah, it's you, Miss Daphne. 10 points from Slytherin. I believe Draco's courage deserves commendation." 10 points to Slytherin, Snape retorted sharply. The entire classroom felt a sense of déjà vu. This was reminiscent of Snape's usual conduct towards other houses, deducting points at the slightest infraction, making him the notorious point deductor of the school. "Professors, can we refrain from bickering? The class hasn't even started yet." Hermione interjected, voicing her discontent. "Miss Granger, who permitted you to speak out of turn?" "Due to your rudeness, 10 points from Gryffindor," Snape replied coldly. "I find Miss Granger's bravery commendable, as it exemplifies Gryffindor's spirit." 10 points to Gryffindor, Sirius countered. The two professors engaged in a battle of wits, inciting a wave of cheers from the students. Although they were oblivious to the history behind the animosity between the two professors, witnessing Snape lose his composure in class was a rare occurrence. "Godfather, you're here to teach." After all, Harry gently reminded him. He couldn't fathom why these two typically composed individuals were creating such a ruckus during the lesson. "All right, let us return to the lesson. Today, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class will primarily focus on the emotional history of a certain professor from Hogwarts who never washes his hair. Would you like to hear it?" Sirius suggested pointedly. "Are you provoking me?" Snape showed no signs of backing down. "I am merely conducting a class. Is there a problem with that, my dear Professor Snape?" Sirius shot back with a provocative glance, eliciting laughter from the students. Clearly, everyone was aware that the term Hogwarts professor who never washes his hair was a veiled reference to the infamous, greasy-haired Professor Snape. "Nothing of the sort, Professor Black. I believe it would be more enlightening to discuss the emotional journey of a certain Azkaban prisoner. After all, for some, not only is their emotional history lacking, but even their first kiss may have been stolen by a Dementor." The remark struck a nerve, momentarily disarming Sirius. Honestly, had Harry not been present, Sirius might have lunged at Snape, and had Snape not been concerned about maintaining the decorum of a Hogwarts professor, he would have retaliated with a curse. The animosity between them was palpable, a blend of old grievances and new resentments. If there was one individual Snape longed to strike down since becoming a Death Eater, aside from James Potter, it was this cruel tormentor, Sirius Black. "Damn you, Black. It has been years since I last encountered your sharp tongue." "Likewise, Mr. Black," he replied. The term Black Dog alluding to the period of Sirius's life when he was barely surviving. The nicknames that had been whispered in secret were now openly mocked in this lesson, providing a guilty pleasure for the Gryffindor students. Faced with this rivalry, neither Harry nor Hermione knew how to intervene. If it were any other professor, Harry would be unperturbed, but these two were, after all, his elders. Let them finish their squabble. We'll continue training tonight, Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead. Chapter 105, The Mystery of Dumbledore. The students of Hogwarts observed that the Slytherins seemed increasingly spirited. These typically sullen Slytherins appeared somewhat transformed, as Ron noted. He was particularly unsettled by Draco's behavior. The platinum-haired aristocrat now completely ignored him, leaving Ron feeling quite out of sorts. The usually mischievous aristocrat had suddenly adopted a studious demeanor, reportedly seen poring over magical texts in the library alongside several Gryffindors. Hermione, why don't you ask the Slytherins what is going on? Parvati suggested. After all, among the Gryffindors, only Hermione could freely enter and exit the Slytherin common room. Others would likely be expelled on account of their differing uniforms the moment they set foot inside. Don't think the little snakes are without their tempers. Their spells are beyond what other houses can fathom. Thus, few are willing to duel with Slytherin, as the injuries may be minimal, but the insult is profound. The exams are approaching. You all ought to focus on your studies, Hermione remarked, rolling her eyes. Although she too was curious about the Slytherin's unusual behavior, she prioritized her academic pursuits above all else. Nothing was more important than her studies. Look, they added a badge resembling an eye to their uniforms, someone pointed out. Indeed, I saw Harry Potter sporting one as well. Is this some new prank? However, the students were oblivious to the fact that Professor Dumbledore was observing the Slytherin emblem with a grave expression. He recognized it immediately, the Deathly Hallows. Such a perceptive headmaster could discern that each prefect bore this emblem, symbolizing their dominion over nearly the entire Slytherin house. This is not pleasant news for Dumbledore. Albus. If I am not mistaken, this badge is a manifestation of Minerva's unspoken concerns. It belongs to him. Dumbledore's tone was grave. Clearly, both Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore were referring to the same individual, Gellert Grindelwald. This emblem was once jointly selected by him and Grindelwald, serving as a symbol for the Order of Saints. Has this child truly come into contact with that man? Could this lead to complications? Professor McGonagall expressed her concerns. He is perilous, even more so than Voldemort. Should the other members of the Order of the Phoenix hear this conclusion, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. For their foremost adversary is Voldemort. Few among them have witnessed the fateful clash between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, yet Professor McGonagall was an eyewitness. During the confrontation between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, she stood firmly alongside Dumbledore. What might transpire? Professor McGonagall's voice trembled slightly. Having lived through numerous tumultuous events in the magical realm, she still felt a shiver at the mere mention of matters related to Grindelwald. A cataclysmic event looms, one that could upheave the entire magical world. Dumbledore sat before his pensive, extracting strands of memory with his Elder Wand, repeatedly perusing his recollections of Harry, from Harry's birth to his time at Hogwarts, and through each appearance in the Wizengamot, as well as the early manifestation of his exceptional talent. Dumbledore meticulously absorbed every detail. The light glimmered beneath his thick glasses, and McGonagall found herself unnerved by Dumbledore's current state. Should we take action regarding that child? McGonagall inquired. He is undoubtedly the prophesied one capable of vanquishing Voldemort, the true savior. This encapsulates the most arduous aspect for Dumbledore. He once harbored great hopes that Harry would vanquish Voldemort and subsequently lead a life filled with happiness after fulfilling his destiny. Perhaps some sacrifices would be required along the way, for great endeavors often demand such tributes. However, he did not anticipate that this era would bestow upon Harry a new mission, leaving the venerable man momentarily at a loss. Names like Cassandra, Sirius, Lupin, and Snape escaped his lips. Minerva, he is not Tom. Within Harry's heart resides love. He shall not be seduced by power, nor shall he tread the harrowing path of malevolence. Dumbledore's words seemed directed at McGonagall, yet also appeared to be a soliloquy. It appears that he is attempting to fabricate a justification for himself, a rationale that does not directly implicate Harry. However, this power is undeniably perilous, and we must ensure that the boy is exposed to more virtuous forces rather than succumbing to the allure of dark magic. Transfiguration and the Patronus charm are spells he ought to master, as his forebears had long anticipated. She was, of course, referring to the dark arts that Harry currently wields, the majority of which are indeed malevolent. Even now, McGonagall harbors great discontent regarding Harry's admission into Slytherin, believing that the environment has led him to acquire solely dark magic. Then it shall be your responsibility to teach him. He holds you in high regard, Dumbledore stated with solemnity. Why not take it upon yourself? Your skills are far superior, and his spirit is remarkably strong. You, the greatest white wizard of this century, should take him as your apprentice, McGonagall countered. I have other matters to attend to. I entrust this task to you, Dumbledore replied, evidently avoiding further discourse on the subject. Observing his demeanor, McGonagall could only shake her head as she exited the headmaster's office, tacitly agreeing to impart knowledge of transfiguration and the Patronus charm to Harry. However, after her departure, Dumbledore's figure remained ensconced by the pensive, as he continued to extract every fragment of memory from his mind with the Elder Wand. For the greater good. For the greater good. There were two handsome youths, each harboring grand ambitions within the magical realm. They sought to transcend the shackles of this world, challenging an unjust order and tearing asunder the wretched secrecy laws. One of these individuals was Albus Dumbledore, and the other was Gellert Grindelwald. The tenets and slogans of the Order of the Saints were conceived by him. How could he be unfamiliar with this organization and its insignia? As Harry's comrades traversed the campus, Dumbledore's heart ached. Youth is a wondrous thing. To love with such fervor brings both ecstasy and despair. He felt a profound sorrow. The greatest white wizard of this century repeatedly emphasizes that love is the most potent magic. Voldemort lacks love, while Harry possesses it, enabling him to conquer all. Did Grindelwald not embody love? Yet Dumbledore seems reluctant to ponder this question any further. Ultimately, he betrayed Grindelwald, forsaking the ideals and objectives he had once vowed to uphold, as well as the promises exchanged between two lovers that summer. Gellert, neither of us is at fault, Dumbledore said as he stepped onto the balcony. The tempest raged, and Hogwarts stood like a solitary fortress amidst the flashes of lightning and crashes of thunder. He would not tolerate pests tarnishing the garden. The Statute of Secrecy exists to safeguard wizards. Chapter 106, The Patronus Charm. The Patronus Charm? Harry felt a sense of surprise. At least Professor McGonagall sought him out, not merely due to the recent activities of Slytherins. Indeed, this is a most promising direction. After all, Harry, you are among the few who can transform into magical creatures as an animagus, making your Patronus worthy of exploration. This reasoning is profoundly compelling. And Harry found himself lost in contemplation. Not only was Professor McGonagall curious about his Patronus, but he too was intrigued by this curiosity. However, the conjuration of a Patronus entails numerous prerequisites. For those dark wizards who revel in bloodshed, even if they mastered the incantation, they could never summon a Patronus. A Patronus embodies one's spirit animal and personifies the essence of positive emotions. Very well, let us commence. Harry acquiesced to Professor McGonagall's proposal. In response, a joyful smile illuminated the old woman's face, for she believed that at the very least, Harry had not succumbed to darkness. Amongst all of Hogwarts, aside from Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall could certainly claim the title of second in affection for Harry, as none dared to claim the first. Moreover, he was exceptionally clever, inheriting the magical prowess of James and Lily in McGonagall's eyes. Do you possess any fundamental knowledge of the Patronus charm? McGonagall inquired, her tone imbued with a hint of assessment, for she hoped Harry was not solely versed in dark magic, as that would be quite unfortunate. The Patronus charm is regarded as the oldest and most formidable defensive spell known within the wizarding world, predominantly employed to repel Dementors and Lethifolds. Harry recited the content from the book. This incantation will not be included in the OWLS examination, as its complexity is exceedingly high. While even an average wizard can conjure their emotions to release a Patronus, manifesting its complete form proves to be quite challenging. Indeed, however, powerful wizards can wield it to fend off the killing curse, employing it in combat. Professor McGonagall spoke with profound sincerity. Immediately thereafter, she waved her wand and intoned, Expecto Patronum. A radiant white light gathered at the tip of her wand, emanating a glow of hope that gradually coalesced under the influence of her magic, swiftly transforming into the shape of a cat. This cat possesses a certain grace, resembling Professor McGonagall's animagus form. This is precisely why many anima mages are able to master the guardian spirit incantation. They have long since comprehended the form of their soul animals. However, upon finding a beloved, the guardian spirit may subsequently undergo transformation. This transformation is a mysterious force derived from the soul. The utility of a Patronus is manifold. Your father once vanquished numerous Death Eaters using this very technique. Professor McGonagall taught with great care. Facing McGonagall as Patronus, Harry meticulously observed the white figure. This feline seemed to sense Harry's gaze, proudly straightening its neck and returning the look, reminiscent of a true cat. Can I understand it as a shape-shifting creature composed of positive emotions? Harry inquired. That interpretation is indeed valid. To fully conjure a Patronus, mastery of transfiguration is essential. Professor McGonagall affirmed with a nod, and Harry clearly grasped the connection. However, another thought lingered in Harry's mind. If a Patronus is a shape-shifting entity formed from positive emotions, could he conjure such magic himself? I shall attempt to cast the Patronus charm. He withdrew his wand. The wand, resembling jade, shimmered with golden light as Harry began to recollect his experiences under Professor McGonagall's guidance. From the moment he traversed into this world, meeting each individual and growing alongside them, he gradually ceased to view this realm through the lens of an outsider, instead truly becoming a part of it. He was Harry Potter. Expecto Patronum, he exclaimed, suddenly opening his eyes. In that instant, he found himself recalling the scene from that fateful night with Cassandra. Immediately, a beam of white light surged from the tip of his wand. Due to the immense power of his emotions, the Patronus began to take shape in the air, prompting Professor McGonagall to raise an eyebrow, for this emotion was undeniably overwhelmingly positive. This narrative encompasses dreams and emotions, the intertwining of career and love, epitomizing the journey of a child's growth. Prior to the incantation's release, Professor McGonagall harbored lingering doubts. However, once the spell was cast, all uncertainty dissipated. Harry could not possibly become a tyrant. He still had ties that bound him. What truly is my Patronus? Harry pondered, his brow furrowing slightly. He noticed that while the white light surged forth, it never transformed into an animal shape, but continuously swirled, gradually expanding in size. Could it be that he was to become a dragon? Yet, dragons are known for their formidable aggression. And the greatest flaw of the Patronus charm is its lack of offensive capabilities. It is inherently a defensive spell. Although the light's essence allows the Patronus to repel Dementors, it cannot obliterate them. Harry, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you, echoed Cassandra's whispers. For some inexplicable reason, her voice resonated in his ears. And with a flick of his wand, the white light slowly coalesced into a human form. A Patronus manifesting as a human? How could this be? Professor McGonagall was taken aback, her glasses nearly slipping from her nose, focusing not on Harry's remarkable ability to conjure a complete Patronus, but rather on the form it had taken. A lake nymph? This being flashed in McGonagall's mind, having perused numerous tomes. Yet, such divine creatures had long vanished from the earthly realm. How could Harry summon a nymph as his Patronus? Harry gazed upon the ethereal figure, devoid of gender, its face obscured, save for a pair of pointed ears that confirmed its identity. Cassandra, it must indeed be because of you, Harry affirmed his suspicion. Those ears were a testament to Cassandra's appearance post-bloodline awakening, and the ability to summon a representation of her race as a Patronus indicated their profound love for one another. Let us end it here today, Professor McGonagall. He retracted his Patronus, etching the spell into his memory. McGonagall, having received her answer, departed contentedly to report to Dumbledore. The ensuing days at Hogwarts became rather monotonous, as everyone struggled to complete their coursework in preparation for exams, particularly Hermione, who practically submerged herself in the library. Finally, they completed all subjects by the semester's end, welcoming a sense of liberation. At the station platform, Hermione unexpectedly announced, "I will not be returning home this holiday. I intend to remain in the wizarding world as my parents are off traveling." Chapter 107, A Successful Transaction. You plan to intern at the Ministry of Magic during the holidays. Harry and Cassandra exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting a shared surprise. They were unaware that Miss Know-It-All had developed an interest in the ministry, a place rife with unreliable bureaucrats. "I recall you possess certain privileges, do you not?" Cassandra inquired softly, alluding to her status as a member of the Wisengamot. Her influence could facilitate access for some individuals to work at the ministry, and Mr. Cornelius Fudge would likely acquiesce to Harry's proposal, as it would align his interests with Harry's. However, it must be noted that Harry held a rather disdainful view of the ministry. He never regarded it as a place conducive to personal growth, given its pervasive atmosphere of corruption. "Are you truly certain about this internship?" Harry sought confirmation. "Indeed, for wizards of Muggle descent like us, this is the only way to delve deeper into the secrets of the magical world." Having witnessed Harry's prowess, Hermione genuinely believed that most students paled in comparison. The recent surge in strength among the Slytherins further disheartened Hermione. She perceived this as a consequence of purebloods thriving within the magical realm, endowed with innate talents. Yet, The indomitable Hermione would not concede to such notions. She was determined to double her efforts to bridge these inherent deficiencies, aiming to penetrate the ministry to gain a profound understanding of this world. A flicker of enlightenment danced in Cassandra's eyes, and as Harry hesitated, she gently whispered in his ear, "Why not let her become the future Minister of Magic? A Minister of Magic from Muggle origins." This statement illuminated Harry's mind. If Hermione were to pursue a position at the Ministry of Magic, she could eventually ascend to the role of Minister, thereby governing the entire magical realm of Britain. Moreover, her Muggle heritage would only serve to enhance her stature. As for the opinions of the purebloods, as long as their Dawn vanguard remained sufficiently formidable, the other purebloods would hesitate to voice dissent. After all, those under his command were all scions of various pureblood families, and once they seized power, the pureblood seats in the Wisengamot would be readily within reach. This compelled Harry to confront Hermione's request. However, at that moment, Hermione remained unaware of Harry's contemplation. She merely wished to venture into the Ministry of Magic to explore more. In light of this, Professor McGonagall bestowed upon her a remarkable artifact known as the Time Turner this semester. This object was once taken from the Ministry of Magic by Professor Dumbledore in his earlier years, serving as evidence that the Ministry oversees magical artifacts related to time. This revelation further solidified Hermione's determination to visit the Ministry. "I understood. I would address this matter with the Minister of Magic," and Harry concurred with this course of action. A smile blossomed on Hermione's face, illuminating her features with joy. At the very least, she felt that Harry's actions were a form of support, utilizing his influence as a member of Parliament on her behalf. To her surprise, Cassandra had invited Hermione to the Worrell estate. "Aren't you coming back with me?" Harry asked, momentarily taken aback. He had intended to bring Cassandra back to Potter Manor, and now it seemed Hermione was destined for the Worrell estate instead. This is entirely different from what Harry had anticipated. "This time, I shall not go. I believe we have more pressing matters to attend to. What could possibly be more significant than my own concerns?" Gazing into Cassandra's emerald green eyes, Harry ultimately swallowed his words. Fully aware that the convictions held by the young lady were immutable, in a sense, she remained the second most esteemed figure within the organization, just beneath himself. Once her opinions were endorsed, no further interference would ensue. "Long time no see, Mr. Fudge." A slightly portly middle-aged man emerged from the Ministry of Magic's building, his slick-back hair presenting an air of vigor. He had not succumbed to the weariness of his demanding political duties. In reality, the Ministry of Magic was not burdened with an overwhelming amount of affairs, considering the sparse population of wizards. One could hardly expect them to have a plethora of matters to attend to. Furthermore, upon his appointment, he had granted the Aurors considerable autonomy in their casework, a decision that had received the approval of the Wisengamot. Of course, within the supplementary stipulations, any nomination of an Auror had to be interjected by a member of Parliament. "May I inquire what brings you to the Ministry this time?" he asked directly. "I have a classmate who wishes to experience the workings of the Ministry during the holiday," Harry replied with an unembellished tone. Upon hearing this proposal, a smile crept across Fudge's face, reminiscent of a cunning fox reveling in its scheming. "That poses a bit of a challenge. The Ministry's staffing is quite strained at the moment, with many offices operating at full capacity." Fudge implied that Harry would need to make an offer. However, Harry merely shook his head, his golden eyes calmly fixed on Fudge, raising a solitary finger. "I understand you wish to transfer the trial of the secrecy law to the Ministry rather than the Wisengamot," Harry inquired. "This is a struggle between the executive and the authoritative departments. For a long time, Wisengamot has borne numerous responsibilities, often facing delays due to the inability to convene courts. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic has become the custodian of such duties. Apart from severe penalties, only breaches of the secrecy laws are brought before Wisengamot. Now, Fudge seeks to reclaim this power. It is essential to understand that strict adherence to the secrecy laws is a consensus within the entire wizarding community." Harry's eyes flickered. "However, Wisengamot cannot enforce these regulations rigorously. I believe the Ministry could assume this role. Of course, we would accept oversight and observation from Wisengamot," Fudge stated, his gaze evidently directed at Harry. In the British magical realm, the most conservative faction regarding the secrecy laws comprises the pureblood families under Dumbledore's influence. Although they intermarry with Muggle-born witches and wizards, they are vehemently opposed to exposing the magical world to Muggle scrutiny. After all, these individuals place their faith in wizards, not Muggles. As for the pureblood families, they appear indifferent, prioritizing their own interests, viewing muggles merely as foolish mortals. Since muggle-born's parents can now enter the magical world, the question of exposure has become inconsequential to them. Both groups of individuals appear remarkably foolish, yet they embody the most authentic reflection of this era. I have faith in you, and when you present this opinion at Wisengamot, I shall lend you my support. Harry rose to his feet and shook Fudge's hand. This politician may be utterly ignorant when it comes to serving the public, yet he possesses a profound understanding of consolidating power. Thank you very much, Mr. Potter. In regard to your request, I believe the assistant to the Minister of Magic is still in need of a clever and capable wizard, and I am also immensely grateful for your contributions to the Ministry of Magic, Fudge responded. This is a purely transactional affair, and the two individuals lay bare this sordid reality. As they exited the building, Harry's disdainful gaze gradually revealed itself. With a flick of his wand, he disapparated away. On the day when he possesses sufficient power, he will undoubtedly shatter these ostentatious masks. Chapter 108. Durmstrang in the northernmost reaches of the European continent. An imposing ancient castle stands, radiating magical brilliance. On this land, 3 renowned magical schools share equal fame: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and the Durmstrang Institute, notorious for its dark arts. Crumb. The headmaster wishes to see you. Yes, Professor Karkaroff, I shall go at once. The young Victor Crumb regarded the somber man before him, nodding gravely upon hearing the headmaster's name. Crumb's reputation in the magical world is formidable. He is a celebrated Quidditch World Cup player, adored by many even at Hogwarts. At Durmstrang, he is the most exceptional young wizard, his magical prowess surpassing that of his peers, a true prodigy, though the school has recently faced significant events. The former headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, has stepped down, now serving as deputy headmaster. Their new headmaster rarely appears before the students. Everyone is aware of his existence, yet has never laid eyes upon him. The very mention of this individual by former headmaster Karkaroff sends chills down the students' spines. His expression one of palpable terror. Professor Karkaroff, what does the headmaster require of me? Crumb inquired, uncertainty gnawing at him. After all, no one at Durmstrang had ever encountered this enigmatic headmaster. Upon hearing Crumb mention the matter, Karkaroff's body quivered slightly, and he swiftly seized Crumb's shoulder, pulling him aside. Look at this, Karkaroff said, drawing back his robes. Crumb was taken aback to discover that the former headmaster bore numerous marks of curses upon him. The aura of magic emanating from these marks was daunting, further instilling dread within him. Could it be that the new headmaster is a capricious and violent individual? Might he meet the same fate as Karkaroff? In truth, committing murder at Durmstrang is not an insurmountable task. What must I do, Professor Karkaroff? He asked nervously. You need only remember one thing. Whatever that individual decrees is absolute. Never defy his will. Karkaroff urged Crumb, not only to fulfill the headmaster's orders, but also as a piece of advice, for this student remains blissfully unaware of the true horror that looms. Karkaroff is acutely aware of the mark he bears, Voldemort's dark mark. Even the various ministries of magic within the International Confederation of Wizards lack the means to erase it. Yet the newly appointed headmaster has managed to excise it entirely. Go now, child, Karkaroff intoned solemnly. As Crumb approached the corridor, he reached the door to the headmaster's office. Uttering the password, the surrounding stone statues parted to grant him passage. Any hint of treachery would provoke these statues, imbued with formidable dark magic, to spring into action. With a heart laden with trepidation, Crumb pushed open the door, discovering the headmaster's office shrouded in darkness. Dimly, he sensed a presence seated in the principal chair. Slowly opening its eyes, the gaze that scrutinized him sent shivers down his spine. The magical aura within the office was suffocating, rendering the new headmaster's silence almost oppressive. Good day, headmaster. I am Victor Crumb, he introduced himself. You are indeed Victor Crumb. The principal waved his hand, and the office instantly brightened, allowing him to discern the man's features. Yet, an inexplicable strangeness enveloped him, as if he sensed that this individual was no longer among the living. However, the man before him offered no time for contemplation as he addressed the boy named Crumb directly. You possess considerable talent, but a bug is merely a bug, destined to dwell in darkness. A bug? Who was the new principal deriding? The meaning of that latter statement eluded him. Nevertheless, Crumb grasped the earlier remark, realizing that the principal had indeed commended his abilities. You flatter me. I am but an ordinary student. Your effortless triumph over Professor Karkaroff surely marks you as the supreme leader of Durmstrang. Crumb replied humbly, bowing his head. Though he expressed such modesty, he could not help but speculate about the true identity of this venerable figure. Could it be that this new principal was a personage of extraordinary caliber? "Do you know why I summoned you here today?" The man inquired, his tone calm and composed. His words seemed imbued with a certain enchantment, guiding Crumb's thoughts with an irresistible allure. "Is it regarding the Triwizard Tournament?" Crumb conjectured. "This has recently been the most discussed topic at Durmstrang. Next semester, they will not remain at the school, but instead, a team will be dispatched to the British Isles to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Officials from the International Confederation of Wizards have already arrived to inform all students, a fact well known to everyone. Indeed, you are astute. I wish for you to partake in this esteemed event," he said coolly. "However, eligibility for the Triwizard Tournament is determined by the Goblet of Fire, a procedure beyond our influence." As an exemplary student, Crumb was certainly aware of the lore surrounding the Goblet of Fire. He harbored a certain anticipation regarding the tournament slots. Yet the new headmaster exhibited an unwavering certainty, as though participation was a foregone conclusion. "That pertains to you. The standards of that event are hardly formidable," he remarked dismissively. "I shall assign you a task. This competition does not require you to emerge victorious, merely to eliminate a certain individual. Kill." Crumb's expression faltered. Although Durmstrang was renowned for its dark arts, the institution did not condone indiscriminate murder. Students who overstepped such bounds would face expulsion. Yet, these words emanated from the lips of the new headmaster, whose pronouncements constituted the school's edicts. "This shall be your reward." His hand made contact with Crumb's. The cold, rigid touch startled Crumb, yet the surge of magic that followed ignited his own power. "This my magic." He perceived a swell of magical energy coursing through him. Crumb's strength was crescendoing. It was as if, in that moment, he had entirely transcended his former self. Drawing forth his wand, he casually unleashed a spell, its potency significantly amplified compared to his previous attempts. No Durmstrang student could resist the allure of such power. "Eliminate that wretched creature, and you shall receive an even greater reward. This is merely the beginning." "As you wish, my lord." Crumb accepted the task. The tumultuous magic flowing within him was intoxicating. Any wizard would find it impossible to resist such temptation, for his power had effectively doubled. "Go forth and prepare well." As Crumb exited the headmaster's office, a hint of cruelty adorned his visage. Unbeknownst to him, countless veins of blood were gradually extending across his skin, his heart transforming into a core of crystal, as his very blood transmuted into magic. Chapter 109. The Black Residence, Number 12, Grimmauld Place, a mere 20-minute walk from King's Cross Station. Nestled between two shabby Muggle houses in London, this location, shielded by the Fidelius charm, remains unmarked on any map, rendering it nearly impossible for the average person to locate. This is the most renowned, ancient, and noble abode of the Black family. It appears this is indeed the place. Has it truly been over a decade since anyone last visited? Harry's silhouette materialized at the entrance. Guided by Sirius's location, he arrived at this estate, the entrance now dilapidated. Without the protective enchantments, it might very well crumble to dust at any moment. Upon opening the door, the musty air of the corridor was permeated by the scent of decay. The portraits adorning the walls depicted Walburga Black, the mother of Sirius. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed beneath his feet as the wooden floorboards splintered, alerting Sirius within the confines of the house to Harry's presence, only to be followed by an even louder voice. "Get out of my house, you filthy wretches," screamed the woman in the portrait. Whenever someone disturbed Walburga, she would unleash a torrent of curses upon the unwelcome intruder daring to trespass in the Black residence. Harry's golden gaze met hers directly, a palpable sense of oppression emanating from him, bearing down upon the portrait. This time, curiously, Walburga displayed a semblance of astonishment. It seemed that the fragment of consciousness captured within the portrait had perceived the imposing figure looming behind Harry, causing the once frantic Mrs. Black to fall utterly silent. This left both Sirius and the house elf creature astonished. "Madam, what has happened to you?" Creature inquired cautiously. "Who is he?" Walburga questioned Sirius. This was the singular instance wherein Walburga did not vociferously berate her guest, for typically, whenever she raised her voice, Sirius would summon Creature to draw the curtains that obscured him. In dire circumstances, he would even cast a stunning spell upon the portrait. "This is my protege, Harry Potter," Sirius replied to his mother's inquiry, a rare concession on his part. Ordinarily, he would prefer to forego any conversation with this woman, for upon encountering Sirius, Walburga was left with nothing but endless vitriol, intent on expelling this wayward son from the Black family. Your protege? Sirius. You have finally accomplished something that brings solace to your mother. Upon reflection, Mrs. Black's demeanor visibly shifted. She had vowed never to forgive Sirius for his treachery, and yet the figure within the portrait unusually issued commands to Creature. Creature, do not forget to welcome your young master. Welcome to the Black residence. Do not harbor prejudice against the Black family based on your godfather's appearance. The old visage softened, shedding its former frenzied demeanor, and bowed respectfully. Sirius was utterly unfazed by his mother's disparagement, unable to comprehend why Harry had suddenly garnered the elderly woman's acknowledgement. It was worth noting that Harry's mother was a Muggle, which would typically elicit the sharpest of scorn from Walburga. Had Regulus still been alive, he undoubtedly would have awakened to this noble lineage. The sight of Harry seemed to stir something deep within Walburga, as the most resolute and frigid of the Blacks appeared to grow somewhat tearful, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she departed from her portrait. I apologize for the spectacle. My mother is simply like that, Sirius said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Truth be told, he had spent his youth within the confines of the Black family, and due to his sorting into Gryffindor, coupled with various ideological differences, he had ultimately been cast out. Yet who would have known that this so-called traitor, Sirius, would be the sole survivor? Harry lingered at the threshold. My brother, Regulus Arcturus Black. When Sirius spoke of his brother, a weight settled upon him. Their relationship was not fraught with animosity. In truth, they bore no hatred for one another. When Voldemort dispatched Regulus to eliminate Sirius, the younger brother had repeatedly shown mercy, allowing his brother, Sirius Black, to escape. How did he meet his end? Sirius continued. He was, like you, once a Slytherin, becoming a Death Eater post-graduation, and had vanished entirely long before Voldemort met his demise at your hands. Sirius was indeed privy to the events of that time. This information was discreetly conveyed to him by James Potter. Young Master Regulus is truly a genius, which has left his mother heartbroken, while Creature finds himself powerless. The speaker, Creature, is a house elf of the Black family. He is clad in a tattered cloth, his skin sagging with age, his ears adorned with white hair, and his dull, gray eyes glistening with tears. He stoops and shuffles as he walks. His voice, deep and hoarse like that of a bullfrog, rose slightly when the two mentioned Regulus. It seems he holds this young master in high regard. After all, in Creature's eyes, had Regulus not gone missing, it would never have fallen to Sirius to inherit this estate. Suddenly, a gleaming golden badge slipped from beneath the rag. Upon seeing it,